Arc 6, Chapter 1, The Dragon Carriage's Way Back. Natsuki Subaru's group continued to head directly east upon leaving the city of Pristella. They were heading towards the eastern edge of the world, the area in which the Agoria sand dunes were contained, a plot of land with a rich history of having the witch beasts that have existed there for hundreds of years reject every existence from stepping foot onto their territory. It contained miasma that could cause travelers to lose their sense of direction and gnaw at their hearts. It contained groups of witch beasts as evil vanguards, indulging themselves in devouring human lives. And then, there was the person who sought world peace, the person at the Watchtower who determined each and every one of the successes and failures made by those who came close. That person was the Sage Shaula.
Knowing that alone, it feels like we're lining up for suicide.
Just being reminded of the obstacles that were ahead was enough to cause dejection. In reality, those that journeyed towards this place, while fully knowing what awaited them, were perhaps beings like suicidal people, or perhaps witch cultists. At any rate, it seemed like they were nothing but people with brain abnormalities. However, these people were neither of the above, and possessed no intention to die. It was rather the opposite. They intended to live. They would provide a path of life to each and every one of the people who had lost their way of living. They had begun this expedition in order to obtain this seed of hope.
Nevertheless, it's strange.
While imagining the shaking of the unshakable dragon carriage, Subaru whispered these words to the faces in front of them. Hearing that, every single one of them turned their eyes towards Subaru. A total of 4 glances came his way. Adding in Subaru to the other people in his carriage would make for a final sum of 5 passengers. That was what the situation looked like.
Strange? Did something happen?
No, it's nothing important, Emilia-san. It's just that I feel it's quite unexpected for all of these faces to be sharing the same dragon carriage and getting along so well.
Subaru responded this way as he brushed off Emilia's question. To Subaru's right and left, securing both his sides, were Emilia and Beatrice. These were his allies. It was a given that these two would be with Subaru. The problem was the two in front of them.
Well, it may be normal for you to feel like that. Actually, I thought it was really surprising too. So it'd be natural for Natsuki-kun to feel uncomfortable, huh?
Ah, that is correct.
The person who let out a high-pitched laughter and spoke with a Kansai dialect, or rather, Kararagi dialect, was Anastasia. After a reply in her not Kansai dialect, she gazed towards him with a meaningful look while feeling her hair.
Though, if we're gonna talk exclusively about being uncomfortable, I ain't so sure you can beat Julius-san here.
How harsh. However, please do not worry. I am also a knight at heart. Just a single night is enough for me to adjust my heart. Not to mention that a few days have already passed. I promise to never show a slight similar to shamefulness that I displayed the other day, ever again.
So graceful. I'll be taking you on your word then.
Julius bowed in response to Anastasia's banter-like remark, just as he would have done before. That wasn't surprising. He had indeed been damaged by the authority of gluttony, but to be specific, he had borne effects on everyone around his person rather than on himself. Thus, the people that had changed their behavior had been his friends rather than himself. He could not conceal just how upset he was upon receiving these reactions, but as he himself had just stated, he seemed to have accepted it with ease.
You're outrageous.
Although he couldn't voice it, Subaru felt it was worthy of praise. That strength of spirit, Subaru commended it. It was not as if Subaru was unfamiliar with the feeling he was feeling as well, the feeling of having your own existence being left behind, having nobody around that shared his own memories. Natsuki Subaru, as he was able to go back in time with Turn by Death, definitely possessed recollections of worlds that nobody else remembered. If he were to recall a single experience in which he had built up relationships only to have them lost, Subaru reconsidered the first Roswaal mansion and his repeated days there. He had been summoned to another world, had struggled at the world capital with his objective of helping Emilia, and then as a result, he had been invited to Roswaal's mansion. He then proceeded to experience 4 iterations of events before stepping foot into the 5th world. The memory of the 4 worlds up until then were held within Subaru and nowhere else. Even now, it was difficult to forget the shock he had experienced from being treated as a stranger by the very same people whom he had built relationships with during these days at the mansion. Pain and sadness would never fade away.
What is it, I suppose? Subaru, why have you suddenly started petting Betty's head, in fact?
Don't worry about it. It's just... I'm deeply emotional by the fact you seriously saved me back then. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't understand, I suppose. Also, my hair is getting messed up, so stop. You don't have to stop, but pet it just a little softer, in fact.
Beatrice tilted her head towards Subaru as she sat in the seat only half an ass away, just like she had requested of him. Subaru delivered some pats to her head, not allowing him to forget his state of mind at the time he was truly saved. The only person whose feelings towards Subaru did not change during the loop of days at the mansion was Beatrice. They had met before returned by Death's save point. So, after that, she remained as the only person whose manner of coming into contact with Subaru did not alter. Moreover, the way he had been saved would also stay secret to her for a long, long time.
After that, Emilia Tan saved me, huh?
Emilia made a curious face in response to Subaru's reminiscence. Subaru's right here, right now, because he had been saved by her kindness, voice, attitude, as well as the warmth of the lap that she had lent him. That was why Subaru was able to recognize how impressive it was for Julius had actually accomplished it all on his lonesome. It had taken so much help, and so many times, 4 times worth of time in fact, for Subaru to overcome what Julius had. Or maybe it was because a certain someone was there to lend him a helping hand. A certain someone that was forgotten by Anastasia. A certain someone that did not seek help from anyone in his own camp. A certain someone who had his ties severed with the quasi-spirits whom he contracted with. A certain someone that did not recall his blood brother either. If that were the case, then he would be grateful.
You've been staring at people's faces for quite a while now. Is there something wrong, Subaru?
Nothing's wrong. I was just thinking that it's not pleasant to see you smiling with such elegance after someone calls you graceful.
Graceful and with elegance. That pair have a splendid sound. I never expected I would receive praise from you. It is pleasantly surprising. Or no, that may be an exaggeration. Let's see. Typical?
I didn't mean to praise you! And hearing you say that pisses me off!
In the same tone as before, or rather, without being as glib, Subaru changed his approach. The evident frailness on his face back in his brother's hospital room at Pristella had been hard to digest. Subaru had recollections of that time, when a lack of satisfaction was evident in his expression, prompting Subaru to complain. However, all that seemed like completely forgotten history now.
You and Julius get along. Were you like this before you are the way you are now?
Emilia Tan, you've got it wrong. There is no way me and this guy get along well. Did you see my face? I can't see it, but it's the worst it's ever been.
Really? I don't think you're right, but... No, I'm not talking about the way you look. I'm talking about you two getting along so well. Subaru's eyes were the same as ever. They're really scary.
The same as ever? Really scary?
Well, for me, I like Subaru's eyes. I'm being truthfully truthful.
Damn it! How I wish that part about my eyes was cut out from the audio recording.
Emilia let out a wry smile as she filled Subaru with regret. She then turned towards Julius with an inquisitive look, causing him to take a glance towards Subaru.
I myself have no room to deny those words. In reality, to say that he and I are close would not be the most correct statement. Although, in my eyes, we are compromising with each other, despite how things may look.
To put it as compromising, that's already condescending. Humble down there a bit. It's gonna piss me off even more.
What an abrasive point of view. Can you tell him that too?
Julius sought Emilia's agreement on the matter, but she reacted to their exchanges by brushing up her hair and...
Just as I thought, you're really close, right?
Come on, it should already be clear.
Well, I guess you are close then.
There was a slight disagreement with Emilia, but Subaru and Julius acted as if nothing had happened. This made Emilia become more and more baffled. Anastasia tried to restrain herself from laughing, letting out chuckles with a smile. Anastasia's reaction caused Julius to suddenly loosen his lips, as if indicating that he had calmed down. That transient master-servant relationship was hardly strange to Subaru, being someone who's familiar with the other side of it. The Anastasia at hand differed from the genuine Anastasia Hoshin, and was a fake, merely sharing the same exterior. Anastasia's body was currently being used by the artificial spirit Echidna, otherwise known as Aridna. This so-called Aridna had no intentions of taking over her body, but he was unsure of how much he could trust her. Being someone who was aware of the situation, the only thing that Subaru did not fail to do was to prevent those unaware of the situation, like Emilia and Julius, from realizing it.
Subaru, cut it out in fact.
Beatrice called out to Subaru, who was surely in a state of deep thought. This girl's hair was in a messy state as Subaru was petting her head all throughout this period of silence. Her cute face had a sour look.
Oh, my bad, Bayako. Your cute appearance is a mess. Your hair's all botched now.
Perhaps you shouldn't make it sound like Betty's cuteness is ruined just from her hairdo, I suppose. Moreover, your face is starting to look scary, in fact.
Half an ass away from Subaru, Beatrice spoke while frankly fixing her messed up hair with her hands. Subaru let out an "oh," preventing himself from talking, as Beatrice held a face that made it look like she thought him helpless.
There's no point in making such an excessively worrisome face, I suppose. Betty will take care of it, in fact. If something happens, Betty will notice it much faster than Subaru, I suppose.
Yeah.
Beatrice spoke these words in response to Subaru's anxiety. Beatrice, the other person besides Subaru who was aware of Aridna and how she was replacing Anastasia. Originally, Subaru had promised to keep it secret for two reasons. First, to avoid causing any unnecessary commotion about it. Second, because Aridna had claimed to have no intentions to snatch control of Anastasia's body. However, Beatrice would be the only one to realize if something happened, albeit belatedly. They both are the same type of artificial spirit, two being sharing a relationship with the witch Echidna. If it seemed like Aridna was planning something, Beatrice would surely sense it. Although, if he were to consider Beatrice's emotions, he did not feel like it was very advisable for Beatrice to get involved with Echidna, but...
Putting your unnecessary suspicions aside, it's fine that Subaru acted like Subaru and sought help from anybody without caring about who it was. Like you always have, instead of just worrying it alone, in fact. Though you came to Betty first, I suppose. I'll give you my praise this time for that, in fact.
That was her response, so that was that.
I see it.
Just when he thought the dragon carriage had fallen into a state of silence, Emilia suddenly whispered these words. It seemed that Emilia had seen their destination afar as she gazed out the window of the dragon carriage. Subaru also understood that the view of the window was changing into familiar scenery.
What a nostalgic road. We'll arrive at Roswaal's mansion soon, huh?
He murmured these words, first making sure to restrain his feelings from being near their first checkpoint, remembering their original goal. This group's destination, as mentioned before, were the Agoria sand dunes, the place where they would seek to consult Sage Shaula. However, they had already managed to stop by Roswaal's mansion on the way, as to prepare for their trip and to make a stop in their long expedition. There were many things that they wanted to talk to the fellow camp members about, including the incident at Pristella and the occasion of getting to speak with the sage. Also, moreover,
It's not just a simple stop.
there was meaning in dropping by Roswaal's mansion before beginning their expedition to meet the sage. When looking at the big picture, its meaning would be meager and small to the world. However, through Natsuki Subaru's small, human eyes, it possessed great potential. Subaru squinted his eyes to envision the Roswaal mansion, so distant that he could not yet be seen. Each of the four people inside the dragon carriage were looking at Subaru. Various emotions were held by the colors of their eyes, but Subaru had no composure to take notice of any of their glances. When the dragon carriage arrived at Roswaal's mansion, more than 1 hour had gone by past noon. The long migration from the city of Pristella, which had taken about 10 days, went on a temporary hold.
Petra! What?
They rode the ground dragons towards Roswaal Mansion, gave their thanks to the coachman, and then got off the carriage. A petite maid rushed towards Subaru from the mansion and jumped at him with unrestrained force. She came into his chest with might and force, and Subaru somehow managed to catch her while backing up. He then petted the head of the girl who had flown into his arms.
Petra, if you do that so suddenly, you'll startle me, you know. I've been gone for nearly a month now. How have you been?
I've been fine, as you can tell. However, Subaru, Sama, has been having it rough, right? I've been worried ever since that letter came in 2 days ago. You were injured so much again, right? Can you handle the pain?
Embarrassing! Embarrassing!
Petra touched Subaru's body to confirm his pain as her reddish-brown colored hair swung back and forth. As Subaru reacted to this with a wry smile while the others got off the dragon carriage.
Hey, Petra, do your job as a maid of the mansion properly. If you don't, Ram and Frederica will get mad at you.
Right. Tell me about what happened later.
They had only just returned, and Petra's credibility has already been undermined. Petra's worry would be inevitable if he told her about how he got involved in what seemed to have been a city-wide uproar to try and obtain the crystal. It wasn't as though Subaru had intended to get into trouble with the witch's cult, but that excuse would be meaningless. It was true that most of the witch cult's purposes were related to Emilia's camp.
Welcome, guests. Compliments to your effort to make this long trip. I am Petra Lete, a maid of this residence. I will be your guide towards the mansion.
Subaru's recollections were put aside, and then Petra let out a vocal message coupled with a dignified gesture. Julius took Anastasia's hand to help her descend the carriage, and they both had looks of admiration on their faces. Also visible were somewhat prideful looks on Emilia's and Beatrice's faces.
You're quite the well-behaved child, even though you're little, huh? You're being thorough with your training.
She certainly seems almost like a different person compared to when she jumped at Subaru.
How embarrassing.
Julius agreed with a smiling Anastasia, and then Petra's face grew redder and redder from the remarks. Julius looked down at her, then proceeded to look at Subaru, and...
I see. I understand the reason why you are given the moniker of Lowlymancer.
I will have you know, Petra isn't as small as a little girl, and even if you call me that, the only lolly I will mance is Bearco. Get your facts straight.
Betty also isn't a girl that works hard to be used by Subaru at his convenience, I suppose. Subaru, you should get your facts straight as well, in fact.
Subaru replied to Julius' banter in a cold way, and then Beatrice rebuked Subaru in an even more glacial manner. Subaru fell silent, his mouth turned into a frown, and Beatrice let out a sigh. She then looked at Petra's lower area. She stood beside her, and then made a slight movement to grab onto the edge of the skirt of the other's maid outfit.
Also, look, not much has changed throughout Betty and Petra's time, I suppose. Wait a second. Betty feels like Petra has grown a bit, in fact. Her hair has grown a bit too, I suppose.
It's because 1 month has passed. And it's also my growth period right now. I will grow, and my hair will grow too, if I don't cut it. Beatrice-chan will stay small, though.
What incarnation, in fact?
Petra smiled as she hugged and astonished Beatrice tightly, continuing to embrace the pouty-faced Beatrice for a sufficient amount of time. She then walked away, saying,
Well then, allow me to guide you all.
All right, we'll finally be going to the...
He sought to follow her, but then someone's hand grabbed onto the back of his collar. Upon raising a choked voice, he looked back, only to be surprised by the fact that Emilia was the one who'd reached out to his scruff. Emilia jerked Subaru's chin while holding onto the back of his neck, and directed him towards the carriage behind him.
Subaru, Patrasche doesn't seem to be happy.
Tis has become a selfish affair, huh?
If one were to throw their gaze towards the ground dragons as per Emilia's point, out of the two that they traveled with, it would be noticeable that the beautiful, jet-black ground dragon was glaring at Subaru with frightfully piercing eyes. She was Subaru's beloved dragon, Patrasche. When Subaru tried to return her look, she turned away bluntly, then letting out a light but very displeased sound.
You seriously weren't able to make up with her? Even though you had 10 days, huh?
Yeah, I know. But I really don't think it's my fault this time.
Subaru scratched his head as he thought of what to do with Patrasche, who was leaning onto his belly. Ever since they left the city of Pristella, Patrasche had been giving Subaru the cold shoulder, a bit before that actually. When he had gone to the Ground Dragon stable to pick her up, once the defensive battle against the witch cult was done and dusted, she was already in a bad mood. He didn't talk to Patrasche, as Otto was out of commission because of injuries. However, he had a long-standing relationship with Patrasche. It was about time that Subaru found out what his beloved dragon was so angry about.
Oh, that's well. I know I neglected her during the uproar, and that I even made her feel lonely. But.
Subaru?
Subaru was on the very end of his statement when Patrasche lashed out her tail at him, dealing a direct hit and causing him to end up in the dirt. As expected, Patrasche had no mercy in her aggressive response. If he were to reply to her in a deceitful way, she would come to strike him without hesitation.
I would never expected it. To think that I was able to avoid Regulus's attacks before, but can't avoid this. It's just.
Are you alright? Patrasche decided to suddenly wave her tail again. Doesn't this mean that you'll get hit once more if you don't say the right thing?
Emilia made the terrifying point as she went on one knee to lend him a hand. He looked at Patrasche, and she certainly was there shaking her long tail. She sliced through the air with the end of her tail as if to threaten Subaru. It felt like she was saying that she'd double the power for each mistake he'd make. He unconsciously lost the ability to speak properly, and his throat became cramped, realizing he couldn't afford to reply carelessly.
Even if you're careless like that, your ground dragon has an overwhelming amount of sympathy towards you.
However, that statement made by Julius, who was disheartened by the guide's lack of success, would cause the undesirable effect that she would come at Subaru. Subaru pointed at himself and Patrasche in response to Julius's argument, and...
Really? I'm kinda covered in all this dirt, you know? You call this sympathy?
Can you not even feel the proof of deep affection with your own eyes? She is a kind-hearted ground dragon. She is mostly aggravated that she was unable to help you during that turmoil, and she is angry at you for not seeking her help. So it might just be indignance rather than anger towards you.
What are you saying? Just how high are you gonna make her heroin power? Stop it!
The level of correctness of Julius's points was unknown, but at the very least, his words made Patrasche's tail swing come to an end. Subaru looked at Patrasche once again, and she turned away just like always, but...
Looking at her now, it seems like she's somewhat embarrassed after hearing that.
Emilia-tan, you noticed that too? I noticed too. It makes my heart flutter. So don't do that too often, please, Patrasche.
He said these words, reached out nervously with his hand, and then Patrasche finally lowered her head, allowing Subaru to touch her body covered with tough scales. And with this, it seemed like the Cold War, where he had 10 days to make amends, ended on a good note.
Isn't that enough? Is everything fine now?
Petra was letting her impatience show through her shouts, as they continued to remain at the mansion's front gate without paying attention to the time. She had come out here having been instructed to guide them, and yet they were still taking so much time.
If we don't return soon, Ram Nesuma will get mad again and...
If you can worry about such things, that means you were just a little bit short on your efforts.
Yeah!
Petra, who had been making light sounds with her footsteps, let out a shriek and then strained her back due to that voice. Upon turning back, she saw a pink-haired maid far away, coming from the direction of the mansion. It was Ram. No mistakes nor doubt about it. Ram slowly turned her gaze towards Subaru's group, and the guest after Petra went as still as a stone statue because of her glare, and...
I thought that Petra had gotten better at her tasks, and just as she was about to be recognized for it, this happened. Ram is very disappointed.
Sorry, Ram Nesuma. You were about to recognize me for my work?
Yes, your cooking is better than Ram's, your cleaning is more sensible than Ram's. You're better at doing laundry than Ram, and you wake up earlier than Ram, so I was close to recognizing you.
You should have more self-doubt when you point these things out.
Just how bad was the veteran maid in comparison with this girl's who had 1 year of experience as a maid under her belt? Even if one were to take into account Petra's ability to learn quickly, the hurdle was so low that it wasn't even worth mentioning. In response to his shout, Rom snorted her nose with a ha in a way that Subaru was completely familiar with, and
How does one proceed to have doubt about oneself? Rom only holds expectations and self-confidence for herself.
I always felt like that part about you is the only thing that deserves respect.
Subaru thus responded to Ram's majestic declaration while being astounded. In reality, there was reason to emulate Ram's optimism, or rather, there's reason in emulating her fortitude. He just wished that she would have a bit more self-reflection, but
If you did that, I think it wouldn't really feel like you'd be the real Ram, huh?
That is a scary thought. Moreover, I do not think it would be ideal to leave guests out here for so long. Let us hurry up and enter the mansion.
Subaru agreed with Ram's dismissive words. They had taken too much time outside the mansion. It wouldn't be surprising for Fred Erica to even Roswaal to show up eventually if they wasted any more time. The royal candidates and the Margrave were all to gather here to talk about what they would be doing.
Is Roswaal at the mansion proper right now?
Ram, who had begun walking to guide the others, tapped Petra's shoulder to relieve her stiffness. At Emilia's call from behind, Ram replied with a yes, without taking a look back.
Fortunately, he was sojourning at this residence when the letter arrived, so he has remained here. There was a summary in the letter about the Pristella affair. There should be details to discuss.
Yeah, there should be, considering a lot of things did happen.
The number of people here now in comparison to when you first left has changed, huh? Did Garth and Otto die?
Like hell I'd let them die! They aren't dead! They're just coming back home later because of their injuries!
Just as Subaru was about to breach the topic of the letter, his charge was countered. Ram let out a shrug with an indifferent manner in response.
I am all too familiar with the depths of men who lack composure. Barasu, especially, is one that is an open hole from which the contents of its depths are being poured out, so you should be careful. To have people become aware of your depths and then finding out you are empty inside is the worst.
Oh, that really hurts, so cut it out! Also, more importantly,
A letter had been sent to the mansion prior to Subaru and the others' departure. If the contents of the letter had been shared, then it should be clear the return was not just a return. Therefore, when Subaru attempted to confirm the contents of the second half of the letter, and upon choosing the words he would say, Ram readily raised her finger.
I told you, didn't I? Rest assured, Roswaal-sama is at this mansion. Also, preparations have been made for both the Sleeping Beauty and the confinement room. Although,
Ram cut off her words towards Subaru at the end and then gently licked her lips. She wet her lips with the red tip of her tongue, with a gesture that had a sense of gracefulness embellished somewhere in it, and then said,
although neither of them were Rom's doings. It was Frederica and Petra's job.
why did you make such a prideful face there?
In any case, even after a whole month had passed since they had just last met, well, that was just the way she was.
Arc 6, Chapter 2. His way of providing a warm welcome. This should have been mentioned earlier, but the base for the Emilia camp had moved from the primary residence to the Mather's domain, rather than the previously burned-down mansion. That being said, the layout of the mansion was the same as the previous one, with the main building in the center and the west and east wings on either side of it. Since the mansion was almost the same size as the previous as well, there was rarely any confusion when walking around the house. The only problem was that it was just a tad too similar, making it much easier to forget Arlom Village was no longer located nearby. There had been several occasions where Subaru would wake up energetically, seeking to perform radio calisthenics in the village, and then somewhere along that long road, he'd realized he didn't know which way to turn next. Beatrice would subsequently catch up to him in a fuss, and she would be really angry. Anyhow, they had arrived at Roswaal's mansion, had been welcomed by the same old Petra and Rom, and entered the parlor where Roswaal, the owner of the mansion, awaited them.
Oh, welcome back! It's great that you came back safe.
Roswaal sat on the couch as he clapped his hands, welcoming them on their return. Subaru and Emilia instinctively were taken aback by Roswaal's smiling welcome. They looked at his excessive and amicable smile, and then at each other.
Emilia-tan, was anything weird written in the letter?
I don't think so. is this some kind of weird gift from you, Subaru? Because, you know, you and Roswaal have secret talks sometimes, so...
No way! And even if I were planning on giving a gift, I'd spend my time and effort getting a gift for Emilia, Bearco, Petra, Frederica, Patrasche, and even Ram rather than for Roschi.
Those were only names of girls, I suppose.
What's embarrassing for me to ask people like Otto and Garfield about a gift from a man to another man, isn't it?
Subaru responded to the displeased Beatrice and sent a wry smile in response to Emilia's scornful eyes. Incidentally, he had deliberately left out Rem's name in order to avoid causing anxiety for the others. So not to worry, he did feel guilty about it. Anyhow, Roswaal, who had witnessed the whole exchange, shrugged his shoulders.
What a surprising reaction. I worry about your safety, all of you. So I wonder what's so weird about me being glad that you're all safe. It's only natural, right?
That's true, but Roswaal, you haven't shown that side of yourself to us very much until now, so...
It means I've had various changes in my way of thinking this past year. Shouldn't Emilia-sama be a bit happier about me becoming cooperative?
You're right.
Emilia responded to Roswaal's brazen rejection in a way that was typical of her tolerant self, accepting his change of mind. He nodded his head at Emilia, and just seeing her waving her palms back and forth made Subaru unable to leave it at this inadequate level of trust. But...
Even if you were trying to understand his way of thinking, it wouldn't be possible because it's too odd, in fact. Subaru is also a bit like that. But the like of that is more, I suppose.
You're being too vague with your words.
Stroking the head of Beatrice, who seemed to have chosen to put in vague and senile words into her remark, Subaru now stepped into the parlor, following Emilia. Roswaal was in a good mood. Subaru was suspicious of that, but felt he was still aware of his motives. In reality, he actually had just spoken of his motive himself just a moment ago. Roswaal was seriously glad about Subaru and Emilia coming back safely. Now that his Book of Wisdom was no longer in his possession, being amiable was the best move he could take in order to fulfill the purpose that he had yet to reveal. His only objective was to have Subaru's actions break the obstacles that stood in the way.
If you feel that way, then that's fine. Though it would be helpful if you were a little cooperative.
You will reach your goal with or without my help. That's why I believe my cooperation is an unnecessary part of your power. It really isn't even a relationship.
It feels like I'm suffering an arrangement in an RPG where I can't use a support character. Normally it does. The support character is unhelpful, as usual. Feels like a standard.
The standard was that overpowered characters rarely participated, until a certain point. Roswaal's lack of participation in battles was much like that. In his case, the more Subaru was pushed back into a corner, the more Roswaal would sit back and watch in glee, believing he would be forced to turn to the power of return by death in desperation to change fate. He was a cunning fellow, which made Subaru want to click his tongue.
Ain't it about time you introduce us as well?
Oh, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Roswaal, they're visitors. Allow them to seat themselves.
I'm listening. Nevertheless, you've brought some interesting faces.
The girl waiting in the corridor spoke out to the people having a conversation at the entrance. Subaru let out a light apology to them, and then made a hand gesture towards Roswaal, who was sitting at the couch, signaling him to let them in. Roswaal stood up and sat back down in the chief's seat with dead silence, then directed the two guests over to the visitor's sofa. Subaru and the others slowly took their places on the sofa facing Roswaal.
Welcome, you have come so far. Last time we spoke to each other face to face like this was at the recognition ceremony.
That's true. Also, it's not like we'd spoken to each other in a proper conversation before. This essentially feels like the first time we'll be speaking to each other.
The recognition ceremony that had come up in this conversation was the formal recognition of the suppression of the white whale, accomplished by a combination of the Emilia camp, Anastasia camp, and Cruche camp, where they had been evaluated. As the small-scale ceremony had been carried out in the royal castle in the capital, naturally, every member available in the aftermath of the sanctuary affairs had been present, as representatives of each camp were to gather. He had vivid memories of Otto having a tense, pale face, and of the castle shining within Garfield's eyes, and Roswaal was nonchalantly decided to participate, even after all the trouble he had put them through. What a guy. Well, he'd been nervous, yeah, but he couldn't say Emilia was any better than him in nervousness and fidgeting. It made sense, considering how she was being praised for achievements she didn't even have memories of achieving. Regardless, that was a meeting from the past. Mutual greetings were carried out in a hurried manner. And so, the conversation immediately moved on to the main topic, a report about the city of Pristella.
And just like the letter said, Otto Kuhn and Garfield have withdrawn because of their injuries. I see. Understood. These achievements are truly promising.
A sigh of admiration escaped Roswaal after hearing the report. This made Emilia raise her eyebrows, voicing a "e" with a slightly stern tone.
They were injured so badly they couldn't even return? Yet you still put it like that? What are you trying to say?
Let's refrain from jumping to any hasty conclusions. Yes, it is heartbreaking that they were injured like that, and yes, their forced, temporary withdrawal is no less heartbreaking than their wounds. However, on the other hand, no one in the camp has suffered fatal damage. If you consider the other camps, and taking into account you have countered multiple Synarch bishops, indeed, this outcome really is miraculous. Naturally, the scars caused by the Synarch bishop should be treated promptly, but Emilia Sama and everyone else who've endeavored to protect the city did their best so that the damage was kept to a bare minimum. I think that you ought to recognize that for yourself.
Oh, thanks.
Emilia delivered her thanks, her face one of someone who had not been convinced. In actuality, his words should have sounded like a sound argument. However, it was important to consider the impression one had of the speaker. Subaru had thought that he was shady, and so all the others probably followed suit.
Well, putting the question of people's thoughts on me aside, shall we move on to something else? Incidentally, the person who summoned Emilia Sama to Pristella, where such a ruckus occurred, was Anastasia Sama, was it not? What do you have to say about that?
It's inexcusable that she was dragged right into that hubbub. If you want me to apologize, I'll do it properly, as I'm mentally prepared to do so.
And if you sincerely bow your head, this would end without you having to pay back a single coin. Oh, but you do not need to apologize to me. Emilia Sama has already turned you down, correct?
I mean, shouldn't the blame be put on the witch cult since they were the ones to cause mischief? Anastasia shouldn't be blamed for anything, because she just invited us there. It's not like we didn't accomplish the goals for which we were summoned out to Pristella.
Roswaal cast a side glance. Emilia felt the pendant worn on her neck in response. A brand new, large spellstone was attached to the pendant. At this very moment, a fast-asleep Great Spirit was quietly awaiting for its revival. Obtaining this highly pure crystal gem, which would become Puck's anchor, that was something the camp had set as their goal, and something that had been achieved.
Also, isn't it possible that the witch cult was driven back simply because we happened to be there? When you think about it that way, it could be seen as Anastasia's accomplished...
To think of it like that would be too favorable to another camp, so I'm gonna stop you there.
For some reason, Anastasia was being rescued by Emilia's words of optimism. However, Roswell's current questioning was just an attempt to keep people in check. In fact, it was plausible that most of the witch cult's targets had been brought into Pristella by Subaru and the others. If that were to be pointed out, there was no doubt the atmosphere would become heavy because of the evil of the witch cult. Thus, it would be in their best interest to solidify the opinion, let's work together, the witch cult blows.
The other three camps have already agreed on that. One Sin Archbishop was killed, and one was captured. Man, one thing was happening after another with the witches' cult.
Though, their organizational skills are a tad dubious. In their case, they're a group of outlaws. Words such as cooperation and unity have no bearing on them. Even if all their allies are slain to the last, that won't be a cure to a madman's lunacy.
I can agree with that.
Roswell's opinion was the same as Subaru's, so it was probably the correct one. The so-called organization of the witch cult was now more of a ragtag gang of lunatics rather than an actual organization. They could not bring themselves to be naive now that they thought lacked organization. They would not be obedient from now on, simple as that. The remaining gluttony and lust brutality would never be stopped.
That's why we need a countermeasure. Today's agenda is related to that.
Making contact with the Sage Shaula.
I know that it's not going to be easy, but there's no choice but to try it as long as we can't come up with any other measure. They've come off as all-powerful, or rather all-knowing. If the Sage is really like that, there's no harm in just trying to talk to them, right?
Although, everybody in the past couple hundred years who's tried that ended up suffering a big loss by paying with their lives.
He presented this common knowledge, and it certainly was a disturbing view of the situation. However, they had something up their sleeves for that reason. When Subaru exchanged looks with Anastasia, she replied with a gesture of slight acknowledgement using her chin. Then,
There's where I come in. Fortunately, I've got a way we can make it to the Sage's Watchtower safely, so there ain't a reason to worry about getting lost. Does that calm your worries?
Well, should I truly believe your words just because? First of all, if you do have this method, the people who would pay a great sum to know such a thing are many. So why are you the only one aware of it?
Money's certainly important to me as a merchant. However, there are things in this world that money can't replace. This is one such thing.
hand upon her thin chest, Anastasia, Aridna, proclaimed that with pomp. Despite the fact she was only pretending to be Anastasia, her word had a wondrous power, a power that astonished even Subaru, one who was aware that it was not her true self at this moment. Being faced with that Anastasia, Roswaal responded by closing one of his eyes, glaring at her for a brief period with only a single yellow eye.
Oh my. This is why it's difficult to deal with those who are cognizant of both fighting and gambling. I'm sure Emilia-san has already agreed to this anyway.
I'm sorry for making these decisions all by myself, alright?
But you won't stop taking these decisions of your own accord. It is fine, however. You'll dare to proceed in choosing this thorny path. That's where he comes into frame as well.
Roswaal retorted in a half-hearted manner, as though he was interested in how they would get there after all. This was because he was now the hope that replaced the Book of Wisdom for Roswaal. The more difficult a road Emilia had chosen, the higher the hurdles Subaru had to overcome.
Anyways, according to Anastasia's information, we'll come across some sort of desert, although it will take a few days.
It is not some sort of desert. It is the Auguria sand dunes. You have had this mistake corrected so many times so far. Why can you not remember it?
Julius presented an input of his own as he let out a sigh in reaction to Subaru's vague memory. The person that had been watching in silence while sitting on the sofa next to Anastasia the whole time directed his intellectual gaze at Roswaal, then continued.
I suspect this proposal will be difficult for you to accept, Roswaal-sama. However, in the city of Pristella, there remain many who have been exposed to the witch cult's barbarism, and the number of people who are still wounded, both mentally and physically, is vast. If we could take any action that may serve as possible salvation, then I would wish to have your permission to do so.
You have quite the graceful way with words. It appears that you are owner of extraordinary abilities, but it makes no sense how I have no recollection of that. Which means, that. Right?
Roswaal understood the situation based off of his non-existing memories of Julius's existence. The gaze of Julius turned downcast, at which Roswaal rested his chin on the hand of the arm he had placed on the armrest. Then, loosening his lips with a sense of cheerfulness, he said,
You've been forgotten by everyone because of the authority of gluttony. It feels like you've been left behind by the world. In order to break out of the conundrum you find yourself in, you're looking to pursue the thin amount of hope that the Sage Shaula. You do not need to make excuses on how it is for everyone else, you know.
By no means am I doing this for selfish reasons.
I'm not blaming you. It's actually a natural thing, and so I find that way of being preferable. Everyone feels more desperate when it's about yourself than others. If other people were to be saved as a result of your actions, there's no need to deny the sense of satisfaction, accomplishment, and superiority it brings your spirit.
Julius's face stiffened as Roswaal continued slamming him with word upon word. Under his clown makeup, the smile on his face turned even deeper.
And, even more, if you save yourself, then there's a high chance that other people will be similarly saved as well. You don't need to feel any guilt for acting in the name of the greater good, right?
Margrave Mathers, may I ask you to stop there?
Anastasia restrained Julius with her voice, taking his place in confronting Roswaal. She let out an elegant smile and then tilted her lovely head. And then...
I also ain't got memories of him, but even then, this boy seems to be my knight. That's why it doesn't feel right to watch him getting bullied while unable to do anything about it.
You're saying that the bond between a master and servant still exists between you two, even when he has disappeared from your memories?
I wonder. I ain't too certain about that either. Though it did feel natural and pleasing that Julius cared for me during the trip. Moreover...
Anastasia gently raised her finger and pointed toward the sofa facing her, and...
I want to prevent you from tearing your camp apart if you keep doing that, yeah?
My, oh my.
In response to Anastasia's point, he looked at Subaru, who was on the verge of eruption, and then promptly shrugged his shoulders. Subaru was on the verge of shouting. Naturally, Emilia and Beatrice were on the cusp of doing so as well. Raising both of his hands in surrender, Roswaal made a statement.
Okay, I'm sorry about this. Though, I do think that I was just pointing out the possibility of a certain aspect.
That was unnecessary. You really need to stop fucking around.
Is that so? You will come across people who don't care about how many people benefit from the outcome, and distrustful comrades who bring you down with abusive complaints. It seemed like you weren't aware of that possibility, so I just thought to advise you to anticipate it.
Not doing this for someone else's sake, but for one's own. As a matter of fact, Subaru was experienced in being berated for such actions, which remained in the form of a painful wound. That had been what he had told Emilia at the royal castle, that he was acting for her sake, but her response was that he was acting for his own sake. As a result, he would never be able to forget the heartache that ensued. That was a definite truth. However, whether that had been the truth or not, there often would be times where people would mention it with the intent of hurting him. But that did not mean that...
It's not as if the feeling of accomplishment decreases depending on the amount of people who approve of one's actions. As if this person is like that. Stop it.
It cannot be helped, right? Because unlike you, I'm not familiar with his personality. Although, your relations with him doesn't seem like the sort people would have after only a few days of a trip.
Roswaal turned to Subaru, who was about to lose his temper. In just this moment, Roswaal's eyes, bordered by his long eyelashes, became overcast with a full-blown sense of tragedy. Then...
This means that you're the only one who remembers again. Just like in Rem's case.
Though, I do wonder what kind of fate this is.
It is proof your existence is a special one. You should care for it. You should treasure it. Because there are many things out there that cannot be obtained, even when one wishes for them.
Nobody besides Roswaal himself followed the second half of his emotional statement. However, even if he were to continue to ask him questions until he shed light on it, Roswaal would not let out the truth, thus. Subaru quickly gave up on the situation. Anyhow, the things that needed to be said should have been said by now. Next would be...
Just like the letter said, the confinement room, and
the Sleeping Beauty will be taken out, yes. What a drastic measure! I was sure that you really hated people touching her after all.
a way to wake her up might be found, so I'll try it. Isn't that a given?
I was surprised to find out that you'd first try this measure with that girl. You give off the impression of a selfish person, but in reality, you punish yourself. Somewhere in your heart, somewhere in the corner of your mind, ever since the onset, you believe that she should be the first to be saved.
He had hit the bullseye, and Subaru reflexively sunk into silence. Ever since they had set out on their journey towards the Pleiades Watchtower, and up until the time they arrived at the mansion, Subaru had been constantly wondering if bringing Rem along as one of Gluttony's victims would indeed be the right approach. Of course, he was not averse to waking up Rem, not at all. If there was a possibility that she would wake up, he wished that she would awaken as soon as possible, even if just for a day, even if just for a second. However, the certainty of Natsuki Subaru being the one to do it was a different matter. All those people in the city of Pristella were suffering the same kind of damage as Rem, a situation where those who were sleeping were not even taken into account by their own families, unaware their existence had been stolen. The more Subaru thought about it, the more he felt like piercing of a strange wedge in his heart. It was the feeling of guilt from saving her first over a multitude of other people. This was why he had hesitated this time around, on the subject of bringing Rem out, but...
I've already convinced Subaru, so there's no problem.
My. This is quite surprising.
In the place of the stricken silent Subaru, the one replying to Roswaal was Emilia. Turning his gaze to Emilia, her chest puffed up with pride, Roswaal quizzically closed one of his eyes.
You say that, but wouldn't her awakening be troublesome for Emilia-sama? Subaru-kun has strong feelings for that girl, no matter how you look at it. In fact, they're as strong as the feelings he holds for Emilia-sama.
Yeah, I think that's right. Subaru will devote himself to the girl for a while, and he might stop caring about me as well.
No way! Under no circumstances would that...
Happen. It should not happen. His feelings towards Emilia had never wavered, and he swore they would never either. However, a different part of him possessed intense feelings for Rem. That was a fact, and just like Emilia said, if she were to wake up, there was no doubt that he'd become devoted to her. However, Emilia turned to Subaru with a, "It's fine," then resumed her words.
If Subaru turns away from me because of that, I'll just try my best to get him to look at me this time. It would bother me for Subaru to leave now, so no matter how cute or enamoring Rem is, I'll make Subaru turn back to me.
Emilia-tan?
That's my resolve. And that's what I have decided. And nobody will complain about you saving her. So it's fine. Let's wake up Rem.
Emilia supported Subaru's decision with her strong words. Those words somewhat sounded like a confession. It surprised Subaru and caused his knees to shake. On many occasions, Emilia had told him things that sounded like affection. That had indeed happened, but in none of those times did she go over the level of deep affection.
Me, Rem, Beatrice, Petra, Patrasche, Otto-kun, Garfield, we all want you to be really, really happy.
Though you did mix a ground dragon and men at the latter half of your statement.
She had mixed a lolly in the middle, too. Anyhow, he accepted this, and then Beatrice, who was sitting beside him, poked his shoulder. And, escaped Subaru's lips, looking towards his side right after. Beatrice had her usual indignant look plastered on her face.
It's not like I'm going to complain about Subaru's tendency to fool around with girls, but one of his hands should always be free, I suppose. This is Betty's exclusive special privilege, in fact.
You're ridiculously cute.
That's a given, I suppose. Betty's adorableness resounds to the gods of heaven and earth, in fact.
He didn't go as far as to care about what the gods of heaven and earth thought of the issue, but it did resound in Subaru's heart. Backed by both Emilia and Beatrice, Subaru would endeavor to wake Rem up. He had no reservations about it.
So, that's that, Roswaal. Sorry for being loved so much. I'll be taking Rem.
You'll cause quite a stir within Emilia-sama and Beatrice-sama when you make them sound like alternates. It's fine. Do whatever you want. I never planned on stopping you anyway.
Alrighty then. About the talk from before.
I was feeling concerned, and you just want to make sure that you understood the meaning of those actions. I also hurt your guy's incredible, nameless knight, so my apologies.
It's okay.
Roswaal spoke in a way that felt like banter until the very end. Julius, on the other hand, inhaled slightly and took turns exchanging looks with Anastasia and Subaru.
I am Julius Juukulius. This only remains within his memory as of right now, but I am a royal guard of the kingdom of Lagunica. I am not so immature that my heart would be perturbed by something of this caliber.
He makes his declaration in such a manner, a splendid job of brushing aside the pestering from the wickedly evil mage.
Still a little shaky, though.
Just whose side are you on, really? I feel like I've been stabbed in the back just now.
He sneaked in his last statement just after their conversation had been brought to its conclusion. The conversation had ended, and Subaru and the others had left the parlor. They were heading towards the confinement room that resided in the east wing of the mansion. Over there, they would come in contact with a person who was possibly one of the key factors in reaching the Augria sand dunes. A year prior to this, or thereabouts, a person had been brought along with the residents of the mansion's migration and had been kept inside the confinement room ever since then. That really was not the type of acquaintance one would wish to come in contact with. Nor was it really safe to do, but...
I'm really wondering what kind of results they'll bring. Making me have those sorts of expectations. I wonder if they've perhaps influenced me yet again.
Roswaal rested the weight of his back onto the sofa, sinking deeper and deeper into it as these words trickled out of him. One person was left in the parlor. The sorcerer thought over the lingering memory of the previous discussion, had someone come to mind, and then let out a slight laugh. Then...
Does this mean that I'm becoming one of his favorite members too? What do you think?
You sure say some disgusting things, I suppose. Is what I think, in fact. You really have no limits to the point it's frightening. There's no other way to put it, I suppose.
It's not like I lack principles to go as far as to get close with him with this body.
You were just a woman before as well, in fact. Betty is just adequately staying on guard, I suppose.
Roswaal made an increasingly cheerful smile. And then the little girl who had responded to his statement, Beatrice, began playing with her own hair by pulling on it, keeping a composed expression. It was possible because she was bored, or perhaps it was a habit she would adopt when starting to get irritated.
Subaru-kun and the others are going to the confinement room, you know.
Shouldn't you be by his side?
A stray that bears its fangs is less troublesome than a pet dog that polishes its fangs, in fact. Which is why I thought to keep that in check properly, I suppose.
Calling him a pet is truly cruel. But being teacher's dog would be something I'd yearn for.
You are a deviant beyond saving, in fact. Roswaal, don't test Subaru too much, I suppose. Betty won't allow you to provoke him too much, in fact.
Roswaal let out a smile containing a hint of obscenity, and it was properly rebuked by Beatrice in her bitter face. Roswaal removed his smile afterwards, and just like always, he closed his one eye. His blue eye, returning Betty's look solely with his yellow eye.
You and I view things a different way. You act carefree, while I act with a single purpose in mind.
That would mean you would see a side of me that is completely different from Mother. The Betty that holds Subaru's hand is several hundred times better than that, I suppose.
That is what I'm referring to. It's fine for you, who puts on the airs as the guardian of the Forbidden Library, to become as happy as possible.
That's a given, in fact. Which is why I'll have you allow me to act in order to protect that happiness, I suppose.
Roswaal, still seated on the couch, and Beatrice standing right before him, with the two's line of sight at the same height, sparks flew in all directions. Roswaal squinted, as if to attempt to peek into the heart of that round-eyed girl, and...
With one of the Sin Archbishops being killed, a second one should have entered Subaru-kun.
There should be candidates other than Subaru, in fact.
But none of them come close to him, nor do they overlap with him. It is plain as day which one will be chosen. Between the one who only grazes him and the one who overlaps, cease with the dull pretenses.
I won't let you say much more, I suppose.
Beatrice responded to Roswaal's argument with a voice coated with determination that she had previously hidden. She grabbed tightly onto her arm's sleeve, then glared at Roswaal.
Betty is Subaru's, in fact. Therefore, Subaru will remain Subaru, I suppose.
I don't mean to hinder your efforts. The lower the number, the more convenient it is for me. That's all.
At the very end, Beatrice sent a scathing look towards Roswaal, heading towards the door. This was the end of the discussion.
Beatrice.
Roswaal called out the girl's back as she moved away. Beatrice stopped walking, but did not turn around.
I want you to be happy. At least much more so than the others. You are like a younger sister to me. That's why.
A pretty disgusting thing to say, in fact. Also, you'll never be like Mother, I suppose.
Isn't that what love is?
There was no rebuttal. There was merely the sound of the door opening and closing, echoing quietly in the parlor. And after that, there was no further sound being made within the parlor.
Arc 6, Chapter 3, The Little Girl's Cell.
How did your talk with the master go?
You could say that it went the same as usual, and that he irritated me more than usual. You get the point.
Well, I understand what you mean.
Subaru's group had left the parlor, and Frederica had been entrusted with guiding them towards the mansion's east wing. This scary-faced woman with her beautiful long blonde hair and courteously worn maid outfit finally exchanged polite greetings with Anastasia and Julius as one of the mansion's proper maids, and spoke to Subaru, who was walking away discouraged.
Was Garf useful on your journey and in the city? For him to get heavily injured to the point of not being able to come back, even when I gave him specific instructions, I am worried about him causing trouble for Emilia-sama and the others.
No, don't worry about that. Garfield worked really hard after all. He's resting along with Otto-kun right now, without causing any trouble. Well, I'm not so sure about the any trouble part. I hope that's not what he's doing. Regardless, we did request that they rest.
My apologies for my foolish younger brother causing you trouble.
Emilia didn't respond when Frederica offered her apologies. She was still doubtful about what she had said. Anyhow, Garfield's behavior worried Petra, Ram, Roswaal, and Frederica, but his mentality had changed in some way or another during the incident at Pristella. One could say that he had matured. No doubt about it. To begin with, for a 15-year-old boy, Garfield's strength was already outstanding. Even considering just how fierce the battles with the Bowel Hunter and the Eight Arms had been, he was still far from being able to boast himself as the strongest. But even then, he certainly possessed a level of strength that contended with not just the Emilia camps, but the whole continent's top ranks as well. His biggest problem? Perhaps his immature mentality. Once that mental frailness was overcome, however, he would go a level beyond. Regardless, there was still a ways to go. That was something that shouldn't be rushed. Steadily and assuredly becoming stronger, stepping firmly on each step of the stairs before moving on to the next stage was the appropriate way a 15-year-old should mature. And in addition...
There's another reason for him not coming back right away this time.
Is it Mimi?
There's that too, but...
He smiled wryly at Emilia, and cutting into the conversation with her insightful point. Even Emilia, someone who was supposed to be unfamiliar with romantic relationships between men and women, seemed to be curious about the love affairs of other people to some extent. She was very interested in Garfield and Mimi's relationship. Of course, Garfield should feel something for Mimi, who had risked her own life to guard his, and she was not shy in proclaiming her affection for him both before and after the battle. Frankly speaking, there was no man out there who would not waver upon being struck with affection from a girl he didn't hate. Subaru, too, was no exception. He was unable to say anything about that phenomenon, considering that he was one that had experienced it before. He would have to wait and see how Garfield would respond to Mimi's feelings, considering the fact that his fondness for Ram was clear. But that was a concern different from the one Garfield had left in the city of Pristella.
Subaru-sama, do you need to ask me something?
No, nothing in particular. It wouldn't be right for me to talk about this matter.
He looked at Frederica's profile with a profound look and was questioned about its meaning. Taking Garfield's true feelings in mind, Subaru dodged her question. At Pristella, there was a family that Garfield worried about. A family of golden hair and green eyes, traits that would remind anyone of Frederica and Garfield, who were brother and sister. Garfield's relationship with that family was like his relationship with Frederica. It was certain that relationship was something Garfield wished to report to his family members, Frederica and Ryuzu himself.
So I won't say anything. Natsuki Subaru will leave it in a Choku Suteki way.
Oh, speaking of Garfield, at Pristella there were some children that were really friendly with him. And they were...
Emilia-tan! You're gonna make my monologue go to waste!
His interference was about to go to waste, so Subaru literally covered Emilia's mouth to stop her from speaking. The possible outcome would be scary if he were to leave it as it was, so he decided that he would make the time to properly explain the gist of the setting later to Emilia. Subaru waved his hand with a forced smile at Frederica, whose face became more and more puzzled.
Sorry to interrupt you two while you're happily heating up your intimacy, but do you all know where you're headed?
Oh, that place called the confinement room. That person we talked about before is there.
That person, then? I wonder if the conversation will go well.
It's something that hasn't been done before, so I don't know. Either way, I'll at least try asking, to make sure.
Julius responded to Subaru's explanation by going into deep thought, his face complex as he followed the ladder's back. In reality, Subaru was also aware of the many problems this proposal had in store. However, if all went well, then they would lower the risk of their journey by a considerable amount.
Also, that girl's rather fond of Subaru, so shouldn't it be fine?
That girl's more fond of Garfield than she is of me. Huh, maybe she likes him more because he's feline. Oh, we've arrived!
While he was replying to Emilia's optimistic words with a strained smile, Frederica stopped walking. Subaru and Emilia too halted their movements, having entered somewhere with a view and atmosphere distinctively alien in the mansion. The floor layout was roughly identical to that of the previous Roswaal mansion. However, the basement part of the eastern wing, that was the only place that was starkly different. In the central building of the mansion, there was the main center wing that concentrated the facilities needed for daily life. The west wing contained multi-purpose facilities such as the maids' rooms and the guests' rooms. Then there was the eastern wing, a place that acted as a storehouse or safe for the history and heritage of the ancient Mathers bloodline, such as books. However, the only place that was different was the eastern wing's basement. There was a clear goal set for the cold, stone room in the basement of the noble mansion.
Quite the unpleasant atmosphere floating around this place, huh?
And Anastasia snorted her nose, complimenting her brief comment on the different atmosphere. There was no denial of her view on the mood, so it was indeed a clear assessment that everyone agreed with. The atmosphere that drifted about in this level of the mansion could not be described in any way other than unpleasant.
It's still different from miasma, it seems, but my body ain't feeling too good about it for sure.
In regard to the building structure and this facility's original purpose, it may be completely unrelated, but I do believe that this structure was ultimately erected due to the presence inside.
Anastasia and Julius looked down at the continuous stairs leading down to the basement of the mansion, filled with darkness, as they exchanged words. The confinement room had already been brought to their attention. It seemed that both of them had correctly imagined the sort of establishment that existed in the basement, or were as close to the right answer as possible.
Well then, I shall be guiding you all now. Please be careful to avoid tripping over your own feet.
With those words, Frederica led them down the stairs. Subaru and the rest followed her tall back, headed for the basement. Julius's face indicated that he had steeled himself for what laid ahead. The footsteps they made while walking down the stone stairs resounded very clearly throughout the space they were in. A cold breeze blew upwards from the basement, causing Subaru's hair to shake slightly, which got his nerves incomprehensibly.
I am going to open it.
Having descended towards the basement, they were blocked by an iron door standing right in front of them. The door had many solid locks installed onto it. Frederica released several of them, one by one. The key to the door made a sound. The locks were undone, and then the door opened with a creaking noise. Beyond that gate, a stone pathway laid in front, with yet another door to be found deep inside this place at the back.
The person you are looking for is beyond this door.
Frederica stepped to the side of the door, making way for them to enter, and then bowed. They gave acknowledging gestures with a nod of their chin in response, and the four people headed straight towards the door, with Subaru in the lead. The door at the deepest part of the basement had no lock. He reached for the doorknob. If he were to push it open, they would surely meet what was inside. Upon having come in contact with the door, Subaru looked back with bated breath. Emilia, Julius, and Anastasia all stared and watched Subaru. The three nodded their heads at Subaru, and he took a deep breath. Then, putting strength into the hand that gripped the knob, and with a sound, the door was pushed open.
Rawr! Rawr! I'm gonna eat you! Help me! No! Nobody will come save you even if you cry for help!
With the doors opening, a lovely voice was heard as the pathway became bathed in light. On the other side of the open door, a lone girl could be seen inside the room, a multitude of dolls placed around her. Her back faced the others as she continued to play with the dolls in her hands. She changed into an imitative voice, though it was unclear just what exactly she was imitating. Nonetheless, she was pretty into it.
Nope, he's coming because he promised to come to me when I was in trouble. After all, huh?
Holding a doll representing a little doll, the child stood up, having suddenly noticed something. Looking back timidly, she saw Subaru and the others standing still at the entrance, dumbfounded, and then opened her round, large eyes. She had braided, light brown hair and had simple but lovely facial features.
Yo! What's up?
Addressing her, Subaru raised his hand as if nothing had happened at all.
Oni-san, you idiot! At least knock before you come in!
Unsurprisingly, he was yelled at as a result of this little prank.
So yeah, this is the prisoner of this mansion. Meili here will advise us regarding the witch beasts.
I've been disgraced. Oni-san hurt my feelings.
Subaru introduced the depressed girl who was crouching in a corner of the room, surrounded by stuffed toys, Meili. Julius shook his head, putting his fingers between his eyebrows. While keeping the girl at the corner of his vision, he spoke this as if blaming Subaru, who had gotten carried away.
It was a bit clumsy of me to have not gotten more information about this beforehand. But the poorness of your character is showing. It is inexcusable that you pull these pranks at every opportunity.
I don't think I was playing around that much, though. Though I do agree that it was in bad taste. Also, she really was someone dangerous before, you know?
Julius appeared to have misgivings of Subaru's justifications. Ignoring those skeptical men, Emilia and Anastasia lined up and spoke out to Meili.
Sorry, Meili. We'll scold Subaru for this later, so don't worry.
My, what a cute girl, ain't she? Beatrice-chan, Petra-chan, ain't this quite telling of Natsuki-kun's tastes?
That's a ridiculous opinion of me! Mind saying something more fitting? I've been trying to bring people together, not specifically lollies!
There was suddenly some sense of grounding to his nickname Lollymancer, so he wished she wouldn't say such frightening things. Putting that aside, Meili hadn't listened to Emilia and her words either, as she was indignant and earnest. In that sense, there was an imbalance in the way she possessed childlike sensitivity.
Meili.
I can't hear you.
Meili, come on!
I don't care.
This was the situation. She was a nuisance, having entered a mode in which she'd refused to listen. Thus, Subaru decided to hurry up and bring out the last resort as quickly as possible. He reached around his back and then showed Meili the ace up his sleeve.
Look, Meili! It's a present here! Take it! It's a new stuffed toy! Darapanda!
Wow, it's so cute!
What Subaru presented Meili with was a stuffed toy, one that he had put together during the dragon carriage trip back from the city of Pristella. As someone who had improved his skills in domestic work the past year, Natsuki Subaru's sewing skills had become twice as good as before. He could now produce stuffed toys, and if so wished, he could even maybe create women's clothes. In any case, this new stuffed toy was innovative work that had merged a panda theme with a lazy from the heat taste. He more or less felt like he had seen something akin to it before, but since that was something from beyond this world, it wouldn't be a big deal, so it was irrelevant. And so he presented the new piece that had those details, and Meili accepted it with glimmering eyes.
Cute! It's a new animal. I wonder what I should name it. Okay, I've got it. I'll call this one Big Panda.
I see you've named it literally what it is.
Putting aside her naming sense, she was extremely skilled at understanding the essence of things. Hugging the stuffed panda in a loving way, she looked at Subaru and the others with a face that indicated that her mood had been salvaged.
By the way, welcome back, Oni-san. One-san. Looks like you've all been away for quite a bit, huh? Petra-chan missed you, you know.
We were gone for a whole month after all, and we're going to be gone for a while again, so I don't really want to think about how it'll probably anger Petra. But
Petra-chan does love Oni-san after all. New people?
As she was lining up her scattered plush toys onto shelves, Meili's face revealed that she had just noticed Julius and Anastasia. Julius looked surprised at the sudden change in mood, but Anastasia simply nodded with a composed look.
Compared to her, Mimi's ability to manipulate us is only beginner level.
Now that you say it, I agree. Let us give our thanks to Mimi.
Master and servant displayed a strange sense of agreement, and after that, Julius's eyes swiftly darted around the room, after briefly taking a look at that underground space.
Nevertheless, I had assumed this would be a harsh environment after hearing that it was a confinement room. But contrary to my expectations, it seems to be a rather peaceful place to spend time in.
The person in here is a little girl, so it's not like we wanted to torment her. But she can't go outside either, so it's complicated.
Emilia lowered her eyebrows, her visage complex. Just like she had stated, the confinement room, or rather Meili's living space to put it bluntly, gave off a very lenient feeling for a place of incarceration. It did seem cold because of the stone pathway, but there was colorful wallpaper and carpet decorating the girl's room, and she was free to do whatever she pleased, considering how she wasn't even restrained. On the shelves, there were countless stuffed toys that had been crafted by Subaru's hands, along with many books and play equipment. She was being given food, and there wasn't any problem with bathing or going to the bathroom. In short, it was a place where a hikikomori could live in peace. It was so comfy that even Subaru wanted to be confined in it. However,
It seems that there is a peculiar air, not unlike miasma, leaking endlessly.
It also seems to be coming from that girl, doesn't it?
in response to Anastasia and the other's look, Meili nodded with a smile on her face. She had an honest smile, but something emanated from that girl, so dreadful and disgusting that it could not be hidden. That was the biggest reason as to why Meili had been confined here and was not released.
I did talk about it on the dragon carriage, but this girl actually aimed for Emilia and us before. So she's like a killer for hire? You could put it like that, I guess.
I feel that it is inaccurate already at this point, but please continue.
Feels like you're implying something with the way you say that. Anyways, she's a professional killer. As for what Meili's small body can do, in short, she can manipulate witch beasts. She is a witch beast master.
Yep, me and the bad animal sans get along pretty well.
Meili said that with an ahem as she puffed up her chest with pride, but the contents of her words were still shocking. Witch beasts were harmful threats to mankind and were never friendly with humans at first. It seemed that there was one exception, an arrangement in which witch beasts would obey the person who had broken their horn, but...
In Meili's case, the presence of the horn is irrelevant. I'm not too sure about that theory, so even if I explain it to you, you wouldn't understand.
From what Mama said, I play the same role as a witch beast's horn. So, I can be friendly with the witch beasts.
Fulfilling the role of a witch beast's horn, the meaning of that was obscure. That being said, It seemed like there had never been any type of research done on the ecology of witch beasts. Of course, there was the possibility that there were people who hunted witch beasts for a living, but even if they held that information about their traits, they would not be looking at them from a research point of view, most likely.
Initially, Meili came to attack us with one more person. Garfield defeated that person, and this girl was caught. Ever since then, she's always been sheltered by this mansion.
Why did you do that much? No matter what you say, if she was an enemy before, you should have dealt with her quickly. But I'm guessing it's more like you can deal with this.
There's no way we can even think of killing her. But at the same time, we can't expel her either, because this girl says that if she gets released...
Mama will get mad at me. Elsa died and I failed, so she'll definitely kill me if she finds me. So, staying here is the safest option.
Meili answered with a calm tone, but it seemed like her expression had become clouded. Meili had lost Elsa, who she worked with, and had failed in carrying out her task. Their guardians were most likely something like professional killer managers, and their failures would definitely never be tolerated. Banishing her would mean she would receive punishment. Those would be her own personal consequences, and even though Subaru and the others were completely unrelated to that...
It is certainly a nightmare to deal with.
This is not the first time Emilia-sama and yours ideations have been brought up. It was out of line for us outsiders to utter such inconsiderate things. Incidentally, who is this mama of hers?
We don't know. Any other thing beside this mother's name, Mama, is unknown. Based on what Meili said, she doesn't even know what her face looks like. What kind of family environment is that?
But considering the professional killer business, perhaps that grim way of life was unavoidable. It seemed difficult to figure out who this mother was based off of the content of Meili's statements, so they could shake off anxiety about the future.
That Roswaal bastard was also useless after Elsa died, since there was no one like an intermediary.
Did you say something?
Just talking to myself.
The insignia incident that occurred on the very first day Subaru had been summoned in the royal capital had been orchestrated by Roswaal. Of course, Elsa, who had attempted to reap Emilia's life, was also the one he had commissioned to do so. Considering the flow of the events of that request, it should have been easy to draw that connection. However, the intermediary of that communication line had been lost somehow, and it seemed that they were unable to contact that person. If Roswaal's words were to be trusted in any way, Elsa and Meili's subsequent attacks were unrelated to his intentions. This was where this mama or whatever had become a concern.
Anyhow, that's our relationship with Meili. The girl's here out of necessity. It's not to spoil her, at least for now.
If that's the case, Subaru and everyone else are being a little too nice.
Well, in that case, it's our dreamy good virtues taking over.
Because, after all, it was painful seeing this small, youthful girl being confined to a cold basement. It was not something they could just decide to forget, and if they attempted to disregard it, they would end up getting bad dreams. So it's not like he held any grudge against her, and so he was better off being in a good mood with her.
Wouldn't you normally have a grudge against her?
Should I?
I mean, didn't you say that she tried to kill you? So...
There's such a thing called idle malicious intent. Although, a crime is a crime, regardless of age.
In response to Anastasia's question, Subaru went into thought while scratching his cheek. Once he took a peek at Meili to the side, Subaru noticed that she was looking at himself with unreadable emotions in her eyes. He wasn't really concerned about her, but he spoke his thoughts honestly.
If someone orders a person who doesn't know any better to commit a crime, then the person who made the order should be blamed. Even more so if it's a kid. If they're capable of thinking for themselves and do it regardless, I think there's no difference. An eye for an eye, the Hammurabi Code, is nothing but negative in my eyes.
That's some lip service. So do you think the people this girl has murdered would agree with that?
I don't think so. They're free to want revenge on Meili. As for myself, had I died, even I don't think I'd state my forgiveness like I do now.
In the end, Subaru's opinions and thoughts would change depending on first impressions. If he were told things such as that he wasn't right in the head or that he was being ruled over by his emotions, then so be it. Actually, that was probably true.
Back when I was a kid, my parents and other adults would take responsibility for me. So, I thought that if the kids near me do something they can't take responsibility for, how about I take it on instead? That's all.
A valuable opinion. Thanks.
Anastasia cut off Subaru's words, as she had lost interest halfway. Of course, he felt like that was a typical reaction, so his feelings hadn't been hurt. In an organization where clean judgment was not taken into consideration, then any crime would be judged to be a crime, regardless of age. A probation period, however, was given, because this camp was a lenient one. Subaru didn't dislike that atmosphere and environment.
I believe what Subaru is saying makes sense.
Thank you.
He had not been expecting completely positive reactions, but words such as those were akin to salvation for him. Turning to Meili, who had been forgotten even though the conversation had her as the topic, Subaru matched his eyesight with hers.
I have something that I need your help with. Mind coming along with me?
Sure thing. I'll go with Oni-san.
Meili quietly nodded at Subaru's request. Subaru, nor anyone else, pointed out how they felt like they could witness slight tears from the girl who had hidden her face with the panda in her embrace.
I've only been to the Agaria sand dunes twice.
Subaru and the others' explanation ended, and Meili said those words while fiddling with her braided hair. She closed her eyes as if looking back at her memories before resuming.
I visited to replenish the witch beasts in my control. There are lots of witch beasts there, so a lot of progress was made, but... Oni-san, are you really going there? Everyone besides me will probably die, you know.
It seemed that their actions were seen as reckless in the eyes of this girl who was devoid of morals. The Witch Beast Master's opinion carried quite some weight in regards to just how much they were striving for.
I really want to use the expertise of those with experience as a reference, but the idea that we'll die if we go has been thrown around a lot lately. So, it's a bit late for that. Also, if it's just like a maze in the desert, then we have preparations to break out of it.
Yes, that'd be me.
Anastasia waved her hand, emphasizing her role as a guide. However, avoiding getting lost on the path in this endeavor to conquer the desert to get to the Watchtower was only worth 30 points. Failure would be inevitable with this score. Or rather, as long as they remained unable to find an answer worth a perfect score, they would probably have difficulty getting out alive. The three problems: the Desert Labyrinth, the Witch Beast Den, and the Sage's Eye. The Desert Labyrinth would work out with Anastasia being Erinna, and as for the counter to the Witch Beast Den, this is what they wanted to prepare a measure for. That was why he wished to hear more details from Meili, but...
how should I put it? Do you know any way to avoid the witch beasts? Or rather, ways to lure them away from us?
Oni-san, if you run off by yourself, a lot of them will definitely chase you, you know.
I've already done that a few times, and they were painful experiences.
It happened once a year ago at the mansion, and once again a little while after that by the Whale of the Plains. He felt like it was about time to stop this. Of course, he wasn't reluctant to do it if there was no other measure to take, but Subaru wanted to avoid being the only one left behind in the middle of the desert if possible.
If Oni-san doesn't want to do it, then maybe you could prepare a lot of decoys for it. All witch beasts jump at living things over normal food. So, maybe something like that?
That's definitely a no. I'm against it. I am against it.
You don't have to disagree so frantically. Nobody will be chosen, so it's fine.
That being said, it seemed like no useful opinions were coming up, or at least, as far as the witch beast's psychology was concerned, with Meili, someone who was better at handling them than anyone else, incapable of coming up with an effective plan, they were helpless.
Yep, guess we'll have to beat the witch beasts that come at us one by one. Gonna expect a lot from Emilia and Julius.
I'm wondering about your self-appraisal, considering how you were not included there. But do you think this is possible?
Julius reacted to Subaru's proposal by asking Meili about its feasibility. Upon hearing that, Meili looked at Emilia and Julius in turn, and...
Probably not. Can One-san use magic for about a week without rest?
You want us to have a final battle in trench warfare?
I'll try?
You don't have to! This is the flow of an unreasonable conversation. Emilia hair and skin will dry up, so let's not, okay? Rejected!
It seemed like the plan to break through by force already had some unreasonable details to it. Just how much of that scenario Meili had actually seen was unknown, but if there was no such thing as childhood exaggeration in her statements, then they could never perform the unreasonable.
How about smearing witch beast blood on the dragon carriage and fooling the other witch beast's sense of smell?
No, the ground dragons won't be able to fool them. And there's the possibility that the witch beasts won't band together. Something like hiring guards. Oh, how about hiring a big army for this? Kind of like what we did with the white whale.
That will not be possible either. That was done before by other people who challenged the Pleiades Watchtower. Even though it was not as big as an army, it was still a large force. Feel free to guess the result. How about breaking the horn of a powerful witch beast and using it to fend off the other witch beasts?
If it's not as overwhelming as the whale, then we'll be overrun by their numbers. It'd be nice if avoiding them was simple, such as using something like an insect repellent spray.
Subaru's odor, or rather the witch's lingering scent, was a spray that attracted insects towards him, so he was useless. Roswaal was the one responsible for constantly managing the barrier that separated the Arlem village from the witch beast's habitat. Something like creating a barrier around people, one that moved together with them. It seemed like that sort of thing was not possible.
Perhaps we should have Roswaal hold on to us and attack from the sky?
If we could slip by the sage's eye, then that may have been an option.
Oh, damn, right. We have to consider the sage too.
His unrealistic viewpoint was denied by a realistic one. Even if they could just evade the witch beasts in the desert, there was still the sage to worry about. Just how had nobody ever been able to slip by this person? It was honestly the only thing they were completely in the dark on how to handle.
If we could at least narrow it down to one problem.
Jeez, I guess I have no choice.
Oh?
Subaru and the others all sat in a circle in the room, getting headaches from thinking about the way out of this conundrum, and then, finally, Meili spoke. She stood up, shaking her small head at Subaru and the others.
I can go with you guys. If I'm there, the witch beast won't care what you do. You'll be free to stay away from them, make them pets, make them kill each other, or make them eat the sage person.
We won't do the second half! Or, anyways.
He opened his eyes wide at that fairly extreme remark, but the proposal shocked him even more. Not only was Meili being cooperative, but she was willing to go out on her own, an opinion he thought she would never express.
Aren't you scared to go outside? Is that alright?
It's not like I'll be found by Mama, right? After I leave the mansion, you know? I'm scared of being found, but I can't just stay in this room my whole life.
He was surprised with Meili being conscious of that fact, that sooner or later she would have to leave. But that may have been natural. He had been taking turns checking on her whenever the change presented itself, but even then, The time that girl spent confined in her room by herself was multitudes larger. Certainly, she had had so much time to think that even the silence would become scary. Being confined in a room alone was both relaxing and terrifying. And even if those sensations evoked lethargy in her, one day, her heart would be tortured without warning.
Subaru?
And while Subaru was feeling unusual sympathy for Meili's heart, Emilia gently pulled on his sleeve. Subaru knew what she was thinking, as he agreed with it as well.
This isn't just a fun walk outside. We have a guide, we'll be crossing the desert, and even though we have you, we'll have to get through the witch beast den. To make matters worse, some scary sage guy might be on the watch out too.
Isn't it nice taking a walk after a long time?
With those bullish words, Meili replied to Subaru. Just how much of it was a bluff was unbeknownst to him, and likewise, just how much of it was her telling the truth was too, but...
She is the trump card for the witch beasts, right?
Yeah, that's right. We'll be counting on you, Meili.
I'll try my best, even if you don't.
Emilia and Subaru exchanged gazes with each other, and then nodded to Meili. The girl, the recipient of their words, spoke as if she would push herself beyond her utmost abilities, and hugged the panda tightly. And so, this became a single step forward towards accomplishing their journey, at which Julius folded his arms, some words spilling from his mouth, his face one of admiration at the result he had just witnessed.
I really wish that I would not utter these words, but persuading little girls really is one of your strong points. Although I do not believe this is a good ability to be renowned for.
It's because you guys are steadily treating me like a little girl user! Or have you know that Meili isn't as small as a little girl? She's not a little girl!
Subaru pointed at the room's entrance in frustration in response to Julius's useless words. Right as he did, however, the door was opened, and a person showed up on the other side of the door.
I was wondering what was so noisy, only to find out it was just Subaru making a racket again, I suppose.
Having finished her private talk with Roswaal, yet another little girl had joined them. Another fuss was made, but that was an incident to be put aside as something not worth bringing up. So that will be left as that.
Arc 6, Chapter 4, The Reason to Bring You Out. To reach the Pleiades Watchtower, they must conquer the deadly desert region of the Oguria's sand dunes. The Witch Beastmaster, Meili, joined Subaru's group as a member that would boost their confidence in escaping from the labyrinth of sand, wherein lied a witch beast den. However, even though it had been settled that she would be brought along, the girl had still been the sole resident of the mansion's confinement room for a long time. 1 year to be exact, because she had aided Roswaal. She had a history of cooperating with the Bowel Hunter in attacking the mansion, and naturally, Subaru had thought that arguments about releasing Meili from her solitary confinement would follow suit. However...
There's nothing wrong with it, is there? If Emilia-sama and Subaru-kun have decided to let you out, then why would I have a problem with it? Even if their judgment turns out to be inaccurate and she indeed has bad intentions, you all are the ones that she'd aim for, you know?
Roswaal gave Meili permission to leave with little to no fuss. The contents of his response were truly Roswaal-ish. But what mattered was that she had gained his permission, for the moment anyway, and thus Meili was finally freed from her year-long confinement.
Just as I thought, the air outside is so different. Being in that cramped room for so long made it hard for me to breathe.
I mean, we still tried our best to make it not feel like that too much. It wasn't that bad, Was it?
Did you? I appreciate the concern, but being able to freely move your body's a whole different feeling. Oni-san, if you don't learn to notice little details, you'll be hated by One-san and Ojo-san long before you know it, you know?
Meili's lips formed into a pout while holding her plethora of stuffed animals. Incidentally, the person Meili was referring to as Oni-san was Emilia, while the person she was referring to as Ojo-chan was Beatrice. She would refer to Petra as Petra-chan, Garfield as Fanged Oni-san, and thus she'd reasonably refer to Otto as Weakling.
Can I rest in this room now?
As far as I know, there shouldn't be a problem. People come to clean the rooms, even the ones that aren't used very often, so you shouldn't feel uneasy about it being dirty or anything like that. Frederica should have come to clean the room right when we were bringing our luggage out as well, so...
All right.
Within the western wing of Roswaal's mansion were many private rooms for servants. The interior of one was currently being inspected by a curious Meili. Meili had been freed from her confinement room, however her position remained complicated. Naturally, expelling her was out of the question, as she needed to be taken care of at the mansion. But what exactly was her role then? Was she a guest? Was she a maid? She couldn't be pushed away to the point of calling her a guest, but she wasn't as close as to be labeled a maid. Thus, they had settled on branding her a cooperative worker of the mansion, as it would have been insufficient to call her a maid, and it would have been insufficient to call her a guest, and was assigned a room on the servants' floor. Her belongings that had been kept in the confinement room would be brought over, letting her finish decorating the space in her own way.
Even if I've been freed, I don't know how long I'll be staying here, you know? Once something like that seems like an opportunity to live peacefully appears, I might immediately run away after all.
Well, what's most important is that you don't cause trouble, nor go back to that mama of yours. You could do whatever you want other than that. But I'll make sure you carry out your duty first. And after that, then you can do whatever you want.
You're saying that when it's all taken care of, I can die whenever I want?
As long as I don't hear it happening, then I don't care who dies or where, is what the old cynical me would have said. So, I won't.
After Subaru had set down all her belongings into the room, he petted Meili's head while she stood still at the window. The girl with braided chestnut hair twinkled her eyes as Subaru continued to pet her head.
I want everyone involved to live and die decently, no matter what. You're free to leave if you want it, but at least send us back a letter or something. Just enjoy this time as genuinely as you can.
He gave a light pat to her head at the end of his statement and brought his hand back. After receiving that tap to her head, Meili glared at Subaru with scornful eyes, putting her own hand where Subaru's had been.
Oni-san, did you win over Ojo-chan and Petra-chan like that? Jeez, I'll never be too careful around you.
I don't mean it to be like that.
Scratching his head, Subaru finished helping Meili bring her personal belongings in and headed towards the room's exit. He didn't have any intention of helping with the rearrangement of the room upon completing the task of bringing in her stuff. On top of that, there probably was an insurmountable wall separating Subaru's sense of remodeling and Meili's own. Thus, he decided it would be best to depart before doing anything unnecessary that would cause her to dislike him.
Well, I'll take your words with a grain of salt. Besides, you're going to be throwing your life away soon at the Agaria sand dunes anyway.
We aren't going to throw them away. We're going to hold on to them and get through it. And that relies quite a bit on your powers, so we'll be counting on you.
Yeah.
Swinging his hand back and forth to the girl who was blowing him off so that he would leave, Subaru left the room. She brought out each of her belongings out from a box, all while wearing an indifferent face as she avoided looking at Subaru. and her possessions were put out in a tentative manner. Just like Meili had said, this was a room that made her feel like she didn't know how long she would be staying, nor that she knew if she'd return.
This is so fun!
This girl indulged herself in her own room as she walked around with a gait that exemplified unrestrained enthusiasm. She went around arranging her favorite stuffed animals, and the happiness of the young girl, having obtained her own room for the first time, was plain for all to see. It would make anyone feel pleased to see such a spring in the step of a young girl. With the decision of adding Meili to the group, the participants of the exciting tour to inquiry the Sage included these group of 7. Subaru, Emilia, and Beatrice, who were members of the same organization, and Julius, Anastasia, and Meili, the outsiders made collaborators. Finally, another girl would be taken out, Rem. The aforementioned were the 7 members of the party who would face the Auguria sand dunes, located at the eastern end of the world. The Auguria sand dunes, a place located at the edge of the world, laid in a straight line east of the new Roswaal mansion. But, as the path they would travel was longer than the one leading to the Watergate city of Pristella, it would take close to 20 days for just a one-way trip. In other words, the expedition was a big adventure that could take 40 days just to get there and back. And it could take over 2 months if one considered the days spent after safely arriving at the Watchtower and their time there. The problem with this was...
Hey, Petra! Sorry for leaving you alone, but at least let me brighten your mood.
Don't worry. I'm not angry, it's fine. Subaru-sama can go as many faraway dangerous places as he wants. Just like he always has, right?
Petra was yielding to the harsh depression that resulted from having to stay behind during the Pristella affairs for a whole month, which would soon become a period of 2 more months. This girl walked impetuously around the mansion with a cold, clear face as she waved around her maid outfit, an outfit that was well suited for her petite body. As for Subaru, he was following her back, showering her in apologies, in the midst of trying his best to repair her humor. So why was it even necessary for Subaru to be this frantic about fixing Petra's mood? Well, the common assumption was that in all times and all places, whenever a girl became displeased in such a manner, it was usually the guy's fault. In fact, Petra was the best representative of femininity in the mansion. The guys unfortunate enough to have been the ones who ruined her mood were those in the mansion. Subaru, Roswaal, Garfield, Otto. Who else could it have been? Technically, not every guy was unfortunate in this sense, but when Puck does come back, he would join the ranks of the bad boys. Too bad. Anyway.
I know it must have been suffocating to have been left with Vashti for a month, but it is your job, so try not to be too picky about...
Like, don't get mad over things like that. I'm not a kid. Stop saying weird things that when I have Ram Ne-sama and Frederica Ne-sama.
To think a girl who belts the bits of a man's stomach would claim she's not a kid is just...
An angry Petra had caused Subaru to collapse in agony with a strike to a vital part of his body. With her hands on her hips and her thin chest puffed out, Petra seemed nothing if not childish. But a lady is made in spirit before it is in body. In Beatrice's case, her body never grew, and her spirit was lagging behind too.
But, Petra, wasn't this headbutt from a higher place than your previous one? Well, even then, it felt like there was a small moment at the start of your last headbutt where you were on your tiptoes before you came flying towards my chest.
I'm dumbfounded. Didn't I tell Beatrice? Hey, look! I've grown up this past month. My back has grown, my legs have grown. And hasn't my face become cute as well?
I guess you did grow a bit. Your back and your hair, I mean. Although, your face was cute from the beginning.
Originally, Petra was the beauty of the Arlum village. Having been lured away by the mansion to serve as one of its maids had caused a great fuss, as Petra, being the village's boy's dream girl, was the one girl everyone wanted to marry. To be more specific, you could cause a sumo wrestling tournament to unfold in the center of the plaza if you challenged these crybabies. The adults would barge in at the end, and the celebration of lifting the somehow beaten up Subaru into the air would reach its end. It would be an enigmatic rite of passage. Anyhow, Petra was this girl who was loved by the villagers. She was a girl who often expressed her sorrow about helping with the mansion. He wanted to use the convenience of having her in the mansion as much as possible for the sake of the extraordinary future potential Petra had in store. At the same time, Subaru held no power within the mansion, so he would cherish these days to an extent so that he'd continue on without forgetting this type of ordinary life.
Also, you weren't able to be the extremely painful girl that you are. As for Naysummer and her well-known temper, I am aware of how you feel suffocated from having her tell you to work all the time.
It's not like that, though.
Subaru let both of his arms open to console the pouting girl. Petra showed a slightly hesitant gesture, and then she jumped into Subaru's arms. He hugged her small body and then petted her head as to reward her.
Subaru-sama, you're going to do something dangerous again.
It's not as if it's completely settled that it's gonna be dangerous, you know. Actually, it kind of sounds like I'm saying you shouldn't consider the possibility of it being dangerous, but the truth is, it really might be a reasonably safe expedition.
What's the probability of each outcome?
I guess it would be a ratio of 8 to 2, with the safe outcome being the lowest, maybe?
To me, that sounds like it'd be pretty dangerous then.
Not being able to lie in a meaningful conversation was one of Subaru's bad habits. Subaru felt like Petra had begun to becoming displeased while being held in his arms. He then let out a sigh as he did not understand what was wrong with her. Suddenly, Petra started to rub her forehead against his stomach.
I'm worried. Subaru-sama's always like this. Ever since you first came to the mansion, and ever since I met you at the village. You've been through so much, and going all over the place diligently without even taking a break? It would be nice if you learn a thing or two from Lazy Master.
Nah, even though Roswaal gave his stamp of approval, he probably has some sweat rolling down his forehead whenever we're somewhere he can't see. I agree that he is useless when it comes to life-threatening matters, though.
It was rough with the witch beasts. It was rough with the witch cult. It was rough with the earth spider. It was rough with the goddess statue. It was rough with the great Elior forest. And it was rough cleaning the graves, too. Despite all that, we fought with the witch cult of Pristella. And then Otto and the others died. Well, almost.
We almost got Otto killed again.
Otto dies too much. Amazingly enough, Subaru was in complete agreement with this notion. But he wished that he wouldn't simply die. If Otto died, Subaru would not be able to avoid dying himself as well. Not to boast of it as a friendship that not even death would tear apart, though.
Why can't someone other than Subaru-sama do it? Another person? You should just leave it up to someone stronger or something like that. Like Master, since he has the time.
I understand. I understand just how much frustration you've had piled up because of how Roswaal wastes his time so often. Stop trying to drive Roswaal off to his death every time you can. There's way too much friction in this camp.
It could be overlooked if all it was were the things like Petra serving Roswaal his tea with dirty rag water. Although it would obviously be bad if she started being more malicious and hostile in more concrete ways. Before it turned out like that, however, Subaru let out a commanding voice. But Petra eyed Subaru with a serious look. It seemed like half-assed deception and insincere words would not be able to convince her. Also, above all, Petra was seriously worried about Subaru's safety. Saying anything unnecessary and careless in this situation would be disrespectful to Petra's feelings of anxiety.
Well, I get your point. I really do. It's true that there seem to be witch beasts on the way to the Sage's Tower. It's true that the desert's maze is rumoured to be ridiculous. And I know how ridiculous it is in the first place to aim for a sage that get mad at us for coming close to the tower. But even then, there's no way in hell I'd leave this up to someone else.
Why? Subaru-sama, aren't you perhaps overestimating your own strength? Just let Garf-san take an embarrassing assumption like that.
Petra's grading is seriously strict to the extreme. There's no way in hell I'm going to let Garfield hear that.
Petra's critical standards were so harsh that it would make many men tremble upon hearing them. It would be appropriate to categorize Garfield's attitude towards his weakness as one of making false expectations while being unfazed. However, Garfield made sure to put an earnest efforts to change these false expectations into reality. Also, in this case, the problem was probably the fact that he would be stronger when holding these erroneous beliefs. The matter at hand, thus, could not be heard by Garfield, considering his interpretation of his strength versus his actual strength.
Well, speaking of Garfield's delusion, his way of thinking, it's not like there's no one out there more suitable for the task than I am. Certainly, when you're thinking of traversing a grand sand labyrinth, objectively, it would make much more sense to leave this up to Reinhard.
Then why don't you let him do it?
I wonder why. I like receiving praise, but concepts like honor have never been a part of me.
In actuality, he really did not understand why he desired to do it like this. However, if he were to dare and put it into words, perhaps these would be how to best put it?
No, never mind. This is something I want to do myself after all. Even if there's someone more suited for it out there. Even though I know there'd be a high chance of success. That way, I still want to do it.
Why?
It's embarrassing, but it's because I want me to be the first person she sees when she wakes up.
He did not specify who, but even so, Petra understood who it was. If a way to wake up that girl, the girl that laid in a state of continuous deep slumber, were to be found at the Sage's Tower, he wanted to be the one to seize it. Even if there was someone else out there more suitable for the endeavor, even if someone other than himself with a higher chance of success existed, this was the sole thing he would not give up. He did not want to give it up. This was Subaru's ego.
If I were to disregard my feelings and think of it from a rational viewpoint, anyone could be the one to wake her up. If something like a ridiculous disease of never being able to wake up were to spread, and were this the only way about saving them, I wouldn't care about anyone else developing a vaccine or wonder drug to cure it. I wouldn't care about the process if it meant saving them.
Yeah.
But if I allow my feelings to come into the picture, I want to do things myself. I want to be the one to help them. I want to be the one to wake them up. I want to give it my all and save everything.
Thus, Natsuki Subaru would be the one to go. There were countless others who were stronger. There were countless others who were more reliable. There were countless others who were wiser. There were countless others who held more graceful characters. But Natsuki Subaru's own ego would ignore all of that, and so he would be the one to go, only because he wanted to be praised by this girl after saving her.
Sorry for disappointing you with my selfishness.
You really did disappoint me. Nothing you said changes anything for me.
After Subaru's own acknowledgement of his shamefulness, Subaru petted Petra's head, bracing himself for her hatred. But after Petra let out an unclear voice, she lifted her head from Subaru's arms. Subaru was surprised that her round, large eye had become clouded by giant teardrops. And then...
Hey!
Another headbutt!
Petra swung her pointy head downward, and then her forehead caused great pain to the pit of Subaru's stomach. She had aimed at Subaru's defenseless vitals, making him fall to his knees, promptly escaping from his arms with an anticlimactic leap, then closing one of her eyes and sticking out her tongue.
Subaru-sama, you idiot! You're selfish! Why don't you just go do whatever you want? Because when you return after 2 months, I'll surprise you by becoming a really beautiful girl. Feel free to regret not being able to see that grow up close.
Oh, there's really something unfortunate about that.
It would not be unusual for a kid to change during their growth period so suddenly. Petra was a glamorous 13-year-old after all, so after 2 months she might give out a completely different impression.
To tell you the truth, I also grew 19 centimeters between the 7th and 8th grades.
Huh? That seems a little impossible.
Well, Subaru's case was rare. He had only grown so much because he was originally short. Although Petra almost broke down due to the size of the expectations he had of her, this girl clenched her fists soon after, and then thrusting both of her fists towards Subaru, she declared,
Anyway, what Subaru-sama should do is go ahead and travel whatever dangerous places he wishes, worrying everyone and troubling everyone. And after that, come back like you always do.
It sounds like I'm a pretty big nuisance to others when you say that.
Although looking at it that way, the way she had described him surprisingly did not sound far from the truth. Anyhow, Subaru pushed out both of his hands as well, and then matched Petra's fist with his own.
It's always troubling for Petra, but I'll carelessly head towards dangerous places like I always do. And you just wait for me to return, after all those things are done and dusted like you always do. It's Petra's own special right to welcome us back once we return from our journey.
You won't let Frederica Nisama or Ren Nisama say before me, right?
Yeah, I promise.
Including Master?
Don't worry about that. If Roswaal was the first one to appear after we come back, I'll smack him.
I understand. Alright, that convinces me.
She pulled back the fists that were matched with Subaru's, and then that triumphant spirit started to flow out of the sighing Petra, largely because he had let Petra take over the flow of the conversation, though...
Jeez, Subaru-sama can't be helped.
Somehow it felt like her statement had been delivered in a way that made it seem as if she were talking to everyone. Subaru thought that he couldn't wrap his head around that. Although he was not worried to the point of anxiety, in order to settle an uncertain matter that lied within the mansion, Subaru finally stepped inside that room. Entering this room was the only time Subaru would naturally hold his breath and lighten his footsteps. But even if he were to enter the room while singing loudly and tapping his feet, the situation within the room definitely would not change. Still, perhaps he unconsciously decided to keep silent within the room, simply for the sake of the girl who was lying on the bed within the room, whose figure would cause pain to swell up within his chest if he were to look at it excessively. It was a deep sleep. If she were able to wake up, he would wish for her to wake up right this instant. However, he felt that disturbing her deep sleep would be akin to blasphemy. This girl, who had sunken into a deep sleep of everlasting dreams, was precious to him and to such a degree.
I say that, but that, of course, is just my own overly subjective belief.
Saying those words with a tone of dismay, Subaru pulled out a chair beside the bed to sit on. Just like that, 1 month had passed since he last stepped foot into this room, and he was reunited with the face of a sleeping Rem, whose state showed no change, still in a state of deep slumber ever since a year ago.
I'm back! Sorry for coming to see you so late. I had some business to take care of, and I was a bit hesitant about it too, 'cause it made this visit very last minute.
It was obvious, but of course there was no response from the sleeping Rem. Subaru reached out with his voice, despite knowing that there would be no response. and held a calm expression even then. Natsuki Subaru had an expression that he would expose only to this specific girl. He owned this determined expression, indicating he was ready to throw away his own life in earnest that he would only show to Emilia. He owned this trustful expression that made it seem as if he would be able to entrust his life that he would only show to Beatrice. And then he owned this expression that exposed his weaknesses, which he so often tried to conceal, the expression that he would only show to Rem.
What should I tell you? Actually, there's so many things I could talk to you about, you know? I couldn't come here while I was at the Watergate city of Pristella, and a lot of things happened there. It was such a big uproar that even if I talked to you about it all night, there'd still be more to tell you about. But I suppose I have all the time in the world to talk to you about all that.
Subaru gently slipped his hand within the bed, searching for the hand of the girl who had a towel blanket up to her chest, and began speaking upon grasping Rem's hand. Within her long fingertips, with her slender, pale arms, her gentleness and existence of her warmth were evident, but for some reason there was the mysterious sense of blood flow. No, a sign of life within her was missing. A lone force within her was preserving her life. However, there was no force within her that simultaneously preserved her life and made it whole. Rem's life, with this contradictory situation, had her time frozen even now, trapped within a state of slumber. However,
I might finally reach you. Of course, it's also possible that my expectations are too high, and I'll end up not being satisfied. Of course, it's also possible that in the end, the Sage will fail to live up to their name and end up with nothing, only to have them apologise for the inaccurate information. But
a clear path to a solution, other than defeating gluttony, finally was coming into sight. Although the fact that the path he had followed to reach this answer had been shaped by others was a source of disappointment. Even so, it resembled a ray of light, one that seemed like he was finally able to grasp.
Because I was too busy freaking out to ask Echidna.
Within the sanctuary, within the witch's tomb, back when he had been invited to a tea party in a dream, he confronted Echidna, the witch of greed, and in rejecting her, Subaru escaped her control. It was a choice taken to protect Natsuki Subaru's fragile soul, but at the same time, it was a decision that distanced himself from the one person who might have assisted him in finding a way to save Rem, possibly. Of course, it was hard to gauge just how much insight Echidna, a witch most knowledgeable of the past, could lend about an archbishop brandishing their power in the present. But maybe had he revealed the situation to her, listening to the witch's input might have been helpful. Right after determinedly rejecting the witch's request, he had been confident that the right decision had been made. But as time went on, he became aware that it felt that the passing seasons and the relationship's development were leaving Rem behind. He became worried about whether his decision was the correct one after all. Even if he had promised from the bottom of his heart that he would save her, he had yet to take any definite action for that end. But finally, he was now able to do something for her sake, having slipped out of the deadlock that had stagnated every time. In the city of Pristella, a multitude of people had suffered the same type of fate as Rem, and for that purpose of saving them, they would embark on a journey to the Pleiades Watchtower. However, if he were to point out his real motive, the real reason that drove Subaru towards the tower was Rem. Even while understanding it was both unreasonable and inappropriate, Subaru.
I will save you, Rem. This is the oath I've made.
Just like she had been there for Subaru in those fragile days, in those times, now in these times where Rem needed someone's hand the most, was when Subaru wanted to be the one there for her and offer his hand.
Hurts.
Huh?
Subaru, who had his eyes closed tight while speaking words of determination, heard a voice which made him raise his face abruptly. He took a look at Rem with inconceivable surprise within his eyes, only to find that she was laying there quietly, her eyes closed, holding onto Subaru's hand in silence. Then whose voice was...
Let go of her hand, Barasu. Just looking at how strongly you are holding her hand brings me pain.
Oh, it's you, Ram.
Looking back at the entrance of the room, Subaru saw Ram standing there, her cold look shooting daggers at him. After being relieved by her gaze, Subaru hurriedly released his hand, the one that had been holding to Ram's own, having realized that he had been grasping it with more strength than he thought.
I cannot bear watching Ram's whitebait-like fingers being violated by Barasu's sexual desires.
Can you not say it like that? That'll make me feel like my previous determination has turned into something completely filthy.
After Subaru let go of Ram's hand, Ram, who stepped into the room, took her hand instead. The older sister gently caressed the slender white fingers of her younger sister, then regarding Subaru with a side glance.
Was your determination really that pure? Carefully reflect on yourself a bit more and make your speech again. If you lust after me instead, someone who looks extremely similar to Ram will also get down shivers upon her spine and run away.
Calm down. Even though your physical appearances are extremely alike, I will never confuse you two because of the differences in your inner self's radiance. I'm not a half-hearted man who judges only on outward appearance.
Is that so? I guess that is fine then. Even if you have found a way to wake her up, it's hard to imagine how Rem would feel if Barasu had forgotten her during this year. It would be surprising if she does not hold any distaste for you. If your depictions of her during our idle conversations were not wild fantasies, that is.
Just how little faith do you have in me? We've known each other for a long time now, you know?
Huh?
Snorting with her nose like she always did, Ram moved to get up from her seat and took a look around the room.
I need to get ready to leave, so someone also needs to prepare a second set of clothes for Rem. She doesn't sweat, so changing her clothes really is unnecessary, but her body still requires being wiped off. Something's widening below your nose. Disgusting.
I didn't say anything because there wasn't really anything to say, but even this is the treatment I get!
Rem, having fallen into her slumber from having her names and memories eaten, was basically unreactive to any physical stimuli. In regards to caring for her body, there was no practical reason to doing things like wiping her down or changing her clothes. The reasoning for those around her to do such things was nothing more than to feel some level of comfort, to feel that her existence was not being fully left behind. Only considering the practical aspects of doing all this, actions like Subaru making a speech and Ram taking care of her younger sister's body, neither did anything positive for the situation. Yet, despite that, the reason why neither attempted to stop such pointless actions was because everyone realized that even if they did not say it out loud, they knew that people still acknowledged the fact their actions would not be accompanied by actual consequences.
Isn't it about time for you to start feeling as if Rem is your real sister?
Subaru asked this question unexpectedly to her as she was looking down at the figure of a sleeping Rem, lending her own hand with a gentleness that did not befit the girl named Ram. Even though Ram bravely took care of Rem, no memories of the girl who represented her other half remained within her. She was so similar to Ram, it was impossible for anyone to claim that they were unrelated. But if one were to solely consider Ram's true feelings, her relationship with Rem was a weak one. Still, days like these passed by for a whole year. Even though she had lost her memories of her, it was possible for new, different ones to form. Perhaps even at that moment, definite memories were taking form within Ram.
Earnest feelings such as these do not sprout that easily. No memories of her remain in me, and I have never witnessed this girl in an awake state. Although I could imagine that she was probably someone of excellence and grace, similar to Ram.
She sure was excellent, but I don't really have any memory of her being that graceful. Rather, I've had my fair share of worries because she would be in a hurry to get to the point of being reckless.
She did blow away half his body, he supposed, but there were reasons. Ram responded to Subaru with an "I see," her voice listenless, similar to the wind.
Speaking of memories that I do not remember, even if just for amusement, is nothing more than moving backwards. It is something Ram is not very fond of, Barasu.
Is that so? If you say so, then I'll stop.
After she wakes up, if I regain my memories of her then, we can talk about plenty of things. But even if they are not restored, as long as she wakes up, then you may talk as much as you wish.
Peeping into the face of her younger sister, Ram played with her bangs with an unchanging expression. Ram's hair freely drifted down from above her pale forehead. Ram let out a small sigh. Her profile looked cruel yet gentle to Subaru. Even if she remembered nothing, even if memories of her had been lost, it was not as if their bond had disappeared. And even if it had indeed vanished, that did not mean that they couldn't be forged anew.
Those were his thoughts.
Well, leave all that to me. I'll conquer the Sage's Watchtower, and then definitely make Rem wake up. And then you two sisters will have your emotional reunion.
Thus, Subaru said these words in an excessively bright manner, with a deliberately loud voice. If anything, this moment between Subaru and Ram did not befit the quiet atmosphere within the room. However, Ram looked back at him after his remarks with an extremely confused look.
What are you saying, Barasu?
Huh?
Ram looked at Subaru the way one would look at an idiot.
Ram will also accompany you on this next journey, so putting it that way is pretty condescending. If it is going to be an emotional reunion, Ram will be having it herself.
That's news to me, you know!
In response to Subaru widening his eyes in surprise, Ram gave Subaru a look even more full of spite. However, that gaze was unreasonable, for he could not know what he had not been told about, and he could not be aware of things that he had not heard about. In response to Subaru asking what she was talking about, Ram maintained an approach of covering her ears from his words, rejecting him. And after that, this day of preparation would go by and the two would not be able to have a straightforward conversation. Ram and Rem, the sisters, had been confirmed to accompany them. A journey to the Pleiades Watchtower, to meet the Sage Shaula. That was the type of situation that seemed to lie ahead, for a total of 8 participants, a large group.
Arc 6, Chapter 5, To Each Their Unease. Various discussions were had, along with some confusion when making a decision on the travelers. Some problems arose when bidding farewell to the people left behind, but still, the morning of their departure had finally arrived.
It turned out to be a bigger group than I thought, but...
Folding his arms, Subaru gazed at the people who would travel alongside him in the tour to conquer the Sage's Tower. The 2 camps to participate were the Emilia camp and the Anastasia camp. The Emilia camp was represented by, of course, Subaru, Emilia, Beatrice, Rem, the perpetual sleeper, and Ram, who accompanied her. Then there was Anastasia, the guide for the Augurias sand dunes, and her knight, Julius, adding in Meili, who was brought along as the witch beast master so they could pass by the hordes of witch beasts that lived in the dunes. That made up a total of 8 people. If their aim was to enact a simple plan for their movement, then they had a lot of people involved in reclaiming Pristella, and if their aim was in regards to leading people, Subaru had experience with the subjugation of the White Whale, as well as the battle against Sloth. However, when it came to moving towards that faraway land, these 8 key people, despite being a large number of people on the road, had no experience.
I wonder if it'll actually be alright.
Worried about something, Subaru?
He twisted his neck while imagining the distant future, and saw Emilia pop up in his vision. Subaru cleared his throat with an ahem, directed at the girl who was wearing a lightweight dress for traveling afar, and spoke.
Whenever I think about the place we're going to, I can't stop being nervous. Other than that, I feel afraid about going to a dangerous place with such a large group, since it's hard to protect so many people.
You may be right. Rem and Ram are coming along too. Subaru will have to be protected by Meili and Anastasia.
What the? I've already been treated as a non-combatant!
Come on, Subaru. Obviously it was a joke. You're being taken seriously, really.
When Subaru suddenly screeched at Emilia, whose fists were balled up, she began laughing, unable to contain it. Subaru also chuckled at her reaction, but his smile was subtle and forced. To tell the truth, Subaru's combat ability was overwhelmingly inferior to Emilia's. From her point of view, Subaru was the one who should be protected. Of course, she didn't mean to only think of him as that.
The next thing to feel uneasy about would be...
Subaru took a breather from his conversation with Emilia and turned his attention towards the front. They were already at the Roswaal residence's front garden, and the preparations to depart were going swimmingly. Beyond Subaru's line of sight was a passenger carriage, large enough to carry 10 people or so. The heads of 2 ground dragons were connected for the purpose of pulling the dragon carriage. Both were breeds that were adequate to travel long distances. The problem would be the situation next to the dragon carriage. There was a jet black ground dragon casually standing still, and a small silhouette that had come face to face with the ground dragon's snout, the latter glaring at the former. Exhaling a stunned sigh at the situation, Subaru cut in between the two, staring at each other.
You've been given the grandiose name of Witch Beastmaster, but you can't even get along with ground dragons?
Come on, Oni-san! Can you not misunderstand me? The only animals I can discipline are the ones that are bad and have horns. Any other animal won't like me, because I smell like those children.
Got it. Must be rough, huh?
Subaru shrugged his shoulders at Meili's explanation and stroked Patrasche's snout, still glaring at the girl. When Subaru touched the very prideful female ground dragon, it took a blunt sniff of his hand's stink. It was as if she was doing this to override the stink of the girl in front of her with Subaru's own stench.
It really is unusual to see Patrasche be this blunt. She's usually so tolerant and considerate. Seems you really are incompatible.
I can kinda be friendly with other animals, but that ground dragon is too attached to Oni-san. She's so attached that it feels like if I let my guard down, I'll get bitten. Oni-san, if you don't discipline her properly, I'll become that animal's food, so be careful.
Don't say such scary things like it's nothing. Here, Patrasche, go with her.
Calming down the slightly agitated but very loving dragon, Subaru quickly put Meili on the dragon carriage. Furthermore, this witch beast master, who they would travel along, had little luggage. She was a girl who rarely carried any belongings to start with, so it was heartwarming to see she had brought the stuffed panda Subaru had crafted.
Looks like you're having trouble, Natsuki-kun. Always trying to put girls in a good mood.
If you think so, it'd make me happy if you didn't bother me.
As Meili was pushed onto the dragon carriage, Anastasia called out to him with a teasing tone. Anastasia, or rather, the white fox inside her, Echidna. In the 20 days from Pristella to the mansion, most of the differences had been smoothed out. If she would continue playing the role of Anastasia, it seemed like it would eventually become hard to tell them apart.
I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't down me like that. Didn't I tell you that I got no motivation to do it? That's why I volunteered to be a guy's guide for a dangerous path.
Well, considering you're creator, my stance is that there's a possibility of you having various plans. I've said this many times too, so remember it. It's not like I don't want to believe you. It would make me feel a lot more at ease if I could.
It is not amusing, being at such a disadvantage because of someone I do not recall. It seems like this creator, of whom I have no recollection, has quite displeased you. Don't get so mad at me. Jeez, how frightening.
He glared at Aridna, and she went back to disguising herself as Anastasia, pursing her lips and returning to her original state. With that, she passed by Subaru and stepped into the dragon carriage. Thus, the number of people was...
Subaru-kun, can I speak to you for a bit as well?
Having been beckoned verbally, he turned around, witnessing Roswaal at the mansion's entranceway. Next to the Margrave, dressed in a clown outfit, were two people, Emilia and Julius. Thinking about the oddness of the combination, Roswaal turned to the three people and closed one eye.
First of all, I imagine that this journey will take almost 2 months. Because of that, I'm thinking that there might be some unforeseen situations midway through. Emilia-sama and Anastasia-sama surely shall be able to deal with each of the problems that arise, but...
You can count on me. It's not like I'll sit around being idle either, after all.
Those words are reassuring. I'm honestly pleased with Emilia-sama's growth. Alright, putting aside the anxieties of the journey as something to be taken care of by each of you, there is one important thing to note. Ram.
Roswaal said that with a lower voice, making Subaru and the others' expressions change. Emilia's long eyelashes twitched, while Subaru's cheeks stiffened as if sinking into a deep thought. And then Julius, the only person unrelated to the camp at this place, frowned slightly.
Regarding what you are saying, is it truly fine if I am present? Meileskio, as Anastasia's knight, to discuss the state of camp affairs is... Although I am a mere servant, you should understand that revealing them would not be a good idea.
It's not like I proposed the idea without caring about anything and anybody. Julius Juukulius Dono, after seeing your behavior at your mansion and the way you behave with Subaru-kun, I've come to understand that you are a reliable person. I would like you to believe that, and so that's why I'm requesting a favor from you.
This is the shadiest you've sounded in a long time, Roschi.
Sorry, but I kind of thought so too.
When Roswaal replied to Julius's worry with a serious voice, Subaru and Emilia both raised a hand up, almost in tandem, and teased him. Even ignoring his past criminal offenses, what Roswaal had stated was too uncharacteristic of himself. He said, "It's not like that," perhaps because he himself was aware of how atypical he had been. Sending a wry smile at Subaru and the others' way, he continued.
Well, maybe my lack of persuasion just can't be helped. Julius-kun is doing everything he can so the other camps can find faults. I really do think you do not possess an underhanded personality. That's why I want you to listen too. This is a life-threatening matter, after all.
When Julius whispered that with an extremely serious face, Roswaal nodded.
Yes, life. As Subaru-kun and Emilia-sama know, Ram's constitution is a little special. Her body cannot withstand the talent that was poured onto her. Or perhaps you could say that her body cannot provide the fuel proper for the flame called talent.
You know, I've never heard about this much in detail.
Is that so? Then, how about her being an Oni?
Well, that's...
Of course, he knew that Ram and Rem are both Onis. More than twice now, he had been saved by Rem, who could exert her Oni power to her heart's content by growing her horn. He had also heard from Ram herself about how she lost her horn and was hornless. Therefore, Subaru hadn't thought it was something surprising.
An Oni, you say?
Julius?
The person who lowered his voice and revealed his astonishment was the person next to him, Julius. On his handsome face, his eyebrows had been lifted, a disturbance visible in his yellow eyes.
I have heard that the Oni clan had been destroyed.
About 10 years ago, their last settlement was burnt down, and Ram was the last survivor. Apologies, including Rem, the two sisters are the last survivors.
It was a loaded statement, but Subaru did not butt into the conversation. he was more surprised at how those sisters were part of a rarer species than expected, more than irritated.
Is there a reason as to why the Onis perished?
Rest assured, Emilia-sama, the downfall of the Onis was inevitable because of natural selection. It was a result of them not going along with the flow of the times and clinging onto old customs. They didn't lower in numbers because of discrimination and prejudice, consequently being destroyed, assuredly.
I see.
Emilia made an understanding, melancholic look at Roswaal's explanation. She too was of a rare birth. Emilia was a half-elf. It was natural for her to feel unease and some sympathy for the only clan that had perished, having left the two of them behind.
We get that those two are all members of the Oni clan. So what?
Subaru sensed the conversation was starting to stagnate, so he moved the conversation with an intentionally loud voice. When Emilia and Julius lifted their faces in response to that voice, Roswaal touched his chin and spoke.
Putting aside Ram, whose bodily activity has ceased, there is a deficiency in Ram's body, like I said earlier. This is because she lost an organ that is important for the Oni clan. That organ is the horn. Essentially, the enormous amount of mana that powers her body, which should be supplied by her horn, isn't readily available, and so her body is constantly plagued by pain and fatigue.
It is?
It's no wonder that Emilia-sama is surprised. That curl is too strong. Not once has that caused her to have a frown on her face, after all.
In response to Emilia, whose throat had caught, Roswaal shook his head slowly. Emilia's shock was shared by Subaru. He was aware that Ram had no horn. From Ram's words, he also knew that Ram had possessed outstanding abilities before losing her horn. It was just that he hadn't realized that there was a penalty for lacking a horn beyond the decline of ability, and that it was eroding her, even now.
I see. I've come to understand Mither-kyo's thoughts.
Then Julius suddenly spoke, having only heard the conversation until then, and nodded. Roswaal raised his eyebrows and hummed in response, and Subaru and Emilia looked at each other as well. The flow of the conversation had only been them confirming Ram's constitution. Julius adjusted his bags in front of Subaru and the others, who were shocked, as if he understood Roswaal's request.
The Oni clan possess traits like the ability to manipulate an enormous amount of mana, and possess a strong body boasting quite the fighting strength. The essential thing that supports those two traits is the horn, which no other species possesses. If an Oni's horn fails to fulfill its role and they suffer for it, there must be a replacement that fulfills the role of a horn.
I can only lament not knowing your name, seeing how intelligent you are. Being so understood from so little is a good feeling.
Oh, I see.
Roswaal admired Julius for his explanation. Emilia also clapped her hands from having understood. Thus, Subaru was the one person still perplexed and left behind. When the situation came to magical powers, Subaru was nothing but slow to understand them, as he was an amateur.
Don't just understand it by yourselves like that. What exactly does this mean?
It is a simple matter. Miss Ram's body is seeking the same amount of mana from the atmosphere as it did back when she had a horn. She lost her horn, and as she cannot find the mana, then someone else is required to provide a means for an external source. That is where we may come in.
Although, normally I take that role and supply her secretly at night.
Huh?
Inside Subaru, Julius's lecture and Roswaal's words allow the cogwheels of his brain to catch. Every night, he would see Ram rush to Roswaal's location with excitement. To be honest, Subaru looked away from the vividness of the suspicious relationship between master and a servant. After understanding the circumstances, thinking back on it, perhaps this was all there was?
Something come to your mind, Subaru-kun?
No. Nothing important. Go ahead and continue.
You sure?
Even though the misunderstanding he had held for over a year had been cleared up, it was still not enough to correct it. In the first place, Roswaal's family were a bunch bursting with shadiness, with how they had tried to meet the witch Echidna for generations and generations. Roswaal himself was remarkably attached to Echidna, something that was difficult to forget. Upon finding out that he was not cheating on her with Ram, Subaru became even more convinced of his obsession.
Though, there is one caveat, Mavis Kyo. Regarding that request, I feel I am not competent enough to take it up.
To Subaru's side, who was having useless thoughts, Julius shook his head apologetically. That action made Roswaal squint his eyes.
It doesn't seem that is a reason born of humbleness, or out of a wish to not support people from a different camp. Offering Ram mana would require fire, water, wind, and earth attributes. Just from those, you would be more fit for the job than Emilia-sama.
Mavis Kyo, you probably hold these expectations because of these girls around me.
With that said, Julius loosened his lips with a frail smile. Then, the man who had responded revealed faint lights flying around, 6 kinds of light being visible. These were known as the 6 quasi-spirits that Julius had contracted with. However, at the moment...
About my buds. As of now, their connection with me is gone. However, their original titles still remain, then I would not have any qualms in accepting a request.
Your contract with the spirits has been severed from having your name taken away. Regardless, it seems like the spirits aren't trying to leave you.
Perhaps there are remains of the lost connection inside of them. Or perhaps it was bleached over and the contract is still there, albeit invisible. Either way, I am only being saved by these buds' kindness, that they are not abandoning someone unskilled like myself. There is little left in this body, so I wonder if my inadequate abilities would be able to help.
Julius exposed the connection with the quasi-spirits inside. After that, he looked at Subaru for barely a second. Subaru could not instantly figure out what he wanted with that look, so all he could do was to look troubled.
As of right now, I am merely a devoted knight. My apologies.
I see. That's too bad. It is a significant blow, but...
It's fine. If Julius can't do it, then leave it up to me.
Roswaal also lowered his tone due to Julius's sadness, but the person who took his place, puffed up with pride, was Emilia. Energetically moving forward, she brought out her own micro-spirits around her.
They're a little different from Julius's quasi-spirits, but I can borrow the powers of micro-spirits too. The fire attribute is too strong with just my magic, but if the micro-spirits can lend me their powers, then I can use magic of different affinities too. How's that sound?
Of course, I had thought of asking not only him, but Emilia-sama as well, so there shouldn't be a problem if you are willing to do it. However, I believe there will be extreme troubles at first with stabilizing your magic. For assistance with that, please borrow Beatrice's abilities for help.
Bearco's?
Beatrice really is excellent with magic theory and employing it. Wouldn't you agree? Right now she's connected to Subaru-kun, so I feel like there is some wasted talent, but things are working out despite her lacking magical power, right? In regards to that knowledge, I would like her to lend it to Emilia-sama for this.
Don't call it lacking magic. Oh, but I understand.
There was no problem if Ram's burden became lighter through Emilia and Beatrice's cooperation. Subaru had begun to be convinced, but right after he nodded, he cocked his head in puzzlement.
No, wait! If that's the case, then why are you telling me this instead of saying it directly to Beatrice? I mean, I want to hear it too, but it would be logical to tell this to Bearco.
Because if I talk to Beatrice, obviously, she will say, "It's meaningless," and refuse. Beatrice is more bitter with me than you think. Perhaps you could tell her to be a bit more lenient with her criticism towards me?
Not happening. If I had to say which side I'm on, I would say that I'm completely on Bearco's side after all.
He declined Roswaal's request with ease, who had a pitiful look on his face. Roswaal had done things, and that fact could not be changed. There was no trench that would be filled up in just a year, give or take. The times were not so nice that she would simply open her heart with someone who would have killed her. And had the events been different?
Now that I think about it, isn't it a bit troubling how I'm working with people who've killed me and people who've beaten me up?
Subaru, you've got the look like you're getting carried away with yourself.
Do I really look like that sometimes?
Anyhow, he had accepted Roswaal's request. As for Ram, Emilia and Beatrice would handle her. Emilia was motivated to do it, so there shouldn't be any problem if Subaru talked to Beatrice later.
I'm counting on you, Subaru-kun.
Huh? This really is special. You rarely ever say things like that.
You are becoming quite admirable. This is the first time Ram has requested to leave my side, you know.
That was the only thing Roswaal said that didn't give off a joking feeling, instead speaking with seriousness. Removing his gaze from Subaru's face, he looked up at the blue sky.
Ram and I have no memory of a younger twin sister, but I suppose the people involved still hold some feeling. Seeing Ram emotionally going against my opinion like that is chilling. So I want to ask you guys to talk to her.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Even after the incident at Sanctuary that had taken place over a year ago, Ram devoted herself to Roswaal. Despite Roswaal saying that anything and everything came second after the one and only thing that was most important, he still held a soft spot for Ram, who had gone to such lengths to devote herself. If that could be called a change, then by no means was it a bad one. Or at least, it was far better being human and worrying with unmanageable emotions than it was burdening friends as an incomprehensible monster.
Seems like it's time.
Before he could speak further, Roswaal turned around. The mansion's door opened behind him, and 4 girls appeared on the other side. All of them made up the entirety of the maids of Roswaal's mansion. Seeing them all together was a pretty beautiful view. Although one of the girls was sleeping, and another girl who looked extremely similar to the sleeping one looked like she was prepared for a journey. So their beauty was slightly lacking.
The preparations for the 2 are set.
I appreciate your diligence. Ram, be careful on the trip.
Roswaal replied to Frederica, who had given her report very quietly, and called out to Ram, who was equipped for the journey. Ram pinched the edge of her skirt and bowed politely.
Roswaal-sama, thank you for granting my selfish request. I will definitely bring back the results you deserve.
I'll be looking forward to it. Although make sure you don't do anything unreasonable. Also make sure the 2 of them, Emilia-sama and Subaru-kun, don't do anything unreasonable either. That is also part of your role as well.
I am fully aware of that.
He wanted to retort to those words, but Ram's glare silenced him. Subaru gave in to that look, and looked at the short figure next to Ram. There was Rem. She was in clothes suitable for the trip, and was now being carried in a wheelchair driven by Petra. Subaru had relied on his memory to replicate something from his original world. A model of the wheelchair already existed in this world, but quite an amount of work had been put into remodeling it. It possessed caster-like front wheels that wouldn't pose a hindrance when changing directions, along with a scaffold and a modified seat. Of course, seat belts and cushions to protect her head had been implemented as well. It was a one-of-a-kind wheelchair that Subaru had Roswaal produce by spending Subaru's own salary.
I'm worried about any maintenance when we get far.
Subaru-sama's handy, and the materials are what they are, so I believe it could handle being used for 2 months. Of course, please do not do anything unreasonable.
Please be careful, Subaru-sama.
Receiving Frederica's endorsement, he took over the wheelchair's handle from Petra, accepting it and going behind Rem, he felt a lot more ease this way compared to carrying her on his back. This was because the road was paved. It wouldn't be effective in the desert, on grass or gravel.
Okay, looks like it will work. Petra, Frederica, you guys take care too.
Please leave the master to us.
We'll be taking care of Otto-san and Garfield-san too.
Petra and Frederica replied to Subaru, accompanied with a nod while he moved the wheelchair. Even if the trip were to take a couple of months, Otto and the others at Pristella would probably be healed up, and so they should be coming back to the Roswaal residence. He left that up to the maids, who would take care of stuff while they were gone. Subaru pushed the wheelchair and turned towards the dragon carriage.
Alright then, it's a shame, but I guess we should depart now.
Why must Bar Soup boss people around? Don't get so full of yourself.
I'm not bossing you around though. How about you take over then?
Does Rom appear to have such ill manners to you? Rom would appreciate it if you don't make her behave like that, as a maid who needs to be graceful and considerate.
What's up with you? Are you at the age where you can do nothing but complain?
It is not the case. It's just that...
Then she got off her sentence, and Ram threw a meaningful look at Subaru's hand. As of right now, Subaru was pushing Ram's wheelchair. He guessed the meaning of that look and let out a deep sigh.
If you want to switch places, then just say so.
Given the meaning and purpose of Rom coming along, it is only natural to give that up to me. As for guessing what Rom wanted without having her put it into words, you are now seen in a better light.
With Subaru reluctantly giving up his position, Ram took his place and pushed the wheelchair. She showed care for her sleeping sister sitting on the wheelchair as it slowly headed forward towards the dragon carriage. Subaru opened and closed his hand for no reason, as he saw their backs take off. Then, a small hand gently grabbed his own from the side.
Oh, it's Bayako.
You don't have to make a pathetic look like that. It's not that you have to worry because your feelings for that girl are weaker than the feelings her sister has, so you don't have to worry, in fact. Subaru should just be himself, and do what he can do, I suppose.
It's not like that. Or is it?
It wasn't as if he felt like his role had been taken away from him, but looking from the outside, perhaps the look on his face could be understood in such a matter. Subaru touched his cheek with his free hand, pulled on it, and pinched it. Then, this time his hand was snatched away by a different white hand.
Yeah, I'll take that hand.
Oh, Emilia-tan.
After that girl wakes up, we'll have to see what Subaru will do with both his hands taken, in fact.
I might be interested in that too.
Subaru had been caught in between Emilia and Beatrice, looking at them embarrassed. However, he was only returned with two looks, a serious one and an anticipating one. To make matters worse, Petra's own gaze was piercing him from behind, and even Ram was throwing him a cold, scornful look, having turned around in front of the dragon carriage. He was completely surrounded. Then, Julius let out a, accompanied with a nod, while witnessing that. In response to that craving for a reaction, Subaru's lips slanted grandly.
What is it? If you have something to say, say it! Go ahead!
Really? Alright then, I shall say merely one thing. You really could not be more blessed as a man, being surrounded by beautiful girls like that. I cannot help but feel a lot of doubts on whether your hands are able to satisfy all of those flowers.
What's this? I'm being blamed? Did I do something wrong?
Julius shrugged his shoulders with a shocked face, as the pathetic shout Subaru replied to him soared towards the heavens. Unfortunately for him, at this place were neither the Internal Affairs Minister nor the head military officer to follow up on his statement. Subaru had no choice but to fight alone in this upcoming 2-month journey. Understanding that reality, he felt the trust and the deep affection of the warmth being transmitted into his hands fill him up, as well as anxiety in his chest about not falling behind. That was the type of morning it was, the one they had departed on.
Arc 6, Chapter 6, The Juukulius Inscription. The journey had begun with a morning filled with unease. The journey, which had lasted for about a month, had been long. However, no significant accidents happened along the way. They went straight along the main road heading east. It was a boring journey in which
nothing had happened.
It was like that with the round trip to Pristella, and it was like that with the leafless plains. Guess the Kingdom of the Guunicas pretty safe when on the road, eh?
Maintaining the roads and patrolling them to maintain the public order is essential to protect the kingdom's peace. The Guunica is particularly thorough with such aspects, even when compared to other countries. There should be low rates of damage from groups of bandits and witch beasts.
Are you saying other countries aren't like that?
In the Holy Kingdom of Gesteco, being always covered in ice and snow, it is impossible to properly maintain the roads in the first place. Roads are so deep in the snow that was there from the start. As for the Wallachian Empire and the Karagi city-states, there are many people of all sorts, different races and customs. Such cultural differences may lead to quarrels. In that sense, it may be hard to say that public order is kept there.
I see.
as Subaru and Julius had their conversation, the two ground dragons were running energetically, their heads side by side as they cut through the wind. Subaru's Patrasche and Julius's blue riding dragon were leading them ahead, the two pulling the large dragon carriage. Everyone in the dragon carriage would be like
occasion of emergencies.
That was the arrangement they had, but as was noticeable from the conversation they were having out of boredom, the journey was peaceful.
Subaru?
On top of the journey being boring, with how the scenery wasn't changing, he started to yawn. Subaru put his hand on his mouth and became full of drowsiness as Julius gave him an accusatory look. While entrusting his weight to his beloved dragon, he quickly lifted his bangs that were kept from swaying through the divine protection of wind evasion.
I understand that you want to get rid of this feeling of tension, but the moments you loosen up are the most dangerous ones. I'm not saying that you allowed your mind to wander off, but acting in a way that anyone witnessing would perceive as lazy is unacceptable.
Just how much are you gonna say just because of one yawn? Even you at least yawn too, right?
Of course I have those bodily functions. But if you possess the self-consciousness of a knight, then it should be possible to hold it in front of other people, correct? That is what you still lack.
Yeah.
He was pressing for a reaction with piercingly sarcastic force, but Subaru was already becoming a master of parrying it. It was already nearing 20 days in this journey accompanied by Julius. From Pristella to the mansion, and now away to the Auguria sand dunes, they had been making the ground dragons run side by side, and so he had learned how to deal with them.
I thought it was a part of manners to look at the person you're talking to when having a serious conversation.
That person is looking away during the serious conversation because he hasn't asked to have said conversation. You should take it easy too. You're straining yourself too much.
You and I are on lookout duty. That is why.
You don't have to be so nervous. They want to attack us just like that. If anyone tries to jump us, they're not going to do it in the middle of nowhere.
Subaru interrupted him, speaking as he cracked his neck. Julius blinked as if Subaru had sent something unexpected. After that, the handsome man let out a small sigh.
Is it clear that I am impatient right now, in your eyes?
Yeah! I have a feeling it's a shot in the dark, though. But I feel like everyone thinks you're straining yourself. More than you... actually, you might just be acting like your usual self.
As of right now, you're the only person who knows that I am being my usual self, after all.
Yeah.
When Julius lowered his tone, Subaru also naturally dropped his. They couldn't hear the girls' conversations back in the dragon carriage, so the girls should not be able to hear their conversation either. It was a complicated relationship between two men, but as of right now, they were working together. Perhaps this was a time when they should speak a little more frankly.
It's been talked about with Roswaal before, but how are your quasi-spirits?
It is as I stated previously. The buds are gathered around me, but they will not rest their feathers on the arm I hold out as a perch. It seems my words do not reach them either.
Julius raised his arm in response to Subaru's question, and the quasi-spirits came into view. The 6 quasi-spirits, shining faintly, still remained floating around Julius as he made the ground dragon's run. However, they flickered on the hand he had held out in confusion and attempted to move away. Indeed, it seemed that the bond between Julius and his quasi-spirits had been severed.
Can you not contract them yet again? You're attracting them somehow. So doesn't that mean your divine protection is working?
It seems like my divine protection of gathering spirits is still going strong, and in turn it contributes to these girls' incomprehensible awareness. It is like certain large, incomprehensible, unmanageable emotions are present.
Not sure how to ask this, but how about using other spirits?
I would have considered that idea were I a spiritual arts user that could borrow the powers of microspirits present everywhere, much in the vein of Emilia-sama. But I cannot bring out the spirit's utmost abilities in such a way. I needed a few years to bind with these buds too.
Well, it is true that Emilia-tan can't bring out Puck's average power from other spirits too. I guess becoming Aikata with a spirit is a special thing after all.
Emilia-sama and the Great Spirit, and like you and Beatrice-sama.
It was rough. As a fellow spiritual arts user, Subaru was unable to say something like, "Go find some of those spirits right away." It would be like asking him to let go of Beatrice even after their bond had been cut off. Of course, he would raise his middle finger and refuse as a response, and as for Julius, his relationship with the 6 quasi-spirits was the exact same thing.
Therefore, as of right now, I can only use my swordsmanship to fulfill my duties as a knight. Of course, I do not believe the sword is inferior to the spiritual arts, but it is true that my abilities make it insufficient.
This is also a journey to get that back. And with your sword skills, you saying that is mere sarcasm. And if it's me who you're fighting against, it's even more sarcastic.
As Julius had mentioned, there was his insufficient ability aside from the spiritual arts. A year ago, at the Royal Capital's training ground, that ability had been the one that ravaged Subaru. Subaru did become better compared to back then, but it did not feel like the distance had been fully covered. From Julius's point of view, fighting Subaru at that time was like taking candy from a baby. The current Subaru was as difficult as dealing with a 5-year-old. That was just about how different they were.
Reinhard is also like that. You guys have a bad habit of underestimating yourselves. Too much humility turns into poison. I think that saying is pretty universal.
I want to return the same phrase to you, but... You and I aside, Reinhardt most likely is not being humble or underestimating himself.
Not being humble or underestimating?
That instant, he imagined the redhead hero, but he cocked his head at the difference in his perception of the man. He had never thought that he would run into such differing opinions on Reinhardt, because from anyone's perspective, he was the strongest, completely peerless, a superhuman. In response to Subaru's doubt, Julius spoke
No.
shaking his head.
In regards to Reinhardt's true strength, you and I both rate it highly. Most likely, everyone who is aware of him shares the same sentiment. They all think that he is the peak of humans, or that perhaps he transcends humans.
It's amazing how that isn't an overstatement.
Not only his real ability, but his way of being has likewise been perfected. I first met him when I was around 10 years old, but it has never changed.
Ever since you were 10? Are you for real?
As he gripped onto Patrasche's bridle, Subaru was astonished by Julius's recollections. Just when had Reinhardt become the person he was now? He thought it was quite the philosophical question, but at the very least, it seemed that the version of himself from about a decade ago had been completed, which meant that the boy had carried a very heroic fate on his shoulders.
Reinhardt has been the Sword Saint since then?
He was 5 years of age when the divine protection of the Sword Saint was inherited by him. The previous Sword Saint was Teresia van Estrella-sama, Reinhardt's grandmother. She passed away in the Great Subjugation 15 years ago, and the divine protection was transferred to him.
Yeah, I was aware of that.
The previous sword saint who had perished in battle with the White Whale, it still was humiliated after death. Reinhard's grandmother, Wilhelm's wife, but this time at Pristella, the soul of that woman finally returned to the heavens. However, 15 years ago, Reinhard had inherited that divine protection.
How does he feel? He received his grandmother's divine protection at the age of 5, and to make matters worse, he's descended from the blood of a legendary hero? I can't imagine how he feels.
Subaru somewhat understood the weight of holding up to parental expectations. Subaru could emphasize with the pain of being crushed by the weight of the expectations of those surrounding him. Of course, the weight and responsibilities that Subaru and Reinhard carried were extremely different, so comparing himself to Reinhard may have been rude in and of itself.
I'm honestly so weak. I'm so weak that I'm always frustrated because I'm weak and not good enough. There's not a night that goes by without me wishing to be strong enough to hold my own.
I feel like that's pretty groundless.
Shut up!
In the middle of his important speech, Subaru was made fun of, causing him to click his tongue.
Anyhow, I understand how he feels, even if I am the complete opposite. I don't think Reinhard is the same as he was when he was 5. But I do wonder how he felt back then.
As you would expect, I also do not know what he felt back in those days. But...
Cutting off his words, Julius then lifted his face. Gripping tightly onto the bridle, looking in front of him, Julius squinted at the sunlight that bathed him in a daze.
First time I saw Reinhardt was a major turning point for me.
Somewhere from those words, pride was oozing out. Julius was squinting from the sunlight, but perhaps he may have not been squinting because of the sun. Perhaps, back then, he had gazed at Reinhardt in the same way.
Which means that you and Reinhard have known each other for about a decade, I guess? I do think that barely satisfies the requirements for you guys to be childhood friends, but is that right?
No? Yes, that was when I became aware of Reinhardt, but he only found out about me long after, when I was appointed as Royal Guard. That happened when I was 16, so I have known him personally for 6 years.
That's a pretty big gap of time, isn't it?
At the time, I was not qualified enough to stand alongside someone who had just taken over as the Sword Saint. The fact that he was younger than me, too, was a painful reminder. And that was my beginning.
Julius said his words quietly, while the tone of his voice was passionate on the contrary. In response to the distant look his yellow eyes contained, Subaru nodded at that one word, beginning. Despite the vague wording, that day was probably vivid within Julius. If that was Julius's beginning, then it was given a word for it to be clear in his memory. Subaru's memory of his own beginning was hot in his chest, seared into his soul. The day he was saved by Emilia in a different world, the time Rem stood behind him when he was about to collapse, the time when he took Beatrice's hand amidst all the flames, all those times the Subaru were beginning.
When you say that was your beginning, does that mean you were surprisingly naughty as a kid? Like a debauched aristocrat or a playboy's son?
He went against the flow of emotions in the other person's affair and spoke with an intentionally teasing voice. There was no way that was Julius's case, but when Subaru had first met him, he did think Julius was a pompous young noble. And if it were to be a story, it was seemingly a given that this young noble had lived a haughty life in his boyhood. With those feelings in mind, Subaru changed the topic to alter the flow of the conversation, which made Julius suddenly loosen his lips.
Prefer if you changed the way you express it, just a little, but there are parts that I cannot deny.
Seriously? You really were a golden noble? Did you kick commoners from the top of a horse and persistently pressure servants by bullying them?
I cannot help but wonder as to why you are expressing such glee.
Julius sent a cold look at Subaru, who got excited. After that, Julius peeked behind himself. Perhaps he was concerned about not only the dragon carriage, but the girls in it as well. Of course, to go to such lengths to confirm that they were incapable of hearing their conversation was unnecessary, but it was a matter of him feeling like doing it.
How much do you know about the Juukulius family?
Nothing at all.
You answered so immediately, it seems you feel pleased about it.
He really did have zero background knowledge. Subaru threw out his chest, dexterously on top of the dragon, and Julius displayed a strained smile. After that, he felt his knight's sword on his waist. Perhaps it was handed down through Julius's family. From his face, it was plain for all to say that he felt some trepidation about having the qualifications to wield it himself at this time.
I am not the original heir of the Juukulius family.
Huh?
To put it more accurately, I should say that I am not the official heir. Alviero Juukulius is the current head of the House of Juukulius. My father, Klein Juukulius, was his younger brother. As he had already passed away, I have been adopted by the family head.
Subaru did not respond to those words. They had been more surprising than expected. It was difficult to say how much the structure of this world's noble society meshed with Subaru's knowledge of the society he knew, but Julius's position was definitely complicated. Also, in that case, then what was the position of his younger brother, Joshua Juukulius? The young man who had adored his older brother Julius was now lost from the memories of this world.
I do not know what is the actual nature of the relationship I have with Joshua, left back at Pristella. Is he my own younger brother that has inherited the blood of my real father, Klein Juukulius? Or is he a true, legitimate child that inherited the blood of my foster father, Alviero Juukulius?
What's the difference?
Siblings is merely a figure of speech here. So perhaps our relationship would essentially be cousins. In that case, the position of the head of the House of Juukulius would be inherited by Joshua Juukulius, most likely.
Huh?
Julius had delivered those words in a flat manner, and just from that, he was convinced of their veracity. Even though this pertained to himself, this conversation was complex because Julius himself was unaware of his position. If Julius and Joshua were real siblings, then Julius would be first in succession for the House of Juukulius. However, if Julius and Joshua were not blood brothers, then it would be correct to say that Joshua would be the first in succession. Julius did not know how to confirm that. Joshua's existence had been wiped from the world, and Julius had lost his memories of his brother. For that reason, he was cognizant of where he stood.
It is somewhat unavoidable, but when I think about it, my position has become very complicated. Not knowing about your own tomorrow is not very appealing, although as of right now, I should worry more about being unable to ground myself than I should be about the head of Juukulius' leadership.
Julius said that in a seemingly joking way, perhaps because Subaru had received a shock. Subaru's mouth was dry, grinding his teeth while feeling irritation in his stomach. He was ridiculously worried about Julius with how he was feeling right now.
Because of my upbringing, I was unsure at the time. My foster father led me to the royal castle, and we were about to leave after I showed the poor etiquette that I had been taught. There, I laid my eyes on Reinhardt. He was an 8-year-old. That's all there is to it.
Albeit forcefully, Julius chose to end the conversation. There was no desire to deliver a retort or even some sort of clever remark. Subaru saw Julius look ahead in a lonesome way, and he stopped biting his molars. And then, what came out right away was a question.
Why do you suddenly feel like telling that to me?
I believe you were the one who inquired. Perhaps I'm mistaken?
No, that's true and all. That's my bad, but that's not what I'm getting at. Isn't it odd for you to have this kind of talk with me?
No, it is not. This affair was common knowledge for Reinhardt and Ferris, for people among the royal guards. Of course, Anastasia-sama also knows too. It's nothing special.
Subaru did not understand one bit as his face turned into a frown. Even if he had said that it was something everyone was aware of, that did not mean that it was something that he could spread around. After all, those words sounded unnatural. Perhaps Julius understood Subaru's discontent from his frown. He pulled onto the bridle and quickened the beloved dragon's pace just a bit.
Yes, it is something everyone is aware of. So that was why I might have wished for you to know about it just now. You, the person who remembers most about me in this world right now.
The blue ground dragon accelerated while swinging its tail, and Julius's expression could no longer be seen. That being said, he was not going so fast as to leave him behind in the dirt. It was his way of smugly declaring the end of the conversation, as usual. Simple as that.
It's fine. Thanks for the concern, Patrasche.
The running, jet-black ground dragon had raised her head, glancing at Subaru. In response to her gesture, which said, "Shall we rival the ground dragon ahead?" Subaru showed his thanks and patted the head of that lady.
Typical.
Those small, sullen words poured out of his mouth. Was he becoming weak, or perhaps was he putting on airs as the protagonist of a tragedy? All he could say for sure was that he must have been irritating.
Oh, damn it! Am I an idiot? No, I definitely am an idiot.
Subaru scratched his head and he released his irritation only from his mouth. In the end, no appropriate response to what Julius had told him came to mind. And that response wouldn't come until they reached the Auguria sand dunes, not even when they reached Marula, the last town before the dunes.
Arc 6, Chapter 7. Aim for the Sand Sea. The town nearest to the Auguria sand dunes, Marula, truly was a deserted inn town. The town was of a reasonable size, but of course, it paled considerably when compared to places such as the Watergate city of Pristella, industrial city of Kostrul, and the royal capital of Lagunica. The roads that stretched all throughout the kingdom were well kept. It had been a steady trip on the dragon carriage all the way to Marula, but the final destination of the East End was as lacking as it could have been.
Perhaps it can't be helped. Looking at the map, from here on out towards, there's only the Auguria sand dunes. And the kingdom's biggest forest to the south, right? We're far away from the 5 major cities. And we can also see that there isn't much in pedestrian traffic.
Emilia let out that impression while town, walking beside Subaru. She was wearing a white robe that covered her head, her beautiful silver hair and face concealed. A beautiful girl like Emilia appearing in a rural area would be a major impact on the townspeople's sense of beauty. That was Subaru's joke, but she did also have a position of high standing. That was why she showed slight consideration to avoid any trouble, not just for her appearance, but for her identity as well. That being said, those weren't the only reasons as to why her head and mouth were covered. The other reason to conceal herself, aside from her identity, was Marula's renowned disaster, the Sand Wind.
It can't expand its borders to the east, nor to the south, and on top of that, there's the constant sand wind. Oh, that's rough.
Emilia stood downwind while Subaru stood upwind to act as a slight resistance to the wind while he pulled the cloth that he wrapped around his face, murmuring those words while covering his mouth. Whenever he moved his tongue, he would feel sand rubbing between his teeth, and it made him feel quite sick. This sandy wind came flowing into the town, blowing down from the sand dunes to the east. It seemed that the sand wind would blow against the town continuously on days of strong wind, and for that reason it was imperative to wear sand-protecting fashion like this, even just to walk around through town.
Subaru, what's wrong?
It's nothing. I was just thinking about how this turned out differently than what I had imagined when I heard it was in a desert.
Emilia tilted her head at Subaru, glancing at him sideways. Her body was concealed to the utmost limit, covered from head to toe in a cloak. Subaru's thoughts were basically that beautiful girls should be able to please the eyes of the people around them with various outfits. However, such protective outfits as hers were hardly a feast for the eyes. Speaking of the desert, that dancer-like outfit protects against the sunlight. What was it called?
Nevertheless, perhaps we should have listened to the innkeeper's advice.
It's sand time right now, right? There's no one else in the streets.
The wind wasn't very strong, but perhaps because it was light, a small dust cloud had formed. In this yellow, hazy field of vision, nobody besides Subaru and Emilia could be seen in the streets of the town. The townspeople, completely accustomed to this environment, would shut themselves inside during sand time, i.e., when the sand wind blew. Even the gaps in the doors and the windows of the buildings would be sealed. In truth, within the sand wind, not only being able to see, but being able to breathe took considerable effort. It was so bad that the innkeeper had stopped them, saying that they shouldn't go out during sand time. However, there was a reason as to why they had disregarded the innkeeper, who had halted them, and went outside anyway.
This is how it is in town. The sand wind at the sand dunes is different, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
It wasn't a test run per se, but they had purposefully gone outside during sand time to prepare themselves mentally. Surrounded by blowing sand at all times, the journey through the sand dunes would be difficult, even outside of sand time. They were far from the dunes, surrounded by buildings, and they still couldn't see well. They had to start preparing themselves for the severeness of the sand dunes path.
Alright, how about we enter a shop somewhere? Since Subaru and I will turn into blocks of sand at this rate.
While swiping away the sand that clung onto her, Emilia pointed towards a building at the other side of the road, a place that appeared to be a bar or something of the sort. It seemed to be a temporary refuge shelter. It felt like the other stores were refusing visitors, but the entrance to this one was open, at the very least. They hurried over to that building, just like Emilia had suggested. They removed as much dirt as they could from the door, and after that, they slowly entered the bar.
Welcome, you from the Sandwind.
Upon entering the bar, the shopkeeper on the other side of the counter, who was polishing a glass, looked at them and greeted them with a low voice. He sounded unwelcoming with his low voice, probably because, with a single glance, he had noticed that Subaru and Emilia were smeared with sand. They did remove as much sand off of themselves as they could, but there was still a huge amount sticking onto them. Although they did feel bad about it, they scattered the sand and set foot into the store.
What would you like to order?
Cold milk!
Hot milk.
Response to the two people who sat down at the counter and said their orders, the storekeeper squinted his eyes, but remained silent. Incidentally, Subaru had ordered cold milk, while Emilia had ordered hot milk.
Doesn't feel very busy. Is business bad during the sand time?
Subaru took off the hood he had covered himself with, and asked the shopkeeper while tasting the milk he had been brought. The unsociable shopkeepers responded with an before continuing.
Even at the best of times, very few outsiders come and go in this town. Running a shop during the sunrise is just like a hobby.
I see. Then, as outsiders and customers, we must be regulars. Eh?
You can't just go to a bar, ask for milk, and act all proud. Here, this is yours, miss.
Oh, thanks.
The shopkeeper held out the hot milk to her. Emilia grabbed onto the ceramic and took a breath. Subaru bent forward onto the counter, gazing at the girl blowing on the milk.
There's no other customers, so you've got some free time now, right? Mind hearing me out for a bit?
Even if I did, it's rude to start talking to someone in the middle of working while saying that they have time. What do you outsiders like to know?
I'd like to know about the Auguria sand dunes.
With his finger raised, Subaru thrusted his inquiry to the shopkeeper. Once he had heard it, however, the shopkeeper had his expression collapse for the first time. The rough shopkeeper, with short gray hair, squinted the eyes under his dark eyebrows in suspicion. He sized up Subaru and Emilia and let out a slight sigh.
I don't know what kind of joke this is, but don't bother going if you're gonna treat it like a picnic. You'll just end up dead.
Hey, wait! What are you saying? Do you really look like we're fooling around to you?
What else did my warning just now seem to you? That place is a sand sea of death. Everyone who goes there never comes back and dies. It's not a place to have a date with a woman.
I certainly do think that the suspension bridge effect is relevant, but I'm not that concerned. Emilia-tan, you tell him too!
Hot. What was that? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Behold the ways of EMT.
Let me give you some useful advice. Go home before you die.
Witnessing Subaru and Emilia's interactions, the faith the shopkeeper had in the two got worse and worse. That being said, it was not like the shopkeeper was saying this out of spite. He actually did know about the danger of the Auguria sand dunes from its reputation. However,
We don't have the option to turn back. We only have the path forward. And so, the only thing we can do is pick the safest route possible. You understand, right?
You're the ones who don't understand. Listen up. Those sand dunes are hopeless. The witch's miasma drifts around in the witch beast den, and you can't get close to that tower you see far away.
the shopkeeper began speaking of the threats of the sand dunes, Subaru's persistent behavior beginning to irritate him. Pointing at the east window that was closed to prevent the sand from coming in, he curled his lips.
Every year there are people like you who make a reckless attempt at the sand dunes. They aim for the Sage's Tower at the Sand Sea, but no one has ever reached it. They'd be lucky to come back alive, but the majority either end up drying up at the Sand Sea, or they become witch beast food.
Has no one really reached it before?
I believe the Sand Sea's tower was built hundreds of years ago. The number of idiots that have tried to go there hasn't decreased. If a person did reach it, there'd be no way they wouldn't come forward to boast of it. Don't you know that even the Sword Saint failed that achievement?
Even Reinhard had failed the challenge to conquer the Pleiades Watchtower. Reinhard himself had told him so, and he had also mentioned the abnormally high difficulty of conquering the Watchtower. But even so, Subaru's group were the next people to have to overcome it.
Of course! We don't do something stupid like tackling it without any plans. That's why we're gathering intel. Doing that in a bar is a basic step, don't you think?
Is it really? Why would you do that in a place where you drink alcohol?
If you ask me to explain in detail, I probably can't. But isn't it because everyone gets talkative after drinking alcohol, and then they'll end up pouring out various rumors?
So basically, you're looking for drunken ramblings. It's unacceptable to go in there without any plans, but leaning towards stupid plans is bad too.
Your sound argument is piercing!
Subaru got knocked down head-on by the truth, and promptly sunk as he ingested his milk. Usually, whenever Subaru talked with proper adults, his normal conversational pace would be overwhelmed. The shopkeeper was also used to talking to people like Subaru, with the goal of challenging the sand dunes recklessly. As a point, it wasn't as if Subaru's challenging of the sand dunes was reckless, but the shopkeeper did not know the reality of the situation, and as such, he would be treated the same way. At the rate they were going, they would end up returning without a single clue, and...
Anyway, for you to even bring a girl to hell look like that is...
Sorry, shopkeeper son. You've been showing care for us, and yet Subaru is doing nothing but complaining.
Just when Subaru was about to give in to the stalemate, Emilia stopped the shopkeeper, his sermon about to begin. The shopkeeper widened his eyes at Emilia's words that had been prefaced with an apology, and Emilia quickly bowed her head.
Thank you for all the help you've given us, even though we aren't even acquaintances.
I'm sorry too for nagging. However, I don't think I've said anything wrong. I come across youngsters like you constantly.
Are there really that many people that have tried to see the sage?
Well, there's really not that many people who are strong enough to meet the sage. The majority of people trying to conquer the Auguria sand dunes just want the honor. Sure, there are people who say they'll obtain wisdom from the sage given that things go well, but the idea that they'll get a reward if they make it to the tower is a bit of a stretch.
The shopkeeper dropped his shoulders and sighed with what you would call a fed-up look. Just like he had stated, he had probably seen off many people who had gone to challenge Pleiades Watchtower. Perhaps he had looked kind-hearted, even with how his face looked, something that brought him shame.
Does that also mean nobody has met the sage?
Never heard of anyone getting that far. According to the rumors, the sage is still watching for anything below in the dunes from the top of the tower. punishing insolent people. But it's not like I witnessed it. I can't help but thinking that the sand dunes themselves are the bait, trap for hunting prey.
You mentioned the witch's miasma. What is that?
It's as I said, there is a witch beast den. All over the kingdom you've got witch beasts of all shapes and sizes, but those sand dunes are a special case with all sorts of beasts.
The shopkeeper quietened his voice, yet he was talkative, perhaps getting carried away with the fun. When Emilia gulped and nodded, the shopkeeper's gaze turned distant.
Spotted wrecks and black-winged mice have their charm. Unicorns and sandworms are endemic species only seen here. Also, if you find a flower garden on the sanding soil, that's a Cartesian bear's hunting place. Think of it as a nightmare.
Courtesan bear?
They're supposed to only be found at Kararagi. They're witch beasts that have bloomed flowers all throughout their body. Once you're fooled by their appearance and approach them, they'll slurp on your guts.
As expected. Witch beasts sure are nasty.
Who was it that had informed them that witch beasts had the purpose of killing humans? The shopkeeper snorted his nose at Subaru, the latter frowning while listening attentively.
Told you so. But the danger you must watch out for the most, even more than the witch beasts, is the miasma. Yeah, there are dangers like the sand wind and the changes in the environment, but your biggest concern should be the miasma.
That miasma doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Subaru tilted his head towards the shopkeeper, who had lost his voice again. Subaru heard the word miasma many times before, and he could even imagine what it was like based off the impression the word gave off. Basically, it was bad air, which had bad effects on mind and body alike. He felt like it was different from a noxious gas, but perhaps it was something similar to it.
Subaru. If described, miasma is sort of like mana that was polluted by bad things. You can't see it, but it's something that's everywhere. Don't you know?
So, mana is miasma?
He was surprised at what Emilia had pointed out. The explanation was easy to understand, but the implications were a bit different from what Subaru had imagined. Mana truly did influence magic users and spirits alike to an extreme degree. However, he'd thought that it would not pose much of an issue for just existing or moving about atop the dragon. As if she could see through Subaru's disappointed inner thought, Emilia slowly shook her head.
You can't take miasma lightly. Normal mana is something that's pure. It has no color and no directivity. But miasma, mana that has been polluted by bad things, can be absorbed via the gate and corrupt features from the inside. Considering how the gate is an organ that naturally takes in mana, it's not something that can be avoided.
Oh, can't have your breathing stop for good, I guess.
Lady's interpretation's correct, but the miasma drifting about at the sand dunes is even worse. The miasma over there ruins not only living beings, but also food.
You mean food becomes inedible?
I mean that once you eat it, the miasma pollution will progress fast. You'll go crazy from just taking even a little bit of it through your gate. Try taking it directly through your stomach. The pollution will swallow you whole.
What happens then? It won't stop just because I've gone insane?
People commonly say that you'll die from madness. Tell you the truth? Well, I can't deny it.
The shopkeeper spoke succinctly, shaking his head. His complexion was terrible. He had probably seen it before, although he was not relating it directly. He had seen people's last moments being violated by the miasma and going crazy as a result, arriving at their death.
It'd be far better for you guys to not go over there. Try that.
Thank you for the milk and the talk, too.
Emilia finished her hot milk and expressed her gratitude towards the shopkeeper, who had concluded the conversation. The shopkeeper was probably aware of how they had begun prying out information from his conversation halfway through. To pile on fervor, he had also continued to speak until then, attempting to change Subaru and the others' plans. He simply felt concern for them. But even so, Subaru and the others would still go towards the same place.
I've paid. Subaru, let's go.
Let's go then.
Pulling onto Subaru's sleeve, Emilia placed some silver coins onto the counter. She had given him way too much for 2 cups of milk, but it also did include a tip for the information in his care. They got up, conveyed their thanks to the shopkeeper, and moved to exit the shop.
For about a year now, people have noticed there are birds flying towards the sand dunes.
Huh?
They covered themselves with the robes again, preparing themselves for the sand wind, and a voice called on to them from behind. When they turned back, the shopkeeper had already turned his own back, and continued speaking as if having a monologue while wiping a glass.
The people that saw them see that the birds are flying towards the tower, and it's spread as a joke. It's a story without any legs to stand on, but...
That was when the shopkeeper cut his sentence and put down the glass. And then...
If you ever become lost in the sand dunes, try looking for a bird. If you're lucky, it might lead you towards the tower.
Huh.
Though, if you're lost and miss the sand dunes, your luck's already at its worst.
Subaru and Emilia left the shop, without replying to the shopkeeper's words. Upon going outside, they noticed that the sand wind was now considerably weaker. Emilia looked back at Subaru, confirming that her vision was now somewhat better compared to when they had entered the bar.
For now, let's return to the inn and meet up with everyone else. Anastasia and the others also might be back by now.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm also interested in the results they've obtained too.
Standing in front of Emilia, who had covered her face again, he began walking while acting as a windbreaker. And then, once they reached a point where they could no longer see the bar, Emilia murmured quietly.
The person from the store just now was missing a leg.
I didn't notice.
I don't know where he was injured, but I wonder if it was because of that.
Subaru could perceive what Emilia would try to say from her thoughtful words. The shopkeeper had nicely and warmly expressed his strong feelings on the dangers of the sand dunes to the 2 strangers. If that was indeed a warning based off his experiences, then they were terrible people to have shaken off that concern and head towards the dunes nonetheless. That was what he had felt.
Looks like Natsuki-kun and Emilia-san have returned safely.
They had returned to the inn. The person that greeted Subaru and Emilia was someone who should have been outside, just like they had been. Anastasia. She had changed from her outside clothes, a gorgeous and elegant smile on her face as she sat down on the bed. The inn the group was staying at, in Marula, was first class. It was still unfair to compare it to Pristella's Water Plumage Inn, but there was no other reason aside from the difference in quality between both cities.
Where's Julius?
After dropping us off at the inn, he said he was going to take a look around the town for a bit. Perhaps he's getting used to having sand in his eyes. Just like Natsuki-kun. How was it?
I really do wish we had goggles to protect against dust. They're made of transparent glass, and they cover this part of the face as protection. Can't we make some of those?
Thinking of underwater goggles, Subaru asked while pointing to the area around his eyes. Anastasia tilted her head at those words and voiced an "I see," as she nodded.
We'd have to worry about things like glasswork and durability, but it's something worth considering. Perhaps. The sandwind problem ain't a matter unrelated to Kararagi, so it might be a useful idea.
I'm not talking about patents far into the future. If we don't have those things... Well, as long as we avoid sand time, I don't think we'll be incapacitated.
It seems like the bigger concerns are the witch beasts and the miasma, as opposed to the sand. Beatrice and I can try dealing with the miasma with microspirits, but we'll have to depend on Meili for the witch beasts.
Emilia said as such, and looked at the wall towards the next room. At the moment, Beatrice should be in that room monitoring Meili. He wanted to trust his feelings that she wouldn't betray them, but she did have a criminal record. He couldn't trust her, and there was no guarantee that she hadn't maintained her loyalty to her mother. Nor could it be said that her mother wouldn't make an attempt to silence her.
So, we'll be relying on Anastasia to guide us. It's pretty risky.
That's how it usually goes, though.
You're not wrong.
Subaru loosened his lips at Emilia's rare interruption and then looked at Anastasia. She straightened her back while still on the bed and continued the conversation by saying, "But, well..."
Don't you worry, we fulfilled the purpose of our trip. The dragon carriage's wheel adjustments and the way to enter the sand dunes should be as we requested.
Right. Sorry. We're somewhat having you do everything.
It's alright. Since in return, we'll be counting on Emilia-san when it comes to fighting power.
Anastasia calmly waved her hand. One of the purposes she spoke of was fixing up the dragon carriages before they entered the dunes. Usually, dragon carriages would only travel along a well-maintained road, or at least a road. However, the road this time was mostly a sand road, so an ordinary dragon carriage would be unable to move properly. Ditching the sand carriage and riding the dragons would have been a good choice, were there not many women and children, not to mention the unconscious realm. Thus, it was necessary to adjust the dragon carriage to be better suited for the desert terrain, and it was also necessary to make some changes to the ground dragons.
Can't leave Patrasche behind! That'd be ridiculous!
That girl is really smart. If you told her she'd be left behind, she might bite Subaru.
That actually could happen, so he could not give her a response. Plus, he was unable to leave her behind.
So, other than the dragons, about the discussion.
It was no discussion, really. All I did was try to placate their fears and make them listen to me.
She showed an adorable smile, but sensing that it was not what it seemed, Subaru's back began to get some chills. There was the dragon carriage and another matter to be taken care of. Simply put, it was the rite of passage to deal with the sand dunes. That was, if the royal candidates Emilia and Anastasia were lost in the Auguria sand dunes, who would be responsible? As of now, it was possible to say that these two held the most important position in the kingdom. If both were buried under the Auguria sand dunes, it would be quite a big deal, and naturally there would be confusion over the person responsible. The Auguria sand dunes, never mind the one who managed the sand dunes themselves, the weight of responsibility would be unbearable for the lord that governed the area around Marula, their last stop. Thus, Anastasia had gone to write a letter for the lord beforehand to convince them with...
But still, they might be blamed for not stopping me. Our lives ain't just our own. It's a big responsibility, don't you think?
That's been true from the start. Not because of things like the royal selection or being a candidate, but there are a lot of people that won't be saved if we don't meet the sage and find a way to get everything back. It's not something that has come up now.
You sure are being as dependable as you can.
Anastasia looked back at Emilia, who had made her declaration in what appeared to be a somewhat happy way. After that, she tilted her head, looking at Subaru with a...
So?
Did you guys get any results from your stroll? There's no way you guys actually went out to simply get used to having sand in your eyes, right?
Well, it's not like we went out on a date in the middle of Sandwind. We got the chance to listen to someone who was informed for a little bit.
The store person being informed was just a coincidence, though.
My foresight is on point for choosing that bar.
I have a feeling that I was the one who chose the shop.
Anyhow, whatever the flow of events was, and whose achievement it was, were both irrelevant. Anastasia had a pondering look after they had finished telling her about the bar.
Catching sight of a bird.
Really? That's what you're curious about?
Well, the other parts are just things like challenging the Auguria sand dunes and stuff that's just half a step up from common knowledge. Anyways, the very interesting part is that change. Stuff like birds ought to be the most sensitive to wind mixed with miasma.
Now that you say it, that's right.
In response to Anastasia's words, Emilia went into deep thought while caressing her hair. Glancing sideways at Emilia's pondering, Subaru gently brought his face close to Anastasia.
There's no way you actually do have something in mind, right?
Nothing special comes to mind. However, that really was something very interesting to me. Don't make such a doubtful face. Look, she'll get suspicious.
He could see Aridna's true feelings on her face slightly, but he had no choice but to withdraw after she had pointed that out. Fortunately, Emilia had not seen the interaction just now as she was in deep thought, but for some reason, in Subaru's heart, it felt like he was an adulterer, frantically hiding his cheating.
When should we leave?
The sooner the better, right? The worrying conversation about the dragon carriage has been settled already. Perhaps we should leave immediately after we've loaded on supplies again.
Tomorrow would be too quick. How about the day after?
Guess we'll go with that.
Anastasia clapped her hands together, and Emilia nodded in agreement. Then she turned her gaze and squinted at the glass window of the room, tightly sealed to keep the sand out. Emilia also turned her amethyst eyes up to the window, looking to the east. A very long, looming shadow had fallen from there, stretching across the entire town.
The Pleiades Watchtower.
A voice like a silver bell called upon the structure's name. The tower that was their destination was so high that it could be seen from Marula. Was it even possible to lose track of something that big? Before they had even set foot in Marula, with the appearance of the Pleiades Watchtower during their journey, that question had been present in Subaru. What could have gone wrong to not be able to find such a large landmark? But on the other hand, as he thought that, the bartender's warning also pierced him.
Having no plans is out of the question, and a stupid plan is a poor plan. Was it?
Whatever the case, they did not have the option to back out from the challenge. That was exactly why they had chosen the means that would increase their chances, means that were available to them. They should be different from the adventurers the shopkeeper spoke of, unprepared with their stupid plans. That was what he had believed. And that was why Subaru did not realize it, and he would not realize it. Whatever the case, they did not have the option to back out from the challenge. He did not notice that, at this point, he had already closed off the first path for himself.
Arc 6, Chapter 8, Baptism of the Sand Dunes. The morning of their departure had arrived. One day had been allocated for rest, and it was now 2 days after the prior arrangements and the information gathering. At the entrance to the town of Marula, Subaru and the others had gathered with their respective equipment on, having finished their preparations to cross the sand dunes. Gazing at the dragon carriage, Subaru let out a sigh of admirable.
Wow, this is...
A ground dragon across the sand dunes. The Gyre species is one that shines on sandy soil. Their species is adapted to sand, wind, and dryness alike, characterized by large figures and a gentle demeanor. You will find that this endemic species has an easy-to-handle nature.
Subaru looked at the ground dragons tied to the dragon carriage with eyes widened. Julius added an explanation. They had to break through the Auguria sand dunes so that they could reach Pleiades Watchtower. The legs of a typical ground dragon would not be capable of dealing with the difficulty of treading that path filled with sand. Therefore, they had exchanged the ground dragons that had brought them this far via the road, and now would have to use the Gyre species of ground dragons, endemic to this land, to carve open a path.
Endemic, huh? There were water dragons in Pristella too, but wow! The world sure is big!
Folding his arms, Subaru gazed at the yellow-skinned ground dragon connected to the dragon carriage right in front of him. Subaru had already spent more than a year in this world. His initial surprise towards the ground dragons had faded, and he had thought he would never again feel excitement like what he had felt at first. But he'd been too narrow-minded. A yellow ground dragon, with thorn-like scales all over its body and a flat head. It had a physique similar to Otto's beloved dragon, Frou-Frou, which was of a species with excellent stamina even among ground dragons. Its owner had boasted that it was capable of traveling for 3 days and 3 nights. It would perhaps be similar to the Triceratops that Subaru knew. On the other hand, attempting to examine the ground dragon before him, with knowledge similar to his, would have a person finding the yellow dragon resembling an ankylosaurus. However, their tails were short, so unlikely to be able to be used as a weapon. Also, what was more of a defining characteristic of theirs, more so their skin and general looks, were their feet. Every end of their 4 thick, short legs were round, and their sharp claws acted like spikes which moored their bulking bodies to the ground.
It sure does look like their hooves can cause permanent damage to anything they step on.
The grains found in the Ogorius sand dunes are fine particles. Without feet like this, there would be the possibility of slipping off slopes. People say that the Gyrus species' feet changed to adapt that.
So they adapted to the desert areas, eh? So now we have replacements for horses and camels, but what about water dragons? Thinking back, it's not like I've seen animals pull boats back to the original world.
He went into deep thought, and a swan boat came to Subaru's mind. But that was just a boat imitating the form of swan, and ran on man-made power. He'd never heard of a custom in which crocodiles or hippos pulled on boats, so he couldn't think of any replacement for water dragons. Even beyond that,
These dragons adapted to sandy soil are going there, but can we really bring my Patrasche to a place like that? Can't do anything unreasonable with the lady of the camp.
Your beloved dragon belongs to the Diana species, which is considered the ancestor of all ground dragons. The founding forefather dragon, dominant on land, sea, and air, is present in her lineage. It has excellent adaptability no matter what the environment is. Unfortunately, my Shaknar will have to be left at the town.
Julius answered Subaru's question, then looked up toward the inn with a look of loneliness. Shaknar was Julius's beautiful, beloved, blue-skinned ground dragon. It was a loving dragon, but it had forgotten about Julius, who had had his name eaten by gluttony. However, this well-trained dragon would be polite to anyone that rode it, at all times. Even at their one-way introduction at Pristella, it had been accepting of Julius right away, and it seemed that during the month-and-a-half-long trip, an intimate bond much like the one from before had been formed. For that very reason, he had what one could call feelings of shame for leaving that beloved dragon at the town.
Nevertheless, for your beloved dragon to be the lady you use most out of all the people around you, I do not know if I should praise you for knowing how to use your ground dragon, or if I should complain about your evaluation of the women around you.
Actually, you shouldn't make light of how much feminine charm Patrasche has.
Moment, Julius had looked emotional, and had covered that up with a cutting remark. Subaru could sense those feelings, and had quickly gone along with it. Seeing that, Julius went to greet the ground dragon whose reins he would be holding. In response, Subaru turned to the dragon carriage, stepped towards it, and knocked on the door.
So, the interior of the dragon carriage will be left as is, but the wheels have been replaced and...
Subaru inspected the remodeled dragon carriage before there was an answer to his knock. The only changes that stood out, however, were in the carriage's lower body. The wheels and window frames had been installed with protections against the sand wind. This dragon carriage, which had been devised for long-distance journeys, was something like an RV with its multi-purpose features. Inside and at the front of the carriage, there was a row of seats, and the middle and back sides were exceptionally good to simply relax. On top of it ensuring comfort, it could hold up to 10 people. Subaru had honestly been surprised by how the dragon carriage easily surpassed his initial expectations.
Even without any electricity or electrical appliances, magic stones are able to replace those tools. Humans really are creatures that seek convenience anywhere.
I do not know what you are talking about so seriously, but are the preparations finished, Barasu?
While he puzzled at the exterior, the dragon carriage's door opened, and a cold voice poured down at the same time. Turning around, there was Ram, standing up from the seat closest to the door, looking down on Subaru.
Well, the other preparations were finished yesterday, so it's ready. Next we've got to prepare our hearts and bodies, but I'm also done with that. Are you?
Let's see. Considering how many days we will be in this carriage, no amount of care will quell the feeling of lack of safety. Rom will not cry for help like a delicate person in the middle of the sand dunes, even if attacked.
It'll be fine. Don't worry.
Rom narrowed her eyes and gave Subaru a meaningful look. Emilia, having heard them speaking, showed her face. She seemed to have been cleaning the back of the carriage before walking up to Rom and placing a hand on her shoulder.
No matter what attacks us, I'll protect everyone in here. Subaru and Julius will be there outside too, so we got everything covered.
You are reassuring as always. See? Look, Ram! Emilia Tan agrees, so don't worry.
Yes, Emilia-sama, Rom is very reassured as well. However, it will not just be malicious beings that attack us. Among us, there are also those with evil desires.
Spoke meaningful words, while directing a meaningful look at Subaru. Once Subaru understood Rom's look and the underlying message in her words, he frowned immediately.
You're still doubting me like that? Even after spending close to 1 month of peaceful nights? There's no way I could do something like that with you around. I don't have that type of courage.
It is pathetic how you are insisting that with such a loud voice. It's not unthinkable for you to lose control of yourself because of the beauty within the carriage. Rom is always afraid. Sympathize with a maiden's heart.
Always afraid? Not always threatening people?
Rom basically repeating the saying that boys and girls should be separated once they turn 7 caused Subaru's voice to shake. Incidentally, Emilia did nothing but tilt her head in confusion. Emilia was EMT, and Rom was being insolent, same as always. However, there was something bothering him, and Subaru scratched his head energetically.
Nei-sama, are you doing alright, physically?
Weird question. Is something wrong?
Your worry is unfounded, but is mine? I just want to make sure.
What a cheeky Barasu, showing such concern.
She did not have a pale face, and it didn't seem like she was having trouble breathing, and while Rom appeared to be acting like her usual self, she had not denied Subaru's words. She did not act tough, nor had she attempted to hide it. In that sense, Rom was being surprisingly sincere.
Looks like your wicked tongue doesn't have its usual sharpness. If your body's condition really is bad, then...
After having spent 20 days to reach this place, you expect me to stomp my feet with the adjective this close at hand? It is the same as usual, but today you are being particularly ridiculous.
Ram, don't speak like that.
Rom interrupted Subaru, directing him an even fiercer look. Emilia raised her eyebrows at that girl's behavior, putting hands on her hips like she was angry. Standing next to Rom, she pointed her hand towards Subaru while being next to Rom and spoke.
Subaru is worried about you, Ram. I am too. Every day I'm giving you the treatment Roswaal told me about. But...
I'm still unsure if you can call it treatment, but it's not like it's your specialty. Even if Emilia-tan and Bayako both do it, they can't do it as well as Roswaal.
Not trying to use that as a reason. I do not want to be a hindrance.
We're worried, you know?
If you were the usual Barasu, then I could fool you.
You aren't the usual Ram, so you can't fool me.
They weren't inflammatory tit-for-tat words, nor were they comebacks. Regardless, there was a quiet exchange of words, and Rom bit her lip, seemingly displeased at the way Subaru spoke. However, there was a lack of vigor in the eyes she stared at him with. She probably was aware of it herself. Rom let out a sigh and looked inside of the carriage. There was a wheelchair right next to her seat, a single girl placed in it. The space had been remodeled to allow the wheelchair to be placed there, by removing the dragon carriage's seat. Their interactions did not disturb the sleeping girl, and so she remained there, in slumber.
I shall not be left behind. Also, it's not like my pain will improve if I do. In fact, being separated from Emilia-sama with how I am now would put my life at risk. You trying to kill me?
Calm down. I never even said a single word about leaving you behind since the beginning. Also, if you were to be left behind, Emilia-tan would be too.
Subaru, there's There's no way I'd let that happen.
Like I said, it's fine. I just want to check a ram.
What do you want to check?
Didn't I say it?
Subaru gave a wry smile, as his earlier words had been forgotten because they had repeatedly jumped to conclusions. Seeing Emilia and Rom exchanging doubtful glances, Subaru continued.
Ram, we can tell that you aren't your usual self. So, if there's something wrong, say it. Don't try to hide stuff and fool us. Even if you do stuff like that, we'll still help you. Even if you don't like it.
Huh.
Pointed his finger at Rom and affirmed that. Rom made a rare look of shame. Emilia put her hand on her mouth at her side and let out a smile unintentionally, unable to stop herself. That first urge to laugh, however, was warded off, and Emilia merely relaxed her lips, looking pleased.
I think that side of Subaru is really nice.
Did you just fall in love with me again?
Don't talk like that with Rem sleeping in front of you, women's toxic enemy.
Woman's toxic enemy? Not just woman's enemy!
Rom snorted her nose with a huh, prompting Subaru's voice to trail off into the distance. After that, she stretched her slender legs and recklessly tried to kick Subaru off of the dragon carriage's steps.
Oh, hey! What are you doing? I'm going to fall!
Putting aside your falling, Barasu should normally be outside, not inside. Mount the primal ground dragon, and frantically guarantee our carriage's safety. Go on. Hurry.
What do you mean, hurry? Listen to what I have to...
I have listened to what I must, so go.
Rom asserted herself with a firm voice and delivered an even firmer kick. Having gotten a punt to the thigh, Subaru descended in dejection, and just before he stepped away from the dragon carriage, he exchanged looks with Emilia. She responded to him by giving an acknowledging gesture with her chin, which had an I understand meaning.
Guess it's fine for now. But either way, you should
go!
A kick that felt like a surprise attack connected with his solar plexus, and Subaru fell off the dragon. Rom hurriedly shut the carriage's door, suddenly looking at Emilia as she let out a sigh. Then she spoke.
Emilia-sama, why are you making that look?
No, it's nothing. But I just thought about how you're kind of cute.
That is a surprising opinion. How cheeky of Emilia-sama.
Being teased, Rom's tongue slipped, eliciting a rare sight of her cheeks being stiffened to be seen. Emilia witnessed that change in Rom's facial expression and smiled, appearing to become more and more happy.
Finally. Finally feel like showing that face to me too? The one you always show to Subaru?
It was a slip of the mind. Please forgive my impoliteness.
I'm not really angry. I'm actually a little happy. It almost feels like you're trusting me when you do that. I was a little jealous of Subaru.
Rom kept silent for a bit in response to Emilia's innocent reply. Immediately after that, with a dumbfounded look while smoothing her hair, Rom said,
Emilia-sama, you have changed as well. When we first met, you only seemed like someone with resolve that was hard, but fragile. Like glass.
Do I look a little stronger now?
Now, I think you are like sweet glass turned into candy.
Wow, Ram. You're harsh.
Emilia was smacked by Rom's abusive words, and her voice finally boomed from being unable to bear it. And in that manner, the girls resumed talking with each other inside the dragon carriage. After a few hours, the conquest of the Auguria sand dunes began. They had become acquainted with the sandy soil after 1 hour in the dragon carriage. They were approximately 10 kilometers east of the town of Marula. With the dry sand and miasma-laden wind growing stronger, and the prairie at their feet changing to desert, they had finally entered the Auguria sand dunes proper. Their setup was made up of one dragon carriage and a ground dragon of the Guese species to pull it. Running off to the side was Subaru riding Patrasche, trekking along the sandy soil. The flat-faced ground dragon wasn't fast, but its heavy pacing gave off a feeling of stability. At first, Patrasche had seemed wary of her weird companion, but after a few hours of traveling together, It was as if she'd found a compromise with her partner, and dissatisfaction was not to be found on her highly prideful face.
If I had to describe it, then I'd probably say that the dissatisfaction of this ground dragon is because of Betty, in fact.
It was Beatrice, completely settled in Subaru's arms. While holding the bridle and onto the curled-up girl, Subaru said, "No," as he shook his head.
That's not right! Patrasche isn't such an intolerant dragon.
Subaru, it'd be wise of you to become more careful of how you perceive those around you, I suppose.
She let out those words, grabbing onto the edge of her skirt as she sat sideways on the jet-black ground dragon. Subaru's dragon riding skills were a lot better than they were before. Up to this point, he had been simply spoiled by Patrasche's consideration, but now he was at the level of a dragon rider apprentice. He sat on the saddle and held onto the bridle. Beatrice was in front of him, and he made sure to hold onto her from behind. They almost looked like experts at riding together. Of course, the only ground dragon Subaru would ride was Patrasche, and this wasn't the first time he rode her along with Beatrice. Thus, Beatrice was being too paranoid, no matter how he looked at it. That's what he wanted to say.
Very prideful ground dragons don't want to let anyone other than their owner to ride them, in fact. This ground dragon of Subaru's is extraordinary. One of a kind, I suppose. If I were alone, she definitely wouldn't let me ride her, in fact.
Isn't that just because you're bad at riding ground dragons?
If that was the reason, then you getting close with this ground dragon would make sense, I suppose.
It was just as she said. If Patrasche liked a person based on their dragon riding skills, then Subaru should have failed the first test. Since that had not come to pass, there was a reason as to why this lady approved of Subaru. And in truth, Patrasche's actual treatment towards everyone but Subaru was relatively harsh.
Well, not knowing why you're liked really is a bad thing.
True, in fact. Subaru doesn't have the looks to be liked for no reason, I suppose.
In other words, you have firm reasons to love me?
Of course, Betty is... Just what are you trying to make me say?
They were glued together, so we couldn't dodge Beatrice's assault, her face beet red. While getting struck lightly by her weak palm, Subaru said, "Whoa," in an attempt to appease Beatrice. Then, Patrasche raised her upper body and shook them, as if displeased with the behavior they were displaying on her back.
Oh, what the?
As she had set her posture in a way that was like doing a wheelie on a bike, Subaru reflexively held tight onto Beatrice. Normally, they would not feel any swaying from the dragon, or even the wind because of the divine protection of wind evasion. But certain extreme movements like the one just now would have effect, as well as things like angle changes from sudden turning. The harassment was based on understanding of those characteristics. When Subaru put in his objection and glared at the back of Patrasche's head, the ground dragon looked at Subaru and Beatrice for a second, squinting her eyes as if saying,
She's kinda like Ram, considering just how haughty she is. Seems like they'd get along, surprisingly.
Or maybe they clash with each other and they wouldn't come to an agreement at all, I suppose.
Subaru and Beatrice exchanged deep thoughts and nodded at each other. Then...
Subaru, Beatrice-sama, it is splendid seeing you guys being friendly with each other, but this would be a good time to put yourselves together in earnest.
A voice speaking out from the side was sent towards the two, who acted relaxedly. At the driver box of the dragon carriage traveling alongside them, there was Julius, in charge of the reins. Rather than the fact that he was not alone, it seemed that the role of coachman was unpleasant and not very fitting for Julius. But he didn't act like he cared about it. That being said, perhaps he did not have time to worry about that. Either way, at his side there was...
I don't mind Oni-san and Beatrice-chan being friendly with each other, but if I'm ignored too much, I'll pout.
Having stated those words, giving them a look that didn't fit her appearance, Meili, sitting. Meili was an essential member to deal with the witch beast, and they would have to always use her for conquering the Ogoria sand dunes. Thus, as a lookout for the witch beasts living at the sand dunes, Meili was at the place where it would be easiest for her to deal with them. In other words, she was standing by the driver box at the front of the dragon carriage. Julius took up the role of staving off her boredom.
You have the knight next to your side to escort you. He's much more smart, stylish, and elegant than me.
I didn't get more than half of what you've said. Plus, I'm fine with Knight Sama. I'm unhappy with Oni-chan.
With me?
With her braided hair, Meili glared at Subaru, her cheeks swollen in a pout.
Oni-san made me come along, so he must be forced to deal with me.
Don't say such unreasonable, childish things. As you can see, that place is filled with Bayako, right?
Appeared to shrug her shoulders in resentment, and Subaru looked at Meili again. Pouting was a suitable reaction for her age, but her mood would have a big influence from now on down the road. Considering that, it would be bold to make light of Meili. However, saying that really would make things unmanageable.
You're quite right. However, we'll have you fulfill your role first before you could say if it's a right or a duty.
My role?
We'll be entering the most favoured Auguria sand dunes soon. I don't think the witch beasts will suddenly roar when we enter them, but when it does happen, calming them down will be up to you, Meili. You get that, right?
Yes. For someone who spoils Beatrice-chan, Oni-san sure is a bully.
He wasn't being a bully to her, but even if he was taken as one, he would just have to cajole her. Subaru felt like Beatrice seemed satisfied, looking at her with a side glance, and then raised his hand at Julius. After that, Julius quietly acknowledged, gesturing with his chin. Unfortunately for him, he would have to be the little lady's sycophant. Moreover...
Subaru.
Oh, I see it!
Beatrice called out to him quietly, while Patrasche gave a faint neigh as she glared at what lay in front. Those actions brought back his focus, and Subaru squinted. He saw the tower, its contours so clear that it would be impossible to miss them from Marula. Likewise, the surface of the sand surrounding that tower was visible. Their magnificent arrival to the maze of sand surrounding the Pleiades Watchtower, the Auguria sand dunes. In the Auguria sand dunes, there was a particularly famous sand time, in which the sand wind would blow particularly strong. The sand wind that would blow 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and night, would carry sand and miasma from the east towards the west, a disaster that would silently creep up on people. This sand wind would be especially strong at the midnight hour, and it would continue to blow for a few hours. As it was pretty much midnight, so at this time when the sand wind blew, their movement would be stifled. Thus, they would conquer the Auguria sand dunes during the day, little by little, with a few hours of break in the morning and afternoon, at the times the sand wind would blow. The grains of sand that covered the ground were minuscule, and just like the rumors had stated, it was terribly difficult to keep their footing, causing them to trip. Their march was slow as a crawl, an irritating situation all around. There was something about that situation which disappointed Subaru. That was...
There's the pain of this sand wind, not to mention the poor footing, but it isn't as bad as I thought.
Face away from the wind blowing, he pulled up the mouthcloth to secure his breathing. He faintly felt his teeth biting the sand, but this type of baptism was not very different from his time at Marula. The flying sand created a view of yellow, and he felt the sand tickling him in his clothes. But that was as far as its effects went. The fury of the dunes was insignificant.
When I first heard about the dunes, I even prepared myself on the assumption that it'd be deadly.
It's because of the natural environment that there's nothing green in here, in fact. The miasma kills anything and everything, so it only has this sort of scenery spread out, I suppose. That is why radium pours on these sand dunes, and the temperature doesn't go extremely out of control, in fact.
Subaru had a strong impression of the desert being a red-hot hell. He'd never stepped foot into a desert back in his other world, but in mediums like games and manga, the deserts all yielded impressions of hot sand. For that reason, the severity of the Auguria sand dunes was pleasant in comparison to what he had initially imagined.
It wasn't hot or cold at the nearest town, so I guess it'd be weird for the sand dunes to be an extremely hot hell. So, we only need to be careful of the wind and the witch beasts.
As well as getting lost, I suppose.
One worry had disappeared, but Beatrice pulled on Subaru's feelings of optimism. In response to the point made by the girl in his arms, Subaru looked forward while being careful of the wind. The Watchtower, its existence ever present, looms still in Subaru's line of sight.
You bring up the question of getting lost, but it seems unnatural to miss that thing.
Betty thinks so too, in fact. However, it wouldn't surprise me if something happened, I suppose. I don't know what type of cheat the Sage is, but the fact that nobody has ever reached them is proof in fact.
Of course, Subaru had no intentions of underestimating things. Realistically speaking, it would be unlikely that they would miss their target considering it was a structure that huge, never mind getting lost. However, any prior challengers would have most likely thought the same thing. Despite those thoughts in mind, he figured that there should have been a reason as to why they had still not reached it. Anything could happen. Just like Beatrice had pointed out, this was that sort of witchy place.
About that, I guess it's about time we set up the next insurance plan.
Holding his breath, Subaru looked back at the terrain they had just traversed. On the sandy soil, the footsteps of Patrasche, on whom Subaru and Beatrice were riding, had been left behind, one by one. However, only the very latest ones would remain. And in time, too, they would be washed away, replaced and hidden by the sand. Nature itself had concocted such a natural trap. Never mind the Watchtower at the front. The path they had traveled thus far would be hidden from them in exiguous fashion. However, that would only be true if these people were only able to take normal measures.
Seems like the previous one's out of sight. Alright, this is a good time.
Subaru pulled on the bridle, directing Patrasche to veer towards the dragon carriage running parallel to them. The wheels of the dragon carriage also left traces, as did the ground dragon's spike-shaped footprints, but those were subjected to the same conditions as Patrasche's. Thus, they had to devise something as a mark to follow.
Emilia time, please!
Yeah, got it!
When he knocked on the dragon carriage from the outside, Emilia answered and showed up on the other side of the door. Emilia's whole body had been covered with a white robe for the sand, and Subaru, behind her, was gazing and pointing at something in the far distance, a certain something that was faintly reflected in his eyes.
I'm sorry for working you so hard, but please help us out, Sensei!
Well, I got Subaru watching me, so it's not a big problem. What do you mean by sensei?
It's the template you use when making a request. Oh, and please.
Got it. I've been requested. Hey!
A brief, light-hearted exchange. She looked at the place Subaru was pointing towards. Emilia raised a listless, shouting voice, the look in her eyes too cute to call a glare, and her magical power surged. Immediately after, an enormous amount of mana swirled into Emilia's palm, and the magical power dashed swiftly through the sky, giving off the sense that its power increased as it accelerated. The sound it produced was like the very air had exploded, and it resounded throughout the vicinity. And then, after a few seconds, a huge ice tower stood on the path of the sandy plain.
Yeah, that was good.
Confirming that the task was finished, Emilia smiled, looking somewhat satisfied with herself. It wasn't comparable in size to the Pleiades Watchtower, but it was still a very conspicuous silhouette for the Agoria sand dunes. And so, an ice tower had been erected here and there along the route Subaru and the others had taken inside the Agoria sand dunes, in successive intervals such as they would not lose sight of the path.
The footprints can't work as markers, but some can be made with a more conspicuous method. This is how to use magic, eh?
Even so, Subaru's plan is very impressive. Nice thinking.
This method wouldn't be any good if the sand dunes were hot.
Emilia created with her magic was fragile to temperature, perhaps because it didn't go against the laws of nature. Based on that knowledge, were this a genuine desert, then maybe such a forbidden move would not have worked. However, it was a valid plan in these sand dunes. Emilia's standing ice tower was functioning as a landmark without a hitch. Worst case scenario, if something really did happen that would force them to withdraw, they should be able to follow them and retreat.
This tower. Yeah, it looks stable to stand on, but I'm still scared of it possibly toppling over, though. Since its foundation seems to be on something fluid.
I think it's been pinned to the ground as hard as possible, so it's all hunky-dory. You're worried?
Who even says hunky-dory these days? Alright.
Sighed his worry by teasing Emilia and raised his head. Emilia seemed a little displeased with that response, and he responded to her with a wry smile. After that, he looked over Emilia's shoulder, towards the inside of the dragon carriage behind her. For everyone inside, it should be the same as usual, but there was one person that he would rather not see remaining the same.
Where's Anastasia?
What is it, Natsuki-kun? Looking for me?
Immediately after his gaze had wandered, Subaru jumped upon being called by a person's voice. Cutting into his line of sight, Anastasia peeked out from a bit to the side of Emilia. She looked down on a surprised Subaru, her teal eyes squinted ever so slightly.
No need to get startled that much. Ain't I deliberately staying inside?
I know that you were inside, but it was shocking because I didn't expect you to appear from Emilia's armpit like you're growing out of it.
Hey, Subaru, I really didn't like the way you said that.
Unusual for me, too, to be annoyed by something like that. What a coincidence.
Emilia and Anastasia showing some distaste, Subaru got back on track. There was Beatrice shrugging her shoulders in his arms, but he turned to Anastasia for now.
We'll be relying on your knowledge to conquer the sand dunes. Please guide us well, okay?
Natsuki-kun sure is a worrywart. I'll be with you, so the outcome of this journey is the same for us two. There's no way I'd try and cut corners, you know? Don't you worry.
Is it possible for someone to believe a fuck so nonchalantly, I suppose?
Replying to Anastasia's words, Beatrice spoke with a voice so low that it could only be heard by Subaru. He was in complete agreement, but it would be wrong to provoke her by using that basis. If he was going to say that, then opting to go on this campaign towards the Watchtower would have been a mistake in the first place. As of now, they should be using up all their strength to fulfill their respective roles without complaining.
Right. Anastasia.
Yes, Natsuki-kun. If something happens, I'll let Julius know, and once we come near the place Echidna spoke about, I'll report that too. Don't worry, yeah?
Anastasia, or rather Aridna, did not seem displeased by Subaru's cynical beckoning. It seemed like there would be no problem moving forward like this, for the moment being.
It seems like the wind has gotten stronger. Subaru, if there's nothing else, then I'm going to close it, but...
Go ahead, Emilia-tan. I'll leave the people inside up to you.
Yeah, leave it to me. Subaru, you'll be nice to Beatrice too.
No need to worry about that, I suppose. I'm satisfied, in fact.
Emilia put her hand on the door, and after an exchange of words, she went back inside and left. Beatrice responded to Emilia's last joke with a light remark. The latter's smile disappeared, blocked by the door. She now went around to the front of the dragon carriage, appearing next to the driver's box.
It appears like Emilia-sama's landmarks are working properly. You're as clever as always.
You can call it guile, you know.
I shan't. I'm jealous of your adaptability, being able to come up with ideas myself and others cannot with such ease. I really cannot craft these sort of evil ways.
Guile sounds cuter than evil ways!
Sat on the driver's box, and he had a faint smile on his face, so faint that it was barely visible. A white cloth was wrapped around his handsome face, so his expression couldn't be seen. But even then, as they had been talking with each other this past month, Subaru could understand how much he was joking based on the tone of his voice.
Meili, how about you? Doing your job?
You're gonna ask me that? Oh, Nissan hasn't ran into a single bad animal chance even once, and neither has the dragon carriage. Is that not proof of me working?
Upon peeking into the driver's box, he saw Meili pouting, just as he expected. She was also wearing a cloak around her head because of the sand wind, and she answered Subaru's questions with a displeased-sounding voice. In reaction to Meili's answer, Subaru wiped the sand off his head while regarding the path ahead.
Even if you say that, it's hard to see the results of your hard work. I don't know if the witch beasts haven't showed up because of you, or if they just aren't around here.
So that's what you're gonna say?
Subaru said a careless thing, being disappointed by the high anticipations he possessed, as so far they had not faced any obstacles other than the sand and the wind. Immediately, Meili spoke with a low-toned voice, putting her cheeks in between her hands as if thinking of something as she sunk into silence. Subaru honestly had a bad feeling about that.
Subaru, apologize to her. It is clear that you have just said something improper.
You don't have to tell me. I know. Meili! I kinda was a bit mean now. Well, not kinda, completely. Please don't be in a bad mood. I wasn't trying to be mean.
Okay, it's fine. It's not like I'm mad or anything, but I think there's a reason for what Oni-san said too.
Oh, that's good. Thankfully, you are much more mature than you look.
So I'll make it clear, that's why I'm here.
Meili interrupted Subaru's explanation and apology, and uttered some extremely disturbing words. The unsettling sound caused Subaru and Julius to look at each other, and hurried to form a sentence that would appease her. It was immediately after that. Patrasche and the dragon carriage's ground dragon both stepped hard on the ground, halting their movement. The ground dragon's instincts had rapidly sensed something approaching them, alerting their master, the one holding the reins. Then, Subaru and Julius opened their eyes at the same time. There, they saw it.
Huh?
In front of their eyes, the sandy surface suddenly began wriggling as if it possessed a will of its own, and something wriggling immediately came crawling out from beneath the sands. A terrifying animal, with a large amount of sand clinging onto its whole body, let out an unbelievably piercing cry from its gigantic mouth. Neither arms nor legs were present on its body, and the way it bent its long and fat body back and forth was reminiscent of a snake. However, it had slimy-looking skin, its color similar to that of the sand, patterned with carved, equidistant lateral stripes, carrying along a horrible stench. Subaru only noticed its true identity once the head of the thing lowered. It was no snake. This was an earthworm. Its torso was so massive that Subaru could not wrap his arms around it. In fact, it seemed that its head and mouth were large enough to swallow 4 or 5 humans whole. The stink surrounding it was similar to a rotten smell, and the saliva, dripping from maw lined with fine teeth, made noise as it evaporated on the sand. The eyeless head turned towards them, acting as if it was sniffing a smell. At this moment, Subaru had completely forgotten about breathing. He also felt Patrasche's thoughts blanking, being transmitted across the bridle, and Beatrice grabbed strongly onto Subaru's clothes while still in his arms. As soon as he thought of its sense of smell, Subaru remembered the smell of the witch that he had carried. If the witch beast reacted to that, something else reacted to it. This group would be...
Ah, jeez! You stink! Hurry up and leave! Get lost!
In the presence of Subaru and the others who could not avoid letting their fear show, Meili let out an adequate voice. Those words caused the gigantic earthworm to turn towards Meili, but he immediately listened to that little girl's orders, and the giant body crawled back into the hole it had dug. A few seconds later, the hole that the earthworm came from had been completely covered with sand, and only silence reigned within the area.
That was a sand earthworm, most likely. It is a witch beast that prefers to lurk beneath sandy soil, but it was a little bigger than I thought.
A little? How little?
To my knowledge, I thought that they would have been as big as a male adult's arms.
Even if the earthworm that appeared was of that size, it would still be big enough to pose a grotesque threat. But that sand earthworm was hundreds to thousands of times larger than the one in Julius's knowledge. It was said that the witch beasts native to the Auguria sand dunes were more ferocious, but perhaps they should have considered the difference in scale as well. Anyhow.
What was that loud voice?
Small window belonging to the dragon carriage opened, and Emilia showed her face from the window that connected the driver box to the inside of the carriage. Even if she had not witnessed the sand earthworm, she would have heard the witch beast's roar. Emilia looked worried, but Subaru was incapable of speaking right away. Then Meili took Subaru's place as he tensed up and faced Emilia.
No need to worry. I just wanted to let you guys know how blessed you are because you don't need to worry about a thing.
Jeez! We really can't thank you enough, Meili-san!
He loosened up thanks to Meili's words, and Subaru gave her a generous compliment that came from the bottom of his heart. Emilia seemed astonished at that change. After Meili's own surprise, she immediately appeared to be satisfied.
Really? You sure? Does Oni-san see me in a new light now?
Yeah, I seriously respect you. I sincerely felt just how dangerous this place would be had you not come along. The Auguria sand dunes are scary! Scary!
He now understood one reason as to why the many reckless adventurers had not come back after daring to conquer this place. Indeed, it was certainly a place for reckless people. It was the absurdity of fooling themselves by believing that the baptism of the sand dunes would be easy. Hooray for peace. Peace is the best.
You're flattering her quite a lot, I suppose. Disgusting, in fact.
Shut up! Weren't you scared out of your wits too? Scary.
Then he was only going along with Subaru because you were nervous, I suppose. Don't get the wrong idea, in fact.
Don't act so tough. You pissed yourself a little, just like I did. Right? I can tell.
Pissed, I suppose?
Like a comedy episode, but nobody could blame them for it at the time. It seemed like witch beasts would approach them if they caused a fuss, but the power of the being who conquered that had been adequately proven. Thus, even Julius did not attempt to stop their quarrel. However, he simply readjusted his consciousness, realizing that the ice they were walking on was thinner than he imagined. This was the first day of the conquering of the sand dunes, to which they could look back as having been worth it. Suddenly, light ran through the sky and penetrated the wind. With a violent sound, the ice tower shattered in half and crumbled, having been hit directly. The pulverized ice tower immediately returned to mana, and every little bit of it that fell onto the surface was swallowed by the sand, disappearing from the world without any ruin, without a trace. The light continued several more times, darting through the sky in succession. Coincidentally, the number matched the number of times the silver-haired girl had established an ice tower. Nobody knew what that meant at this point of time. However, the conquest of the labyrinth of sand was by no means a simple matter. That much was an established fact.
Arc 6, Chapter 9. Breakthrough Sand Time. The first day of the Auguria Sand Dunes conquest finished immediately after sunset. Once the dead of night arrived, the longest of the 3 sand times that blew per day would arrive. If they forced their way through that miasma-laden sand, their bodies would be ruined, and there was the possibility of losing their path. If they were even unable to see the landmark that was the Pleiades Watchtower, then it would be wise to sit back, spending a peaceful night regaining their strength, restoring their spirit for the following day.
Now that I think of it, will the Witch Beast countermeasures work while you're sleeping too?
Of course! Having your butt chewed by animals you brought is such a stupid thought that it's not even funny!
Aware of the menace the wish beasts of the Auguria sand dunes presented, Subaru was somewhat, or rather, quite unsure of them. Laughing at his timidness, Meili was proud. She appeared to be in a good mood ever since the sand earthworm incident, perhaps because she had proved her worth. Subaru understood that getting her in a good mood had benefits to their lives' safety, so from here on out, he wished to be serious about dealing with that too. Anyhow, night had fallen. Subaru and the others had positioned themselves in the middle of the sand dunes, in a sandy plain with a good field of view, and had begun the preparations against the sand, with a dragon carriage at the core. Having said that, they did not need that many preparations. Putting aside how the responsibility weighed on one person, the method really was simple.
Alright, Emilia Tan! Sorry for always relying on you, but please!
Okay. Make sure to move away a bit. Take this!
Emilia let out a listless yell and used her magic, just like when she had erected a tower of ice. Then, a wall of frost formed on the east side of the halted dragon carriage's cover, which would act as defense against the sand wind, shutting out the sand entirely. There was no worry about the ice melting, and it would likewise protect them against petty witch beasts. It looked and felt cold, but after their eyes closed, it would work well enough.
I cannot help feeling uncomfortable because we are always being spoiled by Emilia-sama's powers.
It's fine. I said it before, didn't I? Subaru and Julius will be the ones doing their best while we're on the move. Also, I've said this too, but I am in a really good condition.
Seems like you'd usually start to feel chest pain. That sounds dangerous to me.
Looking at the icy wall, Julius sighed as Emilia flexed her bicep. Gazing at Emilia's soft, white upper arm by his side, Subaru thought that he should pay attention to Emilia's condition. In fact, the miasma-laden air drifting about in the sand dunes did have a particular heaviness to it. That heaviness had a vague effect on Subaru's body, and it seemed to also have an effect on Beatrice and Julius, both taciturn. It could be possible that Anastasia and Ram being quiet inside the dragon carriage was not unrelated. On the other hand, Emilia and Meili seemed to be in good condition, Meili being the same as before. He did not believe that they had common traits, but he should be vigilant for the appearance of any extreme effects, although, truth was, he wished to get out of the sand dunes as fast as possible.
Impatience is forbidden, although I cannot say I understand why you want to rush over the path.
Beckoning a silent Subaru, Julius gazed up at the eastern sky blocked by ice. Subaru felt that he had been seen through, so he snorted his nose and turned away from the ice wall. Then, Patrasche came near Subaru, pressing her snout on his shoulder. Subaru felt her doing it over and over, and he gave a bitter smile.
So, are you gonna try and calm me down too?
It's not like I want to, in fact. It's not like the initiative has been taken either, I suppose.
Beatrice pushed his back and turned away, although previously she had been looking up at him meaningfully. Subaru scratched his head, wondering if his irritation was plain for all to see. Looking over, Subaru found Emilia looking at him with kind eyes. As their lines of sight crossed, she waved towards him ever so slightly. Suddenly embarrassed, Subaru clapped his hands.
Alright! A place to sleep has been secured thanks to Emilia Tan, so let's get ready for tomorrow. The sand time will end at dawn. So, until then, let's...
Before that, Ram needs her treatment.
True. That's right. Okay then, I'll be depending on Emilia Tan and Bayako for that.
He attempted to go through the topics quickly and was halted by Emilia, trying to follow the daily routine. Emilia and Beatrice nodded at Subaru's anticipations, and the treatment began with the men being put outside. Also, as for why Subaru and Julius had been put outside once the healing begun... One could tell that it had started because of the voice that could be heard faintly, even through the door. Ram's enthusiastically quivering voice sounded like she was enduring pain. A faint light arose inside the dragon carriage. The treatment was being administered with the use of mana that combined 4 attributes. Mana was being poured into the wound inflicted from having lost her horn. Ram's appearance pitiful. On one hand, though, it really did feel like something erotic somehow. Therefore, after the treatment had been witnessed the first day, they refused to have the men with them during the healing.
I don't get what Roswaal was thinking wanting you to do that repeatedly.
In a way, it is definitely an honorable role. Miss Rom is charming and pretty. However, when I think about the obvious manner of who she has eyes for, I honestly cannot be pleased with it.
Roswaal should know that too, so I don't know why he is still doing it. In that case, why would he still say that about Ram, if she's so far gone?
People's relationships, even more so when speaking of a relationship between a man and a woman, cannot be assessed from the outside. To put it another way, I'm pretty sure the first time you and I met was not an enjoyable experience. Or at least, I do not think I would be going alongside you in this life-threatening journey.
Well, I guess so.
Hearing the lovely voice from behind him made Subaru's face faintly turn red as he scratched his nose. Julius had a nonchalant face, but despite that, it was still a very strong stimulus to any innocent youth. But still, they could not get away from there and get sniffed out by dangerous witch beasts. They had no choice. It was necessary.
You look quite conflicted, Natsuki-kun.
While Subaru was quietly listening, the breath that blew against his ears made him jump. He lost his posture and tumbled onto the sand, then saw the figure of Anastasia coming around from the other side of the dragon carriage. Julius, who had been alarmed by Subaru's panic, lost his composure at the sight of Anastasia, and he looked at the rolling figure.
You got a little too surprised. It was as if you were thinking of something evil.
Huh? It's not like I was thinking of something evil or anything, you know? Yeah, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Not at all. Not one bit. So what do you need, Anastasia-san? I'll listen to anything!
You really are bad at fooling people, aren't ya? Well, it's fun. Natsuki-kun may be interested in what's going on inside, but I got something important to talk about.
Subaru shook off the dark disdain in Julius's eyes, shot a thumbs up towards Anastasia. Anastasia smiled slightly at that reaction and trekked over the sand in boots, and...
Wow, it's hard to walk. You and Julius seem fine, eh?
I have trained, although I would not go as far to say that it was for this specific occasion.
When you feel unsure of your footsteps, don't walk slowly in attempts to check them. Leave it up to the firmness of your shoe soles and take relatively hard steps. That is the Klein way.
It was the basis of the rough road running style he had learned from the all-purpose butler, Clind, back when he was learning parkour. Anastasia gave an admiring nod at those words, and after that, she lowered the neck of her robe, lower part of her face now showing. She took a deep breath.
I don't get this sand, but it seems like it's choking me out. I'd like to go somewhere safe from the sand wind as soon as possible and breathe as much as I want.
Agreed. I'd like to take a bath too. My head is already smeared with sand.
He could now understand the reason as to why people in desert areas would wear turbans on their heads. Countermeasures for sand, heat, and cold. It was a reasonable yet inevitable way of life people living on rigorous land had to follow. Subaru too was moderately wrapped in cloth, but it was not enough to protect him from this type of condition.
The bath's another thing we'll have to agree on, huh? Sure would be nice if our dear Sage happened to have one in their place.
Right. You don't actually know that much, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Even if Echidna knew the way, it's not like we've ever been inside ourselves.
Anastasia pulled down the neck of her robe even further, the scarf that she always wore now on display. A major premise of this whole deal was that Echidna was the guide for the journey. There was no point in doubting her, but he wished to work out the details.
I can assume that you're going to tell me important things here on out, right?
Of course.
I shall listen gladly.
Anastasia puffed out her slim chest, and Subaru and Julius got ready to listen. In response, Anastasia looked back at the dragon carriage pompously.
Starting tonight, we'll be sleeping in the cart, but you boys will have to take the front seats, you hear? Don't want to go getting any funny ideas just 'cause you're in real tight space with proper ladies now.
Oh, that's enough of that!
Hey, I just thought I'd loosen the tension. Oh well.
It didn't matter at all that they would stay in the same room in the first place. His own lack of courage and the wariness of the other parties were enough for him to understand that. Anyhow, Subaru screaming his inner thoughts was put aside, and Anastasia went into the main topic.
After a full day of moving towards the Watchtower, how's it looking?
Even if you ask that, to be honest, the results weren't anything special.
Subaru was puzzled by her question, reflecting about the day that had passed. After arriving at the Auguria sand dunes around noon, letting the sand time pass by, and after that, Subaru and the others spent nearly half the day moving. The sand time that had happened during the afternoon was now behind them, and it was now sunset. As for the results that were had up to this point, they would be...
The tower sure sticks out like the perfect landmark. Emilia is doing good with the waypoints too. Also, isn't Meili's power super strong?
The preparations we had beforehand and Subaru's quick thinking were perfect countermeasures against sand time. But the problem is the Pleiades Watchtower, and why we cannot see the route up to it, I believe.
Can't see the route?
Subaru frowned at Julius, him having taken over speaking, but having reached a different conclusion. Julius sighed at Subaru, prefacing a speech with,
Ugh, did you not notice? There have not been any noticeable flaws. That is so. If things don't degrade from this position, it would be great.
Don't beat around the bush. It's a bad habit. Say it more directly.
Then I shall make it concise. Subaru, have you not noticed anything peculiar about the tower?
Huh?
Julius asked him a question quietly, and Subaru gasped. After that, looking at the watchtower, a mighty majesty that could be seen on the other side of the ice wall, Niiiiiiiick's presence. Even after Julius had pointed out something was wrong, Subaru did not notice any abnormality in the watchtower. Nothing should have been different about the tower at which he had started at the whole day, compared to how it had been upon first arriving the sand dunes. Nothing could have been different, surely.
Huh?
It seems that you have noticed. That tower clearly is not getting any closer, nor is it getting any farther. We have aimed at that tower, walking towards it this whole time, but the gap is not closed even slightly.
Just like Julius pointed out, Subaru finally understood that abnormality. The faraway-looking Pleiades watchtower remained there, far away without change. Its size such that it felt like it could not be overlooked. There was no sort of change in its appearance.
Oh, no way!
Subaru, I understand your frustration. However, we must be careful.
So, after all the trouble we've been through today, being smeared with sand, and the distance we walked were all a waste, conquering this place is such a pain in the arse!
Yeah.
Subaru kicked the sand at his feet, raising his voice, and Julius was at a loss for words. Squatting on the ground in front of a bewildered Julius, Subaru scooped out sand with his palm with his lips pursed in a pout.
Hey! Are you serious? Now I'm all depressed. All of our hard work up to now has been a waste! Damn, this is the worst.
You don't seem to be as tenacious as I thought you'd be.
Talking like that! While you're seeing me suffering? Can't you tell I'm burned out? If you noticed it too, you should have just said so earlier!
I thought not to say anything until I was sure. Did not wish to discourage you.
This is how you people...
He threw away the sand he had scooped up and stood up while clapping his hands. Glaring at Julius from below, Subaru acted indignant.
Can you stop speaking in insinuations? I won't be mad if you guys just say what's on your mind! Instead, let's try to discover new things together. What's up with this attitude of, I'm just going to keep this trapped deep inside?
Sorry.
Don't feel afraid to tell me even the smallest thing. I said this to Ram, even though she's like an unmovable object. Do I have to go around lecturing everyone?
Subaru was dumbfounded by his colleague's lack of attentiveness over the company's virtues. Report, contact, consult. Having won this rare victory over the greatest of knights, Julius looked introspective, which Subaru took as something good amidst the series of inconveniences, and turned to Anastasia.
So, I guess it's safe to assume you know what's up with this phenomenon.
I apologize that I didn't explain anything. Or rather, I felt confident about my suspicions all day. It'd help if you thought of it like that.
Just make sure to start when you do have those suspicions. That's all. So, what's going on?
He stuck out his tongue at Anastasia, who had stated her justifications and prompted her to continue. When he did, Anastasia proceeded with,
Please don't get surprised when you hear this.
and
This sandy plain between the dunes and the Watchtower. That space probably distorted.
The space is distorted?
In other words, contrary to what it seems, it ain't connected to land. We continue walking straight ahead, and no matter how long we walk, we'll never get there.
Anastasia nonchalantly clarified the shocking fact, and Subaru could not keep his jaw from dropping in shock. Anastasia, or rather Aridna, should have known it from the beginning, considering how it sounded like the matter had been relayed by Aridna.
So, I guess that's why Reinhard and all the other challengers couldn't reach it.
The destination itself can be seen there. All you need to do is close the distance. Especially if they've been frantically attempting to escape the witch beast den along the pass. They'd probably want to go further.
For some reason, he thought of the regret of those adventurers who had broken down halfway through the journey, their goal in plain sight, just in range. This obstacle, which hampered those with the Watchtower as their goal, was an obstacle that even Reinhard had given up on conquering. The distortion of space and the end of the sand sea that could actually not be reached. Perhaps that was how it worked.
How do you defeat that?
Ain't you kinda missing the point by asking about defeating and not defeating it? This is a natural trap created by the miasma. There's no kinda unnatural power going on here.
A natural trap? This?
On rare occasions, nature would set up traps that seemed to have an intrinsic murderous nature to them. The frequently seen mirages at deserts and the snow-covered roads that border the cliffs of areas with heavy snowfall. Thinking about it generally, humans could get killed by things like bottomless swamps or even being pulled in by rising tides. However, as one would expect, the existence of this watchtower was...
This is a trap made by nature? That's an exaggeration, isn't it?
Well, Pleiades' Watchtower was originally built at a place where this phenomenon occurs. If you think about it that way, it is not unnatural. Also, it makes sense.
Does that make sense? In what way?
Do not misunderstand. Yes, the sand dunes lead to the Watchtower, but it's not the only location in its midst. If it was, what would the Watchtower be here for?
Julius chided Subaru's rude tone and urged him to think. An answer came to mind immediately after that question. The purpose of the watchtower they were targeting was to serve as a seal for the witch's shrine. Likewise, these sand dunes and unsurpassable trap would be highly effective in deterring the witch cult with their aim to revive the Witch of Envy. He really could not blame anyone for that.
Okay, I get it now. Anyway, it's not really a pressing issue on how or why that tower was built there. The problem is something else. The problem is how to break through this distorted space.
You can't just think about cutting off the source of the problem. The land's just like that here.
Okay! I've understood the terrain and its peculiarities. Next, let's look for a weakness. Since you've volunteered to be a guide, naturally, there's a way out, right? A loophole?
Ain't a point in yapping if there were none. Though, sketchy putting it like a loophole.
Anastasia smiled wryly at Subaru, who continued to pressure her, the former displaying a pompous sort of attitude. After that, she nodded at Subaru and Julius, who gazed at her and spoke.
During sand time, there should be a moment where the space connected to the watchtower collapses. We'll go through there and enter the real sand sea. That's the condition of breaking through, you see?
The attacks in the sand dunes that had started on the following day had a series of consecutive difficult situations. The condition for the pass to the watchtower that Anastasia had disclosed must be shared by everyone on the crew. In other words, most of their traveling would be useless until sand time, and meanwhile, the expectation would be too much for them. However, that anxiety was...
Even when the key sand time comes, whether we can reach the opening will depend on luck. Think about it that way. Staying still doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Also, if we always stay in one place, the animals nearby might remember our smell. I'll be fine. But if by any chance you lose me or something, then they'll chase you somewhere.
Those were Anastasia and Meili's opinions on how to survive without problems. The former's opinion was somewhat unreliable, but the latter's opinion touched upon the fact that their life was on the line. It was not something that he wanted to think about too much, but turning away from danger would be mere cowardice. Daring to be truly courageous, facing fears and nonetheless fighting, was something invaluable.
Right, Emilia-tan?
Yeah, right.
Emilia-sama, perhaps it's best not to take this too seriously. That's the face when you're being, well, a bit foolish.
Subaru regularly exchanged words with the people inside the dragon carriage. His motivation had not declined one shred, even after hearing the last day's leg of the journey was awash. They had a lot of flexibility due to the food and water they had procured at Marula. There was nothing to be anxious about, as the effects of the miasma were being alleviated by Emilia and Beatrice's spiritual arts.
Actually, I'm getting stressed out just from knowing how many days I have to work at this.
Subaru, spit out the sand in your mouth. Don't swallow it, in fact. Even if it's not a lot, it's sand with miasma, I suppose. If you deal with it improperly, you'll have a painful experience later, in fact.
Beatrice warned Subaru, who had become completely used to the feeling of tasting sand in his mouth and therefore less cautious. In Subaru's arms, as was usual whenever they would ride dragons, Beatrice took out a water container from his pocket.
Look, I'll rinse your mouth, I suppose. You can't bathe, so at least clean your mouth, in fact.
Hey! Come to think of it, you're clean even without taking a bath.
Most of Betty's body is made of mana, I suppose. Naturally, that means she's always perfectly clean, in fact. Being cute at all times in all places. Well, that's just a given for someone like Betty, I suppose.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, cute.
Beatrice pouted at Subaru's apathetic response, but he patted her head and he played with the drills that had been pushed into his robe. They were done in braids today.
Oh, we've discovered a group of witch beasts. Again. They only seem like mere animals when they keep this far away from us like that.
If you move away from me and come close to them, people like Oni-san will get bitten in a flash. It's strange, but all the animals around here stare at Oni-san.
He brought Patrasche near the dragon carriage while looking at the group of witch beasts that were gathering at a place off to the side of their path. Meili, while looking at Subaru with a curious expression, murmured,
"That's weird."
It seemed like the girl did not know about the witch's lingering scent that surrounded Subaru. Subaru thought that it was of the same nature as the miasma, but it looked as if he would never be able to understand its true essence. Anyhow, it appeared that the scent had not faded away from Subaru, nor had its property of luring witch beasts disappeared.
Oh! Could that be a nostalgic witch beast? Ram! Take a look!
It's really discomforting how you talk about that, like it's a part of Rom's memories. I only remember that it was painful for both Barsu and Rom.
A pack of devil dogs that were looking at them from afar were the same kind of disastrous witch beasts that had attacked the former Roswaal residents. Ram acted harsh towards Subaru, who got enthusiastic unintentionally.
Don't say that! That doggy there is like a matchmaker for me, you and Rem. If they hadn't been around, I might not turn out to be the man I am today. When I think about it, we're actually on good terms. No, wait! It is bad! It was horrible, right?
Stop killing your own enthusiasm by yourself. Watching it elicits pity. Listening to it elicits pity. And thinking about it elicits misery.
Stress caused by the pack of witch beasts a year prior had been revived. Sighing at an heated-up Subaru, Ram quickly shut the dragon carriage's window, thus concluding their conversation. Unfortunately, it could not be helped. That incident from a year ago, inside of Ram, had been painted over into a state which had been resolved in cooperation with Subaru, with the absence of Rem's existence. In truth, it was unclear how they would be able to take on the witch beast without Rem, but it seemed that the amnesia was something she did not feel uncomfortable with. If the memory of Rem inside of Ram were revived, then the missing parts would be filled, and topics would mesh well too. He would think about it once the time came, although he felt like he'd only get insulted.
Whoa! Sand time is crazy! Sand time is ridiculous! This sand wind is out of control!
I tried to make the ice as clear as I could, but, you tell me if it's not working?
Yeah, this is already pretty much a disaster! So much for the ice solves everything theory!
Crucial sand time had arrived. They rushed into the sand wind, piercing it, looking for this distortion of space that would lead them to the tower, but they were struck by the sand's unimaginably overwhelming fury. What had been a particularly bad miscalculation was that the ice wall had been utterly defeated despite having supported Subaru in the team's venture with an imposing performance this far.
It's an ice wall, and yet the absurd sand is sticking onto it, so I can't see what's in front of me at all! Or rather, receiving such a strong wind with this wide area of ice is beyond suicidal!
Huh? What? Subaru, did you say something? I can't hear you at all.
The wind is too strong, and this is beyond suicidal!
You want to die? No, you can't! Don't lose courage!
Why are we even talking? Sand violently blasted in my eyes!
Did you say something? Say it again! Subaru! Subaru!
I'll say it again! Such a spotted act is...
Subaru!
The sand wind was already a gale and was now already close to being a sandstorm. Although Subaru and the others were serious challengers, their interactions sounded like a comedy act. Even having a thin plate of ice with the sole purpose of protecting themselves against the thin sand blowing against them from head-on was nothing but suicidal. In fact, it would have been better to cover their entire body in cloth and make themselves small to mitigate the wind striking them. However, the bottleneck in that strategy was...
Keep going! Hang in there, Gian! We can only rely on your horsepower!
The Crown Dragon took the sand wind head-on as it charged down. They had already spent a few days conquering the dunes, and the bond that had been forged between them was expressed in the name it was being called. To put it briefly, the ground dragon of the Gyrus species was pulling the dragon carriage. It was named Gian. Its tenacity held the key to break through the sand wind. After all, the dragon carriage the girls were on did not have any way to diminish its size against the wind. As a result, there was no other choice for Gian but to pull the dragon carriage with all its strength towards the wind.
Doing nothing but forcing ground dragons does not suit my style, but we depend on you now.
Hey! Hang in there! I don't want to go back to looking that unending sandy plain again!
Julius cheered on Gian, him holding onto the bridle, as well as Meili, who sat next to him. Precisely because they were the ones viewing its tenacity closer to anyone else, they could believe in that underlying strength, sending words its way. Emilia and the others could not even open the small window in the wind, but they were sure that praying with worry inside the dragon carriage was a sure bet. As one countermeasure for the sand, Emilia had been asked to tamper with the dragon carriage with ice. Even though a sand-protective board of ice had been stuck onto the front, it could not handle the fierce onslaught of the wind. Thus, Subaru brought out his last resort, formed somewhere in between a wing formation capable of directing the wind and a sharp shape. A spear that would pierce fiercely into the sand wind had been fashioned.
It's an application of a mini four-wheel drive. Reducing its weight to make it light would be fatal. So, I couldn't do that. But I did what I could. Alright, go! Gun gear! Penetrate!
Gian had stepped forward with fierce footsteps in response to Subaru's shout. A dragon carriage that had become a spear bit and tore through the wind, closing in on them with a frontal assault, escaping, moving forward and forward. Before long, the dragon carriage, crowned with the name of the spear of a god, burrowed into the scar of the bitten and torn wind, gouged out the sand's tyranny, and then it breaks through.
Huh?
moment they escaped the sand wind, what swept over Subaru was extremely sharp silence. The wind that had made such an intense amount of noise close to their ears, the sand that had struck them as if to shave their whole bodies, and the miasma that excited activity from the witch beasts, all vanished as if it were all an illusion.
Huh?
Sandtime had certainly an abrupt ending, but it was even more resonating. The vigor of the wind intermingled with the sand gradually weakened, and before long it slowly dissipated like being pulled in by waves, and nothing but the peculiar smell of the sand was left. However, at only this instance did that occur. In other words, that was the proof that the ending of this Sandtime was a special case. Feeling thirst in his mouth, Subaru gyrated. Upon doing so, he laid his eyes upon Julius and the others, who, much like Subaru himself, were dumbfounded upon having escaped the sandwind. Of course, them being there meant that Gian and the dragon carriage were likewise.
Julius.
Oh. Subaru called out to him, and Julius, all tensed up, gave him an acknowledging gesture with his chin. After that, and before any other thoughts, they both raised their hands at each other, clenching their fists, and displayed their mutual admiration for breaking through Sandtime. To Julius's side, Meili was seen wiping the sand off her body, then thanking Gian. This journey's most valuable player was definitely Gian. They had to show their gratitude to their heart's content, their appreciation, and reward it as much as possible. But
leave that for later! We broke through! We did it! We did...
What the? You're always being so loud right in my ears, I suppose! Gah!
Subaru's overjoyed grin was cut short from a thrust of Beatrice's palm against his jaw. The clean hit sent his vision spinning, and he toppled right off Patrasche, landing flat on the sand. He ended up with a mouthful of the stuff. Spitting it out, Subaru sprang back up, immediately span towards Beatrice in protest.
What the heck was that for? I'm just happy, and you decided to go full stick attack. I totally just wanted, like, a lot of sand for the shock.
You were holding Betty and still making a racket all on your lonesome, I suppose. Going on about downbursts and off-roading, and gene shifts and burning souls. None of it made any sense, in fact. My ears have been ringing this whole time, I suppose.
Beatrice turned to Subaru and she complained to him vehemently while mounted on Patrasche. Subaru had various things to say about it, but he could certainly not deny the feeling that he had been gotten... Subaru had various things to say about it, but he certainly could not deny the feeling that he had gotten a bit excited and shouted a bunch of random terms. What the hell was a Goongear?
Anyways, we broke through the sun time safely. First, let's celebrate that. Come on, Banzai!
Banzai, I suppose.
Putting aside Beatrice's sulky attitude, they certainly had broken through the sand obstacle. Giving a few pats to Patrasche's neck, as she had done her best, he showed his gratitude for the braveness of the beloved dragon that did not show tiredness on her galled face. After that, Subaru rushed up to the dragon carriage, and to share his delight...
Oni-san?
Huh? What's wrong? You can be a little happier too.
Shut up.
Meili stopped Subaru, him trotting, her sharp words flying towards him as he turned around and looked his way. What was included in them was a clear warning about danger. Subaru was not enough of a fool to mistake what that meant. In response to Subaru's silence, Meili nodded while putting a finger on her mouth, and she slowly pointed towards the front with her free hand. Subaru, Julius, and Beatrice were lured by that movement and gazed on ahead. Beyond the sandwind they had faced during the Sandtime, the distorted sand sea up to the Watchtower had been cleared. Thus, the Watchtower silhouette looming before him was evidently clearer and larger in comparison to how it had been up until now. It was possible to think that there was now a definite distance until their goal. However...
What's that?
Colorful flower beds were spread in front of Subaru and the others, covering the sandy soil that led to the Watchtower.
Arc 6, Chapter 10, Like a Flash. Disturbing the vast land of the sand dunes was a flower meadow with a variety of colors. It was nighttime, and mysteriously, the starlight was not visible in the sky of the sand dunes. The reason why the sky could not be perceived, despite there being no gathering of clouds, was that the miasma enshrouding the space above ground covered this vast sea of sand. That was the explanation given beforehand. It was not clear to Subaru whether the one that had given that explanation had been Beatrice, or Emilia, or Julius. What was clear, however, was that rather than the imperceivable look of the sky, the alarm bell of caution should be directed towards the ground, for the ominous bloom of the flower meadow undefeated in front of the darkness of the night. The vivid, rather venomous flowers were excessively mismatched in the sea of sand.
Flower meadow among the sand dunes?
While voicing it, Subaru noticed that there was an unsettling feeling in the string of words he pronounced, one that he was already aware of. Emerging at the back of his mind was the information gathered in the bar of Mirula. The bartender there, who had lost one of his legs, had spoken of the flower meadows that appeared in the sand dunes. If flower meadows are spotted in the sand dunes, run away at full speed, was what he had said. Because those are the turfs of the ferocious, ugly witch beasts, the courtesan bears.
But even if you say run away at full speed...
Pointing out the weakness in those words, Subaru, while gazing ahead, stepped back. The flower meadow was the territory of a witch beast. That information was beneficial. There was also the mention of immediately running from the ferocious and atrocious witch beast that he was sure to follow. But if there was a problem, it was its scale. Keeping their silence, Subaru and the others, who were lined up in a row, held their breaths. In front of them, having surmounted the menace of sand time, having broken through the distortion of space, what had appeared was the continuous desert leading to the Watchtower. Their lines of sight were now filled with a stretching flower meadow. It was, quite literally, dense enough for there to not be a single spot to step on. Springing forth all of a sudden in the desert was the paradise of the flower meadow. There were limits even when it came to shadiness. It was something that they would have avoided even without the warning of the bartender. That was precisely why. If flying through the sky was an option, then they would have chosen that and avoid this without any hesitation whatsoever.
There's no way we can avoid this.
Murmuring in a way such that there was no difference between speaking and a hoarse sigh, Subaru aimed his words towards Meili. Under the present conditions, regarding their countermeasures against witch beasts, relying on Meili was an unexpected benefit. Whatever decision she made would determine the outcome, but the girl's face was quite pale as she glared at the flower garden. Blood vanquished from her light-complexioned skin, replaced with a cold sweat. Without the need of any words, it was plain to see that she had quite the negative situation in her hands. Slowly, Patrasche, with her massive frame, edged closer. She was unbelievably quiet for such a large beast. Seeing Beatrice's silent command from the perch on the dragon's back. Jump on, in fact. Subaru placed a foot in the stirrup, taking care to make it as quiet as possible as he once again mounted aside his partner. Whether they moved forward or back, Subaru's own feet would be useless against the tide of drowning sand. Though he would steer via the reins, it was Patrasche's chunky thighs that Subaru would rely on for their swift movement.
For now, it seems everyone is sleeping.
Holding his breath, how much time had they waited for Meili's judgment? After tens of seconds had passed, or to him it felt like it had been nearly an hour, Meili spilled that out, as if whispering. In response, Subaru, with energy draining from his shoulders, brought Patrasche closer to the dragon carriage.
That flower meadow is the territory of the courtesan bear. That's the situation, right?
Based on what we were told before, for now that does not seem to be wrong, but it is just the scale is larger than what I had expected.
That difference in scale is addition of something as cute as it being twice or thrice, I suppose.
Letting out a single sigh, Subaru and the rest, facing each other, exchanged their thoughts. Julius and Beatrice, too, at the great reception surpassing their expectations, were in a state of having lost their voices. The one inside the dragon carriage, Emilia and the rest, their voices of delight after having broken through Sandtime too, had come to a halt as they were showing their faces through the small window, wondering what had occurred.
Subaru, did something happen? The sound of the sand wind can't be heard anymore.
We did a good job of clearing Sandtime, and just when I thought we had cleared the first hurdle, the second hurdle was standing here immediately waiting for us, as you can see.
As you can see, you say. Ah.
Seeing the clearly visible flower meadow at a single glance through the small window, Emilia's throat froze in shock. She had also heard what the bartender had said. Of course, the information she recollected must have also been the same. Emilia repeatedly blinked her eyes, and beside her, Anastasia and Ram also showed their faces. The two had also gazed at the flower meadow and grimaced at the cruelty of the trials to reach the Watchtower.
Even after passing through the sand wind and Sandtime, the obstacles this time are the flower meadows, huh? Anastasia, do you happen to know anything about these courtesan bears?
Guiding the way is my job, and I'd be trouble if y'all expect more than that. But gotta admit, this has been more tricky than I can contend with. What should we do now?
Holding expectations from the opinion of Aridna, she, while shrugging her shoulders, did not seem to possess a plan to overcome the obstacle. Subaru let out a long breath from his nose and looked at Meili.
Meili, your constitution withstanding, can you push back all of those wish beasts? Right? Plucking courtesan bear after bear out from this meadow?
It's difficult, you know. If it's 10, 20, or even 100, I can take care of them. But more than that, some of the beasties just don't listen to my instructions, I'm afraid.
There's a limit to the number, huh?
There's a limit to the quality of the ask, too, you know? I can't exactly ask too much of the white whale or the great rabbit. The courtesan bears, as well, are all just messed up for me. Totally different from the shadow lion.
Shadow lion? Oh, that large one who showed up at the mansion. Right.
Putting a stop to their conversation about old memories, Super considered Meili's opinion and glared at the flower meadow. Countless, a vast paradise of flowers, just as expected. Even an estimate of the number of witch beasts could not be determined, but it was clear that it was easily more than 100, which was Meili's limit.
At the moment, we can say that the choices we have are to either continue or retreat.
Julius lifted 2 fingers and turned his neck towards the silent Subaru. Seeing that, Subaru inhaled.
You know, retreat was never an option. Nothing would be solved. It'd be a waste after clearing the Sandtime. There's no point in putting it off.
If we dive into a different Sandtime, we may be able to challenge the Watchtower from a different path. Is it not short-sighted to block the path without considering it?
Sandtime occurred 3 times a day, and Julius was insisting that one of those times was the answer. Assuming that others had escaped from the late-night Sandtime, but there was also the one in the morning and the afternoon. Super wondered if it was possible that choosing a different Sandtime could lead them to different destinations. He doubted that, however, and gestured his doubt by shaking his head.
Even if we took a different route, there's no way it's just going to go recklessly sail us all the way up to the Watchtower. This flower field may be risky, but other places have different obstacles, no doubt. Probably no easy path waiting for a casual stroll.
Indeed. It seems I was a bit overly optimistic after all.
Besides, Meili being here with us against these courtesan bears' lair, this might actually be the most viable path. Though, that possibility isn't exactly the best.
This time, excessive pessimism, huh? As always, it is your forte to denounce and uplift, is it not?
Oh, I don't do it on purpose. So, Meili, what's your input?
Harshly telling Julius off, who rounded his eyes at how unfavorable the situation was, Subaru turned towards Meili. Silent, gazing intently at the flower meadow, Meili, at Subaru's words, said, with her gaze cast downwards.
Yeah, the numbers are a bit tough. If you're telling me I gotta, well, I'll give it a shot. It doesn't mean I have to make every one of the bears listen, right?
Not Everyone, you say?
To get through the field, we just need to calm down a few of the courtesan bears, like just the barest of minimums, right? We'll just ask them to scoot, and then they can go rest quietly after that. As long as we don't disturb them too much, I should be able to handle that much.
As if gaining certainty in her thoughts while answering the doubt, strength returned to Meili's voice. At the very least, she had a stance of respecting Subaru's choice of continuing. That was something to be genuinely grateful for. Subaru nodded to Meili and looked at everyone's faces.
I think we should move forward. Regardless, there's not going to be much progress without taking a risk. Running away from a potential problem won't bring potential solutions. That's for sure.
Despite being one who relies on others, you sure do talk big, my lord.
Rem fired bitter words at Subaru, who had suggested to proceed. Receiving her typical words, Subaru let out a, "Oh," and raised his thumb.
In the end, it's definitely all on Meili. If by some chance we do end up provoking the witch beasts, then our lives are left to Emilia, Julius, and Beako. Sorry, guys! Oh, also, Patrasche too. My bad.
He caressed his beloved dragon's head, who had raised her neck up in discontent at having her name absent as one of the members he could rely on. Against that pathetic declaration of Subaru's, Ram, with a frankly astonished expression, shrugged her shoulders.
Your being aware makes it all the more unforgivable. At best, when the time comes, play the role of decoy.
Huh. Hearing that is also pretty nostalgic. You may not remember it, though.
At the words somewhat pertaining to the past, Ram made an anxious face. He had been slapped with words like those by Ram, both in the Forest of the Witch Beast, or on the morning of the day they headed out to the royal capital for the royal selection. With Ram's existence disappearing from our memories, and accompanying memories altered, now, where must have the back and forth of that day vanished off to?
Let's go. To get it back. I don't want to backtrack for even a second. Not anymore.
I agree. I also think it's just as Subaru says.
At Subaru's decision, who hardened his fist, consented Emilia with a gallant expression. She touched the pendant on her neck, and stole the feelings of the spirit sleeping within the large spellstone into her fingers, and then her amethyst eyes earnestly focused on the flower meadow.
Beyond this flower meadow is the key to precious memories. Let's go without stopping. I will definitely make sure to protect everyone. Ain't it a bit too lame to be told that by a girl?
At Emilia's majestic declaration, Anastasia spoke as she looked towards Subaru. He wished to retort with a "shut up." But the truth was, if it did turn out just as Emilia said, he thought that would be the best, as there would be nothing to worry about left. At a glance, the distance of the Pleiades Watchtower had shrunk to roughly a few kilometers. Before crossing Sandtime, back when they were only recklessly pushing through the Agoria sand dunes, the tower seemed ever distant, never appearing more or less than 10-odd kilometers away, no matter how they traveled. Compared to that, the difference was staggering. Arrival was close at hand.
But anything and everything comes after escaping away from this nest of the courtesan bears.
Vast fields of flowers stretched endlessly before them, an unnatural sight amidst the barren scape of sand, boldly alerting of something anomalous. These flowers are not the natural plants rooted into fresh soil. Rather, their stems and bases hovered ever so slightly, revealing an ugly truth. These flowers did not grow from the earth, but from the very flesh of the monstrous beings itself. To escape the territory of the courtesan bears, which Meili had instructed Subaru and the others, was simple. Be as silent as possible. According to her remarks, the courtesan bears were currently lying dormant. They would not thoughtlessly wake them up, but in exchange for that, it seemed they would not be able to get an idea of the ferocity of the witch beast upon being rinsed from slumber.
Bad little beasties seem most nasty right after they start moving, you know? Heard pitiful white whaley was put down, but not until it became super vicious and troublesome right after it came out of the fog.
That was the digression Meili spoke of regarding the white whale. Thinking about it in accordance with that exposition of hers, there had been the exact moment when Subaru and the rest had encountered the white whale at the Lyphaeus Plains. In other words, immediately after I had woken up, had been the worst of timings. Recollecting on that grueling battle, Subaru couldn't help but belatedly pat himself on the back, for it was a miracle they won at all. But that aside...
Naturally, little ones are feisty when waking up. Same whether it's a person, an animal, or one of my little nasty beasties, you know? So, be real quiet, okay? So long as you can manage that, leave the rest to me.
Abiding by her strong-willed remarks, Meili commenced the march of the group who had clamped down their breathing. Their battle formation had switched from the one formed for the purpose of overcoming the sand dunes, with the dragon carriage proceeding further ahead. Sitting on the coachman's platform, conveying her intentions to the Corson bears, was Meili. In accordance with those aims, Julius drove the dragon carriage further. Patrasche, being operated by Subaru, was running right next to the dragon carriage without leaving its flank. Feeling himself bend and holding his breath, Subaru clutched onto Beatrice's petite form. Her body temperature could be felt, and it seemed that she had stiffened her body, feeling nervous. Looking at the dragon carriage, upon its roof was a figure, one who need not be suspected, for the familiar silhouette was that of Emilia. Noticing Subaru's gaze, Emilia aimed her amethyst eyes towards him and raised her hand. The reason why Emilia was lying in ambush like that upon the roof was so that she could move instantly in case of any issue arose. Though Subaru would have liked her to quietly stay within the dragon carriage, but with the support of Julius' spiritual arts gone, the only ally capable of long-range attacks was Emilia. It wasn't as if Beatrice couldn't do it herself if pushed, but a single large blow would exhaust Subaru's reserves. It was a part of Subaru's inferiority complex that, in terms of strength, he had to depend upon others for protecting him, even though he should be protecting. If that had been the case, if there had been no need to do so, maybe even Rem, the weakness of thinking that way was always present within Subaru. As such uncompromising emotions beyond his control began to rise, the back of Beatrice's head pushed up his jaw. At Subaru's surprise, Beatrice snorted her nose. Focus on what is in front of you right now, was what she must have meant. Looking overhead once again, Emilia, too, had pointed her finger towards Subaru, and he understood that she was urging for similar caution. Unable to verbally express either compromise or understanding, he exhaled a deep sigh. The truth was that he wanted to slap his cheek and change his feelings, but that could put his life at risk, an action that could prove to be deadly. And practically at the same time as Subaru's usual detour of thoughts gave rise to this resolution, the party's vanguard arrived at the flower meadow.
Move.
At once, Gian halted, pulling the dragon carriage, and Meili's faint voice slipped into the creaking sound of the wheels and was thrown towards the flower meadow. At first, there being no response to Meili's call, Subaru gritted his molars.
Move.
Once again, Meili called out the order. Even still, indeed, no change was born in the flower meadow. In the vexing stalemate, Subaru's stomach lining started to grumble with something similar to itchiness, and... with that distortion, the ground, as if truly being stripped off, and the flower meadow arose. Without thinking, looking straight at the form of the witch beast, Subaru's throat seized up. The witch beast, called the courtesan bear, befitting of its name, possessed a figure like that of a bear. However, it definitely was different from the bears in Subaru's recollection. Far too different. The courtesan bear possessed a stature perhaps around 2 to 3 meters. Its legs were short. In exchange for that, its arms were long enough to drag on the ground. Its arms were thick, visibly concealed under black fur, and it was possible to find claw-like nails growing at the ends. From the rear to the armpits of that body, there existed vivid flowers swaying in an impressive fashion, but observing the witch beast from close proximities, One eyes tended towards the front rather than the rear of that body. Though its physique was concealed by black fur, creeping about that body was not body hair. Closely packed, wrapping the body were the finely jumbled together roots of the flowers. They appeared as if blood vessels were floating on the skin, the minute roots covering the body of the witch beast. On the body, covered with tightly packed roots, the area which the roots did not reach were abnormally parched, and both the flesh and skin had withered. Its facial features, its cranium, had reached the limit of dehydration to the point where it was visibly obvious, and its circular, bulging eyeballs were bloodshot, wielding hatred for everything in this world. That seemed to be as if the flowers whose roots were pasted upon its bodies were slurping on its life force. The Corson bears could not coexist with the flowers. Clearly, the flowers were sapping away its life. The witch beast, which gave off an unbearable feeling of revulsion merely looking at it, following Meili's words with sluggish movement, slowly pulling out its body from the ground as the roots got uprooted from the desert from which nothing could be absorbed. 1,000 sounds of snapping limitlessly followed. For opening up space just so that the dragon carriage could pass, the moving Corson bears reached 100 and some, and as if knowing no end, their numbers continued to increase.
Ew.
Faintly, Julius's sigh was audible as the dragon carriage resumed proceeding. Julius, in that state, his body hair standing up due to the spectacle in front of his eyes, must have failed to weather it. Attached to the rear of the dragon carriage, two of the others also entered the path bloomed open by the Corson bears. The moment Subaru stepped into the territory of the Corson bear, an overwhelming perfume of floral aromas assaulted his senses. It was nothing like the malodorous scent of the sand earthworm prior, yet the swirling array of saccharine scents became overwhelming, almost violent in their intensity. The invasive fumes bled into his sinuses, catching his mind into a burning inferno. The gears in his head started to stick and slow, as if sapped by the sensation. This was not a joke. Subaru was beginning to feel his head spin and even throb with a new headache. Having cursed a sand wind prior, he for once thought it was much preferable to the current sensation. It might even just sweep away this cloying, poison-like scent clinging around his body, and for that, he'd welcome it gladly. As if having noticed something, Beatrice pulled Subaru's sleeve. Looking at her, wondering what had come up, she was incessantly concerned regarding something behind them. Turning around at the gesture, whilst keeping that repulsive premonition in mind, he understood the meaning behind her reaction. The gap Meili had chanced to allow their passage was now steadily sealing behind them. As soon as the dragon carriage and Patrasche had been led through, the flowers at the outer edges slowly fit back into place behind them, restoring the meadow to its original state. It seemed that the order Meili gave would have completed, and thus resulting in a return to their previous positions, resuming their dormant state. Even if Subaru had been thinking about going back, stopping midway was hardly an option. Amidst this coven of witch beasts, Subaru didn't have a single desire to return a step backwards in the den, not even as a bit. The moment immediately after he had thought that, the dragon carriage's advance came to a halt. Looking at the front, while wondering what had happened, the reason behind the dragon carriage's pause was explicit. A lone Corson bear, in front of the dragon carriage, had gotten up, was standing still, and turned its hollow eyes toward the two people in the coachman's seat. With that one making strange movements, the movements of the Corson bears in the vicinity started to change too. The feet of the Corson bears who had, until now, placidly and obediently made their way, stopped, and as if tracing the actions of the one staring at the dragon carriage, their gazes accumulated on the dragon carriage. This is bad, was the intuitive realization Subaru had. Looking back, they had already covered several hundred meters since entering the flower meadow. With the pathway behind plugged up, It was clear that they had been surrounded by the Coruscant bears from all directions. Their numbers were in the hundreds, possibly even the thousands. A violent difference in numbers. Thinking that, his gaze entwined with Emilia's, who was on top of the roof. Emilia was looking down on the Coruscant bear in front, and was puzzled over what kind of action she should perform to deal with it. If the outbreak of a fight could not be avoided, like they had done until now, then clearing the frontward of the dragon carriage with Emilia's magic and running through was the optimal way. However, she did not want to mistake the timing and rush things too fast. In front of Subaru and the rest, who were puzzled about what to do, the one with utmost composure was Meili. Putting a finger on her lips, she calmed the indecisive Subaru and the others beforehand. Following afterwards, she pointed the finger she had held on her lips towards the front, and scowled at the Coruscant bear in front of her. Meili extended her finger, a sharp clicking sound escaping her lips, a noise akin to what one might do when coaxing a small kitten. If the target had been a kitten, it would make for an endearing sight, but against this monstrous beast, there was nothing quite so comforting about it. Guided like a conductor with a rhythmic sway of her finger alongside the continued clicking of her tongue, the Coruscant bear's gaze slowly shifted. No longer fixated on the two riders atop the coachman's seat, his attention was drawn to Meili alone, and on that wagging digit. At the same pace, ensuring that the Coruscant bear's focus was on the finger, Meili slowly swung her hand, which had her fingers pointed towards the right of the dragon carriage. Lured to the movement of that arm, the Coruscant bear that had brought the dragon carriage to a standstill turned his face towards that and moved, taking a single step in that direction. Almost out of reflex, Subaru let out a sigh of relief, leave his throat at the sight of the Coruscant bear's effort of moving away from the carriage. Emilia, and maybe Beatrice, who had stiffened their bodies up, also loosened their shoulders in relief. When the one who had caused the standstill moved, the other Coruscant bears attempted to return to their own movements of distancing themselves. At the same pace as before, the march to the flower meadow resumed. Was how it was supposed to be. At that moment, the thread of tension snapped, and nobody could be condemned for raising their voice. Suddenly, in a moment of enduring and almost extreme deadlock, the thing known as the heart could not stand strong. That went for humans, and for ground dragons as well. Shouted upon with the malignant aggression of the Coruscant bears from up close, Gian gave out a short growl and stamped its feet on the ground as if enraged.
Oh shit!
At Gian's roar, which abruptly cut off the silence, the Coruscant bears, which were in a state of lying dormant, ratcheted together simultaneously. The one attempting to distance itself away from the drag carriage turned back, and that reaction infected the vicinity as well. The witch beast rose and leapt upon the dragon carriage with their bare fangs. Immediately before that,
Alhuma!
the mana materialized rapidly, and the spearhead of the formed ice lance penetrated through the witch beast's skull. The sharp tip of frost pierced through its large mouth, infringing upon its oral cavity, and broke through its nape. Its brain churned. The Coruscant bear, without raising its voice, collapsed backwards as it faced annihilation. Caught up in his power, several Coruscant bears, without pause, toppled sideways.
Run!
Shouted Subaru, immediately after witnessing the preemptive attack by Emilia, who was on top of the dragon carriage. Agreeing with that decision, Julius operated the reins of the dragon carriage, started running fiercely instantly. Of course, Patrasche too followed that, jumping away from the side of the witch beast standing stock still, and broke off in a savage sprint.
They're coming! They're coming! They're coming! They're coming! They're coming! They're coming! Ah!
A beat later, a deafening series of roars shattered the night across the serene Agoria sand dunes. The vast flower field rippled as if a wave, and the Coruscant bear pack, gnashing fangs and snarling grotesquely, charged forth with a relentless fury, surging towards the dragon carriage.
Subaru! Firmly grip on or you will get thrown off, in fact!
The overwhelming pressure that weighed around was like a blast of fierce wind, but was truly the murderous intent coming from the ravenous countless Coruscant bears raining down upon them all. A thick arm, armed with their razor-sharp claws, swung upward with terrifying force, ready to strike Subaru atop the dragon carriage. If it landed, the blow would punch a hole through his body with ease, ripping flesh and spilling guts in a flash. Yet, just as the impalement came, a pale blue-white ethereal glow intervened, plunging into the beast's body with deadly accuracy.
Hey! Yeah! Alright! These! So many! Yeah!
As always, with the mana forming a whirlpool and a voice coming from her heart, giving the impression that the blue-white light was performing a boisterous dance in the dark sky. That was the transformation of countless sharp spearheads pointing above the ground into blades of ice. Immediately after stagnation, lasting a single moment, firing as if having acquired propulsive force, the craniums, the arms, the torsos, and the legs of the coursing bears swarming upon the dragon carriage were torn in shreds, giving rise to spouts of blood.
Oh, as expected of Emilia Tan! I'm falling for you again!
This is not the time for saying such things, is it? Run!
Yes!
Having his life saved by Emilia's followed up, Subaru further accelerated Patrasche. And with the sudden exchange, Emilia was coping with the fight with surprising composure. In retrospect, even if Emilia had shirked from fighting, it was not as if fighting intimidated her. The tendency to avoid fighting within her was an indecision that would be erased once battle had broken out.
Barasu, run until you collapse if you do not wish to die!
Yeah, of course! Ram?
The tough fight was being put up by Emilia. The bluish-white light mowed down the frontward of the dragon carriage. Altogether, and the group of coursing bears who had taken a roundabout path were frozen at the same time, as Gian rushed and broke towards the ice sculpture. Now sitting on the driver's seat gripping to the reins was Ram, having suddenly moved from the passenger compartment. At Ram, who was skillfully handling the reins, driving the ground dragons in an agitated state, Subaru peeled open his eyes and let his gaze wander around.
What about Julius?
It seemed like he'd be utterly useless up in the driver's seat without a means of ranged attack. That's why...
At a glance, Ram looked towards the rear at Subaru's call. Lured to that line of sight, and looking backwards, Subaru thoughtlessly felt dumbfounded. Biting the sand, beside the dragon carriage with its wheels roaring, clinging onto one of the ornaments, waving about the grass knight's sword, was the form of Julius, clearing away the approaching witch beasts.
Burdening Emilia-sama with responsibilities and such cannot be done either, you see.
Was that directed at me?
That would be...
Pausing his words there, Julius had his knight's sword meet with the claws of the approaching witch beast. The decapitating slash weaved through the gap of those claws and deeply gorged into the arms of the coursing bears. At the same pace, the dancing tip of the sword pierced through the throats of the witch beast, who let out scream, and, as if in a flash, it granted death by destroying the brainstem. That dance, with minimal destruction, was truly debonair.
Wrong!
Successfully crushing the witch beast, Julius voiced what remained of his reply to Subaru while dusting away his sword. Subaru made a bitter face at the gesture, tasting reassurance with a sense of defeat. Simply, having put Emilia in charge of the long range, clearing away the close range was up to Julius. If that structure were to continue, the concern regarding the dragon carriage could be saved for later. That was a problem for their internal affairs person anyway.
Bearco, can you go for it?
Subaru too! Be careful that you don't run out of gas, I suppose!
Above Patrasche, raising his body, Subaru held the reins with one hand and grabbed onto Beatrice with the other, standing her small body on top of the dragon. Steadily clasping each other's hands, something throbbed in the interior of Subaru's guts. Like hot magma, it slowly streamed from Subaru's body into Beatrice's.
Minya!
Crystals of violet materialized with the chant, and aimed for the witch beast blocking the path ahead of the ground dragon's nose. Accurate aiming, momentary advancement, the outcome was visible immediately afterwards. Raising sound like that of shattering glass, the magical attack directly struck the witch beast, and the crystals fragmented. The following moment, the body of the witch beast fragmented similarly as well.
Alright! Good going, Bearco!
But reckless firing cannot be done, in fact. Cautiously saving... Minya!
Is that consuming it?
Beatrice's battle strength depended upon the mana reigning inside Subaru. In order to oppose the overwhelming advancing threat, even Beatrice was unable to compromise much. Sense of loss, as if his soul was being diminished with every single attack of magic. Subaru, talkative and composed, abated Beatrice's nervousness. Of course, Such consideration was clearly visible to Beatrice.
Seriously? How did it end up like this? This is supposed to be my ace in the hole!
Thus, the ultimate weapon stood up to those who had been standing their silence until now and stepped on the ground. A driver, having been sat beside Ram, Meili, with her eyes tearing up, surveyed the swarm of Corson bears crowding around their surroundings while making a red face. Then she pointed a finger towards the witch beast who would not obey her.
I'll give you a scolding to the bad animal sands! Come on, sand earthworm!
No way!
Immediately after Meili pouted and tantrumed like a child, the desert that had turned up thanks to the rise of Corson bears, and with the underneath of that sand being stirred up subsequently, a huge frame rushed out, swallowed within the momentum of the gigantic beast, pushing its whole body out from the underground. The countless Corson bears dragged within were launched up to the sky. Falling on the sand from high altitude, the witch beasts had their bones broken, and the unfortunate Corson bears directly above that humongous mouth got chewed up, thrashing around while tearing apart the desert. The one laying waste upon the repulsive flower meadow was the sand earthworm. With a foul smell and a strange voice cutting through the twilight, the sand earthworm decided that the bear clinging to the side of the carriage was its prey, and with a leap of its huge frame, it crushed the bear in one fell swoop.
Go! Sand earthworm! Crush everyone! Everyone!
Are you serious? Hey! Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Hey, hey, hey!
Wait, capable of making the very ground rumble, writhe through the sand steep, and the wails of the Corson bears being crushed by the pressure of the humongous frame echoed. Corson bears, too, did not possess a weak frame whatsoever, but they could not possibly compete with the figures of the sand earthworms, whose overall length could be even above 10 meters. The overwhelming difference in mass resulted in collision, and the Corson bears got successfully turned into corpses. In the commotion, which was a decisive battle between monsters at this point, Sue had no words to appropriate for it. Emilia and Beatrice's magic, Julius' swordsmanship, Meili's unusual talent narrowly cleared the way, and the dragon carriage and Patrasche rapidly proceeded through the flower meadow.
Ah! The sandworm is!
Meili's shriek was heard. Observing it, the sand earthworm, possessed by a great number of Corson bears who had their claws gouged into that humongous fame, was shedding large quantities of bodily fluids from its entire body and collapsed on the ground. The outer skin of the slimy and soaking wet sand earthworm was not something as sturdy as that of snakes or insects. The skin sustaining the soft body easily fell prey to the claws, and a wail of agonizing death reverberated through the sand sea.
Next! 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 Keep coming! Fast!
One single giant collapsed, and Meili clapped her hands with a pallid face. And alert to that, once again the sand was uplifted, and a different sand earthworm made its appearance. This time, there were 6 at the same time. However, compared to the first one, they were twice as small. And if they were to get enclosed by the swarm of Corson bears, they would get hunted down in a blink of an eye.
At this pace...
They would get defeated by the violence of numbers. With a sense of terrible hopelessness, Subaru desperately looked at the surroundings and searched for something that could help them break out of this deadlock. And he noticed the Watchtower that had been so distant was close enough to be said that it was right before their eyes.
Just a little bit left! If we can reach the Watchtower at this pace!
The beast didn't retreat, not by any means, but for a fleeting moment the tide seemed to present the slightest path, a single thread that held far more weight than it should have. It's not like Subaru had any grand thoughts or plans. It was simply this lingering hope. If I can reach the Watchtower, that perhaps there'd be a power that could turn the tide of the situation. It was a hope born merely out of desperation, clinging to the faintest line of hope. And, as it turned out, that feeling bore fruit.
At this rate...
However, that power is not offered for just any to bend to their will as they saw fit, but rather a hammer of righteous fury that buffeted the landscape with callous equality upon those who dared approach the Pleiades Watchtower with ill intentions. Heavy lids opened, Subaru clinging to Patrasche's rough scales while supporting Beatrice aside, glaring at the Watchtower looming overhead. Sweat dripped down his face as he momentarily caught a glint. An unsettling sensation began to stir within him.
What?
That was his last word, but it never escaped. A crack of light streaked across the sky, and hitting dead on its target, it struck Subaru squarely between the eyes. In an instant, the top of Natsuki's Subaru head was sheared off by the impact, consciousness spilling into the desert sand below, his body evaporating to boiling light, as if a flash, leaving nothing behind. The tragedy of the scene was silent, not a single cry raised. For those who might have witnessed it, those who should have screamed in shock, were all likewise turned inside out. The Earth Dragon, its head gone, collapsed with a dry thud. Caught in the violent tipping of the dragon carriage, human bodies, too headless, were crushed, snapped, and reduced to scattered chunks of flesh. All that remained was a welling oasis of crimson blood, the dry sand, eagerly drinking its craved moisture. Slowly, ever so slowly, the fine sand pulled it all into reservoirs deep below, as if hiding any evidence of the traveler's journey. The only trace would be a newly budding flower of bright red, vividly beautiful against the sand. But even that nascent beauty would eventually be ripped apart by the blowing wind cutting across the dunes.
Arc 6, Chapter 11. I Can Hear Your Tears. What had been visible was the light, but nothing else. He remembered that he had tilted his head back. Immediately afterward, one section of the tower before him glowed white, and he had squinted at that glare. That was all he remembered, though. He couldn't recall anything at all after that. He had felt no pain, no shock, no fear, nothing at all. For Natsuki Subaru, these were all indispensable companions in the advent of death. Neither had he felt an ache that would make him cry, nor the impact that would shatter his body into 1,000 fragments, nor the terror of losing everything. Perhaps this death had been a kinder one than any other death Subaru had ever known. Of course, Subaru had died from having his brain vaporized, had no time to think about such things, and certainly no time to dwell in such thoughts. As if he had simply blinked, his vision had darkened for a moment, and immediately after, the lost life of Natsuki Subaru was regenerated, rewound, and once again, tossed back into reality. Tossed. The instant Subaru had opened his eyes, a suffocating heaviness overwhelmed his senses. The sound of blood rushing through his entire body felt deafening, and the contractions of his muscle cried out in pain. His grip on the reins was so tight that his nails dug into his palms, and the heat of Beatrice's body alerted him to her presence. Within his faint field of vision, he looked down at the back of Beatrice's head close up. The violently sweet scent that slipped into his nostrils was something different from what he had smelled when lifting her into his arms. Beatrice's scent was something of that of sweet baked goods, but this was something else entirely. The air was thick with a cloying sweetness, sticky and toxic, like a suffocating poison. He recognized this sweetness. Of course he did. It was the same scent he had been breathing in endlessly just a short while ago. In fact, the few seconds it had disappeared was an exception, not the rule. The faint rhythmic sound of a flicking tongue reached Subaru's clouded consciousness. Ahead of him, Beatrice stiffened, and even Patrasche held her breath as they watched the dragon carriage carrying Emilia and Rem, and the abominable witch beast standing at its front. Its body laced with countless fine roots, it was a bloodthirsty, ferocious witch beast, a courtesan bear. In that moment, something beyond déjà vu surged through Subaru, a raw, visceral sense of reality crashing back in. There was no doubt about this feeling. This was return by death. Natsuki Subaru had just experienced death, and returned to this moment because of it.
But, of all the times, why the hell did I come back to this moment?
He cursed not at what happened in the moment of his death, but at the lousy timing of his return by death. It was Meili who was making the tongue-clicking sound, trying to draw the witch beast's attention and get it to move away peacefully from the front of the carriage. Her plan almost worked until it fell apart at the last moment. The ground dragon pulling the carriage, Gian, couldn't withstand the pressure radiating from the witch beast. Even knowing that, Subaru instinctively hesitated to make a decision. He couldn't see Gian's condition from the rear, but Julius, who held the reins, couldn't notice the ground dragon's abnormality either. Even to him, there had been nothing noteworthy to pay attention to. Everyone in the dragon carriage was hoping Meili's attempt to make contact with the courtesan bears would succeed, but unfortunately... Meili's voice took on a faint edge of tension, and her fingers pointed towards the right of the direction of the dragon carriage. Lured to that movement, the courtesan bears slowly shuffled towards that direction. A sense of relief began to take root in the carriage, and in Beatrice too, but Gian couldn't endure the snapping of that fragile thread of tension. Unable to make the correct call in time, his attempt to shout was drowned out by Gian's roar. As if replaying events from moments ago, Gian let out a growl and stomped the ground, and at the sound of his cry and the tremor that followed, the courtesan bears all awakened at once. With their bloodshot eyes even more exposed and drool dripping from their jaws, the courtesan bears lunged forward. Bluish-white light pierced through their skulls. The flow of event was exactly the same right up until the explosion. Alhuma! Standing atop the roof of the dragon carriage, Emilia swept both hands outwards, forming a vortex of ice blades in the sky within moments, like a graceful dance. The rotating blades of ice were fired one after the other toward the ground, and the swarm of courtesan bears was swallowed by the deadly weapons, like circular saws made of ice as their limbs were severed and their death cries rang out.
Run! 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 Run!
Pulling the reins to spur Patrasche forward, Subaru raised his voice, and the dragon carriage began to. He glanced sideways at the driver's seat and saw Ram burst out, switching places with Julius. His sword already drawn, Julius struck at the approaching courtesan bears and scattered them with his blows, and Subaru understood.
Completely the same.
Following that same sequence of events, Subaru clenched his molars hard. His consciousness not being able to catch up due to the sudden return by death was not an excuse. He pushed aside the emotional weight of just having died, and his heart filled with regret. It could be said that this was the first time Subaru had truly wasted a return by death since becoming aware of it. There have been times when Subaru mishandled the information he gained through return by death, and ended up dying again. This is the first time, however, that even after return by death, he had helplessly retraced the exact same situation. It wasn't because Subaru intended to retrace it, nor because he chose to. It simply happened, as if it were following the rails of fate exactly as before.
Subaru! There's no free time for you to be spacing out, in fact!
Lowering his head in frustration and gripping the reins tightly, Subaru felt Beatrice bump her head back against his chest. And at the light jolt of her voice, he looked forward, just in time to see a ferocious witch beast charging straight at them. At the same time he took hold of her small outstretched hand. He helped her stand atop the dragon, and their counterattack began.
Minya! Minya! One more time! Minya, I suppose!
Through his palm, the aimless mana inside Subaru had drawn out and converted into power through Beatrice. The violet crystal she created pierced into the witch beasts, blocking their path, turning their bodies to crystal and shattering them, as Patrasche trampled over the fragments as she pushed forward.
Secret weapon! Sand earthworm!
Meili's desperate scream rang out, and from the edge of Subaru's vision, a geyser of sand erupted. Beneath the desert, already overrun by courtesan bears, the sand earthworm emerged from even deeper below, lifting its massive body. With its enormous jaws, it scooped up several witch beasts at once, and then, towering high enough to blot out the sky, it crushed the enemies beneath its full weight. It was a kaiju showdown too, but Subaru knew the odds were still against them.
Run until you collapse, if you do not wish to die!
As Subaru burned with shapeless frustration, a sharp scolding voice cut into him. It was Ram, handling the reins from the driver's seat, struggling to keep the agitated Gian under control. Her rein work was every bit as skilled as Ram's, and she had the ground dragon under her command, but at this rate, it wasn't going to be enough.
It won't do any good to keep going straight like this! Ram! Change course!
What are you trying to say? What are you talking about? The Watchtower is straight ahead, and everywhere else is Witch Beast territory.
You're not wrong, but still, that won't work!
Patrasche lowered her head and rammed upwards into the torso of the courtesan bear standing in her path. With the thrashing witch beast still caught in her snout, the jet-black ground dragon charged forward, using the creature's body as a shield. Claws hammered down one after another, tearing into the witch beast's flesh, and a flurry of petals and fresh blood stained the desert sand.
Barasu, what did you notice? Say it clearly!
Ram's voice was edged with frustration, and Subaru could not do anything but just shout back as roughly. He knew how irrational he sounded, but he had no better way to give an answer. Because right now, Subaru didn't even know what had killed him. He unmistakably activated Return by Death, and yet he couldn't remember what had caused his death. The way he suddenly found himself in this moment, it felt disturbingly similar to the first time he died in the Roswaal mansion. First, he had to identify the cause of death, and then deal with it. Perhaps he had been caught by the witch beasts and fallen prey to their claws. Perhaps it was like what the barkeep had warned them about, and he had his guts slurped out. It was hard to believe, really hard to believe, but even the idea that Beatrice had drained too much of his mana had left wasn't entirely impossible.
I've never had my memories cut off this cleanly, this suddenly.
Whether his guts had been torn open, whether he had been frozen solid, whether his skull had been smashed in by an iron ball, whether he had been devoured head to toe by rabbits, or caught up in some incomprehensible authority, Subaru had always returned by death. No matter the cause, he always used the moments leading up to his death to analyze what had gone wrong and find a way to break through. That fragile string of fate was nowhere to be seen at this time, and the time to search for that fine string had not been granted to Subaru and the others.
This is straight up the worst Return by Death save.
If he died the same way again, he'd be starting over completely in the dark. Before that could happen,
We make the first move! Whatever happens, don't go near the tower!
And again, why exactly?
The tower's gonna light up! And I'm pretty sure that light's what's dangerous!
Seriously?
with the situation pressing in, even Ram didn't have the time to lace her words with poison. Her voice struck him bluntly with rejection, but Subaru pulled the reins and gave Patrasche the signal. Not straight ahead, just turn no matter what.
The tower's right in front of us, yeah! But still!
They were in the middle of the sand sea with a massive wave of courtesan bears bearing down on them. The witch tower ahead was getting closer and closer, but heading that way would just replay the same disaster as before. To avoid that, Subaru had only one real option.
We're turning around! I'd rather go through sand time again than deal with that! We're heading back to the last dune!
What kind of idiocy are you spouting?
Ram, do as Subaru says!
It was a kind of reckless decision that made it hard not to assume he had lost his mind. And just as Ram opened her mouth to object, Emilia stopped her. While wiping out the witch beast with a storm of ice shards, she glanced at Subaru and gave him a nod.
Because there's no way Subaru would say something weird without thinking it through!
Barasu spews delusions and nonsense on a daily basis.
There's no way Subaru would say something weird without thinking it through, especially when things are dangerous.
Thanks for going out of your way to correct that!
Should he be upset about being treated like the boy who cried wolf? Or happy that in a crisis he was suddenly given the guy everyone relied on? Putting off both self-reflection and ego for later, Patrasche responded to Subaru's will, slamming her feet into the sand and swinging into a hard turn. Her wind-slicing tail tore through the witch beast's side, and with a brutal kick, she sent the courtesan bear flying as she charged backwards.
You two, up top and on the side. Hold on tight!
Seeing Subaru's sudden swerve, Ram expertly turned Gian around with precise rein control. Naturally, the dragon carriage was slammed with centrifugal force and tilted hard, nearly toppling over, but...
Emilia-sama, a foothold!
Right! Got it!
Julius braced himself against the tilting dragon carriage, driving his sword into the frame to steady his body as he called out for Emilia for support. As his words, Emilia's eyes widened, and in the same instant, her magic surged beneath the carriage. A ramp of ice formed to prop up the slanted wheel, and the dragon carriage swept in a full half-circle turn, just barely avoiding the rollover. Still moving at full speed, they reversed course, following after Patrasche without losing momentum. And then it happened.
What the?
The very next moment after they started reversing, a sharp metallic shriek rang out, like something scraping across his eardrums. Subaru instinctively hunched his shoulders, then felt a gust of wind whip up behind him.
What the hell was that? Wait! Hey! 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 Hey!
What, I suppose? Huh?
A strange sensation surged behind them, and when Subaru and Beatrice turned around, they both froze in shock. Emilia and Julius, riding the dragon carriage just behind, widened their eyes in disbelief.
Sand earthworm? Gian it's...
Leaning forward towards the driver's seat, Meili's voice trembled as she stared at the sight. Right in front of her, the sand earthworm's massive body was rising up behind the carriage, almost as if to engulf it. Over 10 meters long and so thick that 2 grown men couldn't wrap their arms around it. The beast raised its head above the sand, surveying its prey like a king ruling over a desert sea. And then, that enormous body took a direct hit and exploded into pieces. Its slimy skin was shredded, its massive frame split cleanly in two. The headless trunk collapsed to the side, while the severed head, no longer supported, began to fall towards them, slowly trickling.
Get to the side! Dodge it!
The falling head of the sand earthworm was massive, easily able to flatten the entire dragon carriage. Behind them, the death cries of the witch beast being cut by its body rang out. As Subaru and Ram each barked commands to their ground dragons, yanking them off course to avoid the direct impact. With a shrill cry, the sand earthworm's head slammed into the sand sea. Sand exploded upwards. Bones from unlucky courtesan bears shattered. Limbs were sent flying by the shockwave. The head bounced once, then kept rolling, smashing into more witch beasts along the way, until, at last, it was torn to pieces by a storm of claws, reducing it to nothing but chunks of flesh.
Too close! Too close! Oh, way too damn close!
Subaru! Subaru! This was a mistake, in fact!
Subaru had just started to breathe a sigh of relief from their last second dodge, but Beatrice cut that relief short. Glancing down at the girl in his arms, he saw her swat away the swirling flower petals with a scowl, then glanced behind them.
From the one just now, the dragon carriage on the other side has gone astray, I suppose. There is only Betty and you.
Are you kidding me?
Whipping his gaze around in panic, Subaru confirmed that the dragon carriage was nowhere in sight. In the distance, though, he could see a faint glimmer of blue and white mana, hear beastly roars, and see small bursts of sands erupting upwards. Signs that Emilia was still fighting hard, and that Meili had summoned new minions to assist her. But trying to regroup would be near impossible between the stretch of a swarm of courtesan bears. And even with their numbers half, the witch beast showed no sign of letting up.
Half our firepower! Double the enemies!
Compared to earlier, it has increased to 4 times, I suppose.
A whip cracked through the air, its tip striking the face of a courtesan bear mid-charge, just as it raised its claws to attack. By sheer luck, the blow crushed the witch beast's eyes, and while it thrashed in agony, Patrasche used the opening to break through and sprint forward once more. But the direction she chose was nowhere near Emilia's dragon carriage.
Patrasche! That's the wrong...
It is this ground dragon's own judgment to be left alive, in fact. Rather than Subaru or Betty, leaving it to its instincts would be better, I suppose.
Cutting off Subaru, Beatrice blasted away another courtesan bear blocking their path. Patrasche pushed through the thinner spot in the encirclement, doing everything she could to protect the two riding on her back.
Damn it! This again! Why does it always end up like this? What the hell am I even doing?
Subaru lashed his whip, smacking the face of a witch beast trying to close in, but that wasn't enough to stop the charge of something leaping at him with the eyes of a beast gone feral. A sword could land a fatal blow, magic could shut them down completely, but the power Subaru had chosen didn't even come close to either. Clever tricks were worthless in the face of overwhelming strength. They got crushed. He'd done what he could, trained, improved, added tools to his belt. He thought he had gotten a little better. But was fate just going to scoff at Natsuki Subaru's half-baked efforts and stomp them into the dirt?
Even that bastard Regulus was easier to deal with than this!
There is no time for such deep thinking, in fact. Are there any ways to...
Echo! Morocco Patrasche! Lighting her weight! Then we can cross over the swarm!
Marok!
Following Subaru's instructions, Beatrice cast Marok on Patrasche, a spell that lightened gravity's pull, and the ground dragon's speed surged. Each stride now covered twice the distance. With a mighty leap, Patrasche tried to break free from the withering flower meadow of witch beasts. But...
The light!
Out of the corner of his eye, something white flashed, and the instant his voice cracked, it tore across the sky. A beam of white light streaked along the ground, ripping through the sand sea in an explosive shockwave. Wherever the light raced, witch beast bodies were shredded apart. Blood shot into the air, limbs flew, chunks flew, everything flew. Then the aftermath slammed into Patrasche as well. The blast of wind from whatever was coming whipped into the ground dragon's huge frame, and she was sent flying with terrifying ease.
Beatrice! Hold on tight!
Subaru too. Make sure you're hugging firmly, I suppose.
Patrasche let out a piercing cry as Subaru clung tightly to Beatrice, wrapping his arms around her. The ground dragon spun wildly through the air, corkscrewing as her massive body vaulted over the heads of the courtesan bears. Chasing her through the sky came streaks of white light, raining down in rapid succession. Sand exploded, the witch beast caught in the blast torn apart. Even a glancing hit made Patrasche cry out in pain. Mid-attack, the divine protection of wind evasion gave out, and Subaru took the full brunt of the impact. Gripping the reins and holding Beatrice tight, he clutched to Patrasche's saddle between his legs, but the sheer force slammed him around, his body crashing into everything, his consciousness nearly ripped away. But even in that state, the claws of the witch beast below lashed up towards him in pursuit. Swallowed by the storm of violence, he fought with everything he had to not be thrown off. If he fell now, there was no surviving it. The only reason he was still alive was because he refused to let go.
But at this rate...
Not good, in fact.
Patrasche!
A powerful impact rocked them. Patrasche's pained scream tore through the air. Subaru looked back just in time to see it. One of the courtesan bears had finally landed a blow. Patrasche's side, weightlessly under Marok's effect, had been slashed open by a deep claw. Deep gouges ran through her jet-black scales and poured blood from the wounds. Still moving with momentum, Patrasche tumbled and finally collapsed across the sand. At the same time, Subaru and Beatrice were thrown off, crashing into the desert and landing in the middle of the courtesan bear's feeding grounds. Subaru shook his head and forced himself upright, his hands still locked with Beatrice. She stood too, brushing off her skirt and quickly scanning their surroundings with sharp, alert eyes. But no matter how you looked at it, the odds were against them.
Bastards! Don't you dare lay a finger on Patrasche!
Niña!
As the wounded Patrasche groaned in pain, a blast of magic struck the witch beast running towards her. Subaru yanked Beatrice by the hand and sprinted over, dropping to his knees beside Patrasche and pressing his hands to her wound. The claws hadn't reached her organs, but if she moved too hard, the pressure would cause her guts to spill out. They couldn't let her push herself. They needed to give her time to heal.
Beatrice! Shamak! Cloud the vision of the witch beast around us!
Now? Even if that's done, it'll do nothing but buy time, in fact. On top of that...
A few seconds is what we need! Do it! Now!
All around them, the witch beast crouched low, bloodshot eyes glaring, waiting for an opening. If they attacked from all sides, there'd be no defending against it. The only question was which one would lose patience first, and Subaru was pretty sure they wouldn't have to wait for long.
El Shamak!
Beatrice pressed her hands together and Subaru felt something rip away from deep inside him. The energy swirled into the girl's waiting palms, condensed into a silent force, and surged across the sand sea, shrouding everything within a radius of several dozen meters around them in a black mist. This was the foundation of Yin magic, Shamak, the great and noble spell. As the mist spread, the courtesan bears froze completely, their movements stopped, their thoughts scattered into the void, even their hunting instincts erased. Naturally, the spell didn't affect Subaru or Beatrice, but it wouldn't last for long.
If the ones beyond the scope of efficacy get in, it would eventually be laid to waste, I suppose. Before that, escape along with that ground dragon!
I know! Marok's still active, right? Then I'll carry Patrasche. And keep casting Shamak while we head for the other carriage!
He reached out for Patrasche, choosing to escape the kill zone over everything else. Normally, she would weigh 700 kilos, but with Beatrice's Maroc in effect, her body, well, maybe not light as a feather, but light enough to carry and run. But her yellow eyes were locked on Subaru, and what he saw in them was too complex, too vivid to belong to any ordinary ground dragon. Those eyes were saying just one thing: go without me.
Subaru!
Just as Subaru was frozen by the look in Patrasche's eyes, Beatrice let out a sharp cry. She rushed in, thrusting out her palm towards Subaru, and in the instant, her surging magic formed a shield. A violet wall of mana appeared at his side, catching the white beam that had been fired at him. A metallic crack rang out, sharp like casting steel, and Subaru was sent flying sideways by the impact. He tumbled across the sand and landed sprawled out, limbs splayed. Coughing violently, he tried to push himself up, only to realize something was wrong. His right side, the one that took the hit, was bleeding. Thick red drops streamed down, soaking his leg.
What? Get me.
Clutching his bloodied ribs, he dropped to one knee, breath catching in his throat. Then it hit him. The feeling like his insides had been churned up. Nausea surged, and he vomited up bile and blood in one choking heave. Air leaked from the torn wound in his abdomen, bubbling with blood, and made a stupid wet noise like a fart.
Subaru! Subaru!
His breath came out in a ragged rasp. At the same moment, his vision tilted hard to the side. He collapsed onto his side, body refusing to move. He understood what that meant. But that understanding didn't lead to anything else. His side burned, pain spreading like his whole body was melting away. He could hear a voice desperately calling out to him.
Subaru! Subaru! Don't, I suppose! Dying is... Don't die. Please. Don't leave Betty behind. Please. Please.
Something shook his shoulder, a voice thick with tears begging him. He wanted to reach out, even just a little, but his body wouldn't listen. His brain felt like it was on fire. He couldn't even remember the girl in front of him. She had such a lovely face, but she was crying, and somehow, he knew he shouldn't let her make that face. Beyond her, he saw a massive lizard lying still. Black, sleek, beautiful. Its body was pierced by dozens of long, thin white spikes, and it didn't move at all. It was obviously dead. Perhaps he had been hit by the same thing, is what he thought.
Don't leave... Don't leave Betty behind. Please.
The girl sobbed uncontrollably as she clung to Subaru's body. Her small frame could barely support his weight. His limp, heavy body was far too much for her. But still, she held on as tightly as she could. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He wanted to at least wipe them away. He searched his body for anything he could still move, but found nothing. Thus, he reached for something else. Something not in his body.
Subaru?
Invisible to the eyes, a hand only he could see wiped the tears from her face. Black fingers traced along her cheek, and her eyes widened, sensing something. But Subaru didn't even have the strength to smile and reassure her.
Subaru?
For a single moment, the young girl tried to say something, but whatever it was interrupted by the white flash that came flying in from behind. A second impact tore through Subaru's chest. When he slowly looked down, he saw it had passed through the back of the girl holding him, pierced straight through him and out the other side. With a faint breath, the girl embracing him vanished, as if she had never belonged to this world to begin with. Her form disappeared completely. Without her to hold him, Subaru collapsed where he stood. He couldn't move. He had no reason to. His fingers twitched weakly, scratching at the sand. That was all. With its caster gone, the black mist that had been separated from the outside world had swept away by the wind. The magic that masked them was gone. All that remained was the corpse of the ground dragon and a dying boy. The pack of courtesan bears licked their lips and began to close in. His breathing stopped, his vision blurred. It didn't feel like blood loss. It felt like something worse. Something fatal was leaking into him. Everything became distant, unclear. He heard the growl of the courtesan bear close by, its claw raised high above him. Would that claw come down and crush his skull? Or maybe it would be that faint glimmer in the corner of his darkening sight. He never got the answer. Natsuki Subaru's life ended there.
Arc 6, Chapter 12, Baptism of the Watchtower. In an instant, the throbbing and burning pains dissipated. Natsuki Subaru had returned. Honestly, someone ought to applaud him for not screaming at the sight in front of him. After a second return by death, and once again landing in the flower field swarming with witch beasts, Subaru clamped a hand over his mouth and genuinely thought so. The overwhelming scent of floral sweetness filled the air, and through it came the sound of Meili clicking her tongue. Standing in front of the dragon carriage, the courtesan bear had its eyes fixed on the rhythm of her lips and the quiet movement of her fingers. It was a powder keg, and everyone was holding their breath. This was the exact scene he just faced, twice, in fact. And now here he was again, dragged straight back into it.
Are you kidding me?
As the events that had transpired echoed throughout his brain, Subaru's thoughts started to whirl into high gear. His perception needed to shift fast. Just moments ago, he was in a tumultuous life-or-death scramble, chased down by a swarm of witch beasts. But that was then, and this was now. Focus. Focusing on what is in front of him. Right in front of him. What was about to occur? That soft chittering noise reached his ears, that kitten coaxing noise. It was an oddly soothing tone, calm and innocent. But the reality was anything but. The perfume of the floral scent only made it harder to think, clouding his decision-making at the worst possible moment. Was it the stench, the sweetness, the noise, the itch, the heat, or the pain? Each sensation clawed at him, loud, cloying, suffocating. But which one was the truth? Which should be focused on? The more he thought about it, the more it stressed his brain, but no concrete solutions came to mind. His brain could not keep up with the discrepancy between the current situation and the situation that he had been experiencing up until then. Subaru desperately tried to adapt to the present, before feeling a light push against his chest. Looking down, he saw Beatrice's small body leaning on his chest. She was tucked snugly against his chest and gently lifted the reins in one hand, showing him what she'd grabbed. Perhaps she had caught what he had dropped during his immediate shock after returning by death. The moment of his last death flashed through his mind, along with the memory of Beatrice's tearful face and trembling voice. Yeah, that's right. That's how it is. He was now on the third time dealing with this paralleled situation. He had died here twice before now. The first death was inexplicable, but the second, that one at least retained some vague sensation of the reasoning. Even so, the pain at the moment of death seemed distant. The slight sensation of his organs melting internally, his thoughts being boiled like stew simmering in a pot, that sensation.
No, that's not what matters right now. What matters is...
Just as Subaru's thoughts caught up to his second death, Meili successfully drew the attention of the courtesan bear. Following the clicking of her tongue and movement of her fingers, the witch beast slowly diverted its gaze from the dragon carriage and was guided to its right side. If the courtesan bear simply lumbered off in that direction,
everything would be fine. But Subaru already knew it wouldn't. The beast was almost gone when the ground dragon standing directly in its path, Gian, let out a heavy, ragged breath. The pressure of facing a witch beast from so up close, and a scent of flowers that continued its violent spread. Two kinds of pressure tormented the calmness of the ground dragon, which would make that tense thread snap. If the ground dragon made a noise, the swarm of the agitated witch beasts would attack suddenly and simultaneously. If so, it would result in nothing but a repetition of the previous 2 deaths. However, except for Subaru, no one could notice Gian's agitation. Even Julius, who held the reins, also had his attention diverted from the ground dragon, concentrating on the threat of the monsters before them. Therefore, Subaru was the only one who could do anything about it. But how was he supposed to do that? He couldn't speak, nor could he rush over and touch it. Even trying to call out to Julius would draw attention and risk setting everything off early. And more than that, there just wasn't time to decide. What could he do? Then, in the last seconds, Subaru closed his eyes. If nothing came to his mind at that moment, he would go full all or nothing and call upon Julius. He recalled the 2 previous deaths, the onslaught of the witch beasts, and the light of the Watchtower coming alive again inside his mind. At that moment of the second death, there was the fact that a crying Beatrice had clung onto him, pleading, "Leave me alone," which drove a deep thorn into Subaru's chest. And then he realized,
Bayako, I love you.
He hugged her small body from the back and whispered those words in her ear. Beatrice was surprised at the sudden expression of love, but the hand over her mouth did not allow her to shout. Instead, Subaru extended his hand towards Gian at a diagonal. The same hand which had gently caressed and wiped Beatrice's tears just before his death.
Invisible Providence.
Though, as his mouth was too busy confessing his love with a whisper, the name of that technique was chanted only within his heart, unfortunately. Just then, in the center of Subaru's body, a different sensation from when the link with Beatrice drained his mana permeated from him, like something dark being summoned, arousing a silent cry. It was the unseen hand, something that didn't even exist in this world, loudly declaring its arrival, ready to fulfill the task in place of the slothful Natsuki Subaru who had summoned it. With Subaru's chest as its pivot point, the black hand that had been created slowly manifested itself in the world. Of course, its existence could not be seen by anyone except for Subaru. As he was embracing Beatrice, the unseen hand just went through her, and it seemed like it did not make any unintended contact. While admiring that fact, he could feel that something in him was being drained away each second. Whether it was his soul or sanity, Subaru did not know. However, he could not afford to take too much time to avoid reaching out to Julius. The black magic stretched to Gian's neck, who seemed like it was about to roar at any moment. The palm slowly stroked its thick neck coated by bulky scales. The large ground dragon trembled from being touched by someone, but somehow, its instincts probably felt that there was no hostility in the touch of the palm. And so, the ground dragon's rough breath calmed down, its body relaxing.
Huh?
Then, also noticing Gian's reaction, Julius pulled the reins and soothed the ground dragon in earnest. As expected from Julius, he skillfully handled the ground dragon, noticing its agitation, with what could have otherwise been devastating. Confirming that, Subaru immediately cut off the connection with the unseen hand. With the black palm deprived of freedom, it dissipated in an instant, fading away into the parched wind of the sand sea, as if nothing had happened. After dodging that bullet, Subaru took a long breath of relief. At the same time, there was a part of him, like a dark, swirling miasma chambered within his chest, that he longed to expel. Naturally, things would never be so simple. Absence, a consequence brought upon by using invisible providence, still rent his soul, leaving its indelible mark. Yet, as Subaru grappled with the suffocating loss that twisted at his very heart, he couldn't help but think. Invisible providence, the cost of using the unseen hand, the suffocating sensation and feeling of loss, had become noticeably easier to endure compared to before. The first time Subaru had used this power, invisible providence, was during his battle with Garfield at the sanctuary. In that moment, desperate to unleash some form of power, Subaru had been overwhelmed by the profound sense of loss that he nearly convinced himself that his very ego had been irrevocably severed. The disorientation and sense of intoxication had been so intense that his consciousness wavered. Such was the exact reason why Subaru had been warned about the nefarious corruption latent to using such powers. No, his authority, the reason of which was obvious through its utilization. For this reason, he had never seriously considered using this power casually. Unlike that madman's unseen hand, Subaru's invisible providence lacked the strength and precision to match it. At most, it was good for wiping away a fallen tear or patting someone on the head. The cost it extracted thereover was far too great for such lacking returns. And that was why, in many ways, Subaru had all but sealed the power away.
It's not like I've gotten used to it.
Shaken with a feeling of loss and disgust, Subaru felt more anxiety than relief. What Subaru believed was that it was always good to hold more cards in one's hands, but that did not mean that possessing multiple peerless jokers and Old Maid would do him any good. Of course, it would serve as a powerful hand in games other than Old Maid.
What have you been doing for a while now, I suppose?
Oh! What? What?
As Subaru let out a small shriek amidst his worries, a grumpy voice suddenly appeared. Upon opening his eyes to see what was happening, he found his eyes meeting with Beatrice's own, staring at him. And that Beatrice looked quite unusual.
Bearco! What happened to your hair and clothes?
It's the result of Subaru being glued to Betty's hair and clothes all the time, in fact. Why do I have to suffer such a humiliation, I suppose?
Huh? Me?
In front of Subaru, who was tilting his head cluelessly, a furious Beatrice was attempting to hide the anger in her voice. Her splendid drills were jumbled, and both the delicate dress and the white cloak to protect the dress from sandwind were arranged eccentrically and running at the forefront of fashion. It was a state-of-the-art pattern that no one had ever thought of.
The fact that you don't realize it is what's so infuriating, I suppose. I thought maybe you were just anxious, so I generously overlooked it. But you just kept getting carried more away, in fact. But how? Now, I suppose you don't even remember those ridiculous love words from earlier, I suppose.
No. I remember that. I really mean it when I say Aishtaru, Bearco.
To those candid words, a red-faced Beatrice completely covered her head with her cloak. He really wished to admire that unfamiliar, cute appearance, but right now he could not play with Beatrice. As a result of Subaru's unspeakable efforts, Gian would not make a fuss and would attempt to resume the march of the dragon carriage by relying on Meilei's ability. However, as Subaru went through the gulf opened between the courtesan bears, he brought Patrasche close to the coachman's spot.
Julius, Meili, let's make a temporary retreat. Things are bad.
It was because of the two deaths that he proposed a rework in their strategy.
I'm super disappointed in you, Oni-san. Just a little bit dangerous and you're immediately turning tail and running.
How typical of you, Barasu. I thought maybe you'd improved a bit after becoming Emilia's knight, but in the end, your true nature cannot be changed. Always quick to finish, as usual.
There's no reason to wound my pride just because I'm insisting on safety!
After managing to turn back from the flower garden and returning to the meeting place which they had set up after breaking through sand time, Subaru was being stabbed with strict criticism for making the decision to withdraw. Meili, who had successfully tamed the courtesan bears and opened the way towards the tower, and then Ram, who had been struck by the window in the dragon carriage, prepared for any emergency situation. Subaru, who had stopped the march of the dragon carriage and requested a face-to-face meeting on the sand, was shrinking as he was cornered about stopping their progress based on just his own opinion.
I don't think Subaru's judgment was wrong. Even if we tried to go straight through the flower field like before, I think something like what happened earlier might just occur again. So, if that were the case, we might have not made it out as smoothly as we just did now.
Oni-san doubts my ability? You believe Oni-san more than me?
We've come this far. I believe in both of you. But my opinion is that I especially want to believe what Subaru says. Sorry.
Emilia Ten Maji Magami, who fought against Meili's childish rebuttals while putting her heart into it. As if in prayer, Subaru brought his hands together, and beside him, Beatrice fixed her disorderly clothes and hair.
So, what exactly do you plan to do, in fact? If the witch beast girl's blessing is unreliable, then trying to pass through this flower field is maybe too reckless, I suppose. If Bubby were here, maybe it would be a trifling matter to annihilate a group of witch beasts this size. But that matters not now, in fact.
If Puck were here, yeah. Should I just try my best or something?
I really want that to be used as a last resort. Also, even if we wipe out the courtesan bears here, I feel like other witch beasts will rush forward and it will become an infinite loop. What do you think, Meili?
Flo being directed towards her, wearing a pout on her face. Meili averted her face. The girl crouched down, putting her chin over her knees, displaying the attitude of a child.
What is it?
It's a question of whether the only ones near the flower meadow are just the courtesan bears. To put it bluntly, if the courtesan bears weren't around, it'd be a home for other witch beasts, right?
It might not exactly be wrong, but that's not totally right either.
Which is it?
That's true. Right on the money, Oni-san. But if so, what are you gonna do about it,
Knowing Subaru's point of view, Meili questioned him back. Receiving her dissatisfied look, Subaru frowned, and Julius shrugged his shoulders.
I understand Miss Meili's point. Subaru's concerns are valid, but even so, if we keep retreating at every unexpected turn, nothing shall be accomplished. If we were able to anticipate or prepare for each situation as they come, there would be no unforeseen circumstances.
Even so, just leaving it all in the hands of a divine protection and rushing in without thinking is a different thing. Or rather, I should say, that suggestion would be very out of character for you. That's more like Garfiel's role.
Naturally, I would never suggest such recklessness. We should decide what to do after a constructive discussion, whether we proceed or return, that is.
Just like before entering the flower meadow, Julius said this, raising his 2 fingers. As Subaru snorted at the gesture, everyone began thinking about the situation.
What about having Barasu act as a decoy while we break through and he's being devoured by the witch beasts?
United we stay!
Ram and the others would be saved, and we could also get rid of these pesky bugs from Rem. It's a brilliant idea.
I'll be devoured!
Still, I'll work really hard to fight for everyone and such.
Emilia comes to such unexpectedly meat-headed conclusions at times like this.
Me, what? What's with that all of a sudden? This is so embarrassing.
Unusually for me, I'm not giving unconditional praise to Emilia Tan, alright?
Leave it to Miss Meili's divine protection, and we will advance through the flower garden until we can no more. Once we have reached the limit, we shall launch a preemptive attack and rush to the Watchtower. It is a powerful gamble.
I can't explain it, but it'll fail. I can't explain it, but I'm certain.
You speak in a way that seems to have absolute certainty behind it.
I don't know. It's hard to explain.
It's hard to reject the plan of assault without evoking the taboo of return by death. During the discussion, which could hardly count as a meeting of strategy due to the lack of progress, Subaru suddenly had a realization and played his hand. He had forgotten to properly even contemplate the reasoning behind his two previous deaths, prioritizing the shock of the first and then the reverse course throughout the meadow. The first death was too sudden, and the second was an inexplicable frenzy, so we couldn't pinpoint everything clearly. But one thing was certain. Both of Subaru's deaths were a direct result of that light.
The tower shines. Has anyone else seen it too?
The Watchtower.
The Watchtower shines?
At Subaru's question, everyone tilted their heads with surprised faces. Subaru groaned at the poor response and that no one saw it. It was somewhat natural. In honesty, Subaru had witnessed that light at more or less the same time of his death. If that light really possessed an intent to kill, then all those who laid their eyes upon it would not live to tell the tale. An attack that would materialize certain death. That was what he should regard it as.
Natsuki-kun, you saw the tower glowing?
Huh? I don't believe I'm wrong, but I think it might have shined.
When was that?
When I was in the flower meadow, I think.
He replied to Anastasia's inquiry in the form of another question. However, because the situation in the flower meadow meant that he could not speak out, it did not seem suspicious that he had kept quiet about the light at the tower. Since Subaru had seen the tower's light both times returned by death was activated, it was possible that the taboo would be considered as violated. For a second, he felt sorry that he was able to report the truth only in irregular bits.
If the tower lights up, does that mean the sage in the tower song was watching us?
Not necessarily. It's nighttime, too. It wouldn't be strange to use a light. I see. If the sage has noticed us, it may be a good idea to let them know that we don't mean any harm.
Except, since Subaru's argument had been blurry and ambiguous, Emilia's thoughts went in a completely different direction. Of course, it was a journey to seek friendly contact. If the cause of the light was indeed the sage, it was only natural that such an opinion would arise. But to Subaru, who was aware that the light was anything but friendly, this would be the same as running towards a cliff.
Wait! Let's try to sort our information for now, and then let's decide whether or not to get in touch with the sage.
Sort out our information?
Yeah, organize, because, it's all there. That light is not necessarily a sign of life from the sage. It's more, there's a possibility of it being a dangerous thing, like a Tanshoto, isn't there?
Choto? Well, you saying that you think the light you saw wasn't from the sage, but sort of from an automatic defense mechanism or something?
Exactly!
While Emilia had a question mark hovering over her head because of the unknown Western characters used, Anastasia, or rather Aridna, understood the true meaning of Subaru's words. Julius heard them and looked curious. The knight murmured
That's so.
that under his breath, and
I do not know whether the sage has been alive for hundreds of years, or if it is merely exaggeration. Is it possible that the sage has left behind his legacy, still working as a device to protect the world?
Oh, I didn't think about it like that, but it is possible.
If that is the case, it would assume for convenience that everyone approaching is one who schemes to resurrect the Witch of Envy, even the kingdom's envoys. It's been a long-standing mystery as to why the sage, who was supposed to be friendly towards the kingdom, would display such violent conduct as told in reports.
relieved, Julius spoke, spurring Subaru's admiration with a, "So there's also this way of thinking." Indeed, the idea of a defense system left behind by a grand figure from the past, one that continues to expel intruders long since its master passed away, is a fairly common trope. Such in this magical world where such devices were possible, it wouldn't be surprising for such obstacles to be set.
If that's the case, I want you to give me a break because it means this trip will be a waste.
It doesn't matter if the sage is dead or alive, so long as there are records left by them. Don't go acting like the world's doomed already, Barasu.
I'm not gonna let Niiiiiiiiick's bullying get to my head.
If Julius's speculations were correct, the whole foundation of the journey would be undermined. But even against such a possibility, Rom's determination would not waver nor change, as one would expect.
Anyway, staying awake for hundreds of years, always on watch, seems sorta like an implausibility. But if that's the case, there's still hope. As for already mourning the Sage Shaula, alive or dead, I don't think there's much reason to be pessimistic about it. You hear?
Really?
Why? If they're a long-lived species, it ain't surprising that they could be alive, you know? Even my echidna. Her birth was hundreds of years ago, after all.
Pulling out the white scarf from inside her robe, Anastasia smiled. In response to that, Emilia stared absent-mindedly and immediately touched her pendant, thinking of Puck.
What? My Puck is also long-lived too, you know? No way he's younger than that echidna. Nuh-uh.
Why are you competing with each other, Emilia-tan? Well, my Bearco is actually quite a lolly granny too, right?
Do you bet he would answer that with a laugh, I suppose? It makes my skin crawl, in fact.
As Beatrice sneered with anger, Subaru shrugged. With the conversation having diverted from the main subject, Rom clapped her hands.
Sage's life or death is beyond our realm. What matters now is the true nature of the light that Barasu glimpsed. Is it something dangerous or another one of his hallucinations? Let's come to a conclusion.
It's about time our relationship develops to the point where you don't doubt whether what I report is true or false, you know?
The fact that I'm not outright deciding it's a lie should show you I'm making some concessions here.
If they did not reach a consensus, it was likely that there would not be any progress. In any case, the discussion ended up returning to the subject of the true identity of the light.
I think it's dangerous. At the very least, it's not friendly.
And the basis is just intuition.
Well, that's right.
Right. That's troublesome.
The light of the Watchtower. Super was convinced that it was the cause of both of his deaths, but to convey that fact was a difficult task. So he thought it would be impossible to use intuition as his reason. But surprisingly, Rom took that reply seriously. And not only Rom, but Emilia and Julius too.
Just based on my intuition? You don't have any more doubts about it?
If this were just Subaru's initial hunch, I might think, maybe not. But it's Subaru's intuition, right? In that case, rather than doubting it right away, it's worth taking the time to think this more thoroughly.
Do not be so self-deprecating. You've been through your own fair share of rough situations, have you not? There's a certain intuition one acquires through undergoing such things. It could be called an appeal to experience, but whatever it is shan't be taken lightly. Like a field mouse that moves to its nest before the heavy rain, one should never underestimate Barasu's good timing.
It's just stupid enough? Is that what you're saying?
Like a reflex reaction to the poisonous remarks thrown his way, Subaru's shoulders relaxed a tad. Not being able to reveal the source of his information, even to those close to him, was an absurd reality. Subaru had come across the same situation many times, but each time he was saved by the concern and trust of the others around, in the same way, over and over again. Rem in the royal capital, Otto and Rom in Sanctuary, Emilia and Beatrice in the city of Pristella. They all believed in Subaru, in what he was.
There's no way to catch their attention in a friendly way. If you even make a loud voice, Bear Son will come to welcome us before the sage does.
That is something I wish to avoid. Then, the realistic means should be sending Emilia-sama's magic. Or so it seems.
Towards the Watchtower, Julius stretched his right hand and closed one of his eyes. It was a gesture akin to a painter attempting to get a sense of distance, then staying like that, silently thinking for a moment.
Roughly, from here to the Watchtower is around 10 kilometers. It is not a realistic range for Emilia-sama's magic, if produced from the front of the flower garden.
By the way, how far can you cast your magic, Emilia-tan?
Distance? I've never really measured it, so I don't know. But I don't think I can reach the tower from here. It'd probably evaporate before it hits.
The silhouette of the Watchtower at their current location was clearly closer than the silhouette visible before the sand time. In fact, on their trip through the field of flowers, they had come very close. Even so, the plan to aim at the tower from the edge of the flower garden was not practical.
If passage were granted by simply informing them of one's existence, Reinhard would have been able to get through. Being that guy, couldn't he just slash a slash that could cover a distance of about 10 kilometers?
There is no way of knowing that except asking him, but it is likely that Reinhardt did not get through sand time when challenging this trial. We've only reached this far because of Anastasia-sama. No, because Echidna knew the way.
You got a point there. Shit! Don't you know anything more?
The proposal was rejected. Subaru pointed to Echidna with a melancholic voice. Then, playing her part as Anastasia, Echidna appeared skillfully handling the muffler concealing her state.
Even if you say so, it's hardly my fault. Simply being able to declare that a path beyond the sand time is an achievement no one has ever reached before. Perhaps you should be praising me a little more. Do you not think so?
We're the first to get here, is that it? Claiming to have the way there in memory, but you're actually a newspaper man on delivery duty with only a faint recollection. You're not doing your job.
There's some truth in that.
Subaru's theory being rude, Echidna did not attempt to refute it. The scarf kept silent, and that pondering attitude also passed on to Anastasia. Then, suddenly raising her face, Anastasia said,
That's right. But now looks like to be a better sum of things that we know at the moment.
The things we know? So...
That suspicious light from the tower. That's Natsuki-kun peeped. The witch beast filled meadow spreading in front of the tower. And then 3 sand times. Got anything else?
The information that Anastasia listed had all been established so far. It was important to build a path and pave the way to a conclusion. Subaru folded his arms and recalled the journey thus far and the dangers he had witnessed. For a while.
Now, there is this place we came to after choosing to cross the sand time of the night. Then there's the fact that it'd be too much of a burden on the ground dragons to pass through that flower meadow. Also, I'm pretty sure Meili brought a witch beast alongside us without telling anyone.
Counting on his fingers, and Meili's shoulders hitched in a panic. Everyone's eyes turned to the little girl, having seen her blatant reaction. In response, Meili hurriedly shook her head and...
Wait! Yes, Oni-san is right, but how does Oni-san know that?
Guesswork. It was just a trick question.
Still, it seems Subaru's imagination was right. What will you do?
Julius, in a quiet voice, questioned what should be done regarding Meili's betrayal. Hearing that attitude, Meili's face turned pale, but Subaru did not wish to make matters worse. Stopping Julius with his hand and fixing his eyes on Meili.
Don't worry, I'm not talking about scolding her. I understand it's just your insurance. Still, it was just a suspicious factor.
What? Should I let it go? If I do, you won't get mad, right?
There's no need to release it. If you think you need one, please, keep it. If we're being surrounded or chased by a group of courtesan bears, it'd be a great help.
Thinking he must be joking, Meili widened her eyes and just nodded. Just to be sure, Subaru stared back at Julius, who had yet to loosen his vigilant eyes.
That's what children do. Let's give her a pass.
If she were a child that was only capable of accomplishing what a child could, I would do my best to handle her that way. However, that ability is too great to simply trust her blindly, especially in a land like Agoria, which could be considered a garden for these witch beasts.
Even so, we're all sharing the same dragon carriage, so please get along.
And of Subaru's, Julius hesitated a bit and then ceased reaching for his sword. Then, instead of the silent Julius, Emilia raised her hand.
So, Subaru, let's continue the talk from earlier.
Oh, yes. Let's move on.
If we can't get through the meadow, then what would we do? Maybe we could try using another sand time and see if we end up somewhere different?
That's one way, but there's something I'd like to try briefly.
Something you'd like to try?
Having no clue as to what Subaru was thinking, Emilia tilted her head in confusion. Copying that from Emilia, Subaru turned his eyes toward the edge of the flower meadow, the sea of flowers that filled the area up to the Watchtower. Of course, it was not possible to see to its end.
If the flower meadow comes to an end somewhere, we won't have to worry about being targeted from all sides at least. It's worth a try checking whether there's an edge like that or not, right?
In the end, everyone agreed to head to the edge of the flower field together.
If we act separately and get off track, it'll all be for nothing. That said, I'm not particularly keen on pushing forward through the Witch Beast territory without Miss Meili's aid.
That reasoning earned a unanimous nod from the group. Subaru agreed as well. As tempting as it was to scout ahead solo, safety came first.
Well, I'd like to start departing soon, but...
With that, everyone finished prepping and mounted their respective ground dragons and the carriage. They would be heading left, keeping the silhouette of the Watchtower off to the right. That meant they'd be traveling roughly north, assuming the cardinal directions still made any sense out here in the dunes.
Thinking calmly about it, this whole place is also a strange case of space-time distortion. If by going through sand time you arrive here, it's somewhat similar to door crossing.
It's not like Betty doesn't get what you're trying to say, in fact. Twisting space and manipulating distances. That does sound like a dressed-up version of door crossing, I suppose. Betty's even pulled a similar trick on you once before, in fact.
You did? To me? When?
I'll never forget it. It was on our first encounter, I suppose.
First encounter? Oh! In Roswaal's mansion! When I sheer get to that infinite loop corridor in one try! Oh, I'm sorry about that. Even though it was so hard for you to get it ready, I'm sorry for trampling all over your hard work. Sorry.
You apologizing all serious like it makes me seriously mad, I suppose. Like I just forget that easily, in fact.
You reminded me?
That's it, in fact.
Beatrice, riding with Subaru, suddenly flew into a pout. Subaru just sighed and gave her a hug to calm her down, the eternal puzzle of girl logic weighing on his face. Once she settled, he had Patrasche approach the carriage.
Are you ready there?
Without a problem. Now all we need is for Emilia-sama to perform her task.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Julius, sitting up front at the driver's seat, gave a nod. Subaru looked up toward the roof. Same as before, Emilia was stationed up top for the march. She looked unusually pleased to be standing up there, like it was a personal victory. Subaru raised a hand to her and asked, just like before, for her to put up the marker.
Emilia-tan, please, here. For the time being, this is our base camp. Be as quiet as possible. Like, so you don't disturb the witch beasts.
Mm-hmm. I gotcha. If we end up waking the witch beasts now, it'd ruin all the effort we took to sneak away quietly. So nice and quiet. Super quiet.
Slowly moved his hand, gesturing to go slowly, and Emilia mimicked it while, before their eyes, a tower of ice emerged from the sand. It seemed like they were right in their judgment that it would proceed quietly. In fact, the ice tower was built slowly and gently, so the usual tense sound in the air went unheard. A few parts had come out looking a bit weak, but it had a fine finish, and seemed to be able to fulfill its role safely.
Is it okay?
Yes, no problems! As expected, Emilia-tan!
Giving the anxious Emilia a big O and K.
K!
Subaru peeked in the direction of the flower beds. There were concerns regarding the witch beasts, namely if they would be able to sense mana activity. But fortunately, there was no sign of anything other than the sweet scent of nectar flowing from the flower gardens. Actually, it seemed quite dull.
Even now, I wonder, why are they pretending to be a flower meadow? If they want to camouflage themselves, don't you think a desert is a strange place to do it?
We shouldn't expect that kind of cleverness from witch beasts, I suppose. Those things don't do anything outside of what's carved into their instincts. They just don't, in fact. That's just the kind of creatures they are, I suppose.
I see. Very interesting.
Beatrice, held near his bosom, gave a bitter evaluation. Nodding at those words, Subaru averted his gaze to the flower garden and aimed to give the order to their departure. And he noticed. At the edge of his field of vision that contained the flower garden, a change took place. Somewhere different from the flower garden. The watchtower glowed.
Emilia!
Huh?
Immediately, Subaru raised his voice and called out to Emilia on the roof. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Emilia stiffened. But the effect of the light exceeded that. Making a violent, sharp sound, the ice tower took a direct hit from something and smashed it to pieces. The large, slender ice tower, its height 10 meters, was nothing but fragile. However, as if destroying a sandcastle, the attack broke the ice with ease and reduced it to mana. Again, he had not been able to see it, but he understood.
I knew that light was an attack!
Oh, next one is coming!
While his body was bathed by fragments of shattered ice, Subaru turned his neck to Beatrice's call. Immediately after that, the watchtower shone again, as per his intuition. The light's next blow was aimed at Subaru. The light would approach at a speed that did not even allow them to blink, and it would target his vital points with its single blow. Its devastating power was already known to Subaru, who had died from it already. Therefore, the moment his brain detected that had been targeted by the light, death had already been determined. The light attacked, aiming straight for Subaru's forehead. It was death itself, killing its prey without a sound, only leaving behind a skewing wind. Natsuki Subaru was once again about to be killed in cold blood, with no assistance possible.
E-M-M!
I suppose.
In this case, Natsuki Subaru was not the only one being aimed at. A pleasant sound echoed, and the attack that should have hit Subaru missed. The cause was simple. Subaru's strength surpassed that of the attack. EMM was one of the 3 original spells Subaru had developed with Beatrice. This particular one was absolute defense magic. During the activation of EMM, Subaru would not receive any interference from the outside world, being rendered unable to move. It was the result of applying all of Beatrice's yin magic skill and knowledge into manipulating time and space in a limited area around Subaru.
Oh, it's a bit weird realizing that the effect is similar to that asshole's. Ah!
The Sin Archbishop of Greed, Regulus, could stop the effect of time on his body by transferring his heart. EMM could be said to be a downsized version of that ability. However, there were no harmful side effects like one's heart stopping. The person would become invincible as long as their mana was not exhausted. In this situation, though, it was nothing more than buying some time.
But, just buying time! I've got important things to do!
Hey, Subaru, what are you screaming for, in fact? Are you okay, I suppose?
Behind Subaru, Beatrice's worried voice yelled as she used his body as a shield. It was like this because even though they were protected, sound and shock were still being transmitted. After EMM activated, the light of the watchtower seemed to wonder why Subaru was not dying even after being hit again and again. So it kept bombarding him with consecutive attacks. Its rate of fire and the accuracy of its aim were both extraordinary, although the pain and the force of the blow was one that Subaru's body did not suffer. Unfortunately, it was human reflex to react with a yell upon being hit by something.
Subaru! Jeez!
Watching Subaru being showered by a concentrated attack, Emilia attempted to support him from atop the roof, looking to protect Subaru from the watchtower's attack. A thick and enormous ice barrier was erected from the sandy ground. Perhaps the toughest defensive wall Emilia could create in an instant. It was well-intentioned, a shield from the attacks targeted at Subaru, but...
No way!
Even the ice walls do not stand a chance.
Emilia let out a shriek, and Julius a startled cry. As they could see, the ice wall was crushed in one shot. That unbelievable power was not the only reason. The ice wall was struck, but somehow weakened the light enough to avoid having it hit Subaru. Much of it rebounded and struck the sand, which kicked up a white smoke. Looking at it closely, the marks of the destruction of Emilia's ice wall showed that it had been melted rather than pierced.
Heat? The heat melted it all away?
Something fell to the ground. A needle?
Looking at the effects of the attack, Emilia and Julius simultaneously reached different conclusions. In the meantime, the assault resumed. Subaru was struck by a staggering number of attacks, and even though he was in an invincible state, it was exceeding their limit.
Subaru, this is really bad, I suppose.
I'm listening, but I can't.
If things keep going the way they are, we'll be running out of mana very soon, I suppose.
Already?
We're barely hanging on by a thread, I suppose.
At Beatrice's cry, Subaru bit his molars while still under fire. Of course, what Beatrice meant to say was not,
"Since mana's running out, you should supply more, I suppose."
But,
"Since mana's running out, we should counterattack, I suppose."
Can you do it?
What a foolish question, I suppose.
Beatrice did not answer his question by saying she could not. Hearing the response of his trusted partner, Subaru loosened his jaw, relieving his molars, and steeled himself.
The third one's incomplete. Let's go with the second one!
I'm going to deactivate EMM right after it hits!
There was no time. Subaru looked at Emilia. Emilia looked at him and nodded. There was no time to discuss concrete measures. But he believed it was conveyed. A flash of light shot out, and once again, Subaru took a direct hit. It didn't harm him, not while EMM was still active. But right then, the spell deactivated. His original spell was a one-time trump card, usable only once per day. Now that EMM was gone, Subaru no longer had any defense against that light. And before the next shot landed, he had to strike back.
The light.
As if it had predicted his next move, the next beam fired faster than any before. This wasn't like the previous shots. The speed, the power, this one was clearly meant to kill him. With Subaru's paper-thin durability, even one direct hit would be the end. And so...
Stop!
A surge of mana swirled in front of Subaru, and in an instant, multiple walls of ice erupted from the sand. This time, the defense was not limited to only one wall. Instead, 6 sheets of ice walls had been conjured at once. The beam of light slammed straight into the first wall. It shattered it easily. The second went down just as fast. The third barely even slowed it. However, there was a slight resistance on the 4th sheet, and the 5th one could endure for only a bit. By the 6th and last one, the speed of light was clearly dulled, but could still go through it. The light pierced through the final wall and lunged straight for Subaru's unguarded forehead. At that moment, a knight's blade carved a clean arc through the air and slashed the slowed beam in two before it could land.
Unfortunately, there would be a number of women who would grieve if he is hurt.
Rushing from the dragon carriage to this place and striking the light with a slash of his sword without minding the danger was Julius. Emilia's defense had weakened it, and Julius had stopped it. Even though he was slightly jealous of that combined strike, Subaru's preparation was complete.
Let's go! The second! Absolute invalidation magic! EMT!
Subaru threw back the hood he'd been wearing to shield himself from the sand and opened his mouth wide to begin the chant. In response, Beatrice, tucked behind his back, reached into him and pulled mana from deep within. Blending Subaru's magic with her own, she shaped it into a new spell. In the next instant, a soft light expanded outward from the two of them, forming a spherical field of energy about 10 meters across, wide enough to encompass the entire dragon carriage. To the naked eye, it looked like a transparent orb of light surrounding them, but its effect was anything but subtle.
Is this?
Even as Julius stared in surprise, another shot of light fired from the Watchtower. Catching it in the corner of his eye, he instinctively raised his sword. Then his eyes widened. The light flew straight for Subaru, piercing directly into the field, and then lost all momentum the moment it crossed the boundary. What had been moving faster than a bullet was suddenly harmless, reduced to a strange white projectile that barely held shape. With a flick of his sword, Julius knocked it aside, and it scattered across the sand.
A needle?
Something like that. No, more than that. Subaru, this magic!
Whoa! Look, I've got a million things I could explain, but we need to move! Get on the damn carriage! We're pulling out now! This thing doesn't last long!
Understood. Let's hurry!
Julius, recognizing the urgency in Subaru's voice, pushed aside his doubts and leapt onto the dragon carriage. Grabbing the reins without hesitation, he turned the carriage's head back towards the swirling sands of sand time. Charging the tower now would be suicide. They had to believe this was the right call.
Let's go! Don't get too far from me! Stay within the light!
Subaru! Wow! Even though there's so many lights being fired.
Clinging to the roof of the speeding carriage, Emilia stared at Subaru in awe. Apparently, even though the enemy's attacks weren't working, they were still firing at him non-stop. But no matter how many times those beams came, the moment they entered EMT's field, they lost all their power, falling harmlessly to the sand, neutralized completely.
At any rate, it is a terrific power. Is this your and Beatrice Sama's trump card of some sort?
One of the trump cards! I'm not gonna spoil it. But for now, our priority should probably be getting away from the Watchtower. No! Definitely!
Believe it's an application of yin magic, invalidating the effects of mana within range? If that's the case, it's a natural enemy of mages. No, you are a formidable opponent for anyone who uses mana to aid their skills.
I would say, it only seems to give a relative advantage. It doesn't make me stronger. I'll still lose in a fair fight against a strong guy. This is the ability that I developed thinking of when I will give a Roswaal a black eye.
Julius' admiration seemed completely genuine, and Subaru couldn't help but feel a little pleased with himself. Of course, some of that was just the relief of having dodged the tower's attack. But whatever the reason, it was still complacency. And really, by this point, the consequences of that complacency were already inevitable. Even Subaru couldn't have seen it coming.
Subaru, are we going back to the dunes in front of the flower meadow like this?
For just a short time, but yeah! We need to polish and refine our countermeasures anyhow!
He was mid-sentence, racing back towards a swirling sandstorm of sand time. The moment EMT's field brushed against it, the world tore open.
Huh?
Oh no, I suppose!
Beatrice jolted upright, shaken from the relief she'd only just begun to let herself feel. Her eyes locked on the view ahead, on the sand dunes splitting open beneath the night sky, and her voice trembled.
The distortion of space is invalidated by EMT. In fact...
Huh?
It's like you said, I suppose. The distortion here is similar to Betty's door crossing in that house. In other words, the distorted space will return to its original state.
What does that mean?
He didn't finish the question. All he felt was Beatrice clinging to him tightly. And then, just like that, the world split open, torn like paper, and began to unravel. Subaru, Patrasche, and Beatrice were swallowed by the rift. So were Emilia, Julius, and the dragon carriage.
Not good! Emilia!
Subaru!
They were flung into darkness. Gravity itself seemed to disappear. Subaru couldn't tell which way was up, or where the dragon carriage had gone. All he could hear was Emilia's voice growing distant, in response to his scream.
This is...
But before he could even say bad, he was already gone, hurled out the other side of the ruptured sky. The boundary between the flower field and the sand sea was crumpled and broken, and a small group was swallowed into the rupture. From far away, a figure watched and stirred within the tower. It stepped away from the window where it had been lingering, its feet pressing against the stone floor as it descended the spiral staircase. Slowly at first, but each step came faster, more urgent, more eager.
Found you.
The voice was hoarse, like it hadn't spoken a word in years. But the joy in its tone, that was unmistakable.
Found you!
Of that, there was no doubt.
Arc 6, Chapter 13. Ridicule of the Sands. Space distorted, the world broke, and they fell straight into the rift in reality that formed. As it were made of fragile thin paper, the world was easily torn apart. Swallowed by this distorted space, Subaru's eardrums heard no sound despite the overwhelming visual spectacle. He only heard a voice screaming as if someone were calling him. Even that became distant and eventually vanished entirely. The sensation of touch also drifted away. Fingers that had been clinging to him peeled off, and the distance between them grew. With no one around, abandoned in this empty place, it seemed like he had become completely alone. Tormented by that loneliness and sorrow, Subaru's consciousness slowly floated back into the surface. And then...
How long are you planning to sleep? Wake up already, Barasu.
Feeling something sharp at his side, Subaru shut up with a yelp from a sudden jab. Having jumped up reflexively, the sand clinging onto his body fell to the ground. Coughing, he spat out dirt which had gotten into his mouth. What? What happened? Rubbing his eyes, he checked his surroundings as he rose to his feet. With shaky knees and a poor foothold, he staggered to his feet awkwardly. Beneath his feet, a sea of fine grains of sand remained. As his consciousness returned, Subaru could determine that this was an extension of the Agoria sand dunes. However, the view around him was not clear because it was dark. Far too dark. Amidst the darkness where glazing his own hands was not possible, Subaru's eyes caught the presence of a small artificial light.
You can sleep so well in such an emergency. It is amazing. No words.
A stern voice hit him, and the owner of the light snorted. That which emitted the light was a type of magical stone. Processed lagnomite ore had been fashioned into a tool like a lantern. Looking at the face illuminated by the light, Subaru raised his eyebrows. Ram, is that you?
Who else could you see? Rem? That's a ridiculous guess.
You and Rem look alike, but everything about you makes it obvious you're not her. In response to Ram, who seemed harsher than usual, Subaru gives a bitter reply. Receiving the lantern from her, he looked around the area, illuminating it. This place? Where is it? What happened?
Ram also wants to know the whereabouts of this place. As for what happened, it is 3 times worse than what Barasu can imagine.
Does that mean you expect me to be an optimist? Do you look down on pessimists?
In this case, I wonder which is better.
Her reply was probably accompanied by a shrug. In the darkness, where even Ram, who was right beside him, couldn't clearly be seen, the space illuminated by the light felt strangely vast. They had most likely ended up inside some sort of hollow space. Overhead, a faintly high ceiling could be seen, and the continuous walls proved the depth of the area. Can't feel any airflow. Can't see the sky. You mean We were sent somewhere?
If what Beatrice-sama said before we were separated was correct, then the distortion of space is likely the cause.
Separated? That's right! Separated! Where are the others?
As he listened to Ram's flat, emotionless words, Subaru's understanding finally caught up to reality. He swept the light left and right, searching for any silhouette other than Ram's. But no matter how much he illuminated the area, none of the figures he hoped to see appeared.
As you can see, we were separated. Patrasche's magic nullified the Watchtower's trick. Maybe instead of going into the right path, we were trapped in a distorted space-time, where we will wander forever. I can't say for sure.
Is now really the time for that? Why are you so calm about this? The fact that it's you and me together means it's totally Yatara!
To Ram's serene explanation, Subaru turned pale and raised his voice. He could easily recall Beatrice's scream and the space tearing open before his eyes. That rift had swallowed the entire group and dragged them into another space. At that time, Subaru and Ram were both traveling along, but they should have been in different groups. Subaru was riding Patrasche, and Ram was in the dragon carriage.
Given this kind of separation, it seems physical contact wasn't a condition for who stayed together. At the moment of being drawn into the rift, I believe I was holding Rem. And yet here we are.
Petra was clinging to me too, but I don't see her anywhere. You don't see her either, right? Don't tell me it's really just you and me here. What kind of pairing is this supposed to be?
If the condition that separated was not contact, then was there any other reason? Their group was composed of 8. There was no particular common feature that only Subaru and Ram shared. Was the group completely random?
No! Figuring out the conditions can wait. More importantly, we have to regroup with everyone. No! There's something even more important. Rem! You and I are a pair. So that makes things a bit better. If everyone else was split up with at least someone, then there's still hope. But if someone ended up alone, and if that someone was Rem, then that would be the worst possible outcome.
Emilia and Julius, the two who had shouldered the group's combat strength this time, should be fine. Meili and Beatrice too would either manage somehow on their own using their respective abilities. As for Anastasia, or rather, Aridna, she likely had a trump card that repelled lust. The rest of the group might even be better off than Subaru and Ram pairing. Although less honorable than other ones, Subaru and Ram's combination was still manageable.
But Rem's a different story.
Unlike the others, Rem can't move or act on her own. Even if someone was alongside her, protecting the perpetually sleeping girl would turn any kind of understanding into the next to impossible task. And the worst of all, if Rem were to be completely isolated from the others, then death would be the only thing that awaited her in this lonely sea sand.
It's important for us to meet up with everyone else, but the top priority is securing Rem! I can't leave her alone in such a lonely place. That alone is absolutely out of the question. I absolutely won't let that happen.
Barasu.
I was the one who said I'd bring her. I thought maybe she could wake up if we met the sage. And now this is what happened. No way. Damn it! Not Rem of all people!
Barasu, calm yourself. Getting worked up right now won't...
Why are you so calm about this? Just because your memories of Rem are gone? Are you even worried about her?
Don't be ridiculous.
Imagining the worst possibility, Subaru started mumbling desperately about the future, and rapidly spat out a stream of despair and regret. Hearing Subaru speak, Ram could not stand it and exploded. She grabbed the front of Subaru's shirt and slammed him hard against the sand wall behind him.
Do you really think you're the only one worried about Rem? Don't get so full of yourself, Barasu. Even without my true feelings, Ram is still Ram's older sister. Don't treat me like a fool! I can still feel a faint connection with her, so at the very least, she's safe for now. Just trust that and calm down for now.
She wasn't making a face that fully exposed her emotions, but in her eyes, which tried to maintain composure, Subaru could clearly see the unrest and sorrow she couldn't hide. Seeing that, he finally let the tension fall from his stiff shoulders. Ram noticed this and let go of him. Released from the wall, Subaru lowered his head.
My bad. I'm sorry. What I said just now, I was being an idiot. Completely out of line.
It's not like that's unusual. Barsu spent all day apologizing for everything dumb that comes out of his mouth just by being alive. You'd never have time to do anything else. So, just stop wasting time.
Yeah. My bad.
Feeling that sharp jab from Ram was her way of settling things. Subaru offered one last apology. Then he slapped his cheeks with all his strength, regaining his fighting spirit. Even if Ram had reassured him about Rem's current safety, the fear that she might be all alone hadn't vanished. The urgency of reuniting with the others hadn't changed.
Anyway, let's hurry and regroup. Ram, can't you use that shared sense thing to track where Rem is?
It's difficult. Since she's asleep, all I can really sense is her heartbeat. If we're talking about other options, there is clairvoyance, but that's not something we can rely on.
Why not?
These sand dunes are crawling with witch beasts, and there are almost no ordinary animals or plants around. Clairvoyance is not able to borrow their sights if their wavelength does not match with Ram's. It doesn't work with witch beasts. At this time, Ram is only able to borrow the eyes from Barsu's ground dragon.
Patrasche, huh? Still, that's more than enough. If Patrasche or even Gian are with someone, I want to confirm that. Having the dragon carriage intact would be especially helpful.
That wouldn't be very useful.
Subaru felt frustrated at Ram's disinterested attitude and tilted his head in thought. Now was the time to collect as much information as possible in order to regroup. And yet, he was unable to understand why Ram was hesitating here. However, the answer appeared before he could even doubt into his words.
Huh?
Suddenly, out of the corner of his eyes, Subaru noticed a light that didn't come from his lantern. Memories of that dreadful light flashed vividly through his mind, and Subaru instinctively flinched. But what appeared was unrelated, something moving with a gentle glow. The light gradually came closer, and slowly the figure became clearer.
Ramson? Natsuki-kun? It seems that your discussion's over.
Anastasia and Patrasche?
Hearing the familiar Kararagi dialect, Subaru slightly lifted his head in surprise. Looking ahead, he saw Anastasia atop Patrasche's back, swaying a lantern different from his own in one hand. In response to Anastasia's question, Ram bowed while lifting the hem of her robe on the spot.
Thank you for your consideration, Anastasia-sama. May I ask, what's the situation in the surrounding area?
I just checked all the way back, but I couldn't see anyone else. Only 3 of us are out here, and this girlie.
I see.
Keep your spirits up. Might not be in much comfort, but still.
Thank you for your concern. Yes, I shall do so.
To Anastasia on top of the dragon, Ram responded politely. From the course of the conversation, Subaru vaguely understood that Anastasia had been searching around. But that was the extent of his satisfaction, for the lack of explanation left him displeased.
Hey, Ram! I thought it was just the 2 of us here. What the hell is going on? Explain!
I do not remember telling you that Ram and Barasu were alone. Who assumed that and started panicking? Unsightly.
You'd come off a lot cuter if you just admitted you were also worried about Rem. Too much to think clearly, Nay Summer.
Hearing Subaru, Ram snorted her nose with her usual tone. Sensing a return to her usual self in that attitude, Subaru walked over to Anastasia.
Setting aside the part about getting messed with, I'm glad to see you're safe, Anastasia. Oh, that's a relief.
Aren't you confusing this deception of yours with a misunderstanding? I'd be relieved to learn that I'm not alone. Besides, Natsuki-kun's ground dragon, Patrasche-chan, was a very helpful good girl.
With one foot on the stirrup, Anastasia hesitantly began dismounting Patrasche. In response, Patrasche slowly crouched down on the spot, helping her dismount. As expected of such a capable ground dragon, a Chad ground dragon, even, despite being a girl.
There's no one else hiding around here, right? Is it really just the four of us?
Including Patrasche-chan. There's no doubt that it's the four of us. Emilia-san and Julius had no reason not to come forth. Can't say the same about Meili-chan, though.
You think she might have used the chaos to slip away? Not impossible.
Picturing the braided girl in his mind, Subaru mulled over what kind of decision Meili might make. Just before they were split up, Subaru had exposed the fact that Meili had secretly kept some witch beasts as backup. Thanks to Return by Death, he knew that in a previous loop, Meili had used those witch beasts to defend the dragon carriage from both the Watchtower's assault and the horde of courtesan bears. However, since that was an event that had not occurred in this loop, essentially, the one who knew Meili's reason for having the sand earthworm follow them was the girl herself. Given how things had turned out, it wouldn't be strange if Meili took the opportunity to slip away from the group and tried to leave the dunes on her own.
But she won't do that. That's what I want to believe.
Is that hope? Or could it be trust?
Just call it a wish. Anyway, what did things look like around here?
Setting aside his stance on Meili, Subaru asked Anastasia to report on her scouting. She put her hands in the sleeves of her robe and tilted her head, saying,
Well, judging from what I saw, we're certainly in the sand dunes, but I'm thinking this place might actually be underground.
Underground? How could there be an underground in the sand dunes?
Under all that sand of the dunes, a cave. More of a hollow, so to speak, but the temperature's obviously lower than above ground, and the air is also feeling kinda heavy.
As Anastasia gave a gesture to emphasize the chill by shaking the front of her robe, Subaru nodded in agreement. Certainly, the chill of this current space they were in was much stronger than the one they'd just left. With the high ceiling and a skyless space, her theory made sense.
Underneath the dunes? Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. I pray that this isn't a sand earthworm's lair.
That's...
It was a plausible scenario. They had seen themselves that sand earthworms lived underground. And considering the size of the one Meili had controlled, this hollow would be more than big enough. Thinking about the creature's eyeless biology, a pitch black space like this would fit perfectly.
I mean, just look at this team! Its combat ability is way too questionable. Me, Ram, and Anastasia? Did they deliberately group all the non-combatants together?
Emilia-sama's own knight, proudly describing himself as a non-combatant. How hopeless.
I'm just stating the reality. Without Beatrice, I can't be so conceited as to rely on my whip skills alone.
Compared to the others who had ways to protect themselves, their group was severely lacking in combat ability. Ram was limited in what she could do, and Subaru without Beatrice hardly needed to be mentioned.
By the way, what about Beatrice-sama? Don't you feel any sort of connection with her as her contracted partner?
Unfortunately, while Bearco and I are deeply connected in spirit, we don't have any real sensory link. Well, she once said she could feel me, but I've never been able to feel her.
Useless.
Shut up!
Turning his face away from Ram, who sighed, Subaru leaned in slightly towards Anastasia and whispered to her, glancing at her composed profile.
So, can you fight? What's the deal?
If it comes down to it, of course I will. But it would mean shaving off Anna's life. As for me, I'd like to avoid that if possible. I'll be counting on you two.
Those expectations will probably get betrayed. Not sure if that'd be good in a way or a bad way, though.
Subaru snorted at Anastasia, whose expression for a moment had become that of Aridna. Then, he turned towards Patrasche, who stood quietly awaiting instructions, and stroked her nose with his hand. The jet-black ground dragon silently leaned in, rubbing her tough scales against Subaru.
Ow! Ow! Still, I feel better now. Without Emilia or Beatrice here. But just having you with me is a relief. But seriously, this group setup seems totally meaningless.
Arasu.
Sharing his unease with Patrasche, Subaru turned at the sound of Ram calling him. Ram had her arms crossed and gestured with her chin towards the direction Anastasia had come from.
We can't stay put forever. We need to move if we're going to regroup with the others. Thankfully, thanks to Anastasia-sama, we have light. We can press on.
Oh, wait. Was this like something Anastasia brought?
Right before the dragon carriage got swallowed up, I just barely managed to grab the emergency pack you'd prepped, Natsuki-kun. So, thanks to that, we've got a light, a knife, and some emergency rations.
Anastasia pointed at Patrasche, where a small emergency bag was hanging on the saddle. It was that equipment that Subaru had prepared for the dragon carriage as a literal emergency kit. He felt a bit relieved, even though he'd hoped it wouldn't be needed. It was proving helpful now.
You shouldn't make fun of the wit I have in hand, after all. From now on, let's not forget to check the emergency door at any place we stay in for the first time.
Jokes aside, it is Barsu's credit. So, a light will be given to you as a reward, so go ahead and lead the way.
Sure thing! Wait! This is a reward?
Passing him the lantern, both Ram and Anastasia got on Patrasche's back. This scene, regardless of how anyone saw it, putting Subaru in the position of a servant.
3 people riding might be... maybe if Ramson and I scooted in a bit, we could manage?
Let's not, Anastasia-sama. If we were that close together, one can imagine Barasu using the opportunity to press his body up against us.
You can imagine what you want, but if that's the game you're playing, I'll imagine something even worse! And I'm not bluffing! Don't underestimate puberty!
Raising his middle finger in protest, even Anastasia gave a wry smile. Ram's response was the same as usual, but Subaru, lantern in hand, started walking deeper into the hollow. As if forgetting the situation entirely, the banter and quips Subaru and Ram, surely it was just bluster. An overcompensation to avoid staring directly at the anxiety each of them held inside. Most likely, both of them realized that, but neither said anything about it. Although walking was a struggle, Subaru and the others were advancing through the large cave in the sand. As expected, Patrasche was used to it, and there would not be any problem with her movement, even if 2 heavy stones were put on her back. Subaru had learned the technique for walking in the desert for these past few days, and was able to proceed without much difficulty, albeit there was the feeling of sand entering his boots.
The wind? I can kind of feel it. And also can't.
I feel it. But given how thin this wind is, it's still a long way from being connected to the above ground.
Along the way, wetting his finger on his tongue, Subaru tried to examine the airflow, but it was not quite clear. On the other hand, the wind-sensitive ram feeling it out, she had concluded that the exit was still far ahead. The way to this exit was what he wanted to give priority to, looking to meet up with his companions. Unfortunately, though, there was no indication that the signs of wind would be very reliable.
Emilia-sama and Julius-sama should not get lost due to the guidance of the microspirits. That is why I suspect that there is malicious intent in the selection of this grouping.
Well, it's quite useful to be guided by a microspirit. Damn. In my case, Peiko's so strong that she keeps the microspirits away. She's far beyond their capacity.
What became clear was that Emilia and Julius had advantages outside of battle as well. When setting out to look for a lost member, the search may not go as smoothly if they are left to do what they feel. They could only try not to overlook anything around them as much as possible while proceeding.
Before Natsuki-kun woke up, Ram-san seemed considerably shaken. She could not find Ram-san, but it seems to be hiding a bit of her attitude now.
Is that so?
Secretly, Anastasia shared this anecdote, which made his fighting with Ram after waking up feeling more and more awkward. Subaru had spent the past year alongside Ram, after she had the memories of her sister completely erased. Any connection those two previously had must have left behind some remains after being wiped. If no one else, Subaru at least had to believe so.
Well, it is not fun seeing you huddled up all gloomy and miserable like that, so why not look ahead if you are so down about it? If you do not, you might miss something important.
Don't throw me off like that. You, stop giving me those platitudes. You're taking after your creator, enticing people like that.
Sooner or later, I wish you would start thinking of me separately from my creator. Girls will not like you if you are so insistent. This is something I have picked up with time.
It's not like I know any other approach. I'll just keep it in the back of my mind.
The tongue-in-cheek talkative exchange seemed to distract the impatience and anxiety of not making any progress. In the mindset of that conversation, the party advanced through the large cave. Nothing really changed about the sand path and the sand walls. While walking along that path, there were a few things about it that was...
Even though I said to be wary that this might be a witch beast nest, we have yet to run into a witch beast.
That is what Ram is concerned about.
Kicking the sand under his feet, Subaru grumbled at Ram as she expressed a similar opinion. They continued into the large cave, and soon an hour had already passed. With no one and nothing around, their anxiety, impatience, and bad premonitions continued to grow. Of course, not having enemies show up was a welcome situation, but the extensive silence could not be of any help in wiping out the bad feeling regarding this place. It was much like being detached from the whole world.
No way. We couldn't have been swallowed up by a hyperspace that doesn't connect to anywhere. Right?
Well then, wouldn't you tell me where the wind we're relying on's coming from? Do you think it's the heavy breathing of an unusually big and ferocious witch beast who owns the cave?
No, I'm scared. That wasn't funny at all.
Really, it wouldn't be strange if anything happened at this point. He'd already seen the world tear open with his own eyes. No matter where that rupture might lead, it probably wouldn't be something to be surprised about.
Setting aside how malicious the grouping seems, I doubt the ones behind the illusion expected it to be broken. The nullification wasn't intentional. It's probably just a fluke.
What do you mean exactly?
In other words, imagining worst-case scenario like this path leading straight into a witch beast's stomach is a waste of time. Just look.
The lack of progress was leading to pessimistic theories, which Ramit rationally rejected. Then, at the end of the explanation, she urged Subaru to look ahead, him having stopped. Following her indication, Subaru held out the lantern to look forward. Then, the illuminated passage of the cavity became narrow in front of their eyes.
It's a fork.
Right or left? We gotta make a choice. What do we do?
From what I know, Kurapika said to choose right when the time called for it.
Who's that?
At it in practical terms, he remembered hearing that people tended to unconsciously choose to proceed left when they got lost. Perhaps it had to do with dominance, such as the dominant hand, dominant leg, and other complicated factors like those. That was said to be one way of thinking about it. For that reason, Subaru wanted to follow the theory of an intellectual character he knew and choose the right path which he thought was correct. But...
So, Barasu, which way do you want to go?
Honestly speaking, left.
What happened to Kurapika?
Who's that?
Answered. Rom followed up with another question, and Anastasia poked fun at the whole thing. If taken purely at face value, that exchange might have seemed like nothing more than a normal conversation. But in reality, the three people who exchanged words had a stiff expression and worrisome looks on their faces. On top of that, even Patrasche, unable to speak, was staring at the right path with stern eyes. The cause was the overwhelming negativity they were feeling from the right path. Abstractly speaking, they felt a detestable premonition. If more words were to be used, what they felt was more like dread. Their instincts were ringing the alarm bell. Selecting the right path would be deadly.
The right... I think it's bad. I've got a feeling nothing good's gonna come from it.
Surprisingly, I agree with Barasu. What do you think, Anastasia-sama?
It done the Kararagi way. Majority wins. By the support of 2 votes. Besides, I'm honestly lacking the courage to choose the right side.
As if to say, I don't have the guts to do that, Anastasia swung both hands in front of her, a gesture that answered for everyone. Subaru was not the only one. Rom and Anastasia both felt a strange sensation from the right path. Patrasche did as well. Therefore, the right road could not be chosen.
Then, left it is. Oh, this also feels like we're being made to choose it, which makes it an unpleasant option.
Well, we could go back, but there's nothing to gain from it.
Could say we've got nothing to lose, but that's being a little negative.
As Subaru failed to make a decision, Rom and Anastasia seemed ready to jump in. Reluctantly shrugging his shoulders, Subaru stepped forth, walking in front of Patrasche, straight towards the road on the left. Despite his hesitation, by proceeding that direction, the path on the right would deviate greatly from the large cavity. He found that the pressure that he felt through the walls of sand kept disappearing further and further, and the stiffness in his shoulders was naturally released.
What an unpleasant place.
She felt the same thing, and as he heard Rom murmuring, Subaru agreed in silence. At this crossroads, the right path caused overwhelming negative thoughts. They chose the left road out of something like instinct to avoid the other, but there was one more reason. Inside his chest, Subaru felt the presence of something shouting in joy towards the right path. It would be dreadful to listen to what it said. It was also undeniably a major factor as to why Subaru did not opt for that road. Team non-combatant trapezed through the cave, and a few more hours passed after the fork. As they slowly advanced their search in the great cavern, the number of words spoken between the three dropped drastically. While their fatigue, and not to mention the darkness, any sense of time was fuzzy, but what was truly wearing down their spirit along the walk was silence. In fact, Subaru felt like several hours had passed, but he did not know if it was true. There was the possibility that they had utilized the time better than they thought, or even that they had completely squandered it. What they knew for sure was that there was no progress.
That split. I wonder if we should have gone right.
After that much silence, you can only think to complain? Stop it. It's shameful.
Murmuring, he moved his dry lips to complain, and Rom bitterly delivered a stab. However, her poison also lacked ambition. He could tell that she too had been gripped by the fear that they wouldn't find anything. Although the foothold along the path of sand was shoddy, there was some confidence that they had already walked for a few kilometers. So with no end to the cave in sight, it could not be helped that they would be swept over by a bad feeling. It was natural that one would doubt that the wrong choice had been made. Even more, if they reached a dead end, they would give up and turn back.
The barrage of lights above ground. What do you think it was?
Subaru changed the direction of the topic, for fear that the negative conversation would continue as it was. The topic that turned up was the light of the Watchtower that had triggered this situation in the first place, the defense mechanism of the dunes, which was believed to have been prepared by the Sage.
It was a needle.
A needle?
To that question, Rom responded curtly. She spilled a sigh at Subaru's follow-up question and gently stroked her pink hair.
I do not know its principle in detail, but long and narrow needles enchanted with magic were being fired. The needles carried high heat, probably the effect of firing magic, but the needle itself seemed to be of some specialized construction. As it was repelled and fell in the sand, it disintegrated and disappeared.
You got such a good glance at it during all that uproar.
A quick glance would tell you that much.
Without a doubt, it seemed Rom's observation power was not as ordinary as she claimed it to be. In fact, with Subaru just staring at her, Anastasia shook her head in amazement. In Rom's case, she was aware of her own talents, but was still speaking sarcastically. Despite that, it was quite the analysis.
What do you think its purpose was?
Kill those approaching the Watchtower. It is a mystery why it was relentlessly aimed at Barasu. Standard practice to take down the weaker enemies first, so that might be it.
Shit! I can't deny it!
Be only natural to arrive at the same conclusion when taking a bird's eye look at it. Nonetheless, thanks to that, there had been no casualties among those of the party. The conclusion to be reached here was that it was good to have a weak Subaru donning invincible magic. But in that case...
It means a friendly encounter with the Sage would be difficult.
I think it's premature to say so. Looking at it from their point of view, they didn't know who we were, nor what we wanted, right? There's a chance for a discussion to occur. Is that what I think?
At worst, our business is with the Sage's knowledge, not their personality. If they do not speak, you can just tie them up and make them taste an adequate level of pain until they do.
Nay, Summer! Was that your villainous side talking?
If there is something you want, take measures. This is not mere child's play.
Rom remained strangely calm in the face of Subaru's astonishment. Just hearing those statements, he felt he was being reminded of how innocent and shallow his own resolutions were. Regardless of whether it was actually put into practice, there was no doubt that Rom was prepared for it. That was not but proof that she was serious about Rem. To touch Rem's resolve, Subaru would be required to make some decisions regarding his own resolutions. He had not thought of getting his hands dirty for Rem. Rem was not to be blamed for that either. What he had to do was to be prepared to reap the results. When confronted with the existence of the Sage, no matter what kind of opponent that is, he must be absolutely determined. He must be resolved to that degree.
Patrasche?
At the same time Subaru bit his lips with those thoughts, Patrasche held her breath. The ground dragon was glaring at the path with squinted eyes and neighed a little. Having noticed that stare, Subaru also stopped his feet and returned to soothe the ground dragon. He stroked the back of her neck and called out, "What's wrong?"
Did you see something? What?
The reason would be this.
On Patrasche's behalf spoke Ram, interrupting Subaru. Anastasia frowned and looked at the passage, imitating Patrasche. Of course, nothing could be seen within the extent of that darkness, but a different feeling was being stimulated rather than sight. Seeping into their nasal orifices was a smell of something burning.
Don't you think it smells like fire?
I cannot think of anything else. but I do not think something like a kitchen could possibly be down here.
If this is fire, the cause behind this smell is civilized people, right?
Mm-hmm. At Subaru's clinging question, neither Ram nor Anastasia could just easily nod. He could also understand the girl's judgment, but the smell that was drifting was clearly a scent of something supposedly burning. Ram said it was something like cooking. The aroma wafting through the air was similar enough. A bonfire, or a stew for a meal. If that was the case...
Do you think there's a possibility of that being Emilia and the others?
Assuming they were sent to the same place, there's enough possibility. Nevertheless, whether it's rational or unwise to use a fire in such situation, I'd leave that judgment up to the others.
Here, the answer regarding who was ahead of the road would not arrive. The idea of beckoning and checking the intents of the other party came to mind, but...
Even if they're at the end of the path, it doesn't mean they're friendly.
Supposing it was not Emilia and the others, could it be the Sage? It was hard to believe that the Sage, who should be in the Watchtower, would come down, but it was not unlikely. In that case, if the Sage continued to be hostile, a corresponding assault was also to be expected.
Should we cover our light and move ahead? If they're using fire, then there's the light on their end. Worst case, it's fine if we keep ours hidden.
It's strange to keep speculating about it. We also gotta check what's the cause, so I think it's a reasonable idea.
Gian nodded to Subaru's proposal, and after that, Ram also quietly agreed with it. When the lights of the two lanterns were turned off, the party went back to the path where the smell of fire was drifting from, relying only on Subaru's light.
Barasu?
What?
If anything happens to you, we will leave you here and run away. Try not to hold a grudge.
If you do that, I'll curse you.
Ram's words were those of encouragement, perhaps because she knew he would be fearful. In the light held by Subaru, Ram slightly loosened her lips, and Subaru went straight through the passage. Feeling Patrasche's breath behind him, the scent of the fire gradually grew more intense.
Huh? It's the light!
Beyond the passage, he found a slightly shimmering red light. Subaru immediately darkened his own light and instructed the three behind him to be silent. Then he squatted down and stepped on the sand stealthily to confirm the existence of the light. 1 step, 2 steps. As he moved forward, he could see that the light was on the other side of a corner. The passage was slightly bent to the left, and the fire was just beyond there. Quietly reaching the bend, he took a peek at the other side ever so slightly while leaning against the wall. At that moment, a wind carrying a slight heat tickled Subaru's forehead, and he unintentionally closed his eyes. Immediately after, Subaru's footing dug into the soil unexpectedly. The sand slid, and his body rolled down.
What?
Incapable of withstanding that surprise, Subaru forgot to hold on and rolled down the slope. The fine particles of sand were hard to grab onto, and so he slid all the way down to the bottom. Plunging headfirst into a pile of sand after rolling down a steep incline of about 10 meters of height, Subaru again spat out sand and raised his body.
Again? Sand? No! Then...
Subaru shook his head and looked around. With the shock, he had dropped his lantern. As it was nearby, he started searching for it, stretching his hand, and he touched something hard. For an instant, he thought he had found the lantern, but it felt different compared to the hardness of what he had held. The surface was crisp and pleasant to the touch, like a wooden stick. Despite its thickness and length, he judged it light when lifting it up.
What is it?
In that pitch-black darkness, even getting closer to it and straining his eyes would not relay to him its identity. Smelling it timidly, the smell of charcoal was felt. The very next moment after he thought that, a light appeared behind him suddenly. The wisps that appeared in the background were red, shimmering and primitive, their name flames. Then, as the flames began to light up the world, Subaru saw the true identity of the thing he had grabbed. Probably, it was a creature's foot. Something that had once been an animal, burned until it turned into charred remains. And around the place where Subaru was sitting, the remnants of former creatures that had become lumps of charcoal were scattered. Subaru had slipped right into the middle of countless, burned, dead bodies. Throwing away the charred waste in his hand, Subaru aimed to retreat. However, a terrible flame existed at his rear, and his neck was burned by the heat wave. And this time, he fell down just on his face. And finally, he turned back and looked at it directly. Subaru was thrown out of reality, facing a tremendous roar from his front. Why were all the witch beast's roars so disgusting as to irritate human beings to the limit of their disgust? With such a high-pitched roar, it was like countless babies were crying all at once. It was a blasphemous creature that Subaru had never seen. It burned red in a place full of burned bodies. It truly was a witch beast, but the color of its fur was different from what he had seen in the past. As far as Subaru knew, all the witch beasts were distorted and ugly, but they were often in a form such that they bore a resemblance to an existing creature somehow. That applied all the same for the white whale or the great rabbit. For all cases, there was a basic foundation of an animal. However, this time, he did not wish to apply the same concept to the witch beast that existed in front of him. The witch beast once again cried out. At first glance, some similarities could be found with a horse. Thin, but strong legs of a quadruped that existed to charge over the earth. It was the same as a horse, in that it possessed a trunk supported by its 4 legs and a long tail swaying from its rear. However, there was a human torso in the part where the horse's neck should normally be, leading to the head. Compounding on the 4 legs, the human torso possessed 2 further arms, and there was no head above the neck of the human torso. As from the neck to the top, a horn protruded. It was the mark of a witch beast, a mark that branded it as something decisively different from other animals. In place of its head, a horn grew. It possessed no head. But if that were the case, where was the mouth from which its cry was raised? From the chest to the belly of the human torso was a vertical gash, and inside the oral cavity were fully grown fangs aligned horizontally, asserting their existence. A monster! Even calling it a witch beast was somewhat absurd. Rather, it was a blasphemy of life. To Subaru's knowledge, it was close to a creature of fantasy called Centaur, half man and half horse. But that was a distorted figure, as if its reenactment had been abandoned halfway. From the backside of the human torso of the centaur grew a mane of flame, torso searing the sand cave with incredible power, red light urging forth. Considering the strength of that blaze, who had created all the charred carcasses that lay around the place, became clear. It had been a mistake to embrace the idea that the use of fire was a sign of civilized people. The arms of the human part of the centaur were that of a human, with 5 fingers. The legs of the horse part of the centaur were that of a horse, with hooves having been formed. The figure was about 6 or 7 meters long, just about the right size to pass through the cavern. That was to say, the master of the cavern was this being in front of him.
It was a trap!
Holding his breath, Subaru despaired. There was nothing he could do. He quickly turned his hand to the back of his waist and grabbed the handle of the whip, but he did not believe he could do anything with it. And to that breathless Subaru, the centaur tilted his eyeless head. From its mouth was hurled a bellow, inciting fear. At that moment, Subaru moved to create a gap. He turned around on the sand, roughly kicking one of the charcoal debris onto the centaur. Having been cooked to a crisp on the inside, the corpses had no power to them, even if they connected. But still, it was good to be in control. Clinging to the steep slope, he attempted to return to the upper passage. He would go back the road he came, but he did not mind it. The problem was, how far the centaur was going to give chase was unknown. Given that it burnt its prey in this manner, it was dubious whether it had an appetite. Of course, this was not necessarily a good thing, as he had heard that witch beasts possessed an instinct to hurt and murder human beings. Still, if there was a possibility that the situation could look up for a little bit, that would... While thinking so much about it, Subaru noticed that his body was not trembling. Trying and creating a diversion by kicking a piece of charred debris and climbing the steep sand slope and turning back and reaching out to his whip, Subaru could do none of this. Because before he could get to it, the breath of the witch beast burned Subaru. As soon as the concept that his whole body was being burnt reached him, Subaru screamed in pain and suffering. However, because his throat was being burnt, his lungs were having their oxygen burnt. No part of his voice could be raised. Where the burned skin formed bubbles, they swelled and burst instantly. The fluids that had flown inside the body, which he had never seen before, instantly evaporated, his blood actually boiling. Can't even roll over on the ground in this suffering. The muscles and fat had been burnt, melted and charcoaled. The pain disappeared to a place far away, and Subaru experienced an illusion of being drowned in flames. Burned. Yes, burned. He had read somewhere about burns in depth. He had learned that there were several stages of burns, and that once the third stage was reached, the scars would remain, and a skin graft would be necessary. He also had learned that if 30% of a person's body were burnt, breathing would be made difficult, leading to death. Body hair burnt till the follicle. Eardrum and brain matter alike melted and flowed out the earlobe. Lips and gums evaporated, exposing the teeth, and the tongue was gulped by the suffering of the heat wave. It did not matter. He was already drowned. These burns, could they be healed? Even though he was not confident regarding his face, if it got burnt, would they like him less? Emilia, Beatrice, Rem.
Pursue!
Burning. His field of vision was burning. Everything was burning, turning red and going white. Blood was eradicated by the tremendous heat. The eyelids melted away. The fluids of the eyeballs evaporated. It turned white and cloudy, and nothing could be seen. He had just heard something. He had heard someone calling. He had heard babies crying. Someone came down beside him. Idiot. Why had they? They had said they would run away. Why had they come down here? But going down, what did that mean? Moreover, what was left or right? A horse, a human. Different. Hot. It melted. It burned. Tired. Melted and disappeared.
How long are you planning to sleep? Wake up already, Barasu.
As he felt the sensation of his limbs completely ceasing to move and his scorched thoughts collapsing, Subaru was yanked back into reality by a sharp jolt. Startled by the suddenness of it, he sat up and wiped the cold sweat off his sand-stuck forehead. He looked around. It was dark. Nothing was visible. That alone was enough to evoke the terror from just a few seconds ago.
Pathetic. How frightened can you be of mere darkness? You're not a child.
Huh? Bringing back instinctively, Subaru opened his eyes wide at that voice. holding the lantern so that its light illuminated her own face. Ram let out a small sigh. Then, kneeling quietly beside him, she reached out and gently stroked his cheek.
What a pitiful face. My face. It's not melted or anything.
Except in front of Emilia-sama. I have never seen such a pitiful sight.
The warmth of her palm on his cheek was far, far gentler than the heat he had just experienced. Thanks to that feeling, thanks to the sensation of flames and the warmth of another, Subaru understood that he had returned by death, again. That this was a different save point from the 2 deaths he had met in the sand dunes. And that in order to conquer the sand labyrinth, he would have to stake his life. He felt like the cold sand flowing on the sand sea was silently ridiculing the scorched Subaru, watching.
Arc 6, Chapter 14. Faith built upon the sand. The warmth coming from Ram's palm contrasted with the ridicule of the cold sand. Both of those were the realities that Natsuki Subaru were faced with now. That was the present that he should accept.
Ram.
What?
Your fingers sure do feel nice and smooth. It's as... Oh!
Don't push your luck, you Barasu.
Can you not use my name like it's some kind of insult?
As payment for his careless comment, Subaru received a slap to the cheek and protested tearfully, but Ram, holding the lantern, didn't respond and instead quickly took a step away from him. Even though just a moment ago she had shown him a rare moment of kindness, now she was back to being cold. Though in truth, staying that way would have made things awkward and hard to speak, so this return to normalcy was probably for the best.
This place is...
a pitch-black void of unknown location. You remember how the landscape of the sand sea fractured and we were swallowed up? Carriage and all by the rift, don't you? I'd rather not have to explain more than that.
No, that's enough. That gives me a pretty good idea.
Good.
Ram briefly outlined their current situation, and Subaru took a deep breath as he accepted the situation. He had returned by death, and his return point had already changed to something new. This made it 3 times that Subaru had met death in the sand dunes. 2 of those times had been above ground, most likely deaths caused by the light fired from the Watchtower. But this 3rd time was completely different, a death underground at the hands of a monster. Just remembering how he had died a mere minute ago made Subaru tremble uncontrollably.
I never thought I'd die like that.
This time, Subaru had quite literally burned to death. He'd been thoroughly ravaged, scorched by a raging crimson flame, killed without understanding anything as he was engulfed and burned alive. The sensation of his entire body being licked by tongues of fire, his flesh not just burning but melting, was something that he could not forget. He'd known in theory that the human body was a mass of fat, but he hadn't realized it could melt so easily into goo. The burnt corpses looked so gruesome. He now understood perfectly well why that was.
Barasu, have you calmed down yet? If you've settled down, we need to talk.
Yeah, I'm okay. Is it just me and you here?
If it weren't, Ram would have already left you behind and run for her own safety. The fact that I haven't should tell you enough, right?
You're showing me your rare kindness? Part 2?
That's an unforgivably rude thing to say to someone like me, who's the very embodiment of love and mercy. Anyway, we've got company while you're wasting your time on nonsense.
Raising the lantern to her left, Subaru's right, Ram gestured in that direction, and sure enough, another light could be seen approaching from deeper in the hollow. The lantern, swinging at a height above theirs, was unmistakably the one owned by Anastasia, riding on Patrasche.
Ram-san, Natsuki-kun, it seems that your discussion's over?
Anastasia? Patrasche? Is that you?
Anastasia, who was riding on Patrasche, spoke out the same greeting as she had before as she flashed him with a grin. And, to those words, Ram pinched the hem of her skirt like before and bowed.
Thank you for your consideration, Anastasia-sama. May I ask, what's the situation in the surrounding area?
I just checked all the way back, but I couldn't see anyone else. Only 3 of us are out here, and this girlie.
I see.
Keep your spirits up. Might not be much comfort, but still.
Thank you for your concern. Yes, I shall do so. Anastasia voiced her apprehensions from Dragonback, to which Ram responded as though it was her usual demeanor, but it clearly wasn't. Since Ram currently had the lantern, her profile was plainly visible. Everything Anastasia had said was exactly the same as last time. Ram looked slightly worn down. Her expression revealed that being separated from Rem had shaken her.
So, the only ones who have regrouped for now are the four of us. Oh, our lack of combat power is kind of a problem.
You're taking it better than I figured, Natsuki-kun. Or did Rem-san cast some kind of special spell on you or something?
Unfortunately, even if you leave Barasu and Ram alone together, absolutely nothing happens. The next morning, all you find is Barasu's mutilated corpse.
What the hell? Do you have some kind of secret trait like a werewolf from a murder game? Oh, that's terrifying.
It wasn't as though Subaru was trying to act cheerful, but seeing how composed he was right after waking up, both Anastasia and Ram couldn't help commenting on it. Truthfully, it was simply because this was his second time through and he had a better grasp on the situation. Even so, he intended to treat the ability to move quickly as an advantage this time around as well.
Ram, just to make sure, you don't know where Rem is using your symphosasia, right?
Right. It's no good. There's still a connection, so I know for sure that she's alive. But that's all. We can only hope she's not alone.
If good or bad luck has anything to do with how someone lives their life, then Rem's absolutely in the clear. She's only ever done good. I believe she's safe. No question.
If this theory were true, then the reason Subaru kept running into one awful situation after another, dying all the time, would be because of his own misdeeds. That wasn't something he was too keen to think about.
On top of that,
there was a heavy anxiety that Subaru could never confess to Ram or Anastasia. The fear that, with the update of his return by death point, something, or someone he wanted to save might have slipped through the cracks. Just like how he'd been able to bring back Ram, whose name had been eaten, even through return by death. If this new checkpoint had been set after something tragic happened to his separated companions...
That can't happen. That's the one thing that can't happen.
For those who weren't here, Emilia, Beatrice, Julius, Meili, and Rem, he prayed that nothing disastrous had happened to them, that wherever they were, beyond the reach of Natsuki Subaru's hands, they hadn't been harmed. Barasu, you haven't been able to connect with Beatrice-sama?
I tried, but no luck. If the pass was still working, Bayako should have been able to sense me, but when I tried to call her, the connection's too faint.
Could be the miasma messing with it. Spirits can't keep their breath down here. My echidna's been complaining off and on. Only one still kicking was Emilia-san.
Maybe Bayako's the same.
Beatrice, stout-hearted as she was, would probably not let out any complaints even if she wasn't feeling well. Were that to happen, Subaru would have absolutely noticed it. Beatrice being in a poor state would influence everyone else's safety as well. Upon their safe reunion, he would have to tell her off.
Which is exactly why we need to regroup with the others. Let's go! Into the depths of this cavern!
Heading deeper meant they might run into that monster again, the one that burned Subaru alive. But even so, there was no other choice. If he wanted to reunite with the people who mattered to him, he had to go forward. There was no other path.
You're the only one walking, Natsuki-kun. Ain't your footing getting worse?
I'm fine. Do take care though, since Patrasche won't welcome anyone with open arms except me. Even now, it seems like she could bite off one of Bayako's drill-built cars.
What a great joke. Patrasche-chan's a good girl. She wouldn't do that. Ain't that right?
As they advanced deeper into the cavern, Patrasche gave a soft cry to Subaru, who was leading with the lantern in hand. That cry, indeed, was the one that she used when she had no particular complaints. It seemed that, recognizing the emergency situation, Patrasche remained dutiful despite carrying passengers other than Subaru. As expected of the most competent girl in the Emilia camp. With Ram and Anastasia riding on Patrasche, Subaru alone made his way on foot through the sand labyrinth. The arrangement was the same as before, and the four of them continued walking towards the depths of the cavern. Compared to the previous time,
They may have set out a dozen or so minutes earlier, but given that they didn't know how long that monster had been in that place, the difference probably didn't mean much.
Its lair's way over there. Maybe it's its feeding ground or its playground.
He couldn't bring himself to firmly call it a feeding ground because of the number of charred corpses that had been in that space. The scorched corpse that Subaru had grabbed was likely the remains of some animal. Judging by its shape, probably the hind legs of a quadruped. But it had showed no signs of having been eaten, and there had been countless such burnt corpses scattered around that area. If the monster had simply used fire to prepare food, it might have been called a gourmet among beasts and earned some respect for its culinary culture. But if it just burned its prey and left the corpses to rot, then it would be more natural to assume that it was just a cruel creature who enjoyed watching its prey die in flames. And that place existed for that very purpose. It was a grotesque figure, armed with abnormal amounts of heat. Subaru also feared the witch beast itself, which existed with the form wrong for a living creature, at the same time as he recalled the moment he had burned to death.
From what I could see, we should still be in the sand dunes round here. Or maybe underneath it. What do you think, Natsuki-kun? Natsuki-kun?
Yeah, that's right. I think so too.
Were you actually listening to the conversation? Giving half-hearted replies is rude, you know.
Austin thought Subaru had nodded absent-mindedly, only for Ram to immediately catch on. Panicking, Subaru quickly waved his hands and shook his head from side to side.
No way! Of course I was listening! And on top of that, I was totally agreeing with you! 100%!
The topic was, when you sleep, it's better to take off your underwear so your breast shape doesn't sag. Remember? Are you agreeing with that? How lewd.
The one who brought up that topic to me is the lewd one here! Wait! That actually wasn't the topic! Was it?
Subaru, in a state of disbelief, turned towards Anastasia for help. She gave him a wry smile and then spoke out saying,
You shouldn't worry. Ram-san was messing about just now. I don't think it proper to speak like this in such a terrible situation.
Right. Yeah, right. That scared me. I mean, it's not like Ram or Anastasia even have enough chest to worry about that they're shape sagging or anything.
Sorry, Natsuki-kun. My hand slipped.
Why was that in past tense and hot?
The lantern was pressed to the back of his neck, and the residual heat from the magic stone's glow seared his skin. In that instant, the sensation of being burned alive resurfaced, sending a chill down his spine. But he managed to avoid rolling across the cold sand, screaming and crying. Flat on his back in the sand, Subaru glared up at the two atop the dragon.
Isn't it a cruel thing doing that all of a sudden? I would have liked at least a chance to explain.
You can't go criticizing someone's physical traits to put them down. That kind of thing is only okay if it's self-deprecating. In Karagi, you'd lose people's trust and end up penniless. Right, Ram-san?
Mind. Besides, Rams are big enough that it balances out. There's no problem.
Saying something like, what a beautiful sibling bond of mutual compensation, would definitely earn him more disapproval, so Subaru wisely kept quiet. Grimacing at the faint sting on the back of his neck, Subaru stood up, brushed off the sand, and cleared his throat.
Anyway, let's get to the point. We were saying this place might be underground, right?
Oh, so you were listening? That's right. That's what I think. Air's heavier here than it is on the surface, and it's colder too.
Underground beneath the sand dunes. Let's hope it's not a sand earthworm's burrow.
Could be something even worse.
Anastasia clutched her robe to emphasize the chill, and Ram agreed. Subaru nodded along while subtly mixing in actual knowledge. Of course, even if it was Earth sandworms with their current low combat lineup, fighting one off would be a nightmare. Even so, sand earthworms were still better as they somewhat had a strategy to deal with them. That other witch beast, the one Subaru had named Centaur for now, was a complete unknown. Having been instantly incinerated by it upon first encounter, he didn't know anything about its power or how to fight it. And if they clashed head-on like last time, Subaru was confident he'd die the exact same way.
Realistically, not just sand earthworms. There's always a chance running into other witch beasts. Since we're in the dunes, we should probably go over some countermeasures.
True. That said, Rom only has her own knowledge and what she heard from Meili along the way. Probably just basic witch beast ecology.
The witch beasts in the Auguria sand dunes are said to be more feral because of the miasma, and some of them ain't even ones that should exist in this region. Still, even basic knowledge is better than none.
When Subaru put out his suggestion, Ram and Anastasia both nodded in agreement. As a result, they talked about the witch beasts whilst they continued their search forward into the depths of the cave.
Sand earthworms stand out for their grotesque appearance and stench. But despite their aggressiveness, their bodies aren't actually that strong. They're big targets too, so Rom's magic can kill them easily. If anything, even Barasu's whip might not be totally useless against them.
Seriously? Even my whip can deal damage?
I heard they're actually pretty timid. They get hurt, and they might just retreat. Depends on what counts as painful to them, but the chance ain't zero.
I'd rather not encounter a blood pouch rat if I can help it.
With a name like Rat, it doesn't sound that dangerous.
Nah, it doesn't have any real combat power. But the way it fights is nasty. It inflates itself with air until it's bloated, and then explodes near an enemy. Its blood and guts go flying everywhere.
Ugh, don't tell me its blood is poisonous or something.
No, nothing like that. It's just disgusting. But once one of them explodes and spreads that smell, the rest of the pack come rushing over and do the same thing. You'll be drenched in blood.
That's terrifying!
As expected of the bizarre witch beasts of this land, just hearing about their behavior was enough to make one wince. After they'd talked through a fair bit of this, Subaru finally brought up what he'd been waiting on.
Alright, next witch beast I saw from afar in the sand dunes. Have you guys ever heard of one with the body of a horse, a human torso stuck on top, and fire shooting from its back?
Up to this point, they'd been discussing the ecology of witch beasts, and now Subaru brought up the centaur. With how distinctive its features are, even if it turned out to be just a particularly aggressive local variant of an existing witch beast, it might still have a known origin, and that origin could offer a clue on how to fight it. A weakness to water, because of its flames, for example, would be ideal.
Sorry, but I got nothing. What about you, Ramsan?
Unfortunately, Rom also has nothing. Just hearing about it is enough to make me hate it.
So, you guys don't know it, huh?
However, he only got those answers from both of them. It seemed that neither of them had any knowledge of a centaur, or of a different kind of them with those abnormal characteristics. But that was the witch beast that they had likely first come across. He didn't want to give up on finding a breakthrough with only the answers he had received now.
You really don't know? Like, part of Patrasche's head becoming a human body, and 2 arms sticking out from there, then the torso's chest down to the stomach is split open vertically, and that's its mouth. And instead of a head coming out the top of the human's torso's neck, it's got a horn growing out.
What is that? That sounds disgusting.
Honestly, that is so off-putting.
The more detailed his explanation became, the more the girl's expressions worsened. Even Patrasche, who had been used in the analogy, seemed vaguely displeased, and Subaru's shoulders slumped. It looked like they truly didn't have any leads at all.
More importantly, if you saw a witch beast, you should have reported it right away. Why would you ignore something that is obviously dangerous?
Well, that's... It was nighttime. Maybe because of Meili's divine protection, it didn't come close to us. I only saw it from a distance. It was around the time you were in the dragon carriage getting healed by Emilia.
Lewd.
Are you just saying that to say it now?
Trying to gloss over his lack of follow-through with excuses, Subaru felt deflated by the lack of any solid progress. When it came to dealing with the centaur, there were no countermeasures they could take ahead of time. All they could do was warn the others and try and keep them from running into the real thing.
For now, I'll call it a centaur, but I think it's a really dangerous one. The human torso had a mane growing from the back, and it was burning like fire. It gave off a vibe like it was super tenacious. Not that it had a face so I couldn't see it, but it felt like that. So, there's a chance it might even be tracking us down.
And why, exactly, would you leave something like that alone? Do you have a death wish?
Yeah, I also think the way I explained that was misleading.
He couldn't deny that his explanation had become fairly absurd in wanting to let them know of the danger. However, by telling them this as a precaution, the girls would likely be able to keep themselves on guard for danger in regards to an encounter with the centaur in the flesh. That was enough for now. Besides, countermeasures against the centaur weren't just limited to the cases where they ran into it directly. Subaru was already considering a more fundamental approach. That was...
Natsuki-kun, Ram-san, can you stop the chatter for a sec?
Anastasia said, giving Patrasche the signal to stop. The smart ground dragon had already halted without being need to be told, and now lowered her head as if to confirm the command. Then, Anastasia raised the lantern in front of them and said,
There's a fork in the road.
And so, the first phase of not running into it was now directly before them. As before, a dread hung in the air at the fork, enough to make one grimace. And that dread came clearly flowing in from the right path.
Left or right? Which way do you want to go?
If we follow Kurapika's theory, going to the right is the correct option.
Who's that?
As before, Subaru's knowledge was nothing but foreign in this other world. Subaru had already experienced it with his body, so his words were not unsubstantiated.
In times like these, people tend to unconsciously pick the left side. Though various factors are at play like one's dominant hand or eye, ethology has shown actual evidence of that, especially when there are no additional conditions attached.
Ethology? What a smart word to come out of your mouth. However, are you ignoring the detestable feeling coming from the right path? Is this a condition?
Whether it would be correct or not to take the right path, this time they had to take it. Having deemed so, Subaru would have to try and persuade the others with logic. However, he still felt a strong feeling of aversion to the horrible sensation that was wafting from the right path. If they could, both Ram and Anastasia did not want to take the right path. He could see that from the look in their eyes. Persuading them and making them take the right path was what Subaru had to do. He would not let them go towards their death so easily after getting an opportunity by returning by death.
It's true there's a blatantly horrible atmosphere that's coming in from the right, but I think it's just a little too blatant. It's as if saying, don't come here, right? It's exactly like the mechanism to break through Sandtime, and the flower garden of the witch beast before the Watchtower. They're far too intricate to be something that cropped up naturally. Don't you think so too?
In other words, Natsuki-kun, you want to say that the Sandtime, the flower garden, and this cave are all, well, artificial?
In contrast to Ram, who had sunk into silence, Anastasia followed what Subaru had been trying to say. Subaru snapped his fingers at hearing her response and voiced his agreement with,
That's right! They've set a bunch of traps since they want to keep us away. Why haven't we come across a single witch beast in here in nearly an hour if this wasn't something artificial? We all seem to agree that this is part of the Auguria sand dunes, and though Meili's not here, we haven't encountered any witch beast lairs. That's unnatural.
So, the place we are now is where someone's hand... No, where the sage's hand came into play.
And we know that the sage's personality isn't very pleasant.
Although it was an opinion which was half-coded in truth, Subaru admired that even if he spoke himself, it did not mean that he had not been able to sound persuasive. In fact, when he looked back on the journey through the Auguria sand dunes up until now, there had been many things said which would certainly be called traps that were there to impede the journey towards the Watchtower. They could even be called trials. And it was a fact as well that they had not come across any witch beasts thus far in this cave. Of course, Subaru's thoughts were incorrect, as he knew that they would come across the centaur in the end. However, no, perhaps that centaur was the last guard. There was a chance that its presence was a mechanism that beckoned a last show of strength to those who came to enter the Watchtower. In that case, he just had no way to express the malice in the choice of their guardian. However,
there was certainly logic, even in Barasu's point.
Huh? Seriously?
Why are you acting so surprised? Is it strange?
Subaru instinctively reacted with surprise at Ram's words, who had sunk into pensive silence. And after that, Anastasia, who had seen that response, gave a wry smile and lifted the pom-poms on her hat with both of her hands.
To tell you the truth, I really don't want to go to the right. But now that you say that our opinions have been included to settle and pick in the left, I don't want to go with it anymore.
That's an opinion that doesn't seem like you, who lives by your competitive spirit. You sure have been swept away.
Are you saying even I'll do it if your opinion becomes approved?
The wry smile on her face grew deeper, which, as a matter of fact, probably indicated that Aridna was unable to imitate the vital point that had been Anastasia's competitive spirit. This was a last resort for her, too. She should have a difficult time deciding whether or not to get on board with Subaru's point.
So, what about you, Ram?
It is as I said. I can understand Barasu's point too, considering how things went in the sand dunes up until here. We can just agree that apart from the sage's wicked disposition, there is the fact that those unable to reach the Watchtower are subject to one harsh environment after the other. That is why it is obvious that someone is meddled.
I sure don't agree with calling them natural things.
So, although I don't fully agree with your point, Barasu, it does not mean that I don't agree with some parts of it. With that said, there is no hesitation in checking the right path.
What do you mean?
It's annoying for her to do what Natsuki-kun says, but she's gonna go along with it, is what she's saying.
Anastasia politely interpreted what Ram had meant to say. In fact, it seemed like it was the correct interpretation, considering that Ram didn't correct any of it. In short, it meant that both Ram and Anastasia had accepted Subaru's cajolery.
Right! Excellent! Domo arigato! I won't make either of you regret it.
I will take at least some share of the responsibility in my choice. Do not go trying to carry my share of the burden on your back as you please. Focus on your useless resourcefulness only on Rem.
If you make me regret it, I'm gonna let you take responsibility for it. If that happens, we'll have to consult the abacus for how much it's gonna cost you. Don't you think?
Both of you are so damn harsh!
His delight was short-lived, and his speech, in which he had taken responsibility for the choice, was quickly assailed by the two of them. Although he did not know how serious Aridna's trace of Anastasia was, Aridna was putting in great efforts so that things would not end up in regret. Only that feeling was genuine.
Plus, it's not like the challenges end with just their persuasion.
Indeed, that was right. In the end, all Subaru had obtained was the right to mount a challenge. The challenge against the real hurdles would start from here on out. An overwhelmingly negative atmosphere flowed out as the fork in the road awaited their decision. They were going to take the right path, where the air lay thick and visible, ever worsening. If this was a trial that the sage had prepared, he wondered what they were thinking by choosing this to make this the path at its start.
If they're waiting for us beyond this point, then let's give them the biggest surprise possible. I'm gonna slap their face and make them apologize over and over. And after that, I'm going to make them find Emilia and the others.
Determining that, Subaru turned towards the right path and brandished his lantern there. And then, Ram gave a soft sigh behind Subaru's back.
I agree with you, but there's still a chance that Emilia-sama, along with everyone else, will make it to the Watchtower before us.
Honestly, wasn't this a good spot to show off?
Subaru, whose spirit was being strained even before the challenge began, voiced out his disgruntlement. After those exchanges, the three of them and their ground dragon, the group of four, went into the right path. He still had a bad feeling, even now. That feeling seemed to make even the sand underneath his feet feel different. Whilst tasting this discomfort, Subaru wiped the cold sweat that had trickled down his forehead and grinned at Patrasche.
Come to think of it, I was one to decide which way to take without hearing your opinion. Huh? Where you're going is the road I will take. And whatever road it is, no matter how harsh, you'll believe in me since I will always weather through? Hey, you're way too handsome. I'm falling in love.
He is being nonsensical. But he does not seem to be doing it by mistake. So he is being sinful, don't you think so? What good do you see in him?
Ram muttered that out as if she were shocked upon seeing Subaru rambling on about Patrasche's feelings as if it were her, whilst she remained taciturn, though Patrasche would not immediately rebuff such a talk. Right now she had remained composed as if he had not said anything wrong, or she had thought it foolish to waste strength doing that, so she was saving it for when they had reached a safer place. One of the two, likely the latter.
Even so, can you go easy on me, if possible? Was that a voice of denial just now?
Despite having chosen silence until now, she abruptly left off and impatient bark of denial at what she had been said. But then, having the metal to escape safely from here first of all before berating him was quite the good thing, because that meant Patrasche believed that they could get out of here safely. They kept on walking without any change, with Subaru at the head and Patrasche at the back. The lantern's light illuminated the way several meters ahead. Making sure to tread carefully, their exploration continued. Their pace, however, had definitely slowed down compared to their way here. It was even slower than when they had taken the left road before he had returned by death. The reason why was simple.
My body is so heavy.
It was not that his weight had increased or that an invisible yokai had climbed onto his back, and in practice it was definitely not the sort of issue that inflicted his usual corporeal self. That his body was heavy and his feet was unmoving was entirely a mental problem. Sure enough, the right path was brimming of a negative sensation that caused his feet to seize up. He had hoped that this was one of the sage's detestable triables, and that if they came out of the forked road, they would find a safe spot awaiting them ahead. Of those hopes, he did not hold a single one. But unfortunately, even though those hopes were fleeting and quickly turned, rather his negative thoughts, which felt like a curse, grew ever stronger. Gulping down some saliva, still keeping a silence, Subaru took a step forward to move his leaden feet from the sand. His feet were frozen in place. He would not move. Even if, in his heart, Subaru knew just how weak and fragile he was, he should not have felt like cowering in this passageway of sand where nothing had happened yet. Indeed, he felt no fear at heart, and even his head felt clear. Just his limbs did not try to move in line with that purpose. His flesh and body only were acting against his reason in the course of his soul. His body instinctually rejected it and tried to stop him from moving forward. It cost Subaru twice as much time, strength, and willpower to move forward, and even he could not help but feel tired.
Idiot! Can I really whine this much?
Violently shaking his head, Subaru tried to forget the feeling of tiredness that laden his body. Choosing the right path had been no one but Subaru's decision. Even though it had been, he could not permit himself to try and whine or such before the two behind him did.
Well, this walk sure may be a little difficult, but it's no big deal. Surprisingly, our goal may be getting closer.
Barasu.
What's up?
Shut up.
Oh.
His attempt at trying to drive away his whining with a show of bravado was shot down by Ram's curt toxicity. Their pace had fallen drastically, and their fear of the surroundings had also only increased. It seemed like probably even Ram was being taxed mentally. That her words were more toxic and brasher than usual was proof of that.
Hey! I get what you're feeling, but I think I suck at walking in silence.
Are you walking to enjoy yourself? Remember why we are doing this.
Well, no, but like...
Be silent and walk.
An unapproachable, obstinate attitude. Of course, though Ram's opinion was correct, Subaru had a point as well. Right now, the weight of his body was pulling into sync with the weight on his mind. In other words, it had become a vicious cycle where the heavier his mood got, the heavier his body became. He had wanted to take their minds off it a bit so that things would not end up like that. Keeping on guard was important, as well as wanting to show some consideration, but he wanted to show them that they had understood that and took it on board. Rather, Ram especially should take it on board. She always showed consideration. Still, she might be really struggling.
Do you reckon we should move faster? Ram?
Subaru called out, trying to determine how urgent the conditions had gotten, but Ram did not bother replying to his words at all. The light from the two lanterns, one of which was illuminating the path ahead of Subaru, and the other which was illuminating the surroundings from Patrasche's neck, did not allow the particulars of Ram's expression to be seen. With her hood pulled over her head, Ram cast her eyes down to look at Anastasia's back. Her face was not visible.
Ram!
Natsuki-kun, ain't that quite enough?
Huh?
Stopping in his tracks, Subaru turned his head around to try and look at her expression, but Ram, stubborn as she was, did not allow him to see her face. And on top of all that, Anastasia had defended her. Seeing Subaru's lips bend in frustration, Anastasia scratched her cheek with a troubled expression adorning her face.
I hadn't mentioned it, but Ramston was considerably flustered after waking up underground. Her composure seemed to have come back because of how plucky she is. But I guess it still looks she hasn't fully regained it.
You're saying too much!
Look, will you leave this to me?
While Anastasia had put some consideration to Ram's feelings, her words lacked in it. Having just hidden her innermost thoughts divulged, Ram gritted her teeth, and that could be heard all around them, but Anastasia took no notice of it. She raised one of her small hands and pointed it in front of her so Subaru could see it.
We shouldn't talk right now, when your nerves are frayed to the limit. No matter who says what, nothing good will come out of it. Ain't that right? Ain't that right?
Although it annoyed him, Anastasia, or rather Aridna, had a point. He had put too much priority in trying to move forward and getting out of the cave safely. Subaru this time definitely had not been able to consider Ram's feelings much. The price for doing that had come back to bite him here, and mayhap had ended up expressed in Ram's attitude. Now that he thought about it, it was overly hasty of him to assume that there was a problem because of Ram.
You're right. You're definitely right. My bad.
Reflect on that.
Hey! You!
Stop that. No fighting. Come on, Natsuki-kun. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward.
Subaru's nerves had become frayed upon seeing Ram's attitude, which gave no signs of letting up. However, Anastasia had gotten in between them and somehow stopped him there. She then pointed at Subaru, motioning him to move forward. She nudged the lantern that was fastened around Patrasche's neck with her feet, rocking it about. Seeing the silhouettes of the passageway of sand flickering across his sight, Subaru clicked his tongue. Although he was unable to stomach her attitude, there would be no point in letting them fall into strife here. Fortunately, he could excuse it as the unpleasant atmosphere influenced the highs and lows in their mood. While he could lay the blame on something, there was no need to worsen their relations with such an unnecessary thing. They could talk about their current foul attitudes when they made it safely out of here.
Let's get going.
Once again, the search spearheaded by Subaru resumed. However, their pace was still slow and did not get any faster. In the end, his so-called attempt at pissing up their spirits and removing loads from their body had failed. Since nothing had changed for the better, the chances of the situation improving had naturally become zilch. Even so, when it came to change, there had been some. And it was not a change within Subaru and the others, but rather a change in the maze of sand itself.
No matter how you look at it, the path has become narrower.
They had probably spent an hour steadily advancing towards the right path. The pathway of sand was narrowing from the left, right, top, and bottom. The height and width of the path was reaching a size that would make it impossible for large wish beasts to pass through. There was just enough space for Patrasche to squeeze through. However, it was at a size where it was not wide enough to accommodate the dragon carriage which Gian pulled. Likely, it was impossible for sand earthworms and centaurs to pass through too. At least, in other words, when it came to the worst situation, i.e. a centaur lying in wait to head on that path, the situation seemed to have been avoided. Compared to that, no matter what laid ahead, at least they had seemed to have avoided going towards that terrible direction.
But it looks like we'll have to be more cautious, since the path's become narrower. We'll probably end up unable to move without any warning. You guys will need to be on your guard too. Oi.
Subaru, who had said that without thinking about what would happen soon, raised one of his eyebrows at the sudden sound. Turning his head back, he looked at the two on Dragonback who were illuminated by their lanterns. No one responded to Subaru's shout. However, he knew that Anastasia, who was sitting at the front on top of Patrasche, had covered her face with the palm of her hands. That seemed natural for Anastasia, who wanted in one way or another to move forward and keep things rolling along smoothly. Anyway, what Ram had done now was that she had Subaru's words.
What the hell's your problem, huh? What are you trying to do?
Nothing in particular.
Don't give me that crap! I'm asking you what the hell you're trying to do!
Unable to take it anymore, Subaru raised his voice and kicked the sandy wall right beside him. The brittle surface crumbled away in chunks, but he paid no mind to the scattered sand. All that Subaru saw right now was the insolent Ram.
You keep walking in silence, but I can hear you damn well. Click, 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 over and over! That tongue clicking! This isn't the first time, is it? Huh? Hey! What the hell is your problem?
There's nothing. I have nothing to say to you, Barasu.
So you just go around, clicking your tongue all the time, for no reason? You don't, do you? So if you are doing it, that means there's a reason for it!
In contrast to Ram's cold demeanor, Subaru's frustration was only heating up more and more. Of course it was, for everything Subaru had done, all the effort he had put in up until now. Ram had given him nothing but coldness and dismissal. He hadn't even done anything to deserve being belittled or looked down upon.
If you've got something to say, then say it! I'll listen, so come on! Say it already!
I told you, there's nothing.
Liar! What? Are you stupid? If you're gonna hide it, then hide it all the way! Don't half show it! Act like you're not doing anything, and then say nothing is going on! That's idiotic! You dumbass!
Spittle flying, Subaru hurled insults and Ram's demeanor visibly changed. Still holding on to the back of Anastasia, she tilted her body down to glare at Subaru. This posture alone pissed him off. Hiding behind someone else, looking down on him from above? What? Did she think that she was something special because she had someone else backing her now?
You seem awfully eager to keep moving forward, Barasu.
Of course I am! What the hell do you think we came here for? To meet the Sage, right? That's why we're going through all of this shit! So what's wrong with pushing forward?
You're wrong. We didn't come here to meet the Sage. We came here to bring Rem back to normal.
With a piercing gaze, Ram stated that clearly and directly. The sharpness of her stare and the weight of her presence took Subaru aback, making the heat in his head cool just a little. Saving Rem and meeting the Sage. Weren't they the same thing?
It's the same thing, isn't it? Meeting the Sage! Saving Rem! It's all the same!
It's not the same. Saving Rem comes first, meeting the Sage comes after. The priorities are different. Yeah, you've got them all wrong.
At the end of her sentence, Ram's voice trembled. The immense emotion she had packed into those words easily outweighed the complete lack of feeling she'd shown up until now. An inferno of rage. Beneath the cold sands of the underground, Ram went on, carrying the heat of that anger in her voice.
Ram came here for Rem, to remember her little sister. And yet what are we doing now? Rem is not even here. We're just dawdling around in a place like this. Don't mock me!
No one's mocking anything! This happened, so now that it has, we have to do what we could do because it happened. Am I wrong?
Yes, maybe you're right. But before you went to confirm what had happened, Barasu, did you once worry about Rem? You woke up underground. Did you worry about Rem? What about Emilia-sama? What about Beatrice-sama? Did you worry about any of the people who were missing?
Her questions came one after the other, and Subaru was left speechless. It was true. When he woke after return by death this time, unlike before, Subaru didn't panic or immediately start asking about everyone's safety. But it wasn't because he didn't care. It was because he knew Ram and the others weren't aware of what he had gone through. That was Subaru's way of being considerate, his way of showing care. And yet...
No, you didn't. You didn't, Barasu. You don't care about Rem at all. Your head's full of Emilia-sama and Beatrice-sama. And that's fine. That's just the kind of man you are. But I feel bad for Rem.
Shut up.
Didn't Rem believe in you, Barasu? Ah, but that's just a convenient story you told me, isn't it, Barasu? Maybe you were just saying whatever popped into your head. You only say what's convenient in front of women. I feel bad for Emilia-sama and Beatrice-sama as well, deceived by such a man.
Shut the fuck up!
No, I will not. How many times must I repeat myself? Barasu, you do not care about Rem at all. Even if she can't be found, you'd feel relieved.
Don't you mess about with me!
His vision flushed red, and the recklessly thrown words made his nerves blaze with fury. Looking down from above, spouting her selfish words, the arrogance girl sparked an explosion of rage in him. He reached out to grab her and drag her down. Even that brief time it took was maddening.
Invisible Providence!
Pitch black emotions racing through his mind surged into his chest and burst free. The black hand that had been born cried out in triumph. slithering upward and climbing onto the back of the ground dragon. It then hurled the pink-haired girl who'd been accusing him from a perch. Ram let out a scream as she was thrown violently onto the sand. Blindsided by the invisible violence of the unseen sand, Ram lay there, dazed, her expression not understanding what had just happened. Subaru rushed over to her as she laid sprawled in the sand. And then...
Don't screw with me.
That he didn't care about Rem, that he felt nothing for her. Don't be ridiculous. In a fit of rage, all reason melted away, driven by fevered, overboiling thoughts. Subaru straddled the fallen Ram and wrapped his hands around her slender neck, choking her. Creak, 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 creak.
Arc 6, Chapter 15. Scattered to the sand. Subaru's fingers wrapped around the slender, white neck. As Subaru tightened his hold using the entirety of his strength and felt the creaking of neck bones underneath his palms, he felt like something was quite out of place. Like it was a girl's slender neck. Ram was being straddled, her neck being strangled by someone with all their might. A groan escaped from her lips. Her noble features were warped in agony, and drool could be seen dribbling down from the corner of her rosy lips. Her red tongue danced from side to side, searching for freedom inside of her mouth. She thrashed her arms and legs about, desperately resisting him. Subaru could not possibly put up a fight against Ram were she to put up a serious resistance. She had managed to beat Garfield for a bit back at the sanctuary by herself, and even if she had not, she was a woman that should be well acquainted with the art of self-defense. It would be reasonable to assume that she should possess multiple ways to restrain him and deal with a situation of this ilk, in which she had been seized from above by a man like this. However, that would boil down to whether she could at least get one of her limbs free or not.
Invisible providence.
Subaru set free the dark emotions within his chest as he strangled her neck, a creak, creak sounding. The dark, invisible sediment took shape and helped keep Ram's arms and legs firmly pinned down now. With her limbs pinned down, Ram was unable to struggle about effectively. Her breath would soon stop so long as he continued to put his strength into strangling her neck. Ram, too, would have regretted her reckless remarks from earlier if she stopped breathing. Subaru would be able to make her pay with her life for having wounded his heart with her misdirected, callous remarks, and for her ungrounded, thoughtless remarks spurned by her selfishness, and for having spoken light of Rem, for thinking he never cared for her.
It's you who's at fault. It's you! It's you! You!
Ram was detestable. Ram was detestable. Ram was detestable. All of those little things that piled up poured out one after the other. He put his hatred into the fingers which were strangling her neck. His nails dug into her pale skin, and blood trickled down. Ram turned her eyes full of hate at Subaru, who was breathing heavily and relishing the touch of hot blood at the end of his fingernails. What was with that inflexibility and the light pink irises that gazed at him, while the light of her life was about to be snuffed out? It's as if they were complaining, saying, "Ram will not truly die by having her life taken." He decided that he would gouge out her eyes after he strangled her to death.
Gonna rip you apart, piece by piece, bitch. You. When I think of you looking at me with that face, a spitting image of Rem's, makes me want to howl. Oh? What is it? I can't hear you. If you've got something to say, then say it clearly.
Rom wheezed something out that overlapped with the last syllable of Subaru's abusive tirade. For a split second, Subaru narrowed his eyes to the echo of that sound. Then the sand beneath Subaru, who was pushing Rom down, exploded, and both of their bodies were blown away. Subaru was showered in sand by the sudden blast which got inside of his mouth and eyes. He toppled down towards the back to the taste of sand and pain. Rom too had been caught up in the explosion, and her small body had taken the brunt of it as she tumbled away from him. Bearing cuts from the explosion, the blood Rom spilled had splattered across the sand. However, Rom had escaped from Subaru's clutch. That was the fact of the matter.
Ram! You used fucking magic!
I had enough time to take a gasped breath. That is all I need to be able to check.
Rom picked herself up from her knees. Her breathing was in a feeble state. She had barely managed to chant out her wind magic, Fula, whilst her neck was being strangled. Unable to afford to miss, and unable to aim accurately, she had instead aimed underneath her. As a result, she had dragged both herself and Subaru into the blast and escaped from danger. As soon as he came to that realization, Subaru turned his hand to the back of his waist and pulled out his whip. At the same time, Rom retrieved a short wand from her bosom, letting her fighting spirit well out, showing that she was prepared for battle. Rom, as a magician, had the capacity to deliver one strong blow, but even Subaru would not be bested when it came to attack speed. The swift nature of the whip was one that was favored even by the big guns of this world. He should crack his whip straight at her unperturbed-looking face, so as to make it one that he would never have to see again.
Even if you start crying and apologizing, it's far too late!
That is my line. There is no value in letting an uncaring sex freak like you, Barasu, greet Rem. Turn to pieces and wither upon the sand.
Whatever you say!
Subaru's resolve in dealing with Rom, who had softly let her murderous intentions flare up, stiffened as well. Making use of the light of the lantern which had dropped down between them, both Rom and Subaru continued to glare at each other, moving around each other in a circle as they slowly tried to get within striking distance. And just as the lid was about to be blown off on them slaughtering each other, just a few seconds before that happened...
Aye! That's enough!
Huh?
Huh?
The sound of violent applause echoed throughout, and both Subaru and Rom's faces jerked up on hearing its withered timber. The one who had interrupted them, Anastasia, was looking down on them from Dragonback. She glared at the two who had been on the verge of trying to kill each other in turn, still sat alone on top of Patrasche.
That's enough. I don't think it's acceptable that both of you are glaring at each other with such angry looks on your faces, despite us all being on the same side. There ought to be limits no matter where we are.
Limits? Ah, of course there's limits! And the one who stepped over them and said something that she never should have is that girl! There! Isn't it? That's why I'm making her pay for it!
Ugh. Since I ain't getting through to ya, what you about, Ram-san?
Anastasia looked on in shock at Subaru as he jabbed his finger at Rom, and spoke with a spittle flying out of his mouth. She had turned her flow of talk towards Rom, but the response she received from the pink-haired girl was not all that different from Subaru's. Rom still warily kept the tip of her wand pointed at Subaru, keeping herself on guard for battle.
What a foolish question. It is Barasu's attitude which is intolerable. I am rather at the limits of my patience. If all he cares about is himself, then why do we not go and drop him in the pitch-black darkness alone, just like he wants?
I have no words for this bullshit! Fuck off!
No good from her too, huh? Jeez. Why? It seems like I've got too much on my shoulders.
Seeing Ram's attitude, whose anger remained unrelenting, Subaru's anger also showed no signs of disappearing. Anastasia shrugged her shoulders with a gesture that indicated she had given up on the two of them, who continued to exchange sharp looks of murderous intent. Looking at her from the corner of his eye, Subaru began to feel irritated at Anastasia as well. In the first place, why was Anastasia alone making a face that looked just like she was an outsider? He wondered who the hell had it been that was behind everything that had happened. He wondered who the hell was it that had first told him to travel to the Auguria sand dunes and aim for the Sage's Watchtower. Who the hell did they think they were, leaving everything to others, despite unmistakably having the strongest incentive for setting out to the Watchtower? And on top of that, they were sitting alone, even now, looking down from the top of his Patrasche.
Hey, you! What the fuck are you preaching to me from up there? Get down!
It's come to that?
Get on the same level as me before you run your mouth with your arrogance. I'll hear what you have to say after that. I'm not gonna let you run your mouth at me unless you can do that!
He swung his whip down, scattering sand up with a whoosh. His whip caused skin to split open if it hit its target. Even by looking at it, his whip was a weapon designed to inflict cruel wounds. It probably would not matter if he hurt her host body, that of Anastasia, regardless of whether Eridna was inside of it. As a matter of fact, Anastasia complied with Subaru's orders and slowly climbed down from Patrasche's back. Right after she landed gingerly onto the sand, she cocked her head and asked, "Now what?"
There. I got down too. But, Natsuki-kun, what is it you want to do?
That should be obvious. I'll let that idiot take back what she said before. And if she doesn't want to, then there'll be just one thing left to do.
If Ram changed her attitude and apologized from the depths of her heart, taking back everything she had said up until now, then Subaru would consider taking into account the extenuating circumstances. However, Ram's reaction, who had heard what he had stated, was something that was easy enough to understand.
Well, that's what Natsuki-kun's saying. What do you think of it, Ram-san?
That is out of the question. You are leaping to conclusions, for I have nothing that should be taken back. I'm having a hard time understanding what in the world should be said differently.
Ram snorted, declaring that with an attitude that looked like she was making a fool out of them from the depths of her heart. That was her answer. Thus, with that, she had forever lost her chance to be forgiven.
You heard her. Back off. I'm gonna make it so there's only one face which is the same as Rem's in this world. Huh? Hey! You got nothing to say?
I'm talking to myself here, but idiocy is a contagious thing when speaking with idiots. That is why nothing shall be said.
A vein bulged across his forehead. Subaru's remaining patience got closer and closer to its limit. In that state, Subaru gathered his strength and tried to get to where Ram was, straight ahead of him, so he could tear her limb from limb. Anastasia rushed out, spreading out her hands in front of Subaru.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey, calm down. You're jumping to conclusions again.
Get out of my way! Do you want me to pummel the life out of you first?
Leave it to me, aight? Hey, Ram-san, just a sec.
Holding Subaru back, who was trying to step forward, Anastasia turned towards Ram. The taciturn Ram glared at Subaru, before reluctantly moving her gaze slightly towards Anastasia. However, it did not seem likely that she would change her opinion. In fact, the look in her eyes betrayed that she had no intention to do so. It seemed like she had stepped towards Anastasia just out of obligation.
Look, Ram-san, I get that 'cause the air's bad and such. Various feelings end up getting frayed, but...
Such talk does not matter right now. Do you not think so? More than that, Go and say it to that idiot.
Ay, jeez. Doesn't matter.
Giving off a fidgety impression, Ram attempted to finalize her conversation with Anastasia as well. For the first time, she had moved her face away from Subaru and looked dead on at Anastasia. The reason was because she had felt a sudden impact, an impact which had pierced into her body, more precisely, into the left part of her chest. The thick knife which Anastasia held in her hand.
I had to eyeball a decision. Which view would be useful? Can you forgive me?
She twisted her knife and pulled it out from the wound. Ram looked down at the fatal wound that had been birthed on the left side of her chest as blood trickled out from the corner of her lips. Then, she looked up at Anastasia, who had raised her hand up with a smile on her face, and collapsed in front of her. Ram feebly fell down onto the sand. The blood that gushed out of her continued to be soaked up by the parched sand. Subaru looked at the scene with his own eyes, at a loss for what had occurred. The palm with which he held his whip trembled, and his molars creaked in anger.
Why did you?
Since you were going about it slowly, Natsuki-kun, didn't it seem like you'd have ended up killing each other if Ramson's vigilance couldn't be loosened? What'd I do if both of you got injured, if both of you died? Can't escape from this place all alone, you know.
Anastasia cocked her head at the angered Subaru, her face showing no ill will. Her words made logical sense, but what could he, who was crushed by logic, do about this fury of his? His urge that he should have attacked Ram was still uncontrollable, and his rage was still bottled up.
Or are you feeling like taking out your annoyance on me? Don't you think it's stupid to get seized up by your current rage and lose sight of the goal? I think that's enough getting rid of companions for the time being.
Anastasia's words continued to quench his fury as if she was slowly pouring water on them. It was certainly as she had stated. Continuing to get rid of the thinking minds which had come this far was foolish. Moreover, Anastasia, or rather Aridna, was their guide for their journey to the Pleiades Watchtower. It was dubious whether her knowledge had come in handy, but casting her aside would be regrettable. She was different from Ram. The latter's words only made him sick to the stomach and had no use to him. Anastasia was a piece that would be bothersome to lose. Yes, that was how it was.
All right. I'll get on board with your persuasion. For now.
That's aye for me. No, thank goodness. What a relief.
Making a show of patting her chest in relief, Anastasia smiled from ear to ear. And then she stepped through the sand, giving off a perilous impression, and came towards Subaru, proffering her hand out. Perhaps she wanted them to shake hands?
A reconciliation? A handshake? To show that from here on out, we'll be treating each other well, won't we?
Huh?
Subaru faltered for a moment in thought as he looked at the hand she had offered out to him. Her face showed no traces of maliciousness. Anastasia's true feelings, or rather, right now those were Aridna's true feelings. He did not truly know what she was scheming. He was neither comfortable nor optimistic enough to think that everything she had spoken was the truth. To start with, Anastasia had killed Ram with the knife that she had kept concealed, while she expressed the same smile as she was showing now. Indeed, with a knife that she had kept concealed. The thick knife she was holding looked like it could cut all the way to the bone, depending how it was handled. Since it had been put in their survival kit along with their lanterns, the kind of utility of an item that was presumed to be for survival was pretty high. However, she had kept it concealed all this time, and had used it in self-defense at a time of need. No, it may not have been self-defense.
Natsuki-kun? You ain't taking my hand?
The hand she had offered out, her right one, was empty. However, her left hand was still holding the knife, even now. The range at which he would be able to shake her hand was also the range at which the knife would be able to reach him. At least one of his hands would be occupied if he took her hand. He didn't even need to consider which out of his whip and her knife would be more effective at this distance. Taking her hand, wasn't that in itself a trap? Shouldn't he kill her before he was killed?
Natsuki-kun?
Don't worry, it's nothing.
Subaru gave a weak smile and reached out for Anastasia's right hand. The moment in which she lowered her guard completely would be his chance, after they took each other's hand.
Invisible providence.
He once again invoked the unseen hand, and the black magic hand slowly fixed its sights under Anastasia's slender neck. He would not make the same mistake as he had with Ram. Next, he would make the black palm mercilessly crush her throat. He would teach a lesson to the woman who had kept belittling him ever since she had managed to secure the upper hand with her knife. Although, even if he wanted to show her, this palm would not be visible. Then, Subaru slowly took her outstretched hand with his own, whilst he put the fingers of his black magic hand around Anastasia's neck. The touch of slender fingers. Anastasia's smile grew deeper, and at the same time, Subaru's lips broke into a sad smile too.
Well then?
Right here. Thus, he believed. He would use the strength of his demonic hand before Anastasia could finish speaking and raise the knife. He would grasp her slender neck with his black fingers and crush her neck bones in an instant. Just before that happened, however, a blade of wind came streaming in and cleaved Anastasia's body in twain from behind. He felt like he had hallucinated that a wind had blown straight after that. A spray of red gushed out right in front of his eyes. A daft voice let out an "eh," and Anastasia's body was bisected across the middle. A large volume of blood was strewn out onto the white sand. Steaming shit and warm guts mingled in with the cold air, leaving behind a putrid smell to hang over the inside of the cave. Pink, small, and large intestines, along with many other internal organs that still showed faint traces of activity, rolled onto the sand. The sand itself had turned into a showcase of organs, in which the items on display were the raw ingredients that made up a young girl.
Huh?
Witnessing the spectacle in front of him, Subaru cast his gaze down to his own hand. What he saw there was Anastasia's upper body swinging about. She was still firmly grasping Subaru's right hand with hers. She opened her eyes and speechlessly looked up at Subaru. Behind her, the lower part of her body, which had been cut at the waist, was flopping about. Her legs were convulsing like a marionette, and urine was pouring out everywhere as her muscles had relaxed. Subaru let out a scream at Anastasia's horrific condition. He immediately attempted to shake her arm away. However, she was holding on with inordinate strength. Unable to shake her off, Subaru just swung the now half-in-weight Anastasia about. More blood spewed out of her as she was swung about, and the intestine that still connected the upper half of her body with the lower jolted about, scattering body fluids everywhere and emitting a foul odor.
Let go! Let go!
No! I don't want to die!
You're already dead! Can't you grasp that you're beyond saving?
Her vivid laments were far clearer than imagined, leading Subaru to scream in return. The upper and lower half of her body had now separated, and so much blood and guts had flooded out. It was wrong for her not to have died immediately. It was also wrong for her to still keep grasping his hand. It was all so ridiculous.
Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go!
No!
Let go!
No! I won't! I am all I want! Ah!
Even if you say that now, I can't do do any... God!
The upper half of Anastasia clung to his arm, and pain shot through Subaru's shoulder as he tried to throw her off. Anastasia was still holding the knife in her left hand, and had thrust it into Subaru's body in an attempt to hold on to him. The sharp blade easily pierced through Subaru's left shoulder and cracked his collarbone beneath it. Bleeding and scorching pain caused Subaru to scream.
Ah! Fucking idiot! Hurry up and die!
Subaru fiercely grabbed Anastasia by the face and forcefully tore off her body. With great difficulty, he had finally grasped the girl shouting something out whilst in tears and thrown her away. Anastasia's body had been quite petite to begin with, and now that she had become half, and with all the blood she had lost, she felt as light as a feather. Without taking any notice of that, Subaru put his hand on his wounded shoulder. His sight flickered in pain, and his heartbeat accelerated like it was going to explode. However, it was no life-threatening wound. Subaru sluggishly reached into his thoughts whilst besieged by an unchanged, sickening tension. The blow that had killed Anastasia just now was that of...
Barasu!
A shadow swayed up in front of Subaru, who had fallen onto his backside and was gasping in pain. A slender girl with blood covering half of her body came into view from the dim light of the lantern half buried in sand. Ram. Since she had been stabbed in the chest by Anastasia's knife, he had taken her for dead. Yet the girl still breathed, and keeping a hold of her tenacity, she had murdered Anastasia with her magic.
This fucking idiot! If you're gonna die, fucking die on your own!
Subaru declared that with annoyance in his voice as he looked up at the staggering Ram. It was not as if Ram was not covered in wounds. Anastasia's attack had been fatal for sure. The bleeding from the wound in her chest had yet to stop, and even now, blood was endlessly soiling her skirt all the way down to its hem. It looked like she would soon die due to blood loss. However, before that happened, she could take Subaru with her. Subaru looked around his surroundings, trying to find his arme de guerre, his whip. However, even if he located it, his right arm which he used to wield it was injured from the shoulder. He could not wield it with his left arm like he did with his right. Then he had just one choice left.
Invisible! Prominent!
His trump card, which he had already relied on many times in this short period of time. Once again, Subaru's brain throbbed in burning pain the moment he tried to unleash the strength of his invisible black palm. An agony like his skull was being bored through by a drill exploded within him. Puke trickled out from the corner of Subaru's mouth due to the agony that visited him in waves. In exchange for attempting to use his trump card past its limits, his consciousness was broken up by the hellish banquet which had woken up inside his skull, starting from his cranial nerves. The pain of his right shoulder and such was not even comparable to this. Whittling at his brain and skull, the sense of loss froze Subaru's will like it was gnawing at his soul. Speaking nothing of the resistance he offered with his crappy whip, Subaru, who was writhing in agony, was prime prey. The dying Ram moved her body fueled only by hatred, and slowly made her way towards Subaru, raising her blood-stained wand. Subaru rolled over to where Anastasia lay in her pool of blood, still holding his head. Looking down at him, Ram's lips stirred, and she began to chant her spell. And then... She completed her chant, and the blade of wind which she created hewed Subaru down. But before that came to be, The sound of something hard being chewed echoed out across the cold cave of sand. That horrible grating sound continued, and it changed into the sound of flesh and water being chewed. That he would die, that he would be cut down. Subaru had been convinced of that. However, the death that should have come to him didn't come at all. Finally, Subaru's headache and feeling of loss, having been breathing heavily and rolling around, slowly started to subside. He covered his face with his left hand and briskly shook his head, which was drenched in cold sweat. Though a dull ache remained, the sharp blade-like agony had faded. Taking deep breaths, he lifted himself up using the strength of his entire soul. Subaru wiped his moistened cheeks while he foolishly took the time to raise only his upper body. He noticed that his palm was covered in bright red, the source of which came from his own eyes. It seemed like he had shed tears of blood. A lot of blood dripped from his nose as well, so the lower half of his face was probably in a horrific state. There was likely no doubt that the drilling pain which pierced directly to his brain was in recompense for his unseen hand. It was something he was acquainted with. The feedback from having used his special superpower had come.
What's up?
Briskly wiping his face with his sleeve, Subaru looked around his surroundings. He had no idea how much time he had spent in agony. Nevertheless, he had hardly even thought it possible that he had it in himself to spend his time like that. Something had happened, and with that, he had been...
Patrasche?
Subaru's jet-black ground dragon nestled up beside him as he sat in blank amazement. Crouched down on the sand, she had heard Subaru's call and shook her long tail, indicating that she was in good health.
So, you were uninjured? Let me think.
Just now, he recalled what had happened before. He recalled the scene in which Anastasia had been cut in two by Rom, and the latter aiming down at him. Subaru should have been ripped to shreds by Rom's doing.
And yet, why did Ram...
Perhaps she had used up all her strength and collapsed? Though it was a really convenient development. Rom had been bearing fatal wounds. It would not be far-fetched to think that she had collapsed.
Is that lucky or unlucky?
He did not want to say that he was lucky since she had been no less than almost dead. However, if he thought about it, he still could not say he was unlucky since he would have been dead had things gone south. In any case, now was not the time to go on about these things. Given that everyone who had gotten in his way was gone, he had to get out of this place as soon as he could and make his way to the Watchtower.
Patrasche. Sorry. Let me hop on. Patrasche?
Subaru called out to her and touched her back, but the ground dragon did not obey his instructions. On the contrary, Patrasche, who had crouched down, still did not make any move to show her face to him. She was sitting next to him on the sand, looking rather at peace, merely breathing heavily over and over.
Hey, Patrasche, are you listening? Hey!
His irritation slowly started to increase. It was a spiral of negative emotions which built up at supersonic speed, similar to those which he had felt against Rom and Anastasia. He felt like he wanted to teach the unresponsive ground dragon her place.
Hey, Patrasche! You! Look over here! Hey! Bastard! Listen to what I've been saying from the start!
Patrasche lifted her head up at Subaru, who had raised his voice and furiously slapped her back. He realized that she was trying to come face to face with him to try and express her words, breathing heavily out of her nose. Patrasche's mouth looked far from normal and was dyed in red. That crimson color was one that he had become used to seeing already in this short period of time. That color coated parts of Subaru's body as well, and still streamed down from his right shoulder even now. The foul smell which drifted around the area lay thick in it, along with that of piss and shit. There was no mistaking it. However, he had not wanted to notice something. He should not have noticed it. Pink hair innumerably entwined itself between the fangs that lined Patrasche's mouth, who had now turned his way. On the other side of the crouched Patrasche's large body, Rom, whom he had lost sight of, had fallen down to the ground. Though the body of the girl had collapsed, he could not tell whether she was lying face up or face down. Checking that would be easy to tell if he looked at her head, but it was precisely because of that which he could not. He could not assess that because everything above her neck had been chewed on, and its original shape was lost. Rom's skull had been crushed by vicious fangs, and her brain juice had spilled out, leaving her dead. Just like Anastasia, who had had her guts spilled out before dying, Rom had had the contents of her skull spilled out. And the one who had performed said deed, Patrasche, was staring intently at Subaru now. Her yellow eyes, which resembled that of a reptile, were sharply and cruelly tinged with madness. Stop! The last thing he saw was her maw opening up millimeters from his eyes. All that Natsuki Subaru heard was the sound of his own body being chewed up all the way, until just before he slipped out of consciousness. Even after his head was crushed and his ears stopped working, the sound continued. He almost ended up laughing, wondering where he was hearing the sound from. However, he had no mouth to laugh with, no life that he could merely laugh at, and nothing which he could laugh at. He was chewed up by his companion and died. Note from the author. This depiction might be intense for some people, so if your imagination tends to overwhelm your mental state, I recommend skipping it. I'll write that in the afterword.
Thank you, Tappe. Very cool.
Arc 6, Chapter 16, Chewed Remains. The sound of something breaking, only the consciousness continued to hear endlessly. Bones were being chewed, gray matter being flattened, eyeballs cracking, the liquid there within, contained, overflowing. The cranium, the bones of the head were being crushed. The important part of the inside was thoroughly overwhelmed by the pressure of sharp fangs, and it was clear that it was all turning into a pulpy mess. Gray matter and spinal fluid flowed out together, mingling with an unknown yellow liquid pooling on the forehead, where blood vessels with the appearance of a thin mesh were torn apart, causing red blood to gush forth. With all that joining together, consciousness and memory transformed into flesh-colored vomit. Pain. There was pain. Trouble breathing, too. The pain in his head creaked like it was splitting his cranium apart, and, thinking so, his consciousness bitterly smiled. That splitting was not what this was all about. There was nothing left to split, and everything important was already smashed. Besides, even with the part that registered pain having been squashed, what was left to say even? The organ that accumulated memories and was used for thinking, the brain, had been completely destroyed. The parts necessary for maintaining life in the first place had been completely ravaged. What would occur after that happened? Once such a thing took place, humans would experience death, so naturally him too.
Rasu, Barasu, pull yourself together.
Grabbed by the scruff of its neck, the intensely muddled consciousness was forcefully brought into light. The first thing he felt upon returning was someone's voice close to his ears, scolding him with a stern face. The voice was not only accompanied by the trembling of sound, but also by a slight feeling on his face, as if it had been slapped.
Barasu, if you not get up, I will burn off your eyeballs.
With his sleeping mind hearing that terrifying statement, his consciousness rapidly rose to the surface. As the voice called and dragged it out of the dark world, his consciousness passed through a suffocating environment that appeared like the surface of water, and so, opening his eyelids before they were scorched by flame.
Barasu, are you awake?
Immediately, he encountered Ram's face in front of him. Her light crimson eyes narrowed. He could hear her breathing, unless they looked at one another from close range if he raised his mouth a bit. Of course, such a colorful situation could not exist. The reason Ram was leaning down so close was because the surroundings were so dark that they could not see each other's faces unless they took a look from up close. That was all there was to it. Upon becoming aware of Ram in front of him, his sense of touch began registering the feeling under his buttocks immediately, among others. Fine particles of sand rolled out from among his body. Subaru had been lying spread-eagled out on the sand area. With a breath, air leaked out of Subaru's mouth, and Ram seemed to stare deep into his eyes for a short moment, and then slowly with the other hand she shone a lantern upon his body. From the girl's hand, an orange light cut through the darkness, and Subaru understood that he was still trapped in the labyrinth of sand. No, he understood. He had returned by death.
I'm...
Looking around the darkness, Subaru gradually remembered what had happened. The shock at that moment of death was always vivid, and there was nothing to indicate he had gotten used to shaking off the memories at all. Immersed in the trembling field of his memories, he struggled to remember the meaning of his certain death, and Subaru's last moments grazed past his fingertips as he remembered it. Recollecting the awful situation, the image of Ram's expression of hatred illuminated by the lantern appeared yet again in his mind with a tremendous impact. And then, the murder spree that had originated from the insults and abuse he had hurled at her, a killing rampage with no meaning nor significance, and the horrendous conclusion of it all.
Barasu?
As Ram displayed a confused expression, Subaru involuntarily put his hand over his mouth. Remembering the reality of Ram's death that had occurred just a couple of minutes ago, and the desire to scream, was not it. In fact, facing Ram and remembering her gruesome last moments caused a vomiting urge. Subaru's deaths had already exceeded the number that could be recounted by the fingers on both hands. And, in this world, with return by death, it can be said that the experience of losing a close friend like Emilia or Beatrice was nearly the same as his own death. However, Subaru himself had never gotten used to death. For his own, or the death of someone else, was one and the same. The fear of being dead himself, or thinking that someone close to him might die, shredded his heart. Indeed, in the last loop, the tragedy of Ram's brutal death was a shock he had experienced for the first time. He had seen her figure having had its stomach cut open, its neck severed, her whole body mercilessly wounded, and then dead. Each death was full of anguish and grief, and Subaru was unable to put people's death on a scale and compare them. It did not feel right. However, it was the first time he had his head crushed, chewed up, and ruined in that manner. He had also witnessed Ram's beautiful face being crushed by fangs without mercy. That was also a tragedy enacted by Patrasche, one of the beings Subaru had most trusted. Desperately attempting not to remember it was no different from remembering. The more he tried to forget Ram's miserable end, the clearer the pink hair and the remnants of her head in the mouth of the ground dragon were carved into Subaru's head. As a result, it was not possible to get over the urge to vomit, and Subaru turned towards the sand. However, his throat and stomach had not recovered from the impact of having returned by death, and so they just cramped, not obeying Subaru's will.
Is this because you woke up so suddenly? Miserable.
Tackling the ground, he desperately attempted to vomit the contents of his stomach, but nothing exited. That his throat was dry and not even a drop of saliva had come out was vexing. He He could not gaze at Rom's expression looking at him with a lantern in one hand, but the surprised tone in her voice was easily conveyed to the panting Subaru. Naturally, the coldness reminded him of the events just before that death. The violent passion that led to the murderous intent was rising for no reason, and did so the abuse that had triggered the emotional outburst. The impulse that had driven him to do so urged inside his chest. It was dreadful. However,
do not bite down.
With that sentence of preamble, Rom sat down beside Subaru and lifted his chin. The kneeling Subaru surprised for a moment, and Rom opened Subaru's mouth with no worry to his reaction, with the same uninterested look as always, then thrust her own white fingers in the back of Subaru's throat.
That Barasu is this severely inept was already known, but this is at the level of a baby.
Having someone else's fingers entering his throat, Subaru felt like his esophagus was being rudely violated. But then, his stomach and throat, which had resisted vomiting until then, accepted that surprise. This time, both began pushing out gastric juices and saliva at once in a desperate action. With tearful eyes, Subaru got rid of his urge to retch by letting out his stomach's content on the sand. Only gastric juice and drool had been vomited, but it was still much better than it had been before.
Sorry, I'm fine.
Really? I'm glad you're satisfied.
You...
Subaru wiping his mouth with his sleeve, Rom shrugged her shoulders and replied with childish language. Despite her attitude, it was true they had made an impression that was roughly at the level of a baby. There was no room to refuse that, and Rom's palm was still gently stroking Subaru's back. It was hard to understand her scathing thoughtfulness.
The hand... It's all right. More than that. This place...
You remember that the barrier got broken and the sandy sea cracked in front of us? The dragon carriage was swallowed up, and as a result, we got thrown in here.
Ignoring Ram's consideration, Subaru spoke while looking at his surroundings. In response to a remark, Subaru was hesitant as to whether he should be relieved or anxious that the return by death point had remained the same. However, in either case, action must be taken quickly. According to that judgment, he tried to continue speaking.
Ever since you woke up below ground, Barasu, have you ever worried about Rem? Or about Emilia-sama? Or about Beatrice-sama? Have you ever at all worried about those who are missing?
What resuscitated in his mind were those blade-like words of Rem, both terribly sharp and heartrending. The discord that had invited the previous end, the situation where allies killed one another, was obviously abnormal. He must come back to his senses, but recalling the situation, it was hard to imagine that he had been in a normal state of mind. In the first place, the trigger was abnormal. It was absurd that something such as negative emotions had been amplified and evolved into the exchange with insults and then into mortal combat.
Barasu?
Ron tilted her head at Subaru's visage, as his words would not come out. The last time they had talked, discord sowed by an aberrant situation had followed suit. So of course, there was no meaning in being concerned about the words Rom had spoken about in such a state, but it was inaccurate to say that everything that had been said was a lie. The fact that was the dissatisfaction and indignation Subaru had felt towards Rom had not been fake, but true. Even though they had augmented to a point where they would not have normal circumstances, but it was not that everything had been untruthful. Then, it was also true that Rom had also some inexpressible discomfort over the fact that Subaru's attitude seemed like it had no concern regarding Emilia and the others. If consideration were given to that feeling, Subaru should not be worried about Emilia here in any shape. However, he was worried, so it was not a lie to act that way. However, he just knew that he could not do anything but the target of his worry. At this time, yes, at this time, did Subaru realize that he was at a loss for words for that? He knew it was necessary to avoid conflict, but still hesitated to deceive Rom by lying. Worrying about his peers and deceiving others by being calculative. Disgusting. Naturally, that hesitation had been swallowed down. It was not worth getting someone displeased for that reason.
That... everyone...
It is useless to blame yourself so much. There's no point in pursuing who's responsible. There should be something else to give priority to, rather than wasting time like that.
However, before Subaru could speak his words of worry, Rom reached her own conclusion on Subaru's feelings. That being said, she had misread the serious expression on Subaru's face. That was something rare for Rom's insight. She would sometimes say and do things as if she could see through people's hearts. Her error here was evidence that she was impatient deep down inside.
Besides, we have already wasted time with Barasu's vomiting.
Of course, Rom would never display such stormy behavior of her own heart. Because of Rom's attitude, which could not be described as headstrong, but rather as a bluff, Subaru was at a loss for words. After that, Rom moved first without saying anything. While she wiped the finger which had been jabbed into Subaru's mouth, she turned towards the lantern towards the back of the labyrinth.
We cannot stay here. Rom must be with Rem, and we have to join up with Emilia-sama and the others.
I know. Who else is here?
Besides Rom and Barasu, it seems like they have just returned.
With Rom glossing over that confirmation, she turned back, and he followed her words and gaze. Coming from the other side of the maze with a swaying, flickering light were Anastasia and Patrasche. Subaru's eyes shook slightly as he gazed at the jet-black dragon that melted into the dark. The dignified and ferocious beautiful face, illuminated by the flickering orange light. A row of fangs that could be mistaken for blades were present within that closed mouth, which had crushed the girl's head, which had even crushed Subaru himself all of a sudden. That would not occur in normal circumstances.
Am I an idiot? No, I definitely am an idiot.
Clenching his teeth, Subaru tried to stifle his fear. In that abnormal friction, the murderous intention that had been directed could not be genuine. The experience of being killed by Patrasche was carved into Subaru's heart as a scar that could not be healed. Still, Subaru had supposedly been faced with existences that had murdered him time and time again.
Yeah, even Rem and Ram at first.
Even Rom, who had just now displayed her affection. Even Rem, who had supported and forgiven Subaru with her devotion. His relationships with them had been the worst at first. There had been times that his life had been targeted, times he had been and had been deprived of it. Compared to that, the events from just before, which had not been intentional, were adorable.
That's right. That's very right. It has to be. Right?
He embraced his shoulders and grabbed his skin as if feeling cold. In the basement of the sand sea, in the place dominated by sand and darkness, it was certainly cold. However, the reason as to why he felt those chills was different from the ambient air.
Natsuki-kun, you seem to have woken up.
With some assistance. So, how is the surrounding area?
In front, Rom and Anastasia were talking. They could be fine-tuning a strategy for conquering a labyrinth of sand based on the information they had just attained. Originally, Subaru had blended in there, with many things he had to communicate. But now, the priority was to calm his mind and stop the quaking of his knees. With return by death, the events and impacts immediately before death should have been left behind. But even if he tried to quench it, the fear emerged, and the passion of that moment revived. Subaru kept resisting endlessly as to disperse those feelings. With Subaru in such a state, the jet-black ground dragon seemed lonely as it watched him attentively. The heart of Subaru, who had supposedly returned by death just now, had yet to be restored wholly. Apart from that particular aspect, the four-person exploration of the sand maze proceeded in almost identical fashion as before. In search of their allies, the group headed by Subaru slowly moved in the cold darkness. With the lantern lighting up the corridor, the journey was slow and frustrating, keeping an eye for any shadows lying on the road. Truth be told, Subaru wished to skip this checking process. Subaru had gone through this way twice already. There was no way Emilia and the rest were strolling in the area that he could see. However, there was no point in appealing to the first two people behind him. There was no defense to the argument that it was something that had been overlooked. As a result, the frustrating march did not pick up its pace. Subaru's impatience only rose as time went by.
Everyone else probably okay. In our case, we're just barely lucky enough to have Patrasche Shaun here.
Huh?
If you think about it, it'd be hell to have no ride in the Sand Sea. As expected. The only thing to be worried about's lack of strength. If push comes to shove, I won't hesitate to use my trump card. But if I don't use it sparingly, I'm afraid we'll end up having our backs on the wall. So, can I rely on the two of you? Hey, are you listening to me, Natsuki-kun? Ram-san? For a while now, I've been talking to myself.
As their search journey resumed, Anastasia chatted continuously, but she had seemed to have come cross with them. Subaru stopped and looked back at her, who had complained about getting the silent treatment. Then, brightening Anastasia's face with a lamp, he took a deep breath and spoke.
How can you go on without running out of things to say? For now, we're sort of desperate to find everyone else. We don't have time to chatter uselessly.
There's no waste nor anything. I'm talking about things related to our future plans. Besides, it's usually Natsuki-kun's role to continue chatting. Without that, 2 girls. No. Us 4's anxieties will be going up.
4, huh?
As Subaru pouted his lips, Anastasia's mouth went on and on. The 2 girls here referred to Ram and Anastasia, but with it being rephrased to 4 people, it would result in adding Aridna and Patrasche. Strictly because Anastasia was Aridna, that should be rephrased as 3 people, but it was not something to correct in the first place. Subaru thought, narrowing his black eyes at Anastasia, who was puffing her cheeks. The real Anastasia was dormant, and now Aridna was donning her appearance. Even so, her behavior had become so familiar, it seemed as if she had blended in. It was unfortunate that, independently of which one of them was in control, it was still impossible to see through her facial expressions, words, and behavior to see her true intentions. In the disagreement that had culminated in them killing each other last time around, though he was conscious about Ram and Patrasche because of how horrifying that ending had been, Anastasia's attitude also brought forth a sense of discomfort. Ram's enmity and Patrasche's attack were easy to understand. The 2 had apparently gone crazy. However, at first sight, it was hard to judge whether Anastasia had fallen into insanity and whether what had laid within her heart had been indiscernible until the very end. Of course, due to their difference in strength, Anastasia had been slain by Ram, but her cunning was dangerous. She had concealed a knife in an emergency bag and looked for a weak spot by feigning mediation. If he were not wary, he could be caught up and murdered in his sleep at any time.
Whatever it takes.
He wondered, had they always been hostile to him? Facing the passage ahead, Subaru punched his cheek in a way so that Ram and Anastasia would be unable to see it. His mouth was cut with that unrestrained blow, and he felt a sharp pain as the tip of his tongue became acquainted with the taste of blood. He would hurt himself to correct the cloudiness of his consciousness. Ram and Anastasia, they were not acting abnormally. It was Subaru who was not able to let go of the abnormality now.
Great. Understanding that I'm being weird all by myself. I'm cringing.
Had he gone insane? Or was everyone else insane? There had been time when Subaru had become so conceited as to believe that everything except him was wrong. Ultimately, of course, it had all been a mistake. Subaru himself, a lost cause as he was, had tasted the foolish experience of airily assuming that he was in the right. In the process, he denied all that surrounded him. He had known all along that he had been in the wrong, and in the end, he was able to indicate that and admit it. It was an accurate, vivid memory. However, the current Subaru acknowledged his own abnormality in normalcy. On top of that, It was terrible that he was not managing to tame his abnormality. Just awful. At this point, Subaru remembered the desolate sensation in his heart, where loneliness would drive into a craving madness. This was the horizon that the madman, Beetlejuice Romanicanti, had reached. Being aware of his own madness, recognizing the abnormality with normalcy, this was what that madman had gazed upon.
Patrasche, what's wrong?
While he was feeling disgusting empathy, Ram's voice fell upon the trembling Subaru's back. Subaru swallowed the blood mixed with saliva and looked back at the two, acting like nothing happened.
Nothing. Just sand in my shoes making me feel uncomfortable.
Ram's heart doesn't care even a bit about you in particular being silent, Patrasche. But Anastasia-sama's words do also have a point.
What do you mean?
Even if you are the one shutting up, holding back something will not ease a woman's anxiety. If you wish to do so, hide it better.
To those words, Subaru once again bent his lips. The meaning of Ram's words was obvious, difficult to be mistaken about. Then he also noticed that Ram's words were translations of Anastasia's hard-to-understand words. It seemed as if he was being seen through, and his heart, rather, began to scatter.
It's vague. I don't think I can explain it by saying it.
It is too late for incomprehensible statements like those from you, isn't it, Patrasche? If there is a matter of concern, it is normal that arrangements are made regarding it.
Ramsan's really an unforgiving opponent for Natsuki-kun.
Cutting at Subaru's words, Ram's usual sharp tongue struck back, with bitterness and sharpness close to being poisonous. Anastasia gave a bitter smile. To Anastasia's calm composure, Ram shrugged her shoulders.
Please be relieved. Patrasche is pretty happy, because he is a deviant who enjoys suffering.
The fuck are you talking about? Why on earth are you judging on what I am? Don't turn me into a punching bag so freely, okay? You know what? You can only hit someone if you're prepared to be hit yourself, yeah?
Snorting her nose, Ram's attitude was almost that of her usual self. Unlike Subaru's mood, that had already been able to return to her self-indulgent self was envious and hateful. He felt disgustful just for thinking so. However, even though they were having their usual chit-chats, the shade of the shadows of discord would be dimmed like this. During his daily life with those girls, that had undoubtedly been the light that Subaru had created.
If I somehow explain something that's difficult to explain, I'm just a little paranoid now.
After putting it into words, it sounded more futile than he imagined. It was no wonder that Ram and Anastasia had both bent their lips in response to that. Looking at her, even Patrasche seemed to be somewhat taken aback. For Patrasche, who was clever and able to discern the reason behind things, it was possible that she regarded Subaru as good for nothing now. Rather, if she gave up on Subaru and placed him with a proper owner, it would be way better for her. Actually, he felt like even Ram and Anastasia were better at handling Patrasche. If she believed him to be a hindrance, it was only natural that she would open her fangs wide towards Subaru.
Yamaro.
I understand it's more serious than first thought, given how stupid it sounds.
Anastasia commented on Subaru's self-deprecation as he stared at Patrasche. Upon the realization that the reason was ridiculous, relief and anxiety simultaneously increased. In other words, one of their options was to eliminate Subaru. Before that happened still,
I really am a pain in the ass.
Perhaps it'd be easier if we tied him up and carried him for real, no?
his face turning red, then pale, as his face contorted into several different expressions on its own. Anastasia threw in the towel regarding Subaru. Ram curled her eyebrow at Anastasia's observation, thinking out loud.
However, even if we do tie up Patrasche's hands and legs, it would not solve the situation at its core.
Don't use such strong words. You might make an enemy out of me.
It is not that much of a big threat, but Ram does not wish to turn herself into an enemy of Emilia-sama and Beatrice-sama. I would not be able to face Ram again.
As Ram was ruminating, Subaru struggled not to harbor any hostility towards her. While fighting such emotions, there was in fact something he was wondering about. In reality, there was nothing to think about in this situation. However, now that they had embarked on a journey to reach Pleiades' Watchtower, having returned by death twice now in that maze of sand, a question had to be asked. When it came to the matter of Rem, Ram reacted awfully sensitively. Of course, for Subaru, it was a good sign that Ram cared about Rem. For Rem, who'd been erased from everyone's memory other than Subaru, only Subaru held a two-way bond with her. Although it certainly caused a special feeling in Subaru, but it had no meaning in a practical sense. As for Rem's circumstances of isolation, Ram was trying to get closer to her family as much as possible. Of course, no memory of Rem remained in her. That sad fact he had come to learn over the past year. On the other hand, however, there's no doubt that Ram accepted the existence of another girl like herself, Rem, more seriously than the truth Subaru had informed her of. And apparently, those feelings were so much beyond Subaru's imagination that perhaps the actual feelings were being brought back to Ram? That could be seen from the explosion and discontent in the previous loop within the labyrinth, which had triggered the outburst for Subaru's lack of consideration. She did not remember, yet Ram's feelings were comparable to what he could remember. The feeling was deeper than Subaru had believed it to be, but in reality, was that all it was?
Disgusting.
No, it's not disgusting. Not looking at you with those eyes. You're being paranoid.
Have you gotten yourself up on a pedestal? There's no use.
If I'm on a pedestal, aren't you putting yourself up on a kamidana and looking down on others?
Ergo, it was safe to say that the relationships had not deviated from the routine of lighthearted conversation. Even though the mood could change instantaneously, and those warm feelings could turn to cold-hearted hostility for the time being, they could not help but hate each other.
Be careful about Natsuki-kun's behavior. I wonder what's the cause.
Did you notice that too, Anastasia-sama?
Well, it seems that Natsuki-kun's obviously affected to some extent, I think.
Subaru was being invaded by the paranoia of suspecting anything and everything. Ram and Anastasia looked at each other as if they had an inkling of what was going on with him. Rather, only Subaru knew the real reason. With the perception and insight the two had, they were becoming even more wary. Alas, it was clear that Subaru's every move was being carefully observed to an annoying extent as they were conversing.
Annoying. I'm an idiot.
Did you say something?
Just the extent of my stupidity. So, what do you think?
As he wrapped his head around his own sensibilities, Ram and Anastasia's head puzzled over it. Then, in response to Subaru's question, they both turned towards the front. By looking ahead according to that movement, it was plain to see what was meant by that. A fork appeared in front of their eyes.
I felt a disgusting wind flowing in for a while now. Now I've realized why.
This bad wind invokes discord. As Meili described it, Barasu's body odor seems to summon witch beasts, and by nature their affinity is bad. No, I wonder if it's good.
Do you know what this disgusting feeling is?
Multiplying Barasu's present condition with Barasu's body odor would yield the same.
Don't say body odor so many times.
In the past two loops, they had unanimously agreed on the bad feeling subject. Then, Subaru's current physical condition and present circumstances were intertwined. Thus, a different opinion was born. Ram and Anastasia looked at each other and nodded together.
Miasma.
The witches, huh? Then, going ahead would mean...
Though I ain't sure. It's a well-known fact that the witch's shrine lies beyond the sand dunes. Oh, and since the distortion of the sand sea's been solved, and it's now connected by some accident...
You could say it turned out to be quite the shortcut. But, well...
It had been determined that the case of their souls becoming corrupted and the discord that had been stirred up, including in having them kill each other, was the miasma. On top of that, Anastasia pointed at that way with an ironic smile, speaking of possibility of a terrifying existence. A two-way fork, with the miasma drifting from the right and the centaur's lair on the left. Of course, he intended to smoothly explain the threats lurking in the road the left after this, but for the time being, which way should they go?
So, which way do you think's the right answer?
At Anastasia's question, Subaru and Ram exchanged glances. But, without the slightest deviation in their voices' synchronicity, they spoke.
Left.
That was how it went down.
Arc 6, Chapter 17. The King of the Sand Sea. The non-combatant squad unanimously opted to take the left path in the fork. It was evident that if they progressed down the right path, they would end up being swallowed up by the miasma, resulting in discord arising that would develop into them killing each other. For that reason, there was no mistake in that choosing the left path was the most natural thing. That, and for Subaru, the questions were providing him answers too. Though, since the left path was not exactly a safe bet either, the one who was setting him those questions was of ill nature. If he labeled the right path as an emotional snare, then he would have to label what awaited them on the left path as a physical snare. That grotesque witch beast, clad in flames, the centaur, he would prefer to avoid meeting it, if possible. Even if he engaged in battle with it, his odds of success were slim, that much was obvious. Their difference in strength wasn't the only issue. The reason being that when the time came to encounter a witch beast in his current emotional state, he did not hold any belief in himself about whether he could fight alongside Ram and Anastasia.
To tell you the truth, there was a time back at the sand dunes when I saw a damn weird witch beast in the distance. It had a human body sprouting up from the neck of a body that looked like Patrasche's, and it had a huge mouth galloping from abdomen to chest there. And finally, a huge horn sprouted up from its human body, where the head should be.
What the hell? That's so gross.
Honestly, that is so off-putting.
They followed the same flow of witch beast-related talk as last time, in which he naturally included his explanation about the centaur's particularities. The reactions from the two female members of the group in response to his description, 3, including Patrasche, were once again unpleasant. It was not as if Subaru wanted to give this explanation because he wanted to. Nevertheless, he had to consider that there was a 70% chance that an encounter with that thing, now that they were going down the left path, was unavoidable.
Well, I'd expected all of you to be charmed by it. But, in any case, it definitely seems like a dangerous creature. For the time being, I'll go ahead and call it a centaur. But it's not just that its appearance looks disgusting. The mane on the back of its body burns up into flame. It seemed crazy strong. To say the least, it doesn't seem like we'd be able to beat it.
Why did you ignore a witch beast like that after spotting it? Do you have a death wish?
He had explained it whilst keeping his emotions from billowing out as much as he could. However, anger had welled up in him the moment Ram had replied in her usual frivolous manner. Despite him having expressly warned her, who did she think she was? She always arrogantly looked down on others, and with that on his mind, he felt his anger morphing into hatred. Subaru took a deep breath. He did everything he could to keep his violent emotions in check, to settle himself down.
Damn this! This place is the worst.
It sure is demanding, isn't it? Even Ra must pay attention to the language he picks.
If you're going to choose them now, then you know, perhaps they aren't going to make anything better.
Both Ram's voice and expression were tinged with sympathy for Subaru, who was overwhelmed by his emotions. However, as her sympathetic attitude kept irritating him, he had to say that what she had done too had ended up producing the opposite effect.
It's easy to talk about the effects of the miasma, but that ain't all that scary about it, don't you think? In reality, me and Ramson ain't affected.
What do you mean by that? If you're thinking flowery thoughts like, only we'll be okay, then you better stop. If we scratch off the surface, me and you are the same.
Such harsh words. I didn't mean that even if I got much self-confidence. One's capacity for judgment and determination and so on are different issues to the strength of one's mind and body. However, going about it like you're completely paralyzed by the scariness of the miasma is pretty bad, don't you think?
Anastasia offered her candid advice to him, phrased with an air of superiority. Though her words were rational, Subaru grew irritated that she had missed the point. Standing at the head of the group, Subaru had pressed his prior point to her as he marched on through the passageway of sand. On hearing that, Anastasia cleared her throat with a small ahem and said,
What I have to say is related to the miasma, though since it's not like even I know too well about it. Can you forgive me when I say it's rough around the edges?
I imagine the only ones who really know all the details about it are the witch cult, right?
Indeed. But in this world, there's also the kind of people who like to poke things which people despise. For example, there's the weirdos who go around studying stuff like miasma, huh? Though, what I know about it is something which barely resembles a truth from a rumor of a rumor of a rumor.
Was what Anastasia had brought up surmised to be a witch researcher? It had a strange ring to it, but it would be pretty silly to presume that they did not exist. If he thought about it, this world likely had people like researchers too. And of course, all such individuals who possessed this thirst for knowledge would rationally avoid searching for taboos and keep in line with the flow of the world. No, there was no way they would possess such an upright, pious nature. There would be incarnations of curiosity who would not fit in with the mold, whichever world or era it may be.
Though, before I dive straight into what I know of that rumor, we have to ask, first of all, what's miasma?
It is the contaminated mana which the witch and witch beast led off, correct? I've also heard that the witch cultists let off the same thing passively.
Ramson's answer is the prevailing view. The miasma is something which the witch gives off. So even the witch beast created by a witch emit a similar fashion. However, have you heard of this? Have you heard that witch cultists and witch beasts in fact really detest each other?
Anastasia, or rather Aridna, spoke without pause. Knowing what her creator was like, they were fond of flaunting off their own knowledge, perhaps. It looked like Anastasia's gilded plate had been torn off, and underneath it, the white fox's true nature had showed through. Ram's eyes widened at Anastasia's words, in stark contrast to Subaru, who had harbored that impression. Both witch beasts and witch cultists were creatures that she thought were loyal to the Witch of Envy. Perhaps she was surprised to learn that in the truth, they did not get along.
I can barely bring myself to believe that, but is that for real?
Unfortunately, I don't know for sure, since I ain't acquainted with either any witch cultists or witch beasts. That's why I introduced it as something from a rumor. But don't you think it'd be interesting if this were a true story?
Interesting.
Subaru responded, having gotten the impression that she should not have described it that way to begin with. Anastasia replied to him with a curt nod and an
Everyone in the world thinks that the witch and the witch cultists and the witch beasts are good friends, right? And yet, it ain't known that. In fact, the two of them under the witch are hostile towards one another. This misunderstanding's gone on overlooked for 400 years. No one knows the actual truth.
Surely that is...
I apologize for bringing this rumor forward too, but it seems like there's many misconceptions about the miasma too. For example, the relation between the witch beast and the miasma is the exact opposite from what's known. And the witch beasts loathe it, and it's said that they hate the witches and their true feelings as well.
No way could it be like that.
Ram kept piling Anastasia with her doubts, drawn in by her story. Behind the two of them, immersed in this exchange, Subaru grasped that the words of Anastasia, or rather Aridna, were substantiated by a rather undeniable factor. the relations between witches and witch beasts were in fact poor, and witch beasts did hate the witch. That possibility made complete sense to him, considering how much he had made use of the witch's lingering scent until now. If it was not as such, then why would it have made the witch beasts seethe so much, making them frantically pursue him, who was covered in the witch's scent? He had used the lingering scent against the first witch beast assault he faced after he had been summoned to this parallel world. And he had even used it against the white whale. It was impossible to disregard the relationship between the witch's lingering scent and the miasma, if he gathered all the evidence he had seen until now. The witch's lingering scent that surrounded him seemed to be the miasma itself.
There's no way that all of these witch beasts would have petal geese like yandere attributes. You would not even be able to allow something other than that witch to smell like her, such as these creatures. It'd be like having another woman's scent.
It was disgusting to think about, if that were the case. But the aforementioned possibility was suitable in regards to a logical explanation. In other words, the witch beasts hated the witch's miasma and regarded it with a strong hostility. And to start with, most people should not know that the theory which stated that the Witch of Envy had created the witch beasts was actually incorrect. For the one who had created the witch beasts had not been the Witch of Envy, but rather the Witch of Gluttony. Since that had not been circulated around, it seemed like nobody noticed the relations between the witch beast and the miasma as well. Anastasia's source of knowledge, rather, he did not know whether there really was a researcher who had studied the witch, but if they did exist, they sure made a good point.
What a complete farce, huh?
Subaru sighed at his own lack of concern, having thought about it to this extent. It was more natural to think that Anastasia, or rather Aridna, had just spewed out the knowledge she had known from the start, rather than doubting whether said researcher existed or not. When Subaru's train of thought moved to that, a different form of anger gradually started to take root in him. Why did Subaru have to hide the circumstances around Anastasia being Aridna like this? There was his consideration towards Julius and the Iron Fang. In particular, Julius in his current state had completely slipped out from the memories of the world. Julius tried to act his same old self as much as he could, but even in him, there was a part that was careless about it. Taking that into consideration, Subaru had decided that he should avoid any extra mental burdens. He should avoid them. But why was it that he had to bear the burden instead? Everybody was selfish. Why was it him who had to do everything to cover those guys' asses? It was irritating. It was annoying. He might as well just spill the beans out about everything, shouldn't he? He might as well tell them about Anastasia's spirit, his return by death, everything.
Patrasche, stop sticking your head in the sand all of a sudden. It's weird.
It's just my natural defensive reaction to stop our relations from getting any worse.
Since Subaru's anger was reaching its boiling point, he had stuck his face into the wall of sand before he hurled abuse at them. The wall of sand was unexpectedly brittle, and it appeared like he would be able to dig through it with his hands. In return for finding that out, Subaru spat out a sand from his mouth. There was something to think about in Ram's cold expression, but since he was responsible for his own actions, he kept any retaliation to himself.
Could Natsuki-kun's eccentric behavior also be from the miasma's influence? Perhaps?
No, Patrasche's behavior is as usual.
It isn't the usual! It's just an aftershock from the miasma's influence!
Well, regarding the authenticity of things there, if we get back to what we're talking about, whilst you're crying out, the witch beasts in truth hate the witch. If we presume that, then there's gotta be an explanation for the witch cultists and the witch beasts being hostile with each other, no?
Anastasia, who deliberately found a lull in their conversation to shift the topic back to the main point, ponderously inclined her head. However, Subaru's like-minded opinion did not reach her words. Instead, Ram nodded and said,
Whether they are hostile with each other or not, I've never heard of the two of them acting together. To begin with, there's also the fact that rumors about the witch cult do not spread.
I see. Then, it's really the type of secret organization where those guys keep it hidden and move about in secret. I wonder why they don't leave any impressions at all, though.
Barasu and Emilia-sama come across those guys far too often.
All the witch cultists which Subaru knew strongly craved the limelight, and were absorbed in an inflated sense of their own self-worth. He could not even say that Pelagis' movements had been kept surreptitious, and, moreover, the other Sin Archbishops had gone all the way up to broadcasting that they had hijacked one of the great cities. How could those guys claim that they were an evil organization that operated in the shadows?
But wait up. What about the White Whale? That thing was cooperating with the witch cult. Though, now it's a bit suspicious whether it was or not. There was still that time.
Even though I know that the witch beasts definitely do hate the witch cult, I'm not too sure whether the witch cult hates the witch beasts. Though either way, even if it's not like that, I ain't gonna fuss over it.
That's what I told you.
Providing a suitable rebuttal to Subaru's objection, Anastasia threw down her personal opinion straight away. That she did not cling to it was perhaps indeed proof that she had heard the rumors from another's opinion. However, she had thoroughly used it as the basis of our conversation. In the end, Anastasia closed one of her eyes and spoke.
In the end, we could just put it as we don't understand the relationship with the miasma well. There's also the way Ramsan looks at it, in which it's like contaminated mana. But well, doesn't it seem like there's no one around who could explain what goes on for the mana to get contaminated like that? Mana's mana, regardless of whose body it goes through. Even you can change its nature via magic or the magic stones. It ain't possible for anyone to change the hue of mana itself.
That's...
Why, it's that mana can be contaminated with the Witch of Envy. And also, why the heck do the witch cultists acclimatize to the contaminated mana?
Quite unusually, Ram kept her mouth shut as Anastasia launched into this barrage of questions. It was rather strange that she did not raise any words of objection and kept silent. At the same time, Subaru was experiencing a sense of deja vu along with his feeling of revulsion. The way she had presented it made both her point and conclusion vague. Everything about her attitude felt like she was speaking in riddles. That she seemed to overlap with Echidna left him with quite the sour taste.
Aight. It seems like we spent too much time idly gossiping, don't you think?
Anastasia suddenly spoke out without any consideration for Ram's silence or Subaru's cathexis. The tone she had been speaking in up until now suddenly changed, leaving them behind with the abrupt change of subject. Leaving the two of them in her wake, Anastasia shone her lantern at the front part of the passageway. Subaru also stopped in his tracks, imitating her. And as he held his lantern up, he noticed what was up. In front of them, the passageway gradually turned to the left, and a faint breeze blew towards them. The wall of sand still had not changed in any respect, but he vividly remembered that the smell of burning that mingled with the breeze, along with that sudden bend in the path.
It smells like something burnt. Not unlike grilled meat, doesn't it?
Ram let out her candid impressions about the breeze, which carried a tinge of hot air to it. The smell of overcooked, charred flesh streamed in from the depths of the passageway. Maybe it was possible that this aroma was proof that there was someone cooking, and that they would be able to meet a friend party up ahead. However well-intentioned his thoughts were, they were tantamount to ignorance.
Emilia-sama and the others carelessly set up a fire and took a break. Something along those lines?
I do agree that Emilia would be the one that seemingly set up a fire without any care, but with me mentioning the centaur, I can't at all imagine it being that. You too have to believe that this isn't your head filling up with overly optimistic thoughts, right?
I am looking forward to how you are going to come up with excuses for all these reckless remarks after the influence of the miasma is gone.
Every time he replied in a manner snappier than was necessary to Ram's questions, he would get toxicity scathingly thrown back from her too. Letting out a snort to that, Subaru reassured himself that the one he needed to turn his hostility to was not her. There was no doubt about that. Considering they had already made it here, there would be a large cave up ahead, and right there, the blasphemous witch beasts, clad in flame, would be awaiting them. The time they had spent getting here seemed to be a little quicker compared to last time. Nevertheless, considering that they were going to encounter it, perhaps that place was the witch beast's burrow. He held in no fleeting traces of hope that it would have moved from there. If possible, they would have to...
We've got no choice but to kill it to get past her.
I think it is more productive of us to come up with a plan that can be put into motion with our current fighting strength.
Both Anastasia and Ram opposed Subaru's course of action. Though Subaru was annoyed that he had been denied, even he had no intention of pushing his own opinion on them. In fact, it would be absurd. He had not dubbed their groups as the non-combatant squad for nothing. All the choices which had entailed confronting the witch beast would probably end up being reckless.
On the other hand, there's no way we can go back and take the right path.
After looking at all the different faces you have made up until now, Barasu, I can see that you would not have the guts to go down the right path. Isn't that right?
But by saying that, it means we're cornered. It wouldn't work to do such a laudable thing as to all go back to where it started from and wait for the others to come look for us, right?
Ignoring Ram's flippant reply, Anastasia's reply hit the nail on the head. If he still feared the witch beast enough to turn back, then he should have resorted to spinning those words from the beginning and stopping back there. Since he had not, his conclusion had left him with the option of passing by the witch beast. Thus, that did not mean they could not find a way to accomplish that.
First things first, we need to gather information on our opponent. If everything goes to plan, we have a chance.
Subaru spoke out, reaching a conclusion before the other two, who were puzzling over a plan, did. Subaru hardly knew anything about the centaur witch beast's mode of life. That was due to the fact he had come across it for only a few dozen seconds before being burnt alive. All that remained pitifully carved into his soul from that experience was its grotesque-looking figure made him feel sick to his core, and that it had tremendous firepower. If he briefly thought about it, his manner of death had been such that it felt unavoidable to perceive it as anything other than having been a death in vain. However, it would be bothersome if he got worked up over that. When it came to unexpected deaths, Natsuki Subaru was a veteran. By now, he had cultivated enough experience to not treat the phenomenon of death as just death.
First of all, we need to pay attention to the centaur's appearance.
Its repulsive appearance was something which one would be unable to forget once seen. Though he had seen it only for a few seconds, its grotesque appearance was seared vividly into his mind. That would give him a helping hand in his reflection. It had a human torso on top of the lower body of a horse, with its head transformed into a horn. In addition to that, it had a gaping maw across its body. It looked shoddy, like something half-assed a child would have made out of clay whilst playing. However, there was something he had taken notice of. Upon racking his brain, without averting his eyes from his memories,
it definitely didn't have eyes.
In essence, it did not possess a head in the place where one would usually be found. Thus he was certain that there had not been any organs on that witch beast's body that provided it with a sense of vision. Or, since there was no light down in the cave systems underneath the sand dunes, without being in possession of a lantern, perhaps the negative effects of moving about down there had caused it to de-evolve.
Something like a mole? It's adapted to living underground and lost its eyesight?
Or he was not sure whether it had an eyesight to begin with. But at least that witch beast probably did not rely on it and went about its business without it. Back then, the witch beast did not seem to have noticed him due to the lantern light. It had noticed him from the noises and indications he had let off from his own carelessness. Namely, from either a sense of smell or hearing, which the witch beast would have developed instead of eyes.
If I'm recalling correctly, I once heard that moles have a good sense of hearing to make up for their rather poor noses.
It was not something he had heard from Anastasia earlier, but rather surely some odd knowledge he had picked up somewhere. However, Subaru's guess ended up far more useful than what he clung to in his groundless thoughts. The centaur's forte was its sense of hearing. Having come to that conclusion, Subaru sprang into action, thus. Without uttering a single word, Subaru swung his arm up and down as quietly as he could. From the moment he stepped onto the sand, he had taken care so that his footsteps would not produce any sound from crunching against the sand. The thing he had thrown from the extremity of his arm was one of the flasks of water they had put in their survival kit. Devoid of any particular aim, the flask flew straight to the end of the large cave, drawing the attention of the fiery wisp beasts in the middle of the cave to where it had landed. As soon as the flask of water landed on the sand with a quiet clunk, the reaction of the centaur who heard it was dramatic. Shaking its blazing mane, the witch beast leapt up with its hoarse body and galloped forward to the source of the sound. It ferociously rammed its body there with no trace of hesitation. Sand billowed up, and its flickering sparks flew around the cave. Thrashing about violently, the centaur skidded around. It gnashed the fangs inside its huge gaping maw together and continued to let out a shrill yawl, which sounded like the cries of countless babies crying. It stamped on the flask of water, crushing it flat, and set it aflame over and over again. Once the centaur reduced its original shape to nothing, it let off more flames, brimming from its mane onto the sand. And when everything other than the parched sand had been burned to a crisp, the witch beast stopped in its tracks with a hint of satisfaction. It did seem to look satisfied. When looking at its handiwork in the corner of his eye, Subaru shook the string he had attached to his waist and motioned them forward. The sound of them carefully stepping on the sand was drowned out by the shrill cries of the witch beast that permeated across the cave. Taking absolute care with each step, they crept forward one step at a time. Subaru tugged at his string, indicating a halt to their march, stopping his advancing ground dragon in its tracks. To his surprise, the ground dragon, who should not have been able to understand human speech, had faithfully followed his instructions. It had slowly trodden along the sand with a prudent gait that was not befitting of its large build. Subaru and the others were conducting a march along the precipice of death in that cave coated in darkness. Come to think of it, the width of the cave was probably around the size of a school gym or thereabouts. They were in an area where the charred corpses of the creatures that had been incinerated by the witch beast had fallen just about everywhere. Subaru and the others were trying to move across and get past the witch beast by trying to silence their footsteps and breathing. The area was not such that only quietude like that of the grave would descend upon. The centaur's ridiculously large maw was panting wildly over and over again. That's the sound felt like the awkward sort that would be produced by air coming out of a balloon. It was not just its appearance, but also its behavior that was repulsive. Nevertheless, he was thankful that it was acting so plainly right now. Thanks to that, he managed to come up with a plan that would not involve fighting. Once again, Subaru took out another flask of water and threw it behind the centaur. The simple-minded witch beast reacted to that sound and once again fiercely assailed the empty flask. Flames and the cries of babies permeated the cave, and the flask of water burst open thanks to the centaur's immense heat. With a parched sound, the flask turned into black charcoal. Regardless of that kerfuffle, Subaru and the others moved forward and managed to shorten the distance to the passageway during that time. The simple diversion was the conclusion Subaru had reached from observing the centaur's mode of life. Having deemed that it was without eyesight, Subaru determined the centaur relied on its sense of hearing, leaving Ram and Anastasia behind him. He had attracted the witch beast's attention by using that same method of throwing stuff. He had repeated this demonstration a few times until he won over their confidence. The centaur was a witch beast that sought its prey using its sense of hearing, and on top of that, it was a simple-minded creature that could be tricked a bunch of times with the same method. So long as he had been able to ascertain that, the rest came easy. He had made Ram gather the items for the diversion, as well as made her read where the exit was using the wind. For after they made their escape past the witch beast, after that, he had scrupulously told Patrasche about their covert plan, and the need to keep a strong heart so not to succumb to the stress or anxiety, and to just put her game face on. In actuality, Subaru's tactics were working really well to the point that it felt anticlimactic. The distance between the cave and the passageway had already been half cleared, and the time they spent stressing was not all that much. Since it had no capacity for intuition, the witch beast would probably be clearable by repeating the same thing over and over. Of course, they had turned off the light of the lantern, and the only thing they could see was the centaur's blazing mane crackling in the distance. The lantern light would likely not have affected the sightless witch beast, but still, they had made the bourgeoisie decision of narrowing down anything which could trigger its senses as much as possible. Feeling the string being pulled, Subaru's attention, which he had wandered off in thought, was brought back to the present. He was holding two strings as he put the diversion into effect. One of them was fastened to Patrasche, whilst the other was held by Ram, who was riding her. The instructions he had set to Patrasche were stop and go. However, the connection between him and Ram had not been particularly well stipulated. It was just there to get each other's attention. Even so, the connection between the two of them, using the string that merely conveyed their presence without being able to look face to face or exchange words, was something that settled Subaru down a rather surprising amount. Having this for now made it so that Subaru would not bear any ill feelings towards Anastasia or Ram. He was in a state of mind in which it felt easier for him not to look at someone's face. On the other hand, it did not mean that no anxiety was nestled in his heart, which had grown at ease to such solitude. Subaru had convinced himself that it was partly due to the miasma's influence. However, many parts of the story which Anastasia had told them earlier regarding what miasma was had become cloudy. Would he be cured from its effects when they left this place? In truth, that also felt doubtful now. Supposing he was not cured from it, would he end up being unable to get rid of these unpleasant feelings, even when he met Emilia and Beatrice? The string was suddenly pulled with strength, causing Subaru to unintentionally pitch back. The string that had been pulled was the one that was fastened to Patrasche. The ground dragon had made a snap decision to stop him by force. And right as he lifted his face up, he immediately saw why. A clump of fire had hurled past a step ahead of Subaru. The clump of fire was approximately the same size of a football, but it hurled past, spraying waves of heat to its surroundings. It crashed against a wall of sand a few meters away, letting out a violent booming noise, followed by an explosion. A hot wind gusted out, one that scorched Subaru's cold body. He barely managed to stop himself from screaming. It would definitely have landed a direct hit if Patrasche had not halted him. He did not know whether it had enough power to kill him, but he was sure that it possessed enough firepower to injure him. Subaru gritted his teeth, realizing that he had barely escaped with his life as a shiver ran down his spine. Why had the fireball been thrown at Subaru? Subaru reflexively turned to look behind him. The centaur should have been deceived by his diversion and should have been messing around with a water flask on the other side of the cave. However, the witch beast now had turned its horn head to where they were, snarling, just as if it were confident that Subaru and the others were standing there. No way could that be it. Subaru shook his head. Subaru unfastened a water flask from his waist and took hold of it so that he could set up the diversion again. The string which connected him with Ram was constantly being tugged, beckoning him, but he took no note of it. His highest priority right now was to lure the witch beast's attention away from them. He swung up the flask of water into an arc and threw it far to the left of the centaur, where it dropped onto the sand. And just as he expected, the witch beast's attention turned to that spot, and the clumsy beast was attracted to the obvious diversion. Once again, flames gushed out, and the lament of the crying babies echoed out. And whilst the shrill echo reverberated across the cave, Subaru urged Patrasche onwards to the exit. They just had to keep repeating this predetermined routine over and over again. With just that, they ought to be able to break past. However, once again, the fireball thrown by the centaur hurtled past near to where Subaru was walking. It had gotten even closer than last time, with the shot being so accurate as to graze his skin. Subaru's breath was instantly taken away from him by the fireball's explosion, and he was buffeted by the wave of heat. Bathed in the illumination of the newborn orange source of light ahead of him, Subaru locked eyes with the witch beast in the distance. Their eyes did not actually meet, though, so saying that he had locked eyes was not quite right. However, the witch beast's attention was clearly focused this way. The witch beast had no way to track them except by sound, so why was it able to find them in the middle of its own cry?
Its own cry.
Baratsu, the echo.
As the question and answer came together in Subaru's mind, Ram, who was still pulling the string, finally called to him and made a sound. At the moment they both came to the same conclusion, the centaur kicked at the sand. Its hooves kicked the surface of the sand, and the witch beast, which was so large they had to look upwards at it, flew easily through the chilly air. The heat of its blazing mane increased as it moved, and all at once was streaking towards Subaru's group. The human torso attached to the horse's body raised its arms and pulled away pieces of its own flaming mane. While held in its hands, those pieces changed into balls of fire, and after the blink of an eye became explosive flaming bullets.
Run! Run, 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 run!
At this point, avoiding a fight with the centaur was no longer possible. Discarding the plan to move with as little noise as possible, Subaru slapped Patrasche's hips, ordering her to run immediately to the corridor. Subaru's group was currently in the exact center of the cave, far from both the corridor they had entered from and the one they were moving towards, a position so advantageous for a centaur that it seemed like this had been the witch beast's plan.
Was it playing with us?
Subaru's mind froze in amazement, but the witch beast did not relent, hurling the fireballs as it created them. The centaur blew clouds of sand into the air around its fleeing targets, as if playing with them. The witch beast had expected that they would run straight for the corridor. Having said that, even if they attempted to run a zigzag course to confuse it, its hearing captured every sound, and so it would not be deceived by such a trick.
Whoa! Ah!
Grazing their lowered heads, the fireballs were thrown one after another. Out of sight, the witch beast ran circles around Subaru and the others as they fled, not letting up with his explosive barrage, hurling bursts of sand into the air. The heat wave of an explosion at his feet lifted Subaru into the air as if he was nothing and sent him flying. He quickly protected his head and both arms, but the rush of hot air burned the inside of his nose and throat. Breathing was painful, and with the inside of his nose scorched, he temporarily lost his sense of smell. Subaru rolled on the ground from the agony in the center of his face, then raised his teary-eyed face. The mouth of the centaur's torso was open wide, and the toothy maw was emitting an ear-splitting noise, almost as if looking like it was laughing. No, it was actually laughing. Laughing at the weak human plaything. I could not even win a battle of wits with a witch beast.
Shit!
Hatred boiled in him and gave Subaru the strength to stand. Paired to the suspicions and mistrust, what a wonderfully healthy feeling it was to hate the vermin that opposed him, and he was swallowed up in blackness of distilled fury. Subaru snorted at the witch beast that looked so pleased with itself. Acting like it had won was laughable. How could the lowly, miasma-hating witch beast think it could ever hope to beat Natsuki Subaru? Putting a hand to his waist, he took out his whip. Letting his hand remember the feel of the handle, he lightly flicked the sand with the end of the whip. The centaur immediately stopped its roaring laughter and suddenly turns its ears toward the crack of the whip. Most likely, it was the first time the witch beast had ever heard that sound. However, that was not Subaru's real plan. The whip was nothing more than diversion.
Invisible Providence!
In response to the witch beast's violence, a roiling, seething black emotion formed in Subaru's heart. Given direction, it turns into strength to tear the centaur from limb. Using it this way made him look like a one-trick pony, but he cared not. It was a trick that would work on anyone. Swinging the whip above his head, he let the witch beast listen to the sound of it splitting the air. Taking care not to alert the centaur, which was paying close attention to the first sound, the invisible magic hand advanced like it was slipping through the darkness, infiltrating the witch beast's shadow, aiming for the horn atop its human torso. Between the human body and the horse body, he could not tell which one had the vital organs. With his head being a horn, if there was a brain stuffed inside or not was a mystery. Despite that, there had to be a vital organ of some kind inside. With that decided, he would crush the horn in the palm of his invisible hand. If the loss of the horn happened to make the witch beast obedient, he would simply have it kill itself. That would be much more pleasant. With that thought, it happened just as he was about to carry his plan. Focusing on the centaur, his unseen hand reaching for its head, Subaru's own head was filled with a burst of unimaginable pain. Feeling as though something had stripped away his scalp and was drilling directly in his skull, his eyes rolled back and a yellow foam frothed from his lips as he fell to his knees. Bringing both his hands to his head, as he knelt, he struck himself on the side of the head to try and fight off the pain. Rubbing his head, holding his head, and nothing else helped with the pain. To fight the pain, he tried to inflict a sharper, stronger pain. He struck himself again and again, but no matter how hard he hit himself, he could not overcome the pain. He rolled on the sand whilst his head felt like a hell, full of thorns piercing his brain, and nearly fainted from the pain. Subaru ended up swallowing sand without understanding why.
It hurts! Look! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!
He shouted like he was spitting blood. With a mouthful of sand chewing on it with his back teeth, Subaru thrashed on the ground, fighting against the mysterious pain to keep it from blocking his throat. He could not fight it. He was losing. Of course, invisible providence had vanished instantly. With that dispersed, he had no way of affecting the centaur. The witch beast, as though disappointed with his lack of resistance, prepared to turn him into a smoking corpse with the use of a fireball. A huge ball of flame drove away the chill in the air as the explosive heat warmed the world around them. Just like that, Natsuki Subaru would be changed into charcoal. At that last moment before that, the jet-black ground dragon charged in furiously, tearing away the witch beast's arm. With a body color that blended into the darkness, the ground dragon had soundlessly approached the witch beast and landed a biting attack. Losing its balance along with its arm, the witch beast dropped the fireball it had raised above its own head. In other words, the heat of the fireball the witch beast had created exploded at its own feet, and the point-blank blast wave blew it into the air. As it was thrown away by the explosion, blood dripped from the centaur's wounded arm, and it fell over on its back. Without sparing it a glance, Patrasche sprinted over the sand and, holding Subaru's clothing with her teeth as he thrashed in pain, she immediately began a sprinting retreat. Held by Patrasche's teeth near his waist, swinging left and right as he dangled, tormented by the poor circulation and the continuing headache, Subaru looked behind him. Behind Patrasche, the centaur unsteadily rose to its feet. The wound on its human torso foamed, and the left arm that had been bitten off grew back in an instant. Its monstrous regeneration ability was at work on its other injuries as well. The wounds all over its body, inflicted by the explosion moments ago, closed one after another. The centaur returned to full health in a matter of seconds. With that done, there was nothing left to slow it down. Screaming viciously at Patrasche, who had struck it by surprise, the centaur sped up to pursue the madly fleeing ground dragon, and its mane blazed brighter as it leapt. Patrasche's running ability was impressive in even the worst terrain, but the centaur was in its own habitat, and so its acceleration was a step ahead. Along with the difference in size, Patrasche was weighed down by Subaru, and the witch beast was soon running side by side alongside her. A burning fireball appeared in the witch beast's hand, but this one was stretched tall. Looking closer, fireball changed in the witch beast's hand into a long-handed weapon, and in the blink of an eye, it had become a spear, covered from end to end in flame. Raising the flaming spear, the centaur dove the tip towards Patrasche. The black ground dragon ducked as the spear approached, almost diving into the sand to avoid the attack and using that as an opening to speed up further. However, just when it looked like they could get away, the witch beast's hoof kicked into the ground dragon's torso from the side. The force of the attack passed through her hard skin, and she cried out as the impact smashed into her internal organs. Even then, she refused to drop Subaru, still dangling from her teeth. The heat he could feel near his waist was from the blood Patrasche was coughing up from her internal injuries. That was the only sign she was badly injured. However, Patrasche would still not let go of Subaru, and Subaru had no way to care for his loyal dragon's wounds. All he had was the seemingly eternal torture of the unending pain in his head.
Elfula!
Gerald!
A second strike from the flaming spear was aimed at Patrasche, who was clearly slowing down. However, before it reached the ground dragon's figure, it was interrupted from two different directions. From one side came an invisible blade of wind. From the other was a convergence of white-hot rays of heat. Both the incantations came from familiar voices, but that was all Subaru could say for sure. The two spells landed direct hits on the witch beast, blowing holes through its body and sections the human torso at an angle. Those wounds, too, closed instantly.
Barasu! Oh, fine. If you're dead, you should just say so!
It's a nasty one, that witch beast. I won't be able to do much to that thing.
Even though it sounded normal, one of the girls' voices carried a trace of desperation. On the other hand, despite being in a desperate situation, one of the girls' voices lacked any sense of stress. Feeling his loyal dragon's breath and the spat-out blood on his skin, Subaru was on the verge of falling unconscious. If he was going to go through this much pain and torment, maybe dying wasn't so.
Don't you dare die, Barasu! Rem would cry.
That voice, shouted right in his ear, cut through the pain and reached his brain. What the voice awakened, however, was a hatred no less than that one he held for the witch beast. He had forgotten. Not a single one remembered that girl.
Don't talk about Rem and I like you know anything about it. Invisible Providence!
Releasing his feelings of anger towards the witch beast passing through the edge of his tear-stained vision, Subaru struck at it with a pitch-black magical hand in an outburst of rage. Partway there, another raging pain tore at his skull before it swallowed him and he lost consciousness. Subaru's unseen hand made a direct hit to the witch beast's spear, breaking it as a token of defiance. But that was all the resistance he could muster. The reward for his angry counterattack was another burst of furious pain. The centaur planted its front legs in the sandy ground and pivoted on them, turning itself around forcefully, and then its rear legs lashed out like a catapult. Its solid, rock-like hooves kicked sand into the air as they sped towards Subaru's group. Himself, Patrasche, and Ram, and Anastasia were likely nearby as well, intending to tear through them all at once. In an explosion of leg strength, sufficient to bring down part of the cave, everyone was sent flying in different directions by the wave of sand. Subaru was even torn away from Patrasche's jaw, rolling helplessly on top of the sand and thrown by the aftermath of the impact against the destroyed, charred body. A headache that could not be put into words, and a body trampled by the centaur's punt. Assaulted by the continuous pain from the inside and out, Subaru could no longer hold on to his consciousness. Somehow, as he rolled loosely on the sand, he could feel the approaching darkness of death. Destruction, annihilation, futile death, death in battle, heartless words like that roamed the back of his mind, but in a situation where his lungs had forgotten to even breathe, Subaru witnessed someone standing in front of him. It was a small, delicate shadow in a world with too little light. He could not gaze upon it clearly. Even then, it was a familiar shape that he knew immediately. It was Ram, wobbling as she stood. She had both arms outstretched to protect Subaru.
Stop it. It's stupid. Impossible. Useless.
He attempted to voice it, but his throat would no longer listen to him, as though it was filled with sand. No, it actually was filled with sand. Because of the sand he had stupidly swallowed trying to fight the pain in his head, Subaru could no longer even speak clearly. With all his strength, Subaru managed a weak cry. Despite all the pent-up dissatisfaction and anger he had felt towards Ram and his other friends, that surely they must have known about.
Ram would cry.
Ram made only that quiet response to Subaru's words. For the little sister she was unable to remember. For the person most dear to that unremembered sister, Ram stood. What pushed her to go that far, Subaru could not understand. He could not understand that, but there was one thing he did understand. At this rate, Ram was going to die. Subaru would die too. There was no way to avoid it. The centaur bellowed, swinging its arms and creating a blazing sword in each of them. They did not really take the appearance of like swords, though, so perhaps it had meant to make hammers or axes. Regardless, they were both weapons wreathed in flame. It stood on the verge of using them to tear Ram's much smaller frame into shreds and roast Subaru as well.
Come on. There's gotta be something.
Staring death in the face, Subaru reached down through the depths of his pain. Fighting against the relentless pain was like diving deep into himself. Looking outside himself to ram Patrasche or Anastasia was unrealistic. Even though it would be derided as a dream or delusion, Subaru looked inside himself for something, anything. This unrealistic approach was the most realistic hope he had left. Diving inside, reaching into the murky depths of his body, pulling aside the writhing black thoughts, Subaru looked inside himself for anything that could help. Not the unseen hand he had overused, something different, something new, some way to pull through this mess. Subaru's last-ditch search yielded nothing. Nothing. And Subaru watched as the witch beast in front of him raised its swords. The flames crossed above the witch beast's head, and after a moment's pause, descended towards Ram. Burning the very air, the oncoming slashes would heartlessly cleave a burning path through the girl's slender body. Burn her away, leave nothing of the path she had walked, the memories she had held, or anything, all except black charcoal. At that scene, Subaru cried out against his own powerlessness. The next moment, white light was unleashed with a tremendous speed, blowing away the witch beast's upper body. The body of the witch beast, which had wielded those swords of flame, vanished from the world thanks to the tremendous light. The light did not bring forth such simplicities like crushing or severing its body, but rather it was the literal meaning of annihilation. The centaur was a monster that possessed a human-like body and the head part of a horse's body. And the light had blown away the part which was construed as its human body from chest up. Of course, that included the arms and shoulders, the horn which was in place of a human head, and the fanged maw that gaped across its chest. Blood soundlessly gushed out from the witch beast's wounds from the impact, and immediately after, its wounds started to foam, readying itself to use the same hyper-recovery technique it has used thus far. Its squirming flesh swelled up, and obliterated human body reformed anew. The human body regenerated right away as explosive balls of fire quickly surged into life on both its arms. The centaur roared, and the alluring voice of countless babies filled the chilly air. Turning its body around, the witch beast paid no heed to Ram or Subaru, and instead leapt straight towards the dangerous enemy that had blown away its upper body. The witch beast summoned an array of fireballs on its arms and cast them one after the other as it rushed forward. Consumed by its heated frenzy, the witch beast prepared to unleash its own battle cry. However, the fireballs brought into existence by the witch beasts were all intercepted from in front of it, one by one. The things responsible for that were flashes of white light that pierced the fireballs head-on with tremendous accuracy. The speed of the flashes of light were out of the ordinary, and its power was clearly superior to that of the fireballs. The lumps of flame were struck by the light, dead on, sucked in by its powers, and clashed against the body of the witch beast itself. Immediately after Subaru had thought the centaur had ended up like a hedgehog with quills of white light, the flames exploded all around the witch beast's body. The centaur's arms were obliterated to nothing, its maw was torn to shreds, its horse body was burnt, and it finally collapsed. The witch beast thrashed about on top of the sand, letting off a shrill cry in sheer anger. However, the witch beast's wounds squirmed over, refusing to die. It was as if it was telling them to grow stronger, to change their approach, and that they should evolve their manner of bestowing death, since they could not achieve it by blowing away parts of it into nothing. The witch beast's appearance transformed as it regenerated its lost parts. The human part of its body mutated, its arms now increasing from 2 to 4, and sharp, long fangs jutted out from its maw. Its lower horse half also had more legs, numbering 8 in total. during a simple calculation, they had doubled in quantity. As well as that, its charred skin had hardened, now shining with a black luster to it. At a glimpse, it perhaps looked like a being clad in armor. And it held an axe, a hammer, a spear, and a sword of flame in each of its newly added arms. The witch beast had managed to evolve itself in an unbelievably short period of time, all to alter itself so it could face the being casting the white rays of light. Raising its four forelegs, the centaur thunderously let out a roar. It clacked its raised hoofs together with a piercing clang and began to spur forwards. Its huge figure was similar to that of an armored train decked in steel. Its weight and acceleration could easily turn any opponent into mincemeat, causing them to meet a vicious end. The being that had put the witch beast to shame would end up completely annihilated if it were treated to a fiery finishing blow. Kicking sand up into the air and trailing up. A plume of fiery heat, the witch beast fiercely broke through. Light pierced it. The heat of its flames had flared up, hotter than ever before. It was like the hellfire of the abyss. Its grotesque and atypical figure made it so that you couldn't avoid breaking into shudders when you caught a mere glimpse of it, regardless of who you were. That was what the King of the Sand Sea was. There was nothing left behind anymore, right after the crazy amount of light had streamed out. The witch beast, which had wielded such menace, had been completely obliterated by the light, all the way up to smithereens of its flesh. The witch beast had completely been blown away somewhere far out of this world. The only thing left on the sand was the countless number of light rays which had been fired at the witch beast to erase its existence. The source that came from just those white, elongated stinkers. Those two instantly turned into powder as if they had effloresced away. Subaru had even forgotten his headache as he gazed aghast at the spectacle with his own eyes. He realized that a feverish, slender body had happened to leap in between his arms. It was Ram. He did not remember what had happened, but it seemed like he had been embracing her body in their final moments. Though it should have been a meaningless gesture, it looked like Ram was not conscious. Subaru could hear the sound of someone stepping onto the sand. That someone was ever so slowly approaching Subaru and the others. They were definitely approaching them. The inside of the cave was still enveloped in darkness along with a frigid silence. The only source of light came from the scattered fiery scraps that had been spewed out by the witch beast earlier. There was one such fiery scrap right next to Subaru that allowed him to see a few meters around him. Someone's feet entered to the very edge of his field of vision. Lifting his face up, Subaru looked up to where the owner of those feet, and perhaps the one behind that light, was. Gradually lifting his field of vision, what he saw reflected in his bleary eyes was a human being. It was a woman with a rather queer air to her. Her legs were audaciously bare all the way up to her tights, and the only thing that covered her crotch was the hem of her shorts that were just barely cut down for that task. Above that, her waist and belly button were exposed. A piece of cloth was wound above her slender waist, like a muneate, to keep her breasts concealed. However, she wore something akin to a cloak from her shoulders, which barely protected the greater part of her body from her pale shoulders onwards from the wind. Her hair was a brown that was closer to black, to the point that it seemed to blend in with the darkness around them. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail that collected all of it together. She gazed up at Subaru and the others with moist eyes chock full of thick emotion. Her thin lips curved up, breaking into a rather bestial smile.
Found you!
At least I can understand what she's saying.
Subaru thought to himself. And just as he thought that, his consciousness reached its limit. Tasting the feeling of sand, Subaru let go of his consciousness, still without uttering a single word. At least, it did not seem like letting go of the girl wrapped inside his arms was needed. He held her tight. He only had enough willpower left to preserve to that point.
Arc 6, Chapter 18, The Keeper of the Sand Tower. Amid the dregs of murky darkness, there was consciousness. It had been a long time since Natsuki Subaru visited this place. Much like the several previous times, it was a dark world where there was no end to sky and earth, where only darkness resided. It felt like he had been forcibly summoned to this place, just like what had happened every time he returned by death. If you were to think about it, this too was a truly mysterious place. At any rate, it was not like Subaru could pull out his memories of this place and bring them to the outside. Despite it not being his first time visiting this place, he would forget entering it after leaving. A transient feeling, as if he were a mere bubble floating by in a dream. Within this pale darkness, in the narrow gaps of his faint recollections, the consciousness known as Natsuki Subaru on the outside floundered through the air, and slowly swam amidst the jet-black darkness. With only his consciousness, he rose to the surface. Of course, regarding his body, he had gotten used to the feeling of not having his limbs, his eyes, his ears, his mouth. As well as that, there was the fact that he did not know what was top or bottom, left or right, and the anxiety towards not being able to see anything, including the depths below. All of that did not matter to his consciousness, which was dominated by just one thing. There was an unbearable, unending passion at the core of his consciousness. Or perhaps within the foundation of his consciousness itself. No. More so, it was dear love, adoration, deep, unconditional love. Whenever he came here, he could be with the source of this love. His consciousness had learned just this thing, and he was delighted that he could visit this place once again. Before he began to even relish that long-awaited encounter, the feeling that pounded in his rightfully non-existent chest was one of such joy he wished to open his rightfully non-existent lips to sing. However, the passion of his consciousness was,
"He seems to have arrived in high spirits, Des."
It's really nothing to joke about. Acting all smug due to just a bit of luck. Have some restraint. Even shamelessness can go so far. How unbearable! Do take a long, objective look at yourself, and maybe then you'll see just how far your impudence has gone.
Suddenly, he heard them. He was disturbed by voices which, by all rights, he should not be able to hear. His consciousness turned to look behind. If neither face nor body existed in this directionless world, then what was the significance in the act of looking behind? Was there any? It was not to find meaning in this. Rather, it was an act for the sake of giving meaning to it. To look behind oneself, a body was required. If he consciously thought so and acted, then the jet-black darkness would have no choice but to give that thought to the nothingness that was Natsuki Subaru. Thus, the consciousness which looked back became Natsuki Subaru, now bestowed with vision so he could look around his surroundings, and a body which he could turn back around with. Yet that alone was still insufficient, and his body was far off from being complete. This Subaru was an imperfect recreation. The real Natsuki Subaru could not be reproduced at all. Would it be better if he had hands or legs, perhaps a nose and a mouth? No. Making and manifesting a human being out of nothing was not that easy. Natsuki Subaru did not know nearly enough about Natsuki Subaru to recreate himself. It was not easy for Natsuki Subaru to complete himself using only his own memories and knowledge. Therefore, it was impossible at the time to make Natsuki Subaru more than that. However, in that lacking state, the incomplete Natsuki Subaru wasn't even able to recognize this. And that was why the incomplete Natsuki Subaru, who had only given his transient body some transient eyes, whilst existing in a state in which he could not even place a foot down onto the ground, spun around to look at his surroundings and noticed something. There was something other than the consciousness of Natsuki Subaru coming to the fore within the depths of the darkness.
Disgusting and shameful. Nothing more than the result of self-conceit, Des. Yes, how very sinful, how dirty you are. Just so worthy of disdain, Des.
Subpar. Way off from a human. We could say we have the ultimate imperfection here. Doesn't it feel like that? What were they even thinking? That a guy like this would kick the satisfied me to the curb? Shouldn't it have been obvious from the beginning if you had known your place? Who are you to stand in my way? A nuisance! A hindrance! Pretty much everything! So lacking, not enough! Think logically like a human being, come on! Even if you are a subhuman, akin to the likes of human cattle.
His consciousness rose to the fore in the darkness, where jeers rained down upon the very much imperfect Natsuki Subaru. On one side was insanity, and on the other side was annoyance, both respectively venting out their hatred towards Natsuki Subaru. However, unfortunately for Natsuki Subaru, being a mere speck of consciousness, he could not comprehend that hatred. The heart, the brain of this Natsuki Subaru was not prepared at all to comprehend it. If you were to try and gain an understanding of those words which the consciousness uttered, then just like he had materialized some flesh, and just like he had created a sense of sight, he had to bestow upon himself organs to allow him to understand them. But somehow, those organs felt unnecessary. At least in order to grasp what those two consciousnesses were saying, the meaning behind trying to produce such a thing was weak, and above all, he did not feel the urge to do so. It was not easy to drag out the material from the immaterial. At the very least, if Natsuki Subaru's consciousness did not truly wish for it, then he could neither create nor acquire it. So, as things were right now, he could not help but to postpone bringing forth a mind to understand them, as well as words to reply to the consciousness of those two. No, actually there was no ulterior motive behind it.
What insolence, what contempt, what disdain! Here I am preaching with such diligence, and yet you don't even bother to comprehend, contemplating it. Just how very, slothful. You are truly slothful, Des.
How far will you go in making a fool out of others until you're satisfied? Damn human cattle! Listen well. Just who do you think I am? I'm the most satisfied man in the world. One who worries about nothing and only wishes to pursue his simple joys and live a fulfilling life, undisturbed and free of greed. And yet you'd interfere with that? This is a violation of my rights, an act of wickedness. One such as you, who'd crush the dream of others so easily, must be stopped.
Feeling that he was not making any progress, he turned his back to the consciousnesses of the two. It was convenient, having this body, to indicate that he possessed no intention of talking to them. He felt that their abusive words would still echo in the background, but he did not mind because if he showed that he cared, it would be plain enough to them. His sense of vision worked without even needing to turn back. Right now, what he would probably need was not vision, but eyeballs. Should the chance present itself, he would remember to make them. However, right now, he had no time to deal with such trifling matters. Because right now, in the consciousness of Natsuki Subaru, the shadow whom he aimed for was showing itself. In the jet black darkness, where nothing should have been visible, a silhouette clad in deeper black than the midst of the darkness he was in was far more vivid. Sometimes she would freeze Natsuki Subaru's heart. Those arms with such graceful fingers would dangle loosely. Though slender, those limbs possessed such tenderness, garbed in a dark dress. As usual, her features were unclear, as everything above her neck was covered by a thick mist. But Natsuki Subaru understood deep within his soul that there was someone there that inspired such deep emotions of love. Her appearance was far clearer than their previous encounter, and he was far closer to her, distance-wise. In his previous encounter with her, only her arms and body could be seen, a silhouette. But now that it was visible that she was wearing a dress, her bare feet peeking out from underneath the hem of her long dress. Nearly the entirety of her body was perfectly reproduced. The sole aspect that was invisible to Natsuki Subaru was her face, hidden by the blackness. How irritating. But for now that was okay. Stronger than before, he felt her presence ever nearer. However, Natsuki Subaru, though clear as she may be, was not yet prepared to go out and meet her. Right now, he should simply rejoice that he was so close to her. One day, he would definitely reach out and touch her fingers, embrace her slender waist, and exchange love with her. Faced with this confession, Natsuki Subaru gave his newly manufactured chin a nod in response. Through that mere action, the shadow's delight could be felt. Accompanying it, an apologetic feeling sprang up. Next time, a mouth and tongue would be necessary so that he could express his words of love from there. While feeling those profound emotions, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness began to leave this shadow garden. And though Subaru knew he was good at getting up from sleep, on the flip side, he also knew that he found it hard to fall asleep. For Subaru, waking up from sleep felt as if he was raising his face above the water's surface. No matter who may be submerged underwater, if their face rose to the water's surface, they would not forget how to breathe. For Subaru, that breathing signified the rousing of his consciousness. It was fairly natural that he was able to breathe upon waking up.
You get up so well. I'm jealous. I am really bad at getting up.
This had been Emilia's comment from when they had had this conversation before. Incidentally, when it came to Emilia getting up, there was no exaggeration or humility in the words she spoke. It really was that bad. Emilia did have very low blood pressure, and so it took her about an hour to wake up and get herself out of bed. Upon getting up from bed in the morning, in her drowsiness, she would wait for her to get back to her senses, and only then finally get out of it, wash her face, and fix her hair. That was her style. And on the other hand, unlike Subaru, she slept as well as a child. A stark contrast.
When I was in the forest, and I only had Puck beside me, since Puck didn't come out much at night, I could only do stuff like sleeping.
This had been Emilia's comment from when they'd had this conversation before. And regarding the details of how Subaru had replied to this, those were not to be delved upon. But now that she had someone to keep her company late at night, she would not forget about how the past was. In any case, Subaru was honestly quite envious of how she fell asleep. Upon lying in bed and closing her eyes in the middle of the night, Subaru wouldn't stop thinking about all kinds of stuff, no matter what he did. In particular, what he would think about included all the things he could have done differently, and all the regrets contained in him. Whether it was about what had happened on that one day, or sometimes what happened on days long before, regret would torment Subaru without any heed for either time nor means. When grappling with stuff like that, he was unable to fall asleep at all. That was the source of his poor quality of sleep. So even the events which had transpired beneath the sand sea became a newly planted seed of regret for Subaru. It was practically assured that those would become something that would greatly disturb Subaru's sleeping quality from now on.
Where am I?
At the moment he woke up, Subaru understood that his waking had differed to the usual one from return by death. First of all, there was light in the surroundings. Quite unlike the underground area beneath the sand sea in which he had awoken, submerged by darkness, the fact that he was capable of gazing upon his surroundings served as evidence of things having changed. In addition to that, the chilliness had also faded, and his body was embraced by a feeling quite different to that of lying on top of the sand. The soft feeling against his back was perhaps that of a bed. Below his head there was also something like a pillow there. In other words, Subaru was...
I'm sleeping in a bed?
Confirming it through spoken words, resting on top of his body was a white cotton blanket. The feeling of a bed with a pillow was not a feeling he was not familiar with, if he really thought about it. Rather, he was really familiar with it. He immediately recognized that it was the bedding built into the dragon carriage. Thus, he was inside the dragon carriage that they had used in their attempt to seize the Pleiades Watchtower.
What's this doing here?
Subaru sat himself up, understanding that he had been laid down within the dragon carriage that was supposed to have veered off course. At that moment, he noticed that someone was clutching his right hand. Subaru turned to face his right-hand side and found a young lady, kneeling on the floor right next to the bed. Her body sprawled out across the bed, sleeping, was a girl. It was the silver-haired Emilia who was clutching Subaru's hand, with somewhat of a look of relief on her face. Softly breathing, with warmth radiating from the palm of her hand, Subaru let out an exhausted, hoarse breath, seeing that she was definitely here.
Emilia, that's you, right? Safe and sound.
Emilia's form, nestled beside him, left Subaru puzzled, with it not having sunk in yet. Since his right hand was being held, he stretched out his left hand and placed it against her cheeks. Her pale cheeks were hot, as if she were developing a fever. Her skin absurdly soft and smooth. Just by touching them, it felt like love and affection were about to burst out of him. So he fondled them as much as he dared, just to make sure.
Oh, there's no doubt. It's Emilia. Cute, delicate, warm.
You be happening to be doing something inappropriate, in fact. Emilia was terribly worried about you. For you, I suppose. She hasn't slept for 2 days, in fact.
While stroking Emilia's cheeks, having his fill of her soft breathing, Subaru reflexively flinched at the voice that had abruptly interrupted him. And in a panic, he tried to turn his head around, finding that, by the door which connected the living space with the bed he was on, stood a little girl, leaning on it with a look of disgust on her face.
I suppose. I dislike this unreasonable Subaru, in fact.
Instinctively, he had almost raised his voice, delighted in seeing her again, but he was interrupted by Beatrice just as before. Subaru placed his hand over his mouth near instantly and quietly looked down at the still sleeping Emilia. Whilst letting him chew on his words, her stiff expression loosened, leading her to look somewhat happier.
Oh, that sure was a close one. Bayako, come over here. Let me hug you.
What a thing to say. Well, it can't be helped, I suppose.
If he could not show his happiness at the reunion using words, then he had no choice but to show his happiness at this reunion using actions. With Subaru beckoning her, Beatrice sighed and drew closer to him. The little girl was indifferently playing with her drill curls, and once she had come close to him, Subaru hugged her with his free left arm, firmly embracing her against his chest.
Oh, thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness. I was really, really worried.
That's Betty's line, in fact. We couldn't find Subaru or the sister's older sister anywhere, and so Betty and the others were all frightened to the core, I suppose. We feared you weren't alive, in fact.
Huh, is that so? Were you worried to death about me?
Not entirely like that, I suppose. That's... In fact, I was worried, I suppose. Really.
While embracing Beatrice's light body, the little girl cast her gaze down and her words faltered mid-sentence. He continued to stroke Beatrice's hair, who nuzzled her head against his chest just as they were, and cherished her reunion with him in silence for a moment. And after a little bit of time, the silence was broken. Beatrice moved her face up away from Subaru's chest, with a feeling of relief traced across her features, and hopped off the bed with a boing.
Anyway, we've got to tell everyone aside the sleepyhead Emilia that you've woken up, in fact. We were all worried, thinking it was Subaru's last, I suppose.
Everyone? Oh, yeah! Is everyone safe? Even those who got separated from me, and those who were with me?
You can rest assured, in fact. Everyone is safe and sound, I suppose.
I see. I see!
Subaru's unease faded as he heard Beatrice's guarantee. He had heard that everyone was safe. Her unexpected answer had set his heart at ease. But straight afterwards, Subaru jerked his head up, an unpleasant feeling of deja vu resounding from that guarantee.
Wait, Bayako, I'm sorry for how short-lived my happiness is, but is everyone really alright?
It's upsetting being doubted by Subaru, in fact. There would be no sense in Betty deceiving Subaru like this, I suppose. I'm not joking, in fact.
I get that you're in a huff, but this isn't the reason why I'm doubting you. Even if you weren't looking to deceive me, that doesn't mean I haven't been fooled. Didn't we just experience that rather painfully in Pristella?
Hearing this, Beatrice seemed to notice the source of Subaru's concern. After the end of the battle against the witch cult in Pristella, Subaru had received an identical report. He had been told that everyone was safe. In fact, that had been a correct presumption to make, but...
Let's confirm. There's me, Emilia, and Beatrice. In addition, there's Rem, Ram, and Patrasche, Anastasia, Meili, Gian, and finally, Julius. This is... everyone? You're saying that everyone... everyone is here?
Don't worry, I suppose. That's everyone, in fact. There's no one that Betty has forgotten, and that Subaru only hasn't, I suppose.
I see. I see. Then, I guess I really can be delighted by it.
Having confirmed everything he needed to confirm, Subaru carefully thought whether there were any more pitfalls remaining. He determined that he hadn't overlooked anything, and finally, he found strength in the words which had said that everyone was safe.
Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness!
Reef, you sure like to over-exaggerate, in fact. In the first place, when we found out that you, the most likely to attract danger, was okay, we guessed that everyone else was too, I suppose.
Idiot! That's not always true, you know! Even if you know it's so, anxiety is still anxiety, and worry is still worry. You were crying after finding out I was safe, no?
Any crying or anything, in fact. Just because Betty was pressing her face against your chest, it doesn't mean you should look at it like that, I suppose. You can't prove it, in fact.
With a humph, Beatrice puffed out her delicate chest in a display of fortitude. However, her words seemed to be brimming with emotion to the contrary. On top of that, there were traces left in the bed that someone other than Subaru had slept there, at a space in the lower part of the bed with half its size. Subaru pointed at it and said,
There's evidence right here that someone crawled in next to me and fell asleep. But even with seeing this dead giveaway, are you still going to say that you weren't worried?
Wasn't Betty, I suppose. This is completely a false accusation, in fact. I have no idea what you're talking about, I suppose.
No one but you would act like this. Don't feel embarrassed.
You're wrong, in fact. Jeez. Emilia will wake up, I suppose.
Beatrice forced a change of subject as they exchanged such frivolous conversations in their usual manner. While giving a wry smile at her flushed face, Subaru let out a long, truly long, deep sigh. Everyone was safe. He was relieved for now to hear those words. When they were at the sand dunes, they had been pursued by a herd of witch beasts and been split apart, and then Subaru had repeatedly returned by death in the underground area of the Sand Sea. He had no clue how Emilia and the others were doing, and what would have happened if he could not have undone it.
Now that you mention it, it's like feeling suspicious about everything will only ever give you the heebie-jeebies. Is that what it is?
Looking dumbfounded, Beatrice cocked her head at Subaru, who had placed his left hand on his head. For Beatrice, the meaning of that behavior felt cryptic, but to Subaru, there was a meaning to it. No, there was no meaning to this behavior itself, but it could be said that the subjectiveness of all of it was an important factor.
Bayako, you're the same as always. Bayako, Emilia is cute as always too.
What are you even saying, in fact?
Although she fixed him with a deadpan gaze, Subaru felt no extraordinary sense of discomfort or irritation lacing her words. Toward the sleeping Emilia as well, he felt nothing but trusting love to the two of them. There was nary a trace of the inexplicable hatred that had tormented Subaru underground left.
I guess I'm alright now, since I'm far away from the miasma. Though it makes me sick to even leave such a strange thing, of unknown cause and treatment as is.
If you still aren't feeling well, or you feel anxious about your health, it would be better for you to lie down, I suppose. There's no need for you to get up all in a hurry for now, in fact. In one way or another, just Betty and everyone else will manage to undertake the examinations, I suppose.
What?
Placing her hand against his forehead, Beatrice had displayed her concern for Subaru, his eyes downcast. Amidst the concern in those words was something that he had not heard before. Subaru interrupted her without thinking.
What did you just say now?
Well, you can rest, I suppose. It's not like you're taking the day off with no good reason. Betty won't get mad at you for resting when you're not feeling well. In fact,
Though I remember saying such terrific stuff in this feverish talk, it wasn't that part I was referring to, you know. After that, you said something about examinations?
Yeah, I did say that, I suppose.
Upon hearing Subaru hounding her, Beatrice slipped out a whoops in response. It wasn't like she had really wanted to hide it from Subaru. Rather, it was more so originated from her concern from worrying about wanting Subaru to rest for a bit. However, Subaru was not much of an obedient person that hearing that would make him keep his peace of mind, and Beatrice knew that well enough.
Bayako.
I know, in fact. I'll give you a proper explanation, I suppose. Really, I thought that it'd be better to talk about it after you settle down. Despite that, my mouth slipped, in fact.
It's one of your cute points that you can't hide stuff like this. In the first place, I'd have looked the other way on stuff that I ought to have asked you from the start.
He flashed a faint, bittersweet smile at Beatrice, who had admitted defeat, though the smile quickly disappeared from his face. Subaru more or less lowered his voice and opened his mouth and directed her some natural questions. That was,
Where are we? And don't go butting in and saying something silly like the inside of Dragon Carriage.
Subaru, I think it's no long stretch of the imagination for you too, I suppose.
Beatrice gave a weary sigh, putting her arms together. And so, with a click of her heels, the little girl looked up to the ceiling. No. Looking even beyond it.
Pleiades Watchtower.
Huh?
The watchtower at the end of those sand dunes. Betty and everyone are in it, I suppose.
And that was what she said? He carefully let go of Emilia's hand. She was lying down on the bed, fast asleep since she had stayed up for 2 days. Subaru slipped out of the dragon carriage after giving her forehead a quick stroke. Within the dragon carriage, which they had spent over a month in, it seemed like there were no changes to it compared to before it had veered off course. Without so much of a scratch on its body, it looked just as if it were brand new.
Unlike those who were with Subaru, the ones who were with Betty, swallowed up by the cracks in the sand wind, were safe, I suppose. We were hurled away to a different place from that flower field. Everyone with us turned pale when we realized that Subaru and some of the others had been separated from us, in fact.
You as well?
Emilia and Julius too, I suppose. Betty wasn't the only one, in fact.
With a humph, Beatrice pouted and averted her eyes from him, opening the door that led to the outside of the dragon carriage. With a squeak of the door, he was greeted by a space of darkness and a dry breeze. The sensation of the wind outside felt rather like the one present in the sand dunes. The darkness outside was close to that of the one in the underground area of the sand sea. However, unlike the sand dunes, there was no sand mixed in with the wind, and unlike the underground area, the darkness was less profound. The cause of this were some magical lamps which had been installed all the way around the area, as well as some densely packed luminous moss which lined the walls around them. The moss near him certainly reminded him of the kind he had seen inside the tomb found in the sanctuary. It was certainly quite a handy piece of vegetation to have around, given it grew superfluously wherever.
This place is...
The 6th floor of the Pleiades Watchtower. Well, the lowermost floor, I suppose. From looking at the tower from the sand sea, it looks like the 6th floor is partially buried beneath the tower, in fact. The 5th floor is above the sand. Although, you might say it's hard to tell, I suppose.
Looking over the circular area, Subaru widened his eyes at hearing Beatrice's explanation. The reason why he couldn't really get the gist of her explanation was probably because Subaru was completely unfamiliar with the interior and the structure of the Pleiades Watchtower. As far as he could see, the inside of the Pleiades Watchtower was fairly vast and spacious. In the place Beatrice had mentioned as being called the 6th floor, the floor was on one side made of stone, and right in the middle of it rested the dragon carriage. The circular area that spread itself around from where the dragon carriage stood was probably around 200 or 300 meters in radius. If the tower was built exactly in the shape of a circle, rather than something more crude like an ellipsis, his mouth would have been agape in disbelief at the enormity of the effort it would have taken to construct it.
Thinking about the pointless work done back in the olden days, doesn't this remind you of stuff like the pyramids? Those are such a massive waste for just one person's tomb. Wait, no. I've heard some stuff about how they were kind of used as public enterprises and the unemployed being super grateful for them.
Really don't get what you're muttering about again, in fact.
I'm talking about tombstones! Even performing funerals before death were once popular, thinking they were taking preventative measures about what would happen to them after death. That's an idea that hasn't changed since ancient times.
Stories about what happens after death aren't good omens, I suppose. Preposterous, in fact.
Hearing Subaru's thoughtless remarks, Beatrice turned her eyes away from Subaru, as if in a sulk. Scratching his cheek, Subaru realized that he had said something he should not have, and he began petting Beatrice's hair. Suddenly, he wrapped back around to the front of the dragon carriage, as if having remembered something.
Oh, Gian! You also safe and sound! Gian, you are dead!
Why are you saying such inane things all of a sudden, I suppose?
No, I just felt like I needed to do it. But I really am glad that you're safe.
At the front of the dragon carriage, reining to the carriage itself, was the reliable ground dragon Gian. Belonging to the Gyrus species, which had adapted to the desert, resilience was their strong suit. Gian had splendidly managed to survive the difficult circumstances, showing a particularly shameless obstinance to those words.
That said, disregarding the others, you're the first one confirmed alive! Oi, oi, oi! Don't make such a long face! I said I'm glad! Hey, I'll give you a larger share of food later, so cut me some slack. What is it? Look, I'm a money on hand kind of guy.
It's high time for you to calm your little act down any time now, in fact. He's tired, so we're heading off, I suppose.
The look on Beatrice's face was one indicating she didn't want to have anything to do with this, as Subaru had his little joke alongside Gian. In response to Beatrice's reaction, Subaru, with a twist of his neck, prefaced with a, my bad, my bad.
Come now. I didn't mean to embarrass you. But there's something I wanted to check.
What is it, in fact?
Well, even though Gian's here, Patrasche is still nowhere to be seen.
His fellow ground dragon, Patrasche. It would be normal for her to be reined here to the carriage if she was indeed safe. However, even after he checked the other side of the dragon carriage, her jet-black, beautiful figure could not be seen anywhere. Subaru was uneasy at the fact that her figure, which should be there, was not present, but...
Don't jump quickly to conclusions, I suppose. That ground dragon, Patrasche, as we couldn't keep her on the 6th floor, she's on the 4th floor, in fact.
4th floor? Is that above? Why?
She's getting treatment for her wounds, I suppose. The younger of those sisters. Rem's figure shouldn't be there in the dragon carriage either, in fact. Everyone in a poor state was brought up to the 4th floor, I suppose.
Getting treatment? Rem! Will she? Will Rem be cured?
Subaru jumped at Beatrice's unexpected words. A faint look of surprise flitted across Beatrice's face as she witnessed the strength of Subaru's reaction, but she kept him at bay by pinching his nose as he drew near to her.
Calm down, in fact. Don't be so impatient, I suppose.
As if this is the time to be calm! Will Rem be cured? Also, you said Patrasche's getting treatment too. What sort of state is she in?
Let me start from the beginning. I can't just say everything all at once, in fact. We put her in a place that is better for her than just lying down, I suppose. The ground dragon is the same too, in fact.
Oh, is that so?
Subaru, having tried to press for answers, hung his head down despondently. Seeing the energy sap out of him, even Beatrice gave him a sad look. but the little girl clenched her small fists and...
Look, this isn't a situation where you should feel down, I suppose. Surely there has to be a way to manage that, in fact. In order to check that, everyone will challenge the examinations of the Watchtower now, I suppose.
In order to cheer up the downcast Subaru, Beatrice clumsily attempted to urge him into rousing his spirit. Seeing her attempt, Subaru was taken aback, and he jerked up his chin with a, "That's right."
My bad. I'm really sorry in retrospect. I'm sorry about worrying you.
It's acceptable to be worried about Subaru, in fact. But at least let Betty worry in a place where she can keep an eye on you. That'd be of great help, I suppose.
I'll consider it.
Subaru ruffled Beatrice's hair and expressed his gratitude at hearing her sympathetic words. Beatrice's hairdo was completely unyielding, and even his attempts at ruffling and disturbing it in this manner were in vain. Such was its strength. In any case, under the encouragement of Beatrice, Subaru turned his eyes towards the top of the tower.
This is the 6th floor. At any rate, we can just go up, right?
Up. Julius and the others are in the middle of an examination right now. So it might be best to meet with the sage face-to-face and ask them for some more details beforehand, I suppose.
Sage? Now that you mention it.
In the middle of Beatrice's words, Subaru caught hold onto that word, sage. In spite of the fact that in the first place they'd come to the Watchtower to meet with the sage, Beatrice had not mentioned anything to do with the sage up until now.
Bayako, I guess you've already met the sage. What sort of bastard were they? Did you talk to them and complain about the white light beams which zing towards us?
I don't really want to talk about the sage too much, in fact. Well, no, I suppose. Perhaps, when it comes to the sage, it'll be simpler if you met them in person, I suppose.
You know, I don't remember ever having met any normal guy face to face with the way you're speaking about them. If I recall, I feel like I was told something similar by Emilia when I first met with Roswaal.
It had already been more than a year ago, but he remembered the conversation from back then vividly. He remembered that she had explained it like this: "I think meeting and talking to him will be easier to understand than meeting and talking to each other about him," in relation to Roswaal. In reality, she thought that he would not have received the impact unless he met with him in person, and that he would not be on the same wavelength in conversation. But, well, now it was far too late for what happened back then.
If you meet them, you'll understand, in fact.
Understood. In any case, we should go and try and meet them. How do we get above?
Stairs, I suppose. If you look closely, there are stairs by the wall, in fact.
If he squinted his eyes to where Beatrice's words had pointed him to, he can just about make out that there's something like steps, a staircase, on the outer edge of the circular room indeed. However, a huge number of steps formed the spiral staircase that wound its way around the big, circular tower.
Does this lead up?
Climb them, I suppose. If you do your best, it won't take too long, in fact.
With you telling me to do my best, how many steps are there up until the top?
Subaru shrieked this out, as it looked likely that he would be made to get some heavy exercise, being made to go up and down all over again. His voice echoed around the tower in vain. Most likely it echoed all the way up to the top of the tower before sorrowfully fading away. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders, uttering good grief at Subaru's lament.
Can't be helped, I suppose. If we could use something like a bit of magic for this, it might be possible to fly upstairs in some shape or form, but... Well, Subaru, you have no other choice, in fact.
No, look, we can, use Marak here. How about we use something like that to climb all the way up to the very top without stopping with ease?
It's not like we can't, but there is the feeling we'd be in danger when push comes to shove. Such as running out of mana, in fact.
Even if we go up the stairs normally, won't we be running out of steam physically when push comes to shove?
Even though Subaru's physical strength compared to back when he had been a hikikomori was stronger, he was still a feeble boy with quite the ways to go before reaching the standards of strength of this other world, and thus he could not avoid it. He didn't know how high the 5th floor was from the lowermost floor, or rather the 6th floor, but at the very least, he couldn't even gaze at the ceiling when looking upwards. How high he thought it was due to that, climbing up would be a deed on the level of mountain climbing.
Damn it! Even so, I have to go up and make sure that the likes of Rem and Patrasche are safe. I have to. God damn it!
The spirit, I suppose. Good luck, in fact. Betty will cheer you on, I suppose. It'd be really helpful if you call out to me when you reach the top, in fact.
A shortcut? I'm not gonna let you! You come along with me! Woke! Break into a sweat!
Sorry, but Betty is a cute spirit, and sweating would be...
Subaru steeled his resolve to tackle the stairs, left with no choice, as Beatrice almost dampened his enthusiasm. But in the middle of their argument, Beatrice suddenly broke off mid-silence and looked up overhead.
Becco?
I suppose. Subaru, get down, in fact!
With her sudden change in attitude, Subaru's voice trailed off as both Beatrice's expression changed as she leapt, reaching for him. Catching by his chest, he lifted her up into his arms. An open-mouthed, Beatrice beat at Subaru's torso.
It doesn't mean you can pick me up like a baby, I suppose. Get down, in fact.
It was just spur on the moment.
As he held Beatrice within his arms, Subaru gently leaned his body back. He doesn't know what's happening. Beatrice's alertness was the only thing he had to work from. In preparation for that, he tried to think, but it was too late. Immediately afterwards, a terrible sense of pressure emanated from above them, and Subaru held his breath. The source of that pressure came ever closely with ferocity, and the next moment, something blasted towards Subaru right in front of his eyes. A violent quake shook the enormous tower, and Subaru was nearly blown away by the shock wave which raised sand and dust up. He would have probably been thrown about and over if not for Gian's enormous frame just behind them. Protected by the weight of the ground dragon and the dragon carriage, Subaru desperately pushed his eyes open in the midst of the sandstorm that was blowing against him. And then, on the other side of the smoke plume, from the epicenter of the impact, the cloud of sand and dust that had risen up abruptly cleared. Something like a gust of wind tore through the smoke, and soon after, from the other side, the majestic figure of a person could be seen. Tearing through the dense, sandy haze which had enveloped them, this person's figure was turning visible. Subaru's cheeks stiffened. He was frozen in place. That figure, their appearance, he recognized it.
You are...
A tall woman was walking briskly across the hard floor, stepping ever closer to him. Her brown, closer to black, hair was tied up into a ponytail. She was marching forward boldly, her limbs, belly, and back exposed by her clothing. It was all safe to say that she was half naked. Her chest and crotch area were just barely covered up, and she donned a black mantle over her outfit. She was a person who wore rather odd clothing. In Subaru speak, she looked like a nympha who was donning her mantle over a black bikini top and hot pants. Long, slender white arms and legs, along with a bountiful chest that swung about liberally. She was around the same height as Subaru, maybe a little taller. The size of her hips, however, could not be compared. With a handsome face set on top of her white shoulders, she was quite the looker, with eyes that, albeit languid, were rather striking. This was definitely the last thing he had laid his eyes upon before losing consciousness. She was the one who had attacked and slaughtered the centaur without mercy, and those countless flashes of light that she had launched towards the centaur were something Subaru knew only too well.
Are you the Sage?
Feeling how parched his throat was, Subaru hoarsely raised this question to the woman who was approaching him in silence. However, the woman did not deign to answer Subaru until she came right up to where he was standing and stopped herself in her tracks at a spot where if Subaru were to stretch out his arm, he would be able to touch her. She was just looking at him, intently. Her gaze felt as if she were scrutinizing his entire body, and in honesty, it made Subaru feel quite uneasy. He had not even heard the voice of this person, but her strength was such that she had made short work in burying the centaur that had attacked him, putting it at an inhuman level. One bad move could mean this peculiar person could instantly turn him into nothing more than charcoal. He could not really figure out what her attitude was showing. All he knew was that the only emotion he could feel about her right this instant was fear. In Subaru's arms, Beatrice's body remained unchanging as she clung onto him tightly. Even in her, anxiety began seeping throughout her small body. At least, he was lucky enough for the circumstances to have allowed him to come across Beatrice. In the worst case, it wouldn't be impossible that they would need to get into another fight. Of course, there was no need to come to the point of initiating a fight for the sake of it. You should not be all willy-nilly with such an exertion.
Are you listening? Hey, I heard my friends are being looked after. You don't intend to become hostile or stuff to us, right? Your silence is making me anxious. If you could say something... Or perhaps do you communicate with something like telepathy rather than words? If that's that, it's going to be a bother.
Staring at him, the presumed sage did not reply to Subaru's words. She just continued to stare. He felt extremely uneasy. The extent of Subaru's bewilderment and confusion could be seen from the confusion in his way of speaking. If things continued in this fashion, they would end up being killed by the uneasiness itself. Suddenly, though, Subaru's anxiety was torn away.
3.
While staring at Subaru, the woman suddenly muttered something as such. Her voice was a little husky, but if he could continue to listen to it, he could probably say that the huskiness in her voice was quite beautiful. However, it was relatively mysterious, with unreadable emotions coming from the voice of the woman who stood in front of his eyes. He thought there was a faint charm to it. In front of Subaru, the woman sighed quietly.
Well, that's no problem. More importantly, I found you.
Swiftly, the woman's expression changed, and she blurted out something. Her serious attitude had looked, until then, as if she were trying to peer inside of Subaru. But slowly and steadily, time passed, as if something frozen was melting away. The woman's lips then spread to the sides, forming a shape which could be called a smile. The woman stared at Subaru and voiced out,
Master!
What?
He uttered a word which he had never heard being said to him before, and emotions which seemed to come out of absolutely nowhere. Subaru turned to look behind him, in mute astonishment at her unexpected outburst. As expected, there was only Gian's figure there. Then, was Gian the aforementioned master?
Did you come here to suddenly set up important character flags?
I don't think it's that, I suppose. Look at the in fact.
Subaru drew nearer to Gian as Beatrice grew angrier, still in his arms. Even though her words were reasonable, Subaru could not wrap his head around it. Instead, he turned around to face the woman, still standing there as if nothing had happened, without having a clue what had been said.
Wait, no, my bad, but perhaps you're mistaking me for someone else or something like that.
Master! Jeez, I've been waiting!
In the middle of his words, the woman jumped emotionally and embraced him with her arms. Rather than receiving her tackle in full as she came barging in, he was pushed down. He fell with his back onto the floor, with Beatrice trapped in between, letting out a shriek sounding like a... The woman, bouncing in joy, would not detach herself from Subaru, who was darting his eyes back and forth in confusion. The woman swished her long ponytail about, and while hugging Subaru with unnatural strength, repeating over and over with delight in her voice,
Master, it's been so long! I missed you so much! I thought that my life was gonna be just me shooting those approaching here!
What? Wait! What? What are you talking about?
How cruel! Master ordered me, no? You told me to stop anyone from getting near that shrine! Well, as for the means, well, that's a different matter, but...
Not that... I'm your master? What are you insinuating?
even though he was in direct contact with a woman's soft skin, he had no time to enjoy that lucky, lewd encounter. Subaru desperately tried to escape from her clutches. However, there was a saying that said that women would always be women after all, and she did not let go of Subaru. As a result, Beatrice ended up being sandwiched between Subaru and the woman on the floor.
Anyways, let go of me, you This is ridiculous!
No way! There's absolutely no way! As soon as you say that, you'll disappear as soon as I lose sight of you again. Master hasn't changed at all.
I don't know what you're on about!
The stubborn woman clung to Subaru as if he had gone through some sort of trauma. Whilst he rushedly pushed her face away, trying to keep her away, Subaru snapped back at her.
In the first place, who are you? What's with all of this?
What are you even saying? I'm Shaula, the Starkeeper of the Pleiades Watchtower. I am Master's cute apprentice, Shaula.
I don't remember you whatsoever!
A woman, who called herself Shaula, whose name was supposed to be that of the Sage of the Watchtower. The great so-called Sage of the Pleiades Watchtower could not be such a strange woman who did not know such a thing. Subaru firmly objected to this idea. However, in this place where there was no such thing as progress, a sudden interruption came about, and that was...
Oh no, when I woke up, Subaru wasn't there. I need to hurry and tell everyone that we have to go look for him. Huh?
Having said that, a sleepy-looking Emilia jumped out of the dragon carriage's door. Exiting the dragon carriage, she found Subaru and Shaula entwined with each other. Of course, Beatrice was there too. Her eyes widened as she saw the two.
Emilia-san! Thank goodness you woke up! This is actually...
Yeah!
That hurts! Emilia-san! What was that kick for?
I really am not sure, but I was really upset there.
With Emilia awake, the shouting and yelling continued for a while. The hard struggle against the assumed Sage of the Pleiades Watchtower continued, until eventually Julius noticed the noise and joined up with them.